start from son-in-law to establish an immortal family. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 426, Lu Yuanding's Death, Misty Swamp. Lu Changsheng was not very clear about the discussions in the outside world, nor did he care. These days, he lived quietly in Qingzhu Mountain with his wife Lu Maoj, son Lu Qingxun, and daughter Lu Qingqi, accompanying his father-in-law on his last journey. Dad, if I study talisman drawing seriously, can I be as good as Sister Wangshu? Lu Qingqi saw Lu Wangshu's methods in the Red Leaf Valley market and was very yearning. You can ask your sister Wangshu for advice more often on weekdays. Lu Changsheng did not answer directly, but stroked his daughter's hair and said in a gentle voice, I asked Sister Wangshu for advice before, and she told me to be happy every day, eat and drink, and don't think too much. Lu Qingqi pouted and said, Lu Changsheng paused, thinking that only Lu Wangshu could say this. Dad, a talisman cultivator can use hundreds of talismans at will. Once the talismans are exhausted, won't the strength be greatly reduced? Lu Qingxu next to him asked. He was accompanying his grandfather Lu Yuanding at the time, so he did not see the scene of Lu Wangshu killing 5 robbers. He only heard that his sister burned hundreds of talismans when she took action. Well, this is a disadvantage of talisman cultivation. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly and told his children about the advantages and disadvantages of talisman cultivation. In the yard, Lu Yuanding was lying on a reclining chair, looking at Lu Changsheng, who was wearing a green robe and had a handsome face, talking to his children not far away. His thoughts could not help but drift back to the scene more than 60 years ago when he was at the foot of the Qingyun Sect and brought Lu Changsheng back to Qingzhu Mountain. I vaguely remember that when I heard that Lu Changsheng only had a 9th grade spiritual root, I thought about it a little. As a result, who would have thought that the young farmer who failed the Qingyun Sect would grow up to this point unknowingly? Lu Yuanding had a faint smile on his lips, and in a few breaths, memories in his mind kept emerging like a passing show. Changsheng. Lu Yuanding's throat moved and he called out, his voice was very hoarse and weak. Dad. Lu Maoj next to him used her magic power to warm her father's body. But Lu Yuanding's spirit had dried up and was gone, so it was useless. Father-in-law. Lu Changsheng immediately came to the old man. Even though he had experienced this kind of separation between life and death when he was the 4th elder in his early years, his feelings were still very complicated. Changsheng. Lu Yuanding raised his hand slightly, holding Lu Changsheng's wrist, and his voice seemed to be a bit pleading. Changsheng, although Qingxun is gifted, he is too arrogant. As a father, if you see him, you need to discipline him more. Xiao Zuer is beautiful and intelligent. With her by Qingxun's side, Qingxun's temper will be much more restrained, but the two of them are away for a long time, and it is not as safe as at home. Once they encounter danger and trouble, it will be a big trouble. Zuiner is smart and steady. He can manage the family and become a great man in the future. Kidder is like Huanhen, naughty and playful, but simple-minded, and needs you as a father to be more tolerant and caring. King Song is now married, and I am much more relieved, but the brothers and sisters at home are too outstanding, and they are holding their breath in their hearts. If you have time on weekdays, you can pay more attention to him. The old man murmured, his voice became smaller and smaller, and his breath was insufficient, as if he was explaining his funeral. He was very relieved about his 2 daughters. The only thing he couldn't let go of now was his grandchildren. Lu Maoj next to him had red eyes and tears streaming down. Father-in-law, don't worry, I will take good care of them. Lu Changsheng heard the old man's last words, his heart was heavy, and he held his wife's hand beside him and said seriously. Okay, the old man nodded with satisfaction. Then he looked at his grandson and granddaughter beside him and said, Zuiner, Kir, don't be sad, you must be as good as your brothers and sisters in the future. After saying that, he slowly loosened his hand holding Lu Changsheng's, and closed his eyes with a peaceful smile on his face. Dad Lu Maoj couldn't help crying. Even though she had always known her father's situation, when this moment really came and appeared in front of her, she still couldn't control herself. Grandpa. Lu Qingqi, who had a delicate face next to him, was also sad and shed tears. Lu Qingxun pursed his lips, didn't cry, but his eyes were red. He has been in Qingzhu Mountain for the past few years and is very close to his grandfather Lu Yuanding. Lu Changsheng hugged his wife and children quietly. After his wife's emotions stabilized, she informed Lu Yuanzhang of the matter and held a happy funeral for Lu Yuanding. Lu Yuanding had arranged everything before his death and asked not to make a big fuss about the funeral. Lu Miaoj chose to follow her father's wishes. However, even so, as Lu Yuanding was the ancestor of Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Miaoj's father, and Lu Changsheng's father-in-law, the funeral was also very grand, and many family forces took the initiative to come to pay tribute. Dad Lu Miaohun of Bihu Mountain heard the news and felt an indescribable grief in his heart. Lu Miaoyan had experienced this kind of thing before and took the initiative to comfort this cousin. Lu Qingsong also rushed to Qingzhu Mountain immediately after Lu Wangshu took charge of Bihu Mountain. Alice Lu Changsheng looked at the old-looking Lu Yuanzhang, who once had only a few familiar faces left in Qingzhu Mountain, and sighed slightly. Unknowingly, he had survived generation after generation. I'm afraid that in a few decades, there will be no familiar faces in Qingzhu Mountain. 5 days later, Lu Changsheng returned to Bihu Mountain with his wife and children. Huanhuan. After he came back, he came to visit his wife Lu Miaohun as soon as possible. It is not difficult to know that the other party has been very sad these days. Wow, Lu Changsheng Lu Miaohun's makeup was mature and gorgeous, but after seeing Lu Changsheng, she rushed into his arms like a child, crying loudly, pouring out the sadness and discomfort in her heart these days. Mom, don't be sad, Grandpa also wants you to be happy. The daughter Lu Qingqi next to her pursed her little face, held her mother's hand, and comforted her. Yes. Lu Miaohun wiped the tears on her face, hiding her sadness and sorrow, and said softly, Mom is fine. Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart, and accompanied his wife quietly with his daughter. Wow, Mother, you didn't see it. At that time, Sister Wangshu flew out so many talismans with a swoosh. Lu Qingqi vividly told her mother about the battle in Hongai Valley. She didn't think this method was so powerful. She thought it was gorgeous and cool, especially at the end, when the talisman condensed into a phoenix. Wangshu is so powerful, doesn't it mean that he is more powerful than you, my husband, back then? Lu Miaohun said in surprise. She still remembered the heroic appearance when her sister broke through the foundation building, and Lu Changsheng killed the 3 foundation building masters of the Yu family alone. The 3 people of the Yu family back then were not the limit for my husband, but the limit for the Yu family. Lu Changsheng chuckled and said lightly. The 2 have been married for so many years, so he naturally wouldn't be too modest and cover up. Daddy, I heard from Grandpa that back then. Lu Qingqi immediately asked about the situation of the battle that year. Although Grandpa had told her about it, he was interested again at this time. Haha, at that time Lu Changsheng hugged his wife and smiled and told his daughter some things about the past. In the evening, when they were having dinner at home, Lu Yun came to see him. He said that he had made up his mind and chose to practice the method of longevity in heaven and earth. Okay, I'll arrange it for you in a few days. Lu Changsheng said after hearing this. The spiritual vein of Bihan Peak is about to be promoted to the 2nd level top grade. When it is promoted, the 2 branches that he has connected and nurtured will also take shape as Bihan Peak is promoted, and 2 small peaks will rise on both sides of Bihan Peak. He has already made plans and arrangements, and the new spiritual plants of heaven and earth will be planted on these 2 peaks. Thank you, Father. Lu Yun heard this and responded respectfully. A moment later, Lu Keizhun also came to pay a visit to Lu Changsheng. Keizhun, what's wrong? Lu Changsheng looked at his daughter's hesitant look and asked with a smile. The father and daughter came to the side hall. Lu Keizhun took out a porcelain bottle from the storage bag and opened it. There was a foundation building pill inside. Dad, this is what my brother left for me. Now that I have established my foundation, I want to give this foundation building pill to my husband. Lu Keizhun looked at Lu Changsheng, pursed her lips, and said in a low voice. She herself knew that the foundation building pill was precious. I relied on the foundation building pills at home to break through the foundation building stage, and now I give another foundation building pill to Hong Zuanji, which is a bit unreasonable. Moreover, my family is now in the limelight, and every move is watched by many forces. If Hong Zuanji breaks through the foundation building stage, whether he succeeds or fails, he may be noticed by others and cause trouble. Since it was given to you by Quanzhong, how to distribute this foundation building pill is your business. Lu Changsheng chuckled. He knew in his early years that his son Lu Quanzhong had many foundation building pills. He just didn't know that Lu Quanzhen gave Lu Kazhan a foundation-building pill. However, he didn't have any objection to Lu Kazhan giving the foundation-building pill to Hong Xuanji. After all, they have been married for many years, and as a father, he can't stop his daughter and confiscate this foundation-building pill, right? Besides, Hong Xuanji is his son-in-law and the son of an old friend. He has worked diligently in Qingzhu Mountain for decades. Even if he has no credit, he has worked hard. You can talk to Xuanji yourself. My family can provide him with a cave to break through. Lu Changsheng pondered slightly. He knew that his daughter came to him, in addition to confessing the matter of the foundation-building pill. She also hoped that the family could provide Hong Xuanji with a cave. Otherwise, Hong Xuanji could only go to Xiancheng or Qingyun Market to build his foundation. But Xiancheng and Qingyun Market are far away. Without connections, it is not easy to rent a cave, and you need to wait in line for a long time. Thank you, Dad. Lu Kazhan heard this and smiled on her beautiful and fair face. Xuanji can only build his foundation in Banyan Peak, and must not mention the cave. If he succeeds in building his foundation, at this stage, unless he encounters a life-and-death crisis, he must not show his foundation-building strength to the outside world. Lu Changsheng said to his daughter. Although he agreed to his son-in-law's foundation building, the family secrets could only be known by his family. Don't worry, Dad, your daughter understands. Lu Kazhan knew that his father agreed to this matter because of himself and his father-in-law Hong Yi, so he naturally could not ask for too much. Apart from Xuanji, try not to spread the news of your breakthrough to others at this stage. I will arrange it for you in a few years. Lu Changsheng continued to instruct. It's for my daughter. After so many years, Lu Kazhan is no longer a naive person in his early years, and knows the pros and cons. Well, you can give Xuanji some advice on the experience of foundation building, so that he can prepare in advance. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly, and did not say anything more. He was not worried about his children spreading the news about Zumi Cave Heaven. Once his children leaked such family secrets, the family tree would sense it and give a hint. Well, thank you, Dad. Lu Kazhan happily left, feeling relieved. I don't know how Quanzhen is doing. At this time, Lu Changsheng thought of his son Lu Quanzhen. Not long after this son built his foundation, he went out to travel, saying that he would go to Qinglun Fairy City to take a look, and then go to Jin State for training. There has been no news for more than 20 years. If it weren't for the system and the Lu family tree, Lu Changsheng would even suspect that his son had an accident. However, through the system, Lu Changsheng knew that his son should be fine, and his cultivation broke through the 4th level of foundation building 4 years ago. Jin State. Lu Changsheng thought of this place, took a deep breath, and exhaled slowly. In his early years, he had thought about going to Jin State directly after forming the elixir. But now there are a lot of things at home, and he can't leave for a while. At least he has to wait until the family is stable and Honglian is in charge before he can go to Jin State with peace of mind. Jin State. Chu Changsheng, I'll see where you can escape today. In a mountain range, more than a dozen cultivators are chasing a black-robed youth. The leader is a tall man with a late foundation building cultivation. He drives a giant sword and a rare treasure, constantly slashing at the black-robed youth, causing rumbling sounds between the mountains, gullies and rolling dust. The black-robed youth is also extraordinary. The whole person is like a rock, rushing at lightning speed, constantly avoiding the attack. Occasionally, when there is a fatal crisis, a golden light filled with bloodthirsty breath shoots out, which relieves him of some of the attack. Swish! At this moment, the golden light suddenly rushed towards the tall man who was driving the giant sword and the rare treasure. HMPH. The tall man snorted coldly at the golden light, and the green armor on his body glowed with a radiant luster, forming a light curtain 3 feet in front of him. Clang! With a sound of metal clashing, the light curtain was broken, but the golden light could no longer advance a little bit. It turned around and disappeared without a trace. This 6-winged golden silkworm is indeed extraordinary. If I didn't have the green vine armor, this attack would be really dangerous. The tall man narrowed his eyes, touched his chest, and continued to use his magic power to drive the giant sword of the rare treasure to kill the black-robed young man. Some of the people behind him could not keep up with the speed of the two and were gradually thrown away. If this continues, I'm afraid it will be difficult to throw him away, and eventually the magic power will be exhausted. The black-robed young man was Lu Quanzhen, who went out to practice. After a brief tour in Qingyun Fairy City in his early years, he directly came to the Jin Kingdom's Zhuoxin world. Although this place is more chaotic and naked than Zhang State, it is still adaptable to him. But a few years ago, two forces suddenly competed in the market where he lived, and he was implicated. During his escape, he killed a feminine man. Who knew that this man was the elder of Yinming Ghost Sect and the son of Ghost Demon Master? As a result, he was wanted by Ghost Demon Master and began his escape. Fortunately, the cultivation world of Jin State is so large that as long as you hide your identity, it is not easy for even a giant master to arrest someone. A few months ago, he fought with someone, and the six-winged golden silkworm was recognized, and he was immediately hunted down again. At this time, Lu Quanxian saw a continuous forest in the south. The whole forest was filled with a layer of purple-black fog, like poisonous gas and miasma, strange and cold. Lu Quanxian narrowed his eyes and immediately flew towards the direction of the forest. Well, black fog swamp. The tall man narrowed his eyes when he saw the direction where Lu Quanxian fled. The black mist swamp is quite famous in Jin State. It is filled with poisonous miasma that is difficult to dissolve for many years. This poisonous miasma will not only erode the cultivator's blood and flesh, but also has the effect of isolating the spiritual consciousness. Like ordinary foundation-building cultivators, they cannot use their spiritual consciousness in the black mist swamp. Therefore, this black mist swamp is very dangerous. Generally, foundation-building cultivators cannot survive for a long time in it. The blood and flesh will be corroded and corrupted by the poisonous miasma in a short time. When Jinden's Henren enters it, it will be difficult to guard against danger because the spiritual consciousness is isolated and suppressed. Chu Changsheng, there is no way to the sky and no door to the earth now. Where can you escape? The tall man stood behind, slowed down, and was not in a hurry to catch up. After all, if Lu Quanxian dared to go deep into the swamp, he only needed to find someone to block this area. There is something wrong with the forest in front of us. When Lu Quanxian heard this, he instantly realized that there was something wrong with the forest in front of him and he could not trespass. But seeing the people coming from behind, he looked at the forest surrounded by purple-black mist, gritted his teeth, and decided to take a risk. After all, in the current situation, it was impossible for him to get rid of the pursuit, and he could only find a glimmer of hope with the help of this forest. Boy, you have the courage to go in. The tall man drove the giant sword of the strange treasure, approached step by step, and said with a grim smile. Swoosh! Lu Quanxian rushed into the black fog forest, and a poisonous miasma rushed to his face in an instant, as if to corrupt his body. His black robe fluttered, and the protective aura flowed. He ran quickly, trying to get out from other directions. Humph, you want to leave? How can it be so easy? The tall man immediately entered the forest and followed Lu Quanxian closely like a ghost. After a while, the dozen people who came with him looked at the forest surrounded by purple-black mist in front of them, hesitated a little, and rushed in, blocking Lu Quanxian's direction, so he could only move forward into the depths of the forest. After Lu Quanxian went several miles deep, he suddenly felt that the poisonous miasma here was several times thicker. Even though he was protected by the aura of his robe, there were still wisps of poisonous gas that penetrated his pores and entered his body, corroding his flesh and blood. I say, everyone, if you continue to chase me, even if I will be corroded by the poisonous miasma, you will not be much better, right? Lu Quanxian shouted to the people behind him. We can still hold on at this level, you can keep running if you have the ability. The tall man said coldly. The purple-black miasma here made his vision hazy and he could not see too far, so he did not chase too close, in case Lu Quanxian attacked him with a six-winged golden silkworm, or took action here. After all, once he took action, the poisonous miasma would enter his body, which would be very troublesome. He and others just blocked Lu Quanxian's position roughly and waited for an opportunity. Chapter 427, Domineering Magic Power. Lu Quanxian ran for several more miles. The poisonous miasma here was even more dense, flowing in the air like mist. Even though Lu Quanxian's body was extraordinary, with a robe and a magic shield protecting his body, he could still feel the poisonous gas corroding his body. This kid has just broken through the middle stage of foundation building, how can he hold on for so long? The tall man looked at Lu Quanxian who was constantly rushing, his face gloomy. He thought that after entering the black fog swamp, the other party would not be able to hold on for long. But after so long, he was still like nothing happened. We can't go forward anymore. We have entered the real black fog swamp, which is full of dangers. Poisonous insects and beasts may appear at any time. The tall man shouted to the others. This word also reached Lu Quanzhen's ears. But he ignored it and continued to move forward. Damn it, this kid went so deep. Is there any way to avoid the poisonous miasma of the black fog swamp? The tall man looked at Lu Quanzhen, who was almost disappearing in the poisonous fog. His face changed, and finally decided to give up the pursuit. During the chase, he had already seen that Lu Quanzhen was not simple. Now that he had entered the black mist swamp, if he continued to chase, he might also be in danger. Immediately, the tall man told several people to seal off this area. He led several people to retreat and wait for Lu Quanzhen to appear. After all, the black mist swamp was filled with poisonous gas, which was constantly corroding the flesh and blood of the monks, and it was necessary to spend mana to isolate it. The spiritual energy of the black mist swamp was full of poisonous gas, and ordinary monks could not absorb and refine it at all. They could only rely on elixirs and spiritual stones to recover. So even if Lu Quanzhen's methods were not simple, he could not hide in it for a long time. Give up. Lu Quanzhen saw that the tall man and others gave up the pursuit. His eyes narrowed slightly, thinking about how to break the situation. It is very difficult to break through the siege now. The only way is the substitute talisman given by his father. But he didn't want to use this substitute talisman until he was really in a desperate situation. After thinking for a long time, Lu Quanzhen finally thought of a way. But he was not sure whether this method was feasible, and he was a little hesitant. My uncle taught me the Kunpeng Swallowing Heaven magic art. The first part is the Yin-Yang 5 elements Kunpeng secret, and the second part is the Kunpeng Swallowing Heaven magic art. This Kunpeng Swallowing Heaven magic art can devour the origin of living beings and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Maybe it can devour the poisonous miasma and poisonous gas here, Lu Quanzhen thought in his heart. Although his uncle told him not to practice the second half of the Kunpeng Swallowing Heaven magic art without breaking through the dam stage, he had comprehended this half of the magic art after converting the 5 elements Kunpeng secret to the Yin-Yang 5 elements Kunpeng secret. He understood why his uncle didn't let him practice this technique. Because this is a taboo technique, it is a naked magic technique. By devouring, refine the essence of other living beings for your own use. Once you practice, you can't switch to other techniques unless you disperse the power. In the process of practice, because of devouring the origin, essence, spirit and spirit of others, it is very easy to be affected by the mind, leading to going crazy, and even the body exploding and dying. Moreover, this technique is several times more difficult to break through than ordinary techniques. When the foundation is built and the pill is formed, it may trigger the heart demon tribulation or even the thunder tribulation. Although I haven't practiced the next chapter, the Yin-Yang 5 elements Kunpeng and the Kunpeng Swallowing Heaven demon art are integrated. Through the secret refining technique, I may be able to refine the poisonous miasma here. After thinking for a moment, Lu Quanzhen decided to give it a try. If it is feasible, he can not only solve the current crisis, but also have several more methods. Immediately, Lu Quanzhen looked in the direction of the tall man, continued to move forward, found a huge rock, released the 6-winged golden silkworm to protect himself, and then sat cross-legged and practiced the Yin-Yang 5 elements Kunpeng. Swish, a small fish with Yin-Yang 5 elements flowing slowly swam in his Qi-Hai Danshan. Swish. Lu Quanzhen practiced the secret technique of Kunpeng Swallowing Heaven demon art, and dark runes like tadpoles slowly emerged from his body, which was terrifying and mysterious. During this process, his little fish with Yin-Yang and 5 elements gradually turned into blood-dazzling little fish, as if it was about to soar into the sky at any time, turning into Kunpeng and devouring the world. After an unknown amount of time, black runes flowed through Lu Quanzhen's body, and his 84,000 pores were like black holes, emitting a terrifying aura. Roar! The blood-colored little fish roared, and behind Lu Quanzhen, it turned into hideous and terrifying Kunpeng, like a giant beast from the abyss, wanting to devour the souls of others. The poisonous miasma that penetrated into Lu Quanzhen's body was instantly refined into rolling spiritual energy by a domineering force like boiling water. Hiss! This secret technique is so domineering. After a long time, Lu Quanzhen suddenly opened his eyes, looking surprised and shocked. The surprise was indeed as he had guessed. It could devour and refine the poisonous miasma. The shock was that this secret technique was too domineering. I haven't practiced a Kunpeng Swallowing Heaven magic art yet, But I can achieve such amazing results just by running the yin-yang 5 elements Qingzhu. If I practice the Kunpeng swallowing heaven magic art, how amazing will the effect be? Why does my uncle have such a domineering magic art? Lu Quanxian murmured in his heart, very surprised. After so many years in Jin state, he has seen many magic arts practiced through shortcuts. But compared with his own skills, it is simply a world of difference. Although I can refine the poisonous miasma through the Kunpeng swallowing heaven magic art, it is still very difficult for me to kill my way out of here. Lu Quanxian said in his heart, knowing that his crisis was still not resolved. This swamp mountain range is very dangerous. Ordinary cultivators dare not enter. Maybe there are some opportunities and treasures of heaven and earth. Since I am not afraid of poisonous miasma, I can explore it here. Maybe I can get some opportunities and find other exits. Lu Quanxian looked around. In fact, he has another choice in his heart. That is to practice the Kunpeng swallowing heaven magic art directly. As long as he practices this technique, he can quickly improve his strength by devouring fierce beasts or the group of people outside, thus resolving the crisis. However, considering his uncle's instructions, he was worried that there would be other side effects after practicing this technique, so he temporarily gave up this idea. Otherwise, in his opinion, this is a very good choice. As for the fact that the technique is against the harmony of heaven and full of demonic ways, Lu Quanxian feels okay and doesn't feel anything. He holds on to his original intention and believes that he will not lose himself in this power and can control this power. Original intention. Lu Quanxian chuckled, looked at the 6-winged golden silkworm next to him that exuded a ferocious and bloodthirsty aura, raised his palm lightly, and put it into his sleeve. Then he looked in the direction of the tall man and others, squinted his eyes, and strode towards the depths of the swamp. Qingzhu Mountain. Lu's mansion. There is a foundation building pill and a spiritual object for building the foundation of spiritual consciousness in each of them. Lu Changsheng looked at his children in front of him and said aloud. His son Lu Yunlao and his daughter Lu Xingyu finally finished their tasks in the market and returned to Qingzhu Mountain. As for these two children, Lu Changsheng did not take them to Zumi Cave Heaven for a breakthrough. Instead, he prepared foundation building pills, foundation building spiritual objects, and elixirs to nourish their roots, and asked them to return to Qingyun Sect to impact their foundation. This. Lu Yunlao and Lu Xingyu looked dazed when they saw the pills and foundation building spiritual objects handed over by their father. Even though they had heard about family affairs over the years and knew that their family was now extraordinary and had access to foundation building pills. But they did not expect that their father would actually give each of them a foundation building pill. You know, even the children of a large family, or even the disciples of a fairy sect, could not have a foundation building pill. They needed to rely on their own efforts and competition. Thank you, father. Lu Yunlao took a deep breath and bowed. He knew that if he did not have the support of his family and relied on himself, he could at most exchange for a pulse-protecting pill and 1 or 2 foundation-building spiritual objects before the age of 60 to impact his foundation. With his 6th-grade spiritual roots, it was highly likely that he would not have the chance to build a foundation. If he accepts this gift, he will have a high probability of breaking through the foundation and becoming a great foundation cultivator. Thank you, father. Seeing this, Lu Xingyu hesitated for a moment and accepted the gift. This time, spend more time with your mother. They all miss you very much? Lu Changsheng said with a gentle face. The two children often went home in their early years, but as time went by, they came back less and less. This time, the two of them received a sect mission and have not been home for several years. Yes, father. The two responded respectfully and then walked out of the hall. Looking at the familiar scenery of Qingzhu Mountain in front of them, the two of them still looked a little dazed, as if they were dreaming. I didn't expect that the foundation pill that I had been thinking about for so long could be obtained so easily. Brother Yunlao, congratulations in advance on your hope of building a foundation. Lu Xingyu said to Lu Yunlao. Although the brother and sister do not have the same mother, they have a very good relationship after being enshrined in Qingyun Sect together. Knowing that although this brother is aloof, his belief in building a foundation and seeking the Tao is much firmer than his own. Most of the time in these years has been spent on earning spirit stones, hoping that they can exchange for more foundation building spiritual objects and break through the foundation building stage. I believe Xingyu can also break through the foundation building stage. Lu Yunlao took a deep breath and nodded. Then the two of them went to visit their mother and their brothers and sisters at home. Alice, Lu Changsheng sighed slightly as he watched the two children leave. The two of them have been practicing in Qingyun Sect for a long time, and they will eventually be less close to their family. Just like when his son Lu Qingshan returned home, except for a few, he was not close to most of his brothers and sisters. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of his daughter who was far away in Jin State and whom he had never met. The other party grew up in the Five Poison Sect and was raised and cared for by Nangguang Mili. Even if he brought her back, it would be difficult for her to integrate into the family. But I have to go and see it after all. Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart, returned to Zumi Cave Heaven, and continued to look at Bai Ling, who had turned into a white and golden cocoon. He didn't know how long it would take for the other party to break out of the cocoon. I don't know how Zixio, Pingan, and the others are doing. At this time, Lu Changsheng thought about the family caravan. Calculating the time, it has been more than 3 months since Lu Pingan and others set out. His family just auctioned a foundation building pill in the Red Leaf Valley market, but it caused such a big commotion. There will definitely be forces that can't sit still and secretly take action to stop the establishment of the Chamber of Commerce. Unless the giant and ancestor takes action, I think it won't be a big problem. Lu Changsheng shook his head slightly, missing his daughter Lu Ling. At this moment, Ling Zixio and his son Lu Lingxio, Lu Ling, and Lu Ruai are investigating the situation in a market, preparing to purchase a store. When they are almost done, they come to a restaurant for dinner. I heard that a few days ago, a foundation building pill was auctioned at the Red Leaf Valley market, which attracted 5 foundation building cultivators to attack. These 5 cultivators didn't come for the foundation building pill, but for the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain. I happened to be in the Red Leaf Valley market at that time. Tisk tisk tisk, this Qingzhu Mountain is really amazing. Not long after the ancestor Lu Changsheng established his foundation, he killed 3 foundation building cultivators by himself and established the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain. Now a daughter has killed 5 foundation building cultivators. Humph, just relying on talismans. If I had a good father, I could burn a few hundred talismans casually and have this combat power. If I were the son of Yuan Yingzhenjin, wouldn't I be even more powerful? To be honest, I suspect that there are probably 10 foundation building cultivators in Qingzhu Mountain now. Whether there are or not, the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain is now the first immortal cultivation family under the 6 fake pill families. In the lobby, many cultivators who were eating were chatting and talking about the ground. Many of them were talking about Qingzhu Mountain and the Red Leaf Valley market. After all, this incident is a rare big news in Qingyun territory, so it was naturally widely spread. Talisman Fairy Lu Wongshu killed 5 foundation building cultivators alone. When Lu Lingxiao heard this, he was stunned and looked surprised. He was planning to go home to challenge this sister after the business trip. Unexpectedly, he heard the news about this sister here. Killing 5 foundation building cultivators alone. Question mark. Isn't this too amazing? Even though he was confident that his strength was invincible at the same level and far superior to ordinary foundation building cultivators, he was also shocked by this news. Wow, sister is so powerful. When Lu Ling next to him heard this, his mouth opened slightly, with a look of excitement and surprise. Then he looked at his brother Lu Lingxiao next to him and said, "Brother, are you going to challenge sister again when you go back? Or let it go?" Wangshu killed 5 foundation building cultivators. Lu Ruai was also a little confused. In her opinion, being invincible at the same level is very powerful. As for fighting 1 against 5, and killing them all, even as a foundation building cultivator, she couldn't imagine such a scene for a while. Xiao, what's wrong? Are you shocked? Ling Zixio was wearing her lake blue palace dress, with her hair tied up high. She looked dignified and elegant, and smiled gently at her son. Perhaps she had seen Lu Changsheng's methods, so she was not too surprised by such a record. However, seeing her son like this, as a mother, she naturally needed to comfort him. "No, I'm just a little surprised." Lu Lingxiao shook his head gently. His face was tough, with clear contours, and his eyebrows were somewhat similar to his mother Ling Zixio. Especially his eyes, even if the golden pupils were covered, they were still bright and sharp. Ling Zixio knew that her son had always been tough, and smiled softly. Wangshu is a talisman cultivator. If he has enough talismans and forms a talisman formation through talismans, he will indeed have no opponent at the same level, and it will be easy to challenge higher level opponents. But the talisman formation is not invincible. In her early years, She was unable to practice because of her dragon body, so she spent a lot of time on the talisman formation and had a deep understanding of it. Knowing that the talisman formation is not truly invincible. Like most formations, there are weak points. If you can find these weak points during a duel, you can break the formation and use melee and other means to prevent the talisman cultivator from using subsequent means. Chapter 428, Intercepted Halfway, Link CZ Family. There are 50 great ways, 49 of them are heavenly, and one is escaping. The talisman array has similarities with most arrays. Ling Xiao spoke slowly and taught his son. His son Lu Ling Xiao is quite talented in arrays. Although he did not spend too much time on this, he got started early. In addition, his son's eyes and pupil skills are different from ordinary people. As long as he can see the weak points of the talisman array during the battle, and then use the lethality of the destruction flame to break the talisman array, he still has a chance of winning against Lu Wangshu. But my sister has a lot of puppets. Once you get close, you may be besieged by puppets. And my sister is very strong. The last time I went to see my sister, she punched through the back mountain with one punch. At this time, Lu Ling next to him spoke out. She is very close to Lu Wangshu and knows many of her sister's methods. So she has been persuading her brother not to challenge her sister. Ling Xiao was speechless for a while when he heard this. He secretly thought that Lu Wangshu, as the precious daughter of her husband, could not be measured by common sense. I know the disadvantages of talisman cultivation, and my husband must know it. Maybe he has already made up for the disadvantages for his precious daughter. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao looked at her son with some regret. He is so stubborn and strong-willed. I wonder if the crying child will get candy. Your father has always been soft-hearted and not hard-hearted, so he fell for this. However, her son's temperament is a bit like her mother, so she didn't say much, but just comforted her. It's okay, Xiao, it's a good thing for you to practice with your sister Wangshu more often. But after the practice, if you don't understand something, ask your father more. Although the son is probably not Lu Wangshu's opponent. But on the way of cultivation, it is also a good thing for the son to have such a genius sister to compete and give him motivation. Besides, her husband would not be so partial to his son and always watch his son being bullied by his daughter, right? Brother, actually my sister is very good, you just need to praise her a few words. Lu Ling next to him spoke for his sister. Your brother and sister are working hard and urging each other, not really having a conflict. Ling Xiao rubbed his daughter's head and said in a gentle voice. This daughter has an innocent personality, and the whole Bihu Mountain dotes on her. Although Lu Wangshu often teases Lu Ling, he still takes good care of his sister on weekdays. Otherwise, Lu Ling would not be able to get along so well with Lu Wangshu. Oh. Lu Ling nodded her head as if she understood. After the few people finished eating, Ling Xiao asked if there were any shops selling intelligence in the market, and learned about the intelligence information about the Red Leaf Valley market. It seems that this trip will be more troublesome. Ling Xiao looked at the intelligence information, and his elegant face smiled faintly. Then he gave a few instructions to his children and Lu Ruai, and then walked out of the market. The caravan did not enter the market, but stayed outside, and Lu Pingyan was guarding here. Auntie, Ruai, Ling Xiao, Xiao. Lu Pingyan shouted immediately when he saw Ling Xiao and others. Big Pot, I brought you some delicious food. Lu Ling is very close to his elder brother Lu Pingyan, and he handed him the packed lunchbox with a smile. Thank you, Xiao. Lu Pingyan said with a smile. Pingyan, I heard a piece of news in the market. Ling Xiao stepped forward and told him the news of the Red Leaf Valley market and some expected situations. He said that there might be fake down-level forces that would come down directly next, so he should be more careful. Auntie, I understand. Lu Pingyan was slightly surprised by Lu Wangshu's fighting power, and then nodded seriously. Then the caravan set off, and Lu Ling chatted with his elder brother for dinner. Big Pot, I tell you, this is super delicious, so I ordered 2 servings. Brother can't finish so much, I'll give you some. I'm full, okay, I'll eat a little more, just a little bit. After the caravan left the market, it headed towards a small key refining family. Although trading with a small family doesn't make too much spirit stones, doing business is about accumulating little by little. Moreover, trading with such small families can also lead to cooperation, or earn profits by picking up people along the way, picking up bargains, etc. On this day, The caravan passed through a path between the trees, and saw 3 figures standing in front of them, with swords drawn and horses standing, blocking the way. "Excuse me, is it the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain, the Changsheng Chamber of Commerce?" The man in the middle said. He was in his 30s, with a heroic face, sword-like eyebrows, and a strong voice. Lu Pingyan walked out of the car, looked at his sister Lu Ruai, looked at the man in front of him, and said seriously, "I am Lu Pingyan from Qingzhu Mountain. Who do you want to meet?" "Lingxi Lake, Z family, Z Ying." The man with sword-like eyebrows said loudly. "Lingxi Lake?" "The 6 fake dam families in Qingyun, the Lingxi Z family. Z Ying, the 5th elder of the Z family Z Ying." Lu Pingyan and Lu Ruai heard this, and their expressions were slightly condensed. When the other people in the caravan heard the 3 words Lingxi Lake, they were also surprised and a little flustered. They didn't expect to be blocked by the fake dam family. The name of the Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain is well known in Lingxi Lake. But there has always been an unwritten rule among our families, that is, if you want to establish a chamber of commerce, you need to weigh your strength. So Z, on behalf of the family today, came to learn from you, Daoyao's magical powers. If Daoyao is extraordinary, my Lingxi Z family will not only support your Lu family to establish a chamber of commerce, but also apologize for today's impoliteness. If Daoyao does not have this strength, it is better to retreat. After all, there are other forces behind to stop you, and they may even set up an ambush and kill you secretly. Ziying looked at Lu Pingyan in front of him and said loudly. Originally, his Z family was unwilling to interfere in the affairs of the Lu family Chamber of Commerce. But after hearing about the Red Leaf Valley Market, they realized that Qingzhu Mountain was not simple. So they came to test the strength of Qingzhu Mountain. If in addition to the Lu Changsheng couple who are comparable to the fake pill real people, and Lu Wangshu who is comparable to the peak of the foundation building, there are other top combat forces, then Qingzhu Mountain has the power of the fake pill level. In this case, the Lingxi Lake of Wazi family is far away from the Qingzhu Mountain, so there is no need to make enemies, and they can cooperate deeply. I wonder what fellow Taoist Zi wants to learn. Lu Pingyan, tall and majestic, took a step forward and replied. He did not reject the other party's direct approach and stated his purpose. After all, it is easy to dodge an open spear, but it is difficult to defend against an arrow from the dark. Compared with such an open attack, it is much better than those who hide in the dark. I heard that this caravan is led by fellow Taoist Lu and the mistress of the noble Lu family. No need for anything else, as long as you can beat the 3 of us, Ziying said. He had already investigated Lu Pingyan's strength. He was in the early stage of foundation building, but because of the second-level body refining, his combat power was among the best in the middle stage of foundation building. Relying on spiritual tools, he was even comparable to some late-stage foundation building. As for Ling Xiao's strength, he didn't know. But with the Red Leaf Valley Market, his Z family felt that since Lu Changsheng dared to send 2 people to take this first trip, he suspected that the 2 were not as simple as they seemed. My aunt doesn't like fighting, so I'll do it, Lu Pingyan said, wanting to show that he could fight 3 people alone. However, Lu Ruai next to him immediately said, Big brother. My brother and I will learn from you, Taoist Z. Lu Pingyan knew that his sister was also here to gain experience, so he immediately changed his words. Of course. Ziying glanced at Lu Ruai and nodded with a smile. He just noticed Lu Ruai. He didn't remember that there was such a foundation building cultivator in the information of Qingzhu Mountain. 3 foundation building cultivators, no wonder they are so confident. It seems that Qingzhu Mountain has hidden a lot of foundation building cultivators over the years, and now it is difficult to support them and maintain them, so they are in a hurry to set up a chamber of commerce and auction the foundation building pills again. Ziying thought to himself. At this time, Lu Lingxiao and Lu Ling walked out of the car and looked at the situation in front of them. If it weren't for his mother's words, Lu Lingxiao would have wanted to fight. Big pot, Sister Ruai, come on. Lu Ling, wearing a red dress and 2 wind fire wheels, shouted, dispersing the somewhat solemn atmosphere. Okay. Lu Pingyan smiled at Lu Ling. Then he sent a voice message to Lu Lingxiao, Lingxiao, look here. Although the other party looked upright, who knows if he will play tricks, so you still have to be a little careful. Don't worry, big brother. Lu Lingxiao nodded. Ling Xiao was still sitting in the carriage elegantly and dignifiedly, quietly looking at the situation outside. She didn't plan to take action this time. On the one hand, Her cultivation was not high, only the 4th level of foundation building. On the other hand, the technique she practiced was the 12 capitals of heavenly demons and magical arts. If she took action with all her strength, she would be killed. Of course, it was Lu Changsheng who told her about Lu Pinggan's combat power, so she didn't need to take action. After a while, Lu Pinggan's black dragon magic power flowed, and a silver armor with a sharp luster appeared on his tall and burly body, and a black dragon halberd as black as ink appeared in his hand. Next to him, Lu Rui's tall body also appeared in a golden armor, the whole body was shining, the rays of light flowed, and a golden small sword was offered. "Brother, Daddy said that when you go home, there will be this kind of armor, brother will look good in it." Lu Ling looked at the armor of Lu Pinggan and Lu Rui, and said happily to Lu Ling Xiao next to him. She liked this kind of armor very much. But Daddy said that it couldn't be used now, and it wouldn't be used. He would make it for her when her cultivation was higher. Yes. Lu Ling Xiao nodded slightly. He was not looking forward to this kind of armor. Instead, he was looking forward to the attacking spiritual weapon his father mentioned. "Fellow Taoist Z, please." Lu Pinggan looked at Zi Ying and the other two and said aloud. He was wearing a silver armor, holding a black dragon halberd, his spine was as straight as a mountain, and he looked heroic and majestic. "Fellow Taoist Lu, please." Zi Ying looked at Lu Pinggan in front of him, his eyes narrowed slightly, and then glanced at the two people next to him, and they all offered their magic weapons and soared into the sky. Roar! Zi Ying made a gesture with his hands, and a stream of water vapor rose and spread, forming a ferocious dragon snake, killing Lu Pinggan. Two people beside him, one holding a small drum, slapped his palm, and a series of mines appeared and killed the two. During the flight, these mines actually slowly blended with the water dragon, increasing their power. The two were practicing similar skills, so they attacked at the same time, and their power was far greater than usual. The last person drove a blue flying sword to kill. "Rui, you are in the rear sweep formation." Facing such an attack, Lu Pinggan took a step forward with a strong figure. Boom! The breath of the fierce physique of the monster was filled, making the air seem a little heavy. The black dragon halberd in his hand instantly burst out with an extremely gorgeous light and swung forward. Although he was a mid-stage second-level body refiner to the outside world. But this caravan obviously couldn't continue to hide his shortcomings. My father also told me that there was no need to hide my shortcomings. So Lu Pinggan used the 7th level of body refinement directly in this attack. As for the 8th level, the quasi-3rd level body refining, it was too shocking, but he still knew the limit. Boom! The slash of the black dragon halberd seemed to tear the sky and the earth apart, directly breaking the steaming dragon into two. Then, a force of wind and thunder lingered on the black halberd, and with a horizontal strike, it directly defeated the mines and flying swords that came to kill. Such a physique. Zi Ying's eyelids jumped suddenly when he saw Lu Pinggan's explosive physical aura. He immediately pinched his hands to make the steam that was broken gather like a silver dragon waterfall, trying to entangle Lu Pinggan's black dragon halberd. Lu Pinggan held a black dragon halberd in his big hand and turned it suddenly, causing the halberd to tremble wildly, like the sound of metal and iron, stirring up the silver dragon. Then the blood in his body burst like a river, and the angry dragon came out of the abyss, causing the strong muscles under the silver armor to emit a thin golden light. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Pinggan's body was full of wind and thunder, and the blood on his head was like a wolf smoke, rising straight into the sky, like a mighty army, killing Zi Ying and the other two. Seeing this scene, Lu Rui drove his flying sword with a confused look. "Where am I? What should I do? Big Brother broke the offensive of 3 people alone, how can I raid the formation? Big Brother is more like raiding for me. But Big Brother is too powerful. Wow, Big Brother is so powerful." Lu Ling looked at Lu Pinggan like this and applauded excitedly. "It's just a little strange, why didn't Big Brother use his fists, but punch directly? Is this the 8th level of the 100 refining treasure body art? I wonder if Sister Wangshu's talisman can break Big Brother's body." Lu Ling Xiao looked at the tall and majestic back of his big brother, with a golden luster in the depths of his pupils, thinking in his heart. Big Brother is so powerful. Hiss, this must be the 2nd level top level body refining. Uncle Pinggan is so strong. The other Lu family members of Qingzhu Mountain and Qingzhu Mountain were all shocked when they saw this scene, and then they were surprised and excited. Knowing that Lu Pinggan was in charge, this business trip was basically stable. Qingzhu Mountain Lu family, what a Qingzhu Mountain Lu family, No wonder they dared to establish a chamber of commerce at this time. Ziying saw Lu Pingyan, who was so imposing, and his face changed slightly, full of solemnity. He pinched his hands, and his own life spirit weapon Handan Pearl flew out, blooming with a frosty glow. This frosty air and the water vapor of his hands pinched his hands and rotated, forming a series of ice dragons that killed Lu Pingyan. Boom boom boom, Lu Pingyan's face was calm, and he swung the black dragon halberd in his hand. Every blow was as heavy as a mountain, as if it crushed the void, breaking the ice dragon into pieces and turning it into ice slag and water vapor all over the sky. Seeing Lu Pingyan, who was so strong and domineering, like a god or a demon, killing him in front of him, Ziying immediately said, "Daoyalu, Z admits defeat." He had already seen that it would not be easy for the three of them to defeat Lu Pingyan, unless they fought hard. But the two families had no grudges, so there was no need to make a big fuss over this matter. Besides, the purpose of his trip was to test the strength of Qingzhu Mountain. Now, Lu Pingyan has proved through his strength that Qingzhu Mountain has a fighting power that is not weaker than that of the fake Dam family. In addition to Lu Changsheng, Lu Maioji and his wife, who are comparable to the fake Dan Xianren. There are also body-refining cultivators like Lu Pingyan who truly have the fighting power of the late stage of foundation building. Not like Lu Wongshu, a foundation-building cultivator who relies on talismans and external objects. And the number of people who have built the foundation in Qingzhu Mountain is estimated to be 10, which can no longer be underestimated and deserves the recognition of their Z family. Z Daoyao, thank you. Seeing this, Lu Pingyan smiled faintly on his handsome and heroic face. Daoyalu, I'm sorry for offending you today. This is a gift from my Z family. Please accept it. Ziying took out a brocade box from the storage bag and handed it to Lu Pingyan. Daoyao Z, you are too polite. Lu Pingyan knew that accepting the gift meant that the grudge was over, so he reached out to take the gift box. Daoyalu, if the nobles have any business cooperation, you can come to my Linksy Lake Z family at any time if you need it. This is my Linksy Lake token. Daoyalu can send someone to my Linksy Lake with this token. Ziying continued, handing out a token. Okay, thank you very much, Daoyao. Lu Pingyan nodded, took the token, and looked at it. On one side was written the word Linksy and on the other side was written the word Z. I heard that Daoyalu is not married yet. All the daughters of my Z family are dignified and elegant, virtuous and kind. If Daoyalu is interested, Z can make the decision. Ziying looked at Lu Pingyan in front of him and suddenly spoke out. He had seen the general information of Qingzhu Mountain before. I remember that the eldest son of the Lu family was not very old, and seemed to be only 60 years old. At this age, the initial stage of foundation building was indeed average. But at this age, the body refining in the late second stage was very amazing. You know, body refining is a few points more difficult than key refining, and it takes a lot of time and energy. Lu Pingyan in front of him has such a body refining strength, and he must have obtained some great opportunities. In the future, he may be able to break through the fake pill with his body refining strength. If the two families can get married early, it will be a great thing for his Z family. Lu is currently practicing with all my heart and has not considered marriage for the time being. Lu Pingyan's face twitched slightly. He didn't expect Ziying in front of him to jump to the topic so quickly. Okay, if you are free, you can come to my Z family as a guest, and the two families can visit more often. Ziying looked regretful, but still very polite. He said that there will be other family forces targeting their Qingzhu Mountain in the future, and Lu Pingyan should be more careful. He even hinted that the things in the Red Leaf Valley market may be related to the Sima family. After the two chatted for a while, Ziying went forward to greet Lu Ruiyi for a while, and then greeted Ling Zixio before saying goodbye and leaving. The Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain, the eldest son of the Lu family, Lu Pingyan. The Lu couple of Qingzhu Mountain are comparable to the fake Dan Xianren, and even when Lu Changsheng's talisman formation is out, ordinary fake Dan Xianren are not their opponents. Now there is another Lu Pingyan. This kind of body training combat power is simply amazing, and the rise of Qingzhu Mountain is already unstoppable. Ziying stood on the spirit boat, full of emotion. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Qingzhu Mountain was not simple. He even suspected that Lu Changsheng and Lu Maioji were more than that. After all, Lu Changsheng's daughter Lu Wongshu, relying on the inheritance of the talisman, had such amazing combat power. Lu Changsheng might really be as rumored in the early years, relying on the talisman formation to threaten or even kill the fake Dan Xianren. Don't spread this matter. At this time, Ziying looked at his nephew and the guest worshipper and said aloud. Although he is on good terms with Qingzhu Mountain and hopes that the two families will cooperate, he is also very happy to see Qingzhu Mountain fight with several other major forces, especially the Sima family and the Yuan family. As old-fashioned fake pill families, these two families have always acted in a domineering manner, and they don't want to see new fake pill families appear. They suffered losses in the Red Leaf Valley market before, and I'm afraid they will be ruthless this time. If Qingzhu Mountain and these two families are at odds and fight fiercely, his Z family can also gain benefits from it. I didn't use my full strength just now, and this Lu Pingyan probably didn't use his full strength either. And the mistress of the Lu family, except for the time when Lu Changsheng took over the Yu family's Qingzhu Mountain, she has never taken action again. Now she comes to sit in the caravan, which is definitely not simple. Ziying thought to himself, and even looked forward to the Lu family caravan encountering other forces later. If the two sides fight and get angry, it will be interesting. Chapter 429 Yuan Family, Sima Family. After Ziying and the others left, Lu Ruai looked at her elder brother blankly and said, "Brother, how strong are you?" She was stationed in Qingzhu Mountain in her early years and often asked Lu Pingyan for advice. They even had many exchanges. She knew that her elder brother's strength was extraordinary. But she didn't expect that her elder brother's strength would be so amazing. She had read some information about the 6 major fake pill families before and knew that Ziying was at the 7th or 8th level of foundation building. Even if it was just a test and he didn't go all out, the elder brother had the upper hand in a moment, which also showed that the elder brother had the strength of the late stage of foundation building or even the peak of foundation building. Doesn't this mean that the elder brother's strength has surpassed that of his father? No, Wang Shu is so powerful, and his father may really be able to suppress the fake pill master by using the talisman array as rumored. I made a small breakthrough in my body training some time ago. Lu Pingyan didn't explain too much and smiled slightly. After that, he added, it's better to fight quickly and decisively. If you encounter ordinary foundation building later, Big Brother will help you. Ruai understands. Lu Ruai nodded, knowing that it would be difficult for her to intervene in the battle just now, and she might even drag down her big brother. Big Pot, why didn't you use the shaking mountain fist? Lu Ling stepped on the wind and fire wheels and came to her big brother, asking curiously. She has been practicing boxing with Lu Pingyan, and she also wants to see the actual combat of this set of boxing. Xiao wants to see boxing, Big Brother will use boxing next time. Lu Pingyan put away the black dragon halberd and said with a smile. Then he came to a gorgeous carriage and handed the token given by the Z family to Ling Xiao. Lingxi Z family, okay, I will write back later about the Z family's affairs and let my family take care of the arrangements. Ling Xiao took the token, looked at it for a few times, and smiled slightly, elegant and dignified. Then she looked at her son Lu Xiao and said, Xiao, you are also practicing the 100 refining treasure body art. If you have any doubts about body refining, you can ask your eldest brother for more advice. Although she knew Lu Pingyan's strength, she had never seen him. Just now, even she was a little surprised. Pingyan has been practicing for only 40 years, right? Ling Xiao still remembered that Lu Pingyan had not detected his spiritual roots in his early years. When he just returned to Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Changsheng asked him to teach him how to practice the purple yang true art. Unknowingly, the other party has grown to this point, which is amazing. Mother, I understand. Lu Xiao nodded seriously. Knowing that he only has a physical body in his body refining, he lacks the means to use his strength. When facing problems in practice, Lu Pingyan never keeps them to himself, and he speaks out to instruct his younger brothers and sisters. In addition to instructing Lu Ruai and Lu Xiao, Lu Pingyan also cares about other brothers and sisters, several children of Qingzhu Mountain, and children of the Lu family who have no spiritual roots. After the caravan arrived at the current destination, it stopped outside the other party's mountain gate to trade. In addition to selling goods, the caravan will also ask the other party if they have anything to sell and purchase. In this process, it is very easy to pick up bargains. Picking up bargains does not mean that you must pick up precious treasures. Like some things worth dozens or hundreds of spirit stones, but they are regarded as scraps. A few spirit stones are also considered to be picking up bargains. Originally, the Chamber of Commerce would earn spirit stones by picking up people along the way. But the Lu family caravan's main purpose this time was to make a name for itself and open up trade routes, not entirely for profit, so no one was picked up. On the way, in addition to monsters, there are occasionally some robbers and mountain bandits occupying the top of the mountain. In this case, generally give some spirit stones as tolls. If there is a foundation building cultivator sitting in charge, the foundation building spiritual pressure will naturally leak out and the problem can be solved. As for fighting and killing, it will not be the case. Doing business is about making money in harmony. And many of these robbers are small family forces in the surrounding area. If we kill these robbers immediately, we will not be able to kill them, which will only cause trouble for our family. 7 days later, the caravan encountered another wave of attacks. This time, there were 3 foundation building cultivators, 1 in the late stage of foundation building and 2 in the early stage of foundation building. Unlike the previous Z family in Linxi, this wave of enemies did not say anything extra and just killed them. If Lu Pingyan had not been alert, even a member of the Lu family would have been in trouble. Faced with such a situation, Lu Pingyan did not say much politely and went straight to the front. Lu Ruiyi and Lu Lingxiao also took action directly, each against an early stage of foundation building. Lu Lingxiao came here to gain knowledge and skills on this business trip. When he encountered a situation, he would naturally take action. This Lu family chamber of commerce actually has 3, not 4 foundation building cultivators. Why is the Lu family mistress not seen? The old man in the late stage of foundation building was horrified. Unexpectedly, in the Red Leaf Valley market incident not long ago, a foundation building Lu Wangshu appeared in Qingzhu Mountain, and now 2 inexplicable foundation building cultivators have appeared. But what shocked him the most was Lu Pingyan's combat power. Seeing that the other party was not as rumored, he immediately wanted to leave and pass the news back to the clan. But how could Lu Pingyan let him leave like this and fight with him? Next to him, Lu Ruiyi and Lu Lingxiao faced a foundation building cultivator respectively, and kept fighting. These 2 foundation building cultivators were not simple. They had the 3rd level of foundation building cultivation. They were old-fashioned foundation building cultivators with rich experience in fighting. Lu Lingxiao had just broken through the foundation building technique and barely got started. He did not have a spiritual weapon at hand. He relied entirely on his mana foundation, the destruction flame, and the 2nd level body refining to fight the other party evenly. But his eyes were amazing, with a golden luster, constantly seeing through the opponent's weaknesses, so as to find opportunities and gradually gain the upper hand. As for Lu Ruiyi, he had no advantage. Even as the 2 sides fought, he gradually fell into disadvantage and barely supported himself with his spiritual weapon. I can't go on, let's go. After fighting with Lu Pingyan for several rounds, the old man in the late stage of foundation building directly gave up the other 2, activated a talisman, and prepared to escape alone. Want to leave? Seeing this, Lu Pingyan said to his sister who was riding on the wind and fire wheels in the distance, Ziohe, watch out. Shake the mountain. Lu Pingyan clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and on his tall body, there were complex and profound patterns like chains, like dragons and snakes swimming, bringing boundless power. Endless surging blood suddenly gushed out like a volcanic eruption, making the air heavy, like a mountain falling, pressing on the old man in front of him, causing him to sink suddenly. The spine rose and fell like a big dragon, and the fist that gathered infinite power was swung out. Bang bang bang, the mighty sound wave fist force blew up the air layer by layer, and then bombarded the old man who wanted to escape. The terrifying force instantly blew up the old man's defensive magic weapon, and his body suddenly exploded into a ball of blood mist. Seeing the blood mist in front of him, Lu Pingyan suddenly realized that this kind of battle scene seemed a bit cruel to his sister. He immediately clenched his hands, as if he was holding the air in all directions, and the blood mist in front of him dissipated. This. The other 2 foundation building early stage cultivators had been observing the old man and Lu Pingyan, thinking about when to retreat. Seeing this scene, they were immediately scared out of their wits. What the hell? The leader of their family was killed by a punch. For a moment, the 2 of them fell into an ice cellar and had no intention of fighting. Lu Lingxiao took advantage of this gap, and the destruction flame in his hand turned into a black firebird, which suddenly blasted out and burned the old man in front of him. Spare my life, fellow Taoists, spare my life. The man who was fighting with Lu Ruiyi hurriedly shouted loudly, begging for mercy, knowing that if he continued to fight, he would only die. Pingyan, ask them which force they are from. Ling Xiao's voice sounded in Lu Pinggan's mind. Yes, and. Lu Pinggan heard this, raised his hand to suppress the man, and asked for information. Faced with such a situation, the man did not dare to hide anything and told all the information. He said that he was just a casual cultivator named Zhou Datun. He heard that there was such a job. No matter whether it succeeded or not, he could get a second-level breakthrough pill, so he took this job. The old man before was most likely from the Yuan family of Qingyun Mountain. One of the 6 fake pill families, the Yuan family of Qingyun Mountain. Casual cultivators. When Lu Pinggan, Lu Ruiyi and others heard this, they immediately understood what the Yuan family was thinking. This was deliberately looking for 2 casual cultivators to test. As long as there was an accident, the old man would abandon the 2 and run away alone. Even if the 2 were captured and pointed out that it was the Yuan family's doing, this witness would not count at all. Besides, the Yuan family didn't believe that Qingzhu Mountain would dare to cause trouble for them. To Taoist friends, I really don't know too much about this matter. I have no intention of offending the nobles. This is all my belongings. I am willing to use it as compensation. Zhou Datun pleaded, and his intestines were really green with regret. If you want to live, you can. My Lu family chamber of commerce is just beginning and is in need of manpower. As long as you sign the contract and serve as a bodyguard for Qingzhu Mountain for 20 years, I will give you freedom afterwards. At this moment, a gentle and elegant voice sounded. Ling Xiao, who was wearing a lake blue dress and had identified an elegant appearance, walked out of the carriage and looked at Zhou Datun calmly. Although there are many foundation-building monks in Qingzhu Mountain now, but to establish a chamber of commerce, manpower is still needed. If you pay for guest officials to serve, with the current reputation of Qingzhu Mountain, you can indeed invite a few. But if you pay for bodyguards, the cost of the offering will be too high, and it is not worth it at present. Since there are foundation-building monks who are now delivered to the door, Ling Xiao will naturally not be polite. Bodyguard, 20 years. Zhou Datun's face changed slightly when he heard this. For a foundation-building monk, 20 years is not very long. But the problem is not the 20 years, but the bodyguards. You know, bodyguards escort caravans and goods, and travel outside for many years, which is a dangerous job. Especially now that the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain is in the limelight, many forces are eyeing them covetously, and there might be an accident one day. You have no choice now, die, or serve me for Qingzhu Mountain for 20 years. Ling Xiao's beautiful eyes were bright, like autumn water, and he looked at Zhou Datun calmly, giving people an indescribable majesty and nobility. I do. Zhou Datun knew that he had no choice now, and the whole person agreed as if he was deflated. Immediately, Ling Xiao signed a spiritual contract with the other party and took out a blood contract. It is difficult for a casual cultivator like Zhou Datun to make another half step in his cultivation. So he chose to give up cultivation and pay some price. The second-level spiritual contract is really difficult to bind him. But the blood contract is different. This kind of blood contract is extremely domineering. As long as the other party dares to betray and tear up the blood contract, it can directly cause the other party's foundation to collapse. In addition to the blood contract, Ling Xiao also plans to let Li Xingguo, his own husband, study it after returning to see if there is a poison pill that can be detoxified once every 1 or 2 years. With such multiple guarantees, it can be more stable. Blood contract. Zhou Datun's face turned pale when he saw the blood contract in front of him. He knew that once he signed the blood contract in front of him, his life would be completely in the hands of the other party. But in the current situation, he had no choice but to force out his blood and sign the blood contract. As long as you work hard for my Qingzhu Mountain, I might as well give you your freedom in advance. If you make a contribution, let alone the second-level breaking pill, even the second-level advanced breaking pill, my Qingzhu Mountain has it. Ling Xiao put away the spirit contract and the blood contract, and said lightly. Then he returned to the carriage with an elegant posture. Although Zhou Datun knew that this was just a pie in the sky, he still had some hope in his heart and began to comfort himself. Thinking that the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain was so extraordinary, in addition to the Lu couple, there were actually such top cultivators. If he worked hard, he might really get some benefits. Big pot, don't use boxing next time, you'll be beaten to death. At this time, Lu Ling said to his eldest brother, thinking that the punch just now was too brutal. Okay. Lu Pinggan smiled awkwardly. Lu Ruiyi, who was standing next to him, glanced at Lu Lingxiao and was somewhat silent. It was fine for the eldest brother to kill a foundation-building cultivator with one punch. This younger brother, who had just broken through the foundation, killed a foundation-building cultivator without a spiritual weapon. And himself. As the caravan continued to move forward, Ling Zixiao taught his son Lu Lingxiao, Xiao, when you are in charge of family affairs in the future, you need to remember the 4 words: use kindness and power. As for how to use kindness and power, you need to grasp it yourself. Although Zhou Dutun signed a blood contract, he has not yet surrendered and lacks loyalty. On the way, you can try to use kindness and power to subdue him. You can use power yourself or through your eldest brother. Ling Zixiao's eyes were bright, as if looking through the carriage at Lu Pingyan and Zhou Dutun. Although her son was not interested in family affairs. But in her opinion, these things, lack of interest and not understanding, are 2 concepts. Use both kindness and force. Lu Lingxiao heard his mother's words, glanced at Zhou Dutun on the pack animal, nodded, and his mind flashed back to the look and expression of his mother facing Zhou Dutun just now. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have never seen this side of his mother at home. At the same time, Qingyun Mountain. Master, it's bad, the soul tablet of the 4th elder is broken. The elder of the Yuan family, who was guarding the ancestral hall, came to report in a hurry. What? The soul tablet of the 4th elder is broken. How is this possible? When the head of the Yuan family heard this, his eyes widened immediately, full of disbelief. The 4th elder of his family has the cultivation of the 7th level of foundation building, and his combat power is extraordinary. Even ordinary people at the peak of foundation building can hardly kill him. This trip out was just to test the strength of the Lu family caravan in Qingzhu Mountain. How could he die outside? The Lu family only has 2 foundation building cultivators. Even if they are hidden, there are only 3 foundation building cultivators. How could they possibly kill the 4th elder? And the 4th elder also invited 2 foundation building cultivators to help him on this trip. The head of the Yuan family still couldn't believe the news. But when he arrived at the ancestral hall and found that the soul tablet of his 4th elder was broken, he immediately notified his family of the matter and sent someone to investigate the matter. 9 days later, the Lu family caravan was traveling on the road. Huh? In the carriage behind a pack animal, Ling Zixiao suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and looked at a compass in her hand. This formation compass is not used to set up formations, but to sense formations. After all, on the way to trade, there may be robbers who set up formations in advance and set up ambushes. If you enter the formation set up by others, even if your strength is 1 level higher, it is very dangerous and passive. Save, Ruai, Lingxiao, be alert. Ling Zixiao shouted at the beginning, ordering the caravan to stop. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew in the forest, making a whistling sound. Buzz. Suddenly, a yellowish-brown luster flowed in the sky, and a huge dark yellow mountain suddenly came down from the sky, with a terrifying might. Not good. Lu Pingyan was alert at the first moment, and his blood and ki surged. His tall and burly body soared into the sky and lifted up the mountain in the sky. Woo woo woo. The carriages around the beasts of burden formed a light curtain at this moment. But facing this powerful aura, these beasts of burden still whimpered and wailed. Swish. As soon as Lu Pingyan appeared, a golden arrow suddenly shot at him, with a sharp and compelling aura. Even though he knew that his elder brother's body training was amazing, Lu Ruai still activated a 2nd-level golden light talisman for him at the first time. Clang. A sound of gold and iron clashing sounded by itself, and the golden arrow hit the golden light talisman like a stone breaking the sky, directly breaking the golden light talisman. Boom. Lu Pingyan directly lifted the yellowish-brown mountain above his head, and then his palm slapped like a millstone, knocking away the arrow that broke the golden light talisman. The Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain, what a great Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain, they are indeed extraordinary. Lu Pingyan, the eldest son of the Lu family, it is rumored that you are in the middle stage of the 2nd stage of body refining. Now it seems that the rumor is not only wrong, but also completely wrong. You have already reached the late stage of the 2nd stage of body refining. Tisk tisk tisk, your Lu family is really well hidden. I thought Lu Wangshu is the pillar of your Lu family, but now it seems that you, Lu Pingyan, are the real pillar of the Lu family. No wonder Lu Changsheng dared to trust you to lead the caravan. At this time, 4 figures walked out and stood side by side. One of them had a yellowish-brown hill hanging over his head, one held a bow and arrow, One held a feather fan, and another held a formation plate in his hand. They all looked very young and had extraordinary temperament. Lu Rui, Lu Lingxiao, and Zhou Datung immediately came to Lu Pingyan and looked at the 4 people in front of them. Huh? 3 foundation building people. Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. No wonder your Lu family has the confidence to establish a chamber of commerce and make such a big fuss. The young man holding the feather fan paused, then laughed out loud. Zuan Wuridge Sima family, Sima 4 heroes. Lu Rui looked at the 4 people in front of him and immediately recognized their identities. The 4 were not only from the Sima family, but also brothers from the same mother. The 4 brothers all have spiritual roots and are gifted. They have broken through the foundation, which is very rare in the world of immortal cultivation. Moreover, the 4 have a lot of opportunities and extraordinary strength. They have killed a great cultivator in the late stage of foundation building. Not only in the Qingyun territory, but also in the world of immortal cultivation in Jiang State, they are quite famous. Lu Rui did not expect that the Sima family would be so blatant to attack their own caravan. Like the Z family before, they came here just to test. If they have enough strength, they can even apologize and discuss cooperation. Although the Yuan family directly killed, they still concealed their identity information. But the Sima family in front of them did not cover up at all. They came to kill and intercepted their own caravan. This is completely disregarding their own family and not caring about their face. I heard that the Sima family and the Jin family have some friendship. Now that my family has a good relationship with the Jin family, it makes sense for the Sima family to take direct action. Lu Rui thought to himself, and immediately told his eldest brother, Lu Lingxiao, about the situation of the Sima 4. Then he saw Zhou Datung next to him and told him about the 4 people. Chapter 430. What's wrong with my Lu family producing a few people with great luck? Since you know our brothers' names, I'll give you a chance now. Go back to Qingzhu Mountain as soon as possible. The affairs of the Chamber of Commerce are not something your Lu family can get involved in. The young man holding a feather fan said coldly, and a breath of Qingming air lingered in the feather fan in his hand. Although the 4 of them were conceited, they saw that Lu Pingyan was not simple after the simple fight just now, and they were not sure to kill him. What's more, the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain is famous for its talismans. No one knows how many talismans the Lu family children have in their hands, so they are still a little cautious. So this trip will just drive the Lu family back to Qingzhu Mountain. After all, in their view, Qingzhu Mountain has been secretly accumulating strength over the years and cultivating so many foundation-building monks, and has already exhausted its foundation. As long as the family cannot support these foundation-building monks, it will not take long for it to decline from prosperity. The Sima family is so overbearing. Damn it, if our family retreats, the Chamber of Commerce will not be able to do business at all. When the Lu family members next to the caravan heard this, they all looked angry, thinking that the Sima family was too overbearing, and then looked at Lu Pingyan's majestic figure. Now they can only hope that their eldest brother, uncle, can repel the 4 people. Rui, Lingxiao, and brother Zhou, be careful. Lu Pingyan said nothing more, and the black dragon halberd appeared in his hand. His burly and majestic body strode out and killed the 4 people in front of him. How dare you? Arrogant. You are simply courting death. The 4 Sima heroes saw that Lu Pingyan was actually killing the 4 of them alone, and their faces turned cold and their expressions were cold. In their opinion, Lu Pingyan is indeed very powerful. But fighting against the 4 of them alone is simply naked contempt. He doesn't take his 4 brothers into consideration at all. Buzz! Sima boy snorted coldly, and the small earthy yellow hill floating above his head suddenly grew larger, like a dark yellow mountain stretching between heaven and earth, suppressing Lu Pingyan. Boom! The dark yellow mountain made the heaven and earth seem a little heavier. The invisible pressure, wisps, permeated the world, making Lu Lingxiao, Lu Rui, and Zhou Datung not far away a little unstable. The pack animals of the caravan, the children of the Lu family, and the warriors also turned pale, their blood boiling, and it was difficult to breathe under this invisible pressure. Buzz buzz buzz, at this moment, beams of light shot up from the caravan's cargo box and condensed into an invisible light curtain, covering the caravan. Array master. Sima Shu, holding the array plate, looked at a carriage of the caravan with his eyes slightly narrowed. In Qingzhu Mountain, the mistress of the Lu family, Ling Xiao, is a master of formations. Third brother, it seems that the formation you set up was noticed by this woman. MRS. Lu hasn't come out yet, Is there something shameful? Sima Zhuang and Sima Ji also looked at the carriage, as if they wanted to see Ling Zixiao inside through the carriage. Ping'an, there is no need to waste time with them, let's fight quickly. At this time, an elegant and pleasant voice came from the carriage. The voice was very plain, but it was clearly heard by everyone. No need to waste time? Fight quickly? Are all the people of the Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain so arrogant? Even if Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj are here, they dare not talk to us brothers like this. The Sima four heroes looked cold, and the eldest Sima Bo's blood was rolling and surging, exuding a physique like a monster, and said in a deep voice. He was also a physical cultivator. You are worthy of calling my father and aunt directly. Lu Ping'an heard this, and his eyes were also a little cold. The four people in front of him were too arrogant. Not only did they kill him in person, they almost killed the children of their own caravan, and now they insulted their father and aunt. He was majestic, wearing silver armor, his eyes were filled with wind and thunder, and every move he made was like a thunder god of war. Wind and thunder, open the mountain. Lu Ping'an threw out a black dragon halberd, his right arm rose, his blood and ki surged, gathering endless wind and thunder, and it seemed that a huge axe formed on his head. Since you want to die, the four of us brothers will fulfill your wish. Sima Bo's majestic body was flowing with a dark yellow luster, which made people feel heavy like a mountain. When he took action, he seemed to be integrated with the dark yellow mountains that spanned the sky and the earth. He was indeed extraordinary. His body refining had already entered the late second stage, and he had the 6th level of foundation building. If Lu Ping'an's Balian Baodi Ju had not broken through the 8th level, he might not be able to suppress him. Facing the four brothers, he would definitely suffer. But at this time, Lu Ping'an did not hold back, and the quasi 3rd level physique blasted out directly. Boom! The huge axe surrounded by wind and thunder suddenly collided with the Zhuangheong mountain, and immediately a terrifying and earth-shaking might broke out. The violent and domineering endless divine power burst out, as if to destroy everything along the way, causing the Zhuangheong mountain across the sky to tremble constantly, and almost cracks appeared. Not good. Third brother, fourth brother, do it. Sima Zhuang, who was holding a feather fan, changed his face and immediately realized that something was wrong. His eldest brother's fist was not a match for Lu Ping'an in front of him. He was defeated by Lu Ping'an's fist. He didn't dare to think too much, and suddenly fanned the feather fan in his hand, and the lingering Qingming wind instantly blew towards Lu Ping'an. Clang clang clang. This Qingming wind was a kind of strong wind, hitting Lu Ping'an's body like a steel blade, and bursts of metal clanging sounded. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sima Ji, who was holding a bow and arrow next to him, pulled the bowstring, and a series of extremely sharp golden arrows shot out, piercing through the void, and shot towards Lu Ping'an with murderous intent. As for Sima Shu, who was holding a compass, his eyes narrowed slightly, looking at the caravan below, and sacrificed a magic bead, trying to break Ling Zixiao's formation. As a formation master, he knew that such a caravan formation was completely supported by spirit stones, with limited power and could not last long. Since he had started, he would naturally not hold back. The four brothers were all extraordinary in strength and had their own strengths. Ordinary people at the peak of foundation building would die in their hands. Brother Lu Lingxiao and Lu Ruiyi saw this scene and did not retreat. Although they were not strong enough to help. But in this situation, it was impossible to watch their eldest brother being besieged by four people. Cry. Lu Lingxiao made a seal with both hands, and the flames of destruction in front of him burned fiercely, turning into black firebirds that killed the golden arrows. Lu Ruiyi summoned her flying sword and rushed towards Sima Shu, who was holding the formation plate. As the opponent was a formation master, she had to interfere with him if he wanted to break the formation. Zhou Datun was so shocked when he saw this scene. He didn't expect that he would meet the famous foundation building cultivator Sima Siji just after signing the blood contract with the Lu family. He felt that it was not right to take action in the current situation, and it was not right not to take action. After all, if he took action, he would probably be killed by Sima Siji later. But if he didn't take action, his blood contract would still be in Ling Zixiao's hands. Damn, why was I so greedy at that time? Zhou Datun kept complaining in his heart, but he still chose to take action, summoned his flying sword, radiated a brilliant light, and rushed towards Sima Ji. A few small fish dared to interfere. Sima Zhang looked at the three people coldly, and the 5 colored rays of light from the feather fan in his hand flowed, forming a series of 5 colored strong winds, tearing the air and killing the three people directly. Foundation-building cultivators like Lu Rui, Lu Lingxiao, and Zhou Datun were not taken seriously by the Sima 4. They were usually small cultivators that could be easily beaten and killed. Ping'an, don't be distracted, kill the person in front of you first. At this time, in the carriage where Ling Zixiao was, in addition to Ling Zixiao and Lu Ling, there was also a woman who looked exactly like Ling Zixiao. But compared to Ling Zixiao, this woman seemed to have a little more charm between her eyebrows. As soon as the words fell, Sima Bo, who was fighting against Lu Ping'an tenaciously, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his consciousness and was in a trance. Crack! The Zhuanghuang mountain suddenly cracked at this moment. Then, bang! Lu Ping'an's fist was like a thunder axe that opened up the world, slashing down and breaking the strong wind. Accompanied by a tragic wail, Sima Bo's powerful body like a monster exploded directly under this punch. Big brother! The other three were horrified when they saw this scene. They didn't understand what happened just now. How could their big brother be defeated in an instant? Spiritual consciousness secret technique. This is a spiritual consciousness secret technique. Be careful. Ling Zixiao. The Sima 4 heroes were able to make such a reputation, naturally extraordinary. They realized what was going on in an instant. Their big brother must have been ambushed and attacked by the spiritual consciousness secret technique, so he was distracted and lost. Otherwise, no matter how strong and domineering Lu Ping'an was in front of him, it would be impossible for him to kill his big brother with one punch under the siege of his brothers. Let's go quickly. The Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain is in big trouble. Although the three brothers were sad, they also realized at this moment that Lu Ping'an's physical body combined with Ling Zixiao's spiritual consciousness secret technique, their brothers might not be able to resist. Who? Sima Zhang waved the 5-colored feather fan in his hand continuously, and gusts of strong wind swept through, like a vast ocean, covering this area, buying time for the three of them to escape. There's a formation ahead. Ping'an, kill the person holding the formation plate. Ling Zixiao's calm voice sounded in the carriage, and it was seen that the three people would use the formation to escape. Buzz buzz buzz. Sima Shu, who was holding the formation plate, was instantly horrified when he heard this. Then, a small bell in his mind trembled wildly, indicating that a spiritual attack was attacking his soul. Jidan spiritual consciousness, this. How is this possible? Sima Shu looked terrified. The small bell in his mind was a spiritual secret treasure that could guard his mind and resist spiritual attacks. But at this time, this spiritual consciousness had exceeded the endurance limit of his secret treasure. In an instant, Sima Shu felt a sharp pain in his head and was in a trance. Puff! Lu Ping'an had a majestic posture, glowing with golden treasure light. He directly ignored Sima Zhuang's 5-color wind, stood in it, and punched Sima Shu directly, hitting his body and bursting it into a pile of blood mud. Even though Sima Shu was wearing a robe and had a spiritual weapon to automatically protect him, in this moment of trance, all his defenses and protective shields were destroyed by Lu Ping'an's golden fist. Third brother. Sima Zhuang and Sima Ji were so shocked and unbelievable when they saw this scene. But at this moment, the two were already scared and had no intention of fighting. The two brothers ran away separately, because they knew that if they ran away together at this time, it might be more dangerous. Ping'an, the person holding the feather fan. Xiao, the person holding the bow and arrow. Ling Zixiao continued to speak in the carriage. Both of them who had turned into escape light and escape were injured in their consciousness and suddenly froze. Puff! Lu Ping'an flew out, his fist flowing with golden light, and blasted Sima Zhuang's body into pieces. Lu Lingxiao drove the destruction flame to kill Sima Ji. But even though Sima Ji was in great pain and in a trance, he still formed a protective shield around his body to resist Lu Lingxiao's annihilation flame. Boom! Lu Lingxiao imitated his elder brother, moving his blood and qi, and his body was full of precious light, and he punched out suddenly. But this punch only knocked Sima Ji back to the ground, spitting blood, but he did not die. Sima Ji also woke up a little from the pain in his consciousness through this attack, and looked at Lu Lingxiao with a ferocious face. But the next moment, puff! Lu Ping'an swung the black dragon halberd over, like a ferocious black dragon, falling from the sky, straight through Sima Ji's chest, nailing him to death. Lingxiao, you can ask your father more about how to combine your heaven and earth spirit fire with 100 refining treasure body art. Lu Ping'an looked at his younger brother next to him, patted him on the shoulder and said. He still clearly remembered that after the end of the Purple Nether secret realm, the ancestor of the Su family came to hunt him and his younger brother Lu Quanzhen. When facing the ancestor of the Su family, his father's body was burning with a purple-red spiritual fire, and then he killed the opponent with one punch. Although the spiritual fire of his younger brother Lu Lingxiao is not as amazing as his father's, it is not impossible to do so as long as he is given time to grow. Yes, big brother. After spending these days together, Lu Lingxiao admired his big brother. He also realized the domineering nature of the physical cultivation and the 100 refining treasure body art through him. When ordinary cultivators face the same level of magic, they must use robes and magic weapons to block the offensive. But his big brother just ignored the opponent's strong wind with his physical body, and even confronted the opponent's spiritual weapon arrows with his physical body. With such a fierce fighting style, cultivators of the same level cannot do anything unless they are besieged by many people or have some rare treasures. This Zhou Dutun saw Lu Pingyan, who was like a god and a demon in front of him, and his throat was dry and his heart was trembling. You know, he can only look up to the existence of Sima Siji on weekdays. But such a famous figure was easily killed by the eldest son of the Lu family. Once this news spreads, it will probably shock the entire Jing Kingdom's cultivation world. Because this is no longer a foundation-building battle force. This Lu family's eldest son is usually easy to talk to. He is in charge of the Lu family's Chamber of Commerce. If I do my job well, I might really be able to gain freedom, or even a second-level breakthrough pill. Zhou Dotun felt a little bit of submission at this time, and thought that it was not bad to submit to the Lu family. Is this the strength of the eldest brother? With the eldest brother here, what is there to fear on the road ahead? The other Lu family members escorting the caravan also broke free from their fear just now, and they were extremely excited. Although they had never heard of the Sima Four Heroes. But the spiritual pressure just now was the most terrifying power they had ever seen. Just a breath made their blood boil and it was difficult to breathe. But such existences were all killed by their eldest brother and uncle with punches. In this case, what is there to fear on the road ahead? Pingyan, thank you for your hard work. At this time, Ling Zixiao glanced at the thousand-faced fox puppet next to him, walked out of the carriage with his daughter Lu Ling, and said to the eldest son of the Lu family. Even though she already knew the ability of the thousand-faced fox puppet, the effect of this attempt was still beyond her expectations. Thanks to my aunt. Lu Pingyan knew that Ling Zixiao had just taken action. Otherwise, even if he could win, he would not be able to kill all four people. It can be said that the four people just now were the strongest opponents he had encountered since his debut. Not only were they all powerful, but their methods also complemented each other. Now the pack animals are all frightened and can continue on their journey. Pingyan, you should also have a good rest, recover your condition, and wait for the next battle. Ling Zixiao, wearing a lake blue palace skirt, had a dignified and elegant posture and said with a faint smile. The next battle. Lu Lingxiao and Lu Ruiyi next to him were both stunned and a little surprised when they heard this. These four are the family seeds of this generation of the Sima family. It is rumored that the four of them once obtained an opportunity inheritance. When they practiced the skills, they complemented each other. Not to mention breaking through the Jinden together, but they also hope to break through the Jiden. Now that the four are dead, the ancestors of the Sima family will definitely not sit still and come to seek revenge. Ling Zixiao smiled slightly and said lightly. Jinden ancestor. Jiden's Henrun. The people around were all shocked when they heard this. Even Lu Pingyan paused in his heart. Although he broke through the 8th level of the Balian Baodiju, he had only broken through not long after all, and had not yet developed his magical powers. If he met Jiden's Henrun, I'm afraid it would be difficult to tell the winner. Don't worry, unless the two Jidens of his Sima family come, or invite their clan guarding Black Turtle, there is no need to worry. It just happened to take advantage of this battle to establish the reputation of our Qingzhu Mountain, so that no one would come to cause trouble all the time. Ling Zixiao said softly. Although she usually doesn't care about family affairs, she has spent time to understand the situation of these forces in the Jing Kingdom's cultivation world, especially the family forces in the Qingyun territory. After saying that, she looked at Lu Pingyan and continued, after this battle, Pingyan, your every move will be noticed by others. Pingyan, listen to your aunt's arrangements. Lu Pingyan said with a bow. His father told him that if there was anything he was unsure about during this caravan, he could ask Aunt Ling. So when he heard the other party's words, He did not question them and chose to believe them. "Mom, isn't this too dangerous? Didn't Dad say that peace is the most important thing?" Lu Lingxiao said. Although he believed his mother. But this was a fake Dan Zhenren after all, and he thought it was too risky. Ling Zixiao glanced at his son and said, "It's true that peace is the most precious thing, but if you give in too much, you will only appear weak and vulnerable, and people will take advantage of you. Our family must show some toughness now to keep the Chamber of Commerce. Besides, the people have been killed. If we return to Bihu Mountain now, the Sima family will still come to Bihu Mountain. In this case, why not settle the grudge here directly? This battle is also to tell other forces that we in Bihu Mountain don't cause trouble, but we are not afraid of trouble. If anyone dares to cause trouble to our family, they should think twice. What's more, the 6 fake Dam families have been fighting openly and secretly. The relationship between the Jin family and our family is not good. If we offend the Sima family again, I think the other families will be very happy to make friends with our family. Some family forces around the Sima family will also take the initiative to make friends with our family and cooperate." Ling Zixiao patiently explained to her son, "As for the anger of the Sima family, don't worry about it." Although she recognized her husband's code of conduct, in her opinion, sometimes she still needs to be stronger. Although it is easy to cause trouble and be targeted, it can also save a lot of trouble. Besides, the Red Leaf Valley Market, plus the children in the family are constantly building their foundations. The family situation can't be concealed at all. Instead of hiding it, it is better to expose some information to others. If Lu Pingyan reveals the strength of the fake pill, his family can be regarded as a fake pill family. Isn't it normal for the family to have more foundation building monks? As for Lu Pingyan, he has a quasi 3rd level body refining and fake pill level combat power at a young age. Although this matter is exaggerated and very shocking. But looking at the entire world of cultivation, in the eyes of the great cultivator of the Jinden level and the Yuanying Zhenjin, it is not so exaggerated. After all, the world of cultivation is full of countless opportunities and miracles. So many people with great luck have gained opportunities and risen strongly. Why can't my Lu family in Bihu Mountain have a few people with great luck? It is because Lu Pingyan has obtained great opportunities and great luck that he has such physical strength at a young age. It is precisely because of this kind of opportunity and adventure that so many foundation-building cultivators have emerged in Bihu Mountain. As long as they don't attract the attention of Yuanying Zhenjin, these fake Dam families, and even Jinden families, are nothing more than whetstones for their children to grow up. I understand, my child. Lu Lingxiao nodded thoughtfully. In his early years, his mother also taught him many principles of dealing with people. But he has always been in Bihu Mountain, and he feels that many of his mother's words and principles contradict some of the principles he has heard. Now on this trip, he gradually understands the meaning of some of his mother's words. This trip has a good harvest, Xiao, go clean it up with your big brother and sister Ruai. Ling Zixiao smiled at her daughter. The battle was bloody and brutal, and she didn't want her daughter to have too much contact. But this way of cleaning up the spoils is what her daughter likes the most. Even if she can't get anything, she can be happy for a long time after she has done the cleaning. Big pot. Lu Ling immediately looked at Lu Pingyan with sparkling eyes. Xiao, you and Ruai can clean it up, and Big Brother can take a rest. Lu Pingyan touched her little head and grinned. He will fight against a fake Dan Zhenren later, so he plans to restore his condition to the peak as soon as possible. Although the battle just now lasted only a few rounds, it consumed a lot of energy. Seeing his daughter happily counting the gains with Lu Ruai, Ling Zixiao also took his son Lu Lingxiao to set up the formation around and taught him about the formation. Although she downplayed this battle, she also had to be fully prepared to avoid any accidents. Chapter 431, Spiritual Vein Promotion, 2 Branches. Zuanwu Ridge. Sima Family Ancestral Hall. How is this possible? The head of the Sima family trembled and turned pale when he saw the 4 broken soul tablets in front of him. He was not only afraid of the death of his 4 uncles. He was also afraid of the anger of his own ancestors after the death of these 4 uncles. After all, these 4 uncles were the hope of this generation of the Sima family and were expected to form a pill in the future. Now, they have all died. My uncles and his men were just going to deal with the Lu family caravan in Bihu Mountain. How could they die outside? Could it be that the fake Dan ancestors of other families intercepted them halfway? The head of the Sima family trembled continuously, muttering to himself, unable to believe this fact. No, this is absolutely not allowed. If the other fake alchemy families dare to do such a shameless thing, they will be completely destroyed with our Sima family. We will never dare to do this. Besides, my uncles have extraordinary means. Even the fake alchemy masters can hardly kill them all. The head of the Sima family felt dry in his throat and trembled in his heart. He wondered if his 4 uncles had encountered other dangers on the way. He didn't dare to think about it anymore. He flew to the top of Xuanwu Peak and came to a cave. He knelt down and shouted, "Ancestor, something bad has happened. Why are you shouting so loudly?" A deep, heavy, and majestic voice came from the cave. Ancestor, the head of the Sima family, knelt in front of the cave. His face was pale, his forehead was full of sweat, and his voice was dry. "Sima Bo, Sima Zhuang, Sima Shu, Sima Ji, the soul tablets of the 4 cousins are broken." What? A surge of amazing magic power swept out from the cave, causing the head of the Sima family, who was kneeling outside the cave, to sink suddenly. The blood in his body rolled and surged, and his chest was stuffy. He didn't dare to move, crawled on the ground, and said in a trembling voice, "Not long ago, the 4 cousins heard about the incident in Qingzhu Mountain, so they went to intercept and kill the Lu family caravan, saying that they wanted to blunt their edge." Qingzhu Mountain Lu family caravan? How could a mere Qingzhu Mountain Lu family kill the pride of my Sima family? An old man with gray hair, a rough face, and wearing a black brocade robe walked out of the cave, his eyes wide open, with a terrifying luster, looking at the head of the Sima family in front of him, exuding a strong sense of oppression. "Ancestor, I don't know either," said the head of the Sima family, trembling all over. He knew that his ancestor was not a good-tempered one. It was only after he broke through the fake pill that he began to cultivate his body and temper, and his temper became much better. The Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain. I remember that the Lu family's child Lu Changsheng and his wife practiced a joint cultivation method, and their combat power was comparable to the fake pill, and they also had a hand in the art of talisman formation. The ancestor of the Sima family spoke in a majestic and domineering voice, with a pair of sharp eyes, and continued to ask, "Is this Lu family caravan personally led by Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj?" This Lu family caravan is led by Lu Pingyan, the eldest son of the Lu family, and Lu Changsheng's Taoist partner, Ling Zixio, the head of the Sima family, replied. After speaking, he continued to add, "A month ago, during the auction of foundation building pills held by the Red Leaf Valley Market under the name of Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Changsheng did not show up, so it is not ruled out that Lu Changsheng is hiding in the caravan." Although he did not think that Lu Changsheng had the strength to kill his 4 cousins, he suspected that his 4 cousins might be in danger elsewhere. But his ancestor was furious, and he would definitely vent his anger. If he continued to analyze, the ancestor's anger would have nowhere to vent, and it would fall on his head. This Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj practiced a joint cultivation method. If there was no Lu Miaoj, how could he have such ability? Although the Sima ancestor was furious, he still had reason. "Ancestor, not long ago, in the Red Leaf Valley Market, Lu Changsheng's daughter Lu Wangxi relied on the talisman formation to kill 5 foundation building cultivators alone, which shows that Lu Changsheng's talisman inheritance is extraordinary and is a top-level inheritance. This Lu Changsheng had just broken through the foundation building in his early years, and he relied on the talisman formation to kill 3 foundation building cultivators of the Yu family, and thus occupied the Qingzhu Mountain. After so many years, no one knows how advanced Lu Changsheng's talisman skills are. If the 4 cousins are careless and fall into his talisman formation, maybe." As the head of the Sima family spoke, he suddenly felt that it made sense and was very possible. He immediately raised his head, looked at his ancestor, and said in a sad voice, "Otherwise, with the fighting power of the 4 uncles, even if the fake Dan Zhenren was in front of them, it would be impossible to kill them all. I heard from Master 19 that the soul tablets of the 4 uncles were broken at about the same time, which is similar to Lu Changsheng's talisman array technique. Ancestor, you must make the decision for the 4 uncles." The head of the Sima family cried loudly, with a wave of sadness in his heart. However, as soon as the words came out, his heart suddenly paused. This Lu Changsheng could even kill his 4 uncles. If his ancestor went there, could he really kill him? Lu Changsheng, what a Lu Changsheng, dare to kill the pride of my Sima family, this ancestor will destroy your Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain. When the Sima ancestor heard this, he was furious. You must know that the 4 brothers Sima Bo had a great opportunity that year and cultivated a peerless secret technique. When one of them was trying to form a den, the other three could consume the essence of life to help, increasing the probability of forming a den for the breakthrough by 20% to 30%. With a background of the Sima family and the secret technique, maybe one person can break through the Qingyun stage, making their Sima family a Qingyun family. But now, with the death of the four brothers of Simabo, their Sima family's dream of a noble family is directly shattered. In this situation, how can he not be angry? Xiao-san and Xiao-si are at home, notify them to come see me. Sima Patriarch was furious, and the power of the fake pill spread, making the Sima family head next to him seem to be suffocated and unable to breathe. Although he was angry, he still realized that Lu Changsheng could kill his four proud sons, and it would be difficult for him to kill him. After all, no one knows how many talismans the talisman cultivator has in his hands. The fourth master is at home, and the third master seems to have gone to Thundercliff a few days ago. The head of the Sima family said with some difficulty, "Xiao-si, come to see me." Sima Liuzu's voice was like thunder, and then he looked at the back mountain of his family and shouted in a low voice, "Black Shadow. Cry." After a moment, a cry sounded. A huge hawk with dark black feathers spread its wings and came. Its eagle eyes were deep and sharp, its beak was curved and sharp, with a cold metallic luster, and its two eagle claws were like cast steel, filled with a terrifying demonic aura. A fake dam family like the Sima family, which has been passed down for thousands of years, not only cultivates family members, but also cultivates several spirit beasts to suppress its foundation. However, the most famous spirit beast of the Sima family is a black tortoise left by Sima Liuzu in his early years. It is rumored that this black tortoise has extraordinary blood and is being promoted to the third-level demon king. Even the Sima family's place name, Xuanwu Ridge, is related to this black tortoise. Second uncle. A moment later, an old man with a foundation-building spiritual pressure came and bowed to the Sima patriarch in front of him. "Where is the Lu family caravan now?" Sima patriarch's gray hair fluttered, and he looked at the Sima patriarch with awe-inspiring majesty. He asked in a deep voice. According to previous information, it should be near Qingyun Mountain, the Sima patriarch said hurriedly. "Xiao-si, come with me." Upon hearing this, Sima patriarch's eyes suddenly showed murderous intent. He then brought the old man called Xiao-si to the back of the black goshawk. Cry. The goshawk cried out, and a gust of wind swept away the clouds, flew out of Xuanwu Ridge, and flew towards Qingyun Mountain. At the same time, Bihu Mountain, Lu family mansion, Lingxi Lake Z family, Daewon Mountain Yuan family, Xuanwu Mountain Sima family. Lu Changsheng looked at the letter in his hand, chuckled, and said, "It seems that the events in the Red Leaf Valley market have dissuaded some of the families that originally had ill intentions. And these fake dam families are completely restless." After the events in the Red Leaf Valley market ended, he guessed that his caravan would be targeted. Several fake dam families in Qingyun territory are likely to end up directly. Now seeing Ling Xiao's letter, his guess has been verified. However, the attitude of the Lingxi Z family is not bad. It can be seen from this that not all fake dam families have ill intentions towards their family. This is also normal. Several fake dam families are not one, but a competitive relationship. Although Bihu Mountain is in a fierce momentum, there is no direct conflict, and no one is willing to fight to the death. No one is so noble that they would confront Bihu Mountain for the sake of other family forces. Yuner, you can ask Xingyang to send someone to visit the Z family in Lingxi later and send an invitation letter. Lu Changsheng groaned slightly and said to his wife Lu Miaoyan beside him. Now the family is preparing a foundation-building ceremony for Lu Wangshu. Given the current situation of Bihu Mountain, there is really no point in preparing for a foundation-building ceremony. It is enough to hold a small family celebration. But this time, it is to use the name of Lu Wangshu's foundation-building ceremony to invite other family forces together at Bihu Mountain to discuss cooperation matters and seek partners. After all, it is obviously not enough to establish a chamber of commerce by relying on the family and the Qingzhu Mountain and Baniao Lake families. Moreover, it is impossible for the Chamber of Commerce to make money and not share any profits. Doing so will undoubtedly be an enemy of all forces, and his family will not be able to handle it. Therefore, we still have to cooperate and form a community of interests through the Chamber of Commerce. With a relationship of interest, the cooperation between the two sides will be extremely stable. At that time, other family forces will also be willing to protect Bihu Mountain wholeheartedly. Okay, I'll ask Yuna or King Song to go there later. Lu Mayan responded. Although it's okay to send anyone to notify the invitation. But as a fake dam family, the Z family of Lingxi Lake still has to show respect. Yet, Lu Changsheng nodded, looking at the Qingyun Mountain Yuan family and Zhuangwu Ridge Sima family on the letter, his eyes narrowed slightly. According to Xiao Ziao and Xia Chaoyong's investigation, the previous disturbance in the Red Leaf Valley market was also related to these two families. But the two families did it very cleanly. At present, only traces of a vassal family under the Yuan family have been found. The foundation building cultivator who was killed by Xiao Ziao's palm at that time came from this foundation building family. It is rumored that the Qingyun secret realm has caused many Jiandans Henren to come to Jiangguo, and even the death of Henren Beifeng is tacitly assumed to be done by this group of demonic Jiandan. Why not take advantage of this time to find something for the Yuan family and Sima family? Lu Changsheng thought to himself. Having repeatedly attacked and killed demon kings in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range before, he now has experience in lurking people. As long as he can think of a way to make some noise and trick the two ancestors out of the family formation, he can kill them instantly. If he is willing to take some risks, he can even use the Yuankong robe and the forbidden breaking divine light of the 9 treasures Rui Bone to directly kill into the Great Ape Mountain and Zhuangwu Ridge. Forget it, it's not that bad yet. Besides, it's impossible for a family to rise without some troubles and obstacles. After thinking for a moment, Lu Changsheng shook his head and gave up the idea. Now, except for the Jin family in Jinlong Ridge, there is no one around who can rival him. If he can clear out the Sima family and the Yuan family, these fake dam-level forces, and then destroy the Jin family, there will be no rivals in the entire Qingyun territory except for the beast-controlling Su family. This situation is not a good thing for the development of his family and the growth of his children. Besides, the growth of the family can't rely entirely on destroying other forces in advance, right? Buzz. At this moment, Lu Changsheng suddenly felt that the ground vein of Bihu Mountain seemed to tremble slightly. Lu Changsheng frowned slightly, his pupils glowing with purple and gold, looking at the Bihan Peak in front of him. Bihan Peak is the main vein of Bihu Mountain. There is a formation connecting the ground vein. Unless someone attacks the formation, there will never be an earthquake. Sure enough, these two branches have been formed. Lu Changsheng's eyes were bright. Through the rocks of the mountain, he saw the formation of the two branches he nurtured through Bihan Peak, and his face showed joy. Originally, the spiritual vein of Bihan Peak should have been promoted to the 2nd level top grade. It was because of the nurturing of these two branches that it was delayed. Husband, what's wrong? Lu Mayan and Chu Zhansun looked at Lu Changsheng and asked. Haha, the two small peaks next to it are finally going to be completed. Lu Changsheng laughed. He did not hide the fact that he cultivated 2 small peaks of spiritual veins. Many people in his family knew about it. After all, the promotion of spiritual veins can be concealed by some methods. But there was no way to conceal the cultivation of the branch peak. Immediately, Lu Changsheng called his son Lu Xingyang. Pointing to the small hills on the left and right sides of Bihan Peak, he asked him to evacuate the family members and not to get close to here. Then he notified all the people in the family who were meditating to stop practicing temporarily. Yes, father. Lu Xingyang had long known that these 2 small hills were the spiritual veins that were connected and nurtured by Bihan Peak. Once the spiritual veins were cultivated, the terrain of these 2 hills would rise a few points and form a small peak. Zumaru. After making arrangements, Lu Changsheng came to the top of Bihan Peak and shouted to Zumi. It meant that when the spiritual vein of Bihan Peak was promoted, it would suppress the spiritual power of Bihan Peak and not make any noise. After all, more than 30 years ago, the spiritual vein of Bihan Peak was promoted to the 2nd level upper grade. If it was promoted to the 2nd level extreme grade now, it would seem that his family was too wealthy. Yes, master. Zumi's light and pleasant voice sounded in Lu Changsheng's mind. It is rooted in the spiritual vein of Bihan Peak. As long as the spiritual energy is suppressed and the excess spiritual energy of heaven and earth is swallowed into Zumi Cave Heaven, there will be no movement. At most, the mountain will rise a few points. But as long as it is not promoted to the 3rd level spiritual vein, the terrain will not change so exaggeratedly. Rise. After explaining Zumi, Lu Changsheng pinched his hands and performed the dragon-seeking technique, causing Bihan Peak to tremble slightly, as if shaking. In the earth vein, the spiritual energy flowed, and the two small hills on the left and right suddenly rumbled like flying sand and rocks. After a while, a gray-black gas diffused from the small hill, and the mountain began to rise slowly. This is the formation of the spiritual vein, and the turbid air of the earth dissipated. What's going on? Spiritual veins. This is a spiritual vein forming. In addition to Bihayan Peak, the Lake Island, and Linky Cliff, there will be another spiritual vein in the house. Not one, but two. Is this the formation of a spiritual vein? How miraculous! Many Lu family members, apprentices, and guest officials heard the noise and looked at the two hillsides next to Bihayan Peak from afar. All of them were extremely surprised. After all, most people have only seen things like the formation of spiritual veins in books. Now seeing this scene with their own eyes, it feels like a great increase in knowledge. Even if the branch veins are connected through Bihayan Peak, in order to nourish such a branch vein, at least 2 or 3 spiritual source beads are needed, right? Spirit source beads? I remember that one of these spiritual eye objects is worth tens of thousands of spiritual stones. Yes, and this kind of treasure is in short supply. Only big families like Qingzhu Mountain have the strength and financial resources to purchase it. Several guest officials who had a little insight saw this scene and sighed. Even though they all have a skill and a monthly salary of nearly 100 spirit stones, they would have to work hard for most of their lives to buy a spirit source bead without eating or drinking. And Qingzhu Mountain is cultivating 2 spirit veins at this time, and I am afraid that even if they work hard until they die, it will not be enough. Half an hour later, the 2 hillsides beside Bihayan Peak calmed down and became 2 small peaks about 10 feet high. Although it is only a first-grade top grade, now that the spirit veins are formed, it will be easy to cultivate it next. Lu Changsheng looked at the 2 small peaks with a faint smile on his face. The spirit vein origin in his hand, let alone the 2 small peaks in front of him, can be cultivated to the 2nd grade top grade, even if it takes another 3 or 5 years. However, he does not plan to cultivate these 2 small peaks to the 2nd grade yet. First cultivate them to the 1st grade top grade, and then wait for Lingzixio to set up a formation to cover up the situation, and then cultivate them according to the situation. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 432. Is this the purpose of my father establishing the caravan? Bihayan Peak now has sufficient spiritual energy, and we can also plant a few foundation building caves. Lu Changsheng retracted his gaze and looked at the spiritual vein of Bihayan Peak, thinking to himself. The spiritual vein of Bihayan Peak was promoted to the 2nd level top grade. Not only the overall spiritual energy concentration increased, the Zuanshan Lingtang rooted in the spiritual vein also flourished a bit, exuding pure and rich spiritual energy. In this case, the spiritual vein can be connected to build multiple foundation building caves for the family to practice foundation building. After all, there were not enough foundation building caves at home before. Therefore, none of the children in the family divided the foundation building caves, but they were divided into several small wooden houses in Zumi Cave Heaven. It's a pity that I can't see the situation of luck. I don't know how much effect the promotion of the spiritual vein will have on gathering luck. Lu Changsheng's eyes were bright, looking at the green and jade-like Zuanshan Lingtang, full of vitality, and flowing with complex energy, thinking to himself. After looking for a while, Lu Changsheng returned to the Lu family mansion. Husband, what are the names of these 2 small peaks? Chu Zhenzhen, wearing a pink dress, had a gentle and lovely face, with both the freshness and refinement of a young girl and the charm of a young woman. She asked Lu Changsheng. Name? Zhenzhen, what do you think? Lu Changsheng was casual about the names of these mountains. After discussing for a while, they named the 2 peaks Zuanfu Peak and Bailian Peak respectively. Zuanfu means a sign from heaven. The Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain is famous for the art of talismans, and the new spiritual veins cultivated in the family should also have something to do with the art of talismans. As for Bailian Peak, Lu Changsheng was going to integrate the previously obtained earthly evil fire veins into this peak to build an alchemy and refining workshop. After naming the 2 peaks, Lu Changsheng asked his son Lu Xingyang to open up and plan the 2 small peaks, and then called his son Lu Yun. Now that the spiritual veins have been formed, it is natural to plant spiritual plants of heaven and earth to practice the method of longevity of heaven and earth. Although the two peaks are only first-grade upper-grade spiritual veins, they cannot support such third-grade spiritual plants. However, the spiritual veins of these two small peaks are not independent, but connected to the Bihayan peak. As long as the spiritual energy is transmitted through the Bihayan peak, it will be fine. Moreover, Lu Changsheng plans to continue to invest some spiritual veins in the two small peaks, so it is not a big problem to maintain the vitality of the spiritual tree. Besides, there are Lu Maiyuan, Lu Maihun, and Chuzhansen at home. As long as the spiritual plants do not have major problems, the three women can stabilize their vitality through the Xiandi Changsheng method. Greetings, Father. Lu Yun heard Lu Changsheng's call and quickly came to greet him. Father has three spiritual plants in his hand. One is the dragon blood tree, the second is the fire mulberry tree, and the third is the golden fire vine tree. You can choose one of them to practice the Xiandi Changsheng method. Lu Changsheng flicked his hand, and a water mirror appeared, on which the appearance of three spiritual plants of heaven and earth appeared, allowing Lu Yun to choose. 3 plants. Lu Yun was surprised. He knew the preciousness of spiritual plants of heaven and earth. He didn't expect that his father actually had 3 plants in his hand. Looking at the 3 spiritual trees in front of him, Lu Yun thought for a moment, then asked with his hands folded, "Father, what are the effects and characteristics of these 3 spiritual trees?" If you want to say the 3 trees in front of him are beautiful, it must be the golden fire vine tree, followed by the fire mulberry tree, and finally the dragon blood tree. But after deciding to practice the heaven and earth longevity method, his mother Lu Maiyuan told him in detail about this method. Knowing that the effects and characteristics of the method are closely related to the natal spiritual plant. So if he has a choice, he will naturally not only look at the appearance, but think about choosing a natal spiritual plant that is relatively suitable for him. Effect characteristics. Lu Changsheng pondered for a moment and said, "This dragon blood tree was originally a 1,000-year-old iron tree. It was nourished and watered by the blood and flesh of a dragon and transformed into a dragon blood tree. It contains the essence of a dragon. If it is used to refine a magic weapon, the power and effect are extraordinary. If it is used to practice the method of longevity in heaven and earth, it may be of some help to the physical body. The fire mulberry tree is a spiritual plant of heaven and earth with fire attributes. Practicing fire attribute skills next to this tree will achieve twice the result with half the effort. If it is used to practice the method of longevity in heaven and earth, it should be able to gain fire abilities. The golden fire vine tree is between the two, and is a spiritual plant of heaven and earth with golden fire attributes." Lu Changsheng briefly introduced the effects of the 3 spiritual trees. He naturally knew that after the foundation of the method of longevity in heaven and earth was established, a foundation seed would be condensed. But he didn't know what the abilities and effects of the foundation seeds, condensed by these 3 spiritual trees were. "Father, I choose the dragon blood tree," Lu Yun said after listening. He planned to refine the method of longevity in heaven and earth, and after achieving the foundation, he would start to have many children like his father. The fire mulberry tree and the golden fire vine tree are of no help in this regard. The dragon blood tree was transformed by the flesh and blood of the dragon. If it can improve the physical body, it may be of some help to his future. Dragon blood tree. Lu Changsheng chuckled when he saw his son make a choice so quickly. Now that he has broken through the Jinden and awakened the Tai spirit, even if he didn't pay attention to it, he could still capture some of his children's emotions and mental fluctuations. So through his son's words, he roughly guessed what he was thinking. "Okay, in that case, let's plant this dragon blood tree on Xuanfu Peak," Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Then he took Lu Yun, Lu Maiyuan, and Chuzhansen to the top of Xuanfu Peak. Ling Zixiao was not at home, so it was really troublesome to set up the formation. So Lu Changsheng directly released his small inverted 5 elements formation to cover up the situation, and then extracted the dragon blood tree from the system space. This dragon blood tree is somewhat similar to the Lingming treasure tree. It has no leaves, only branches with a black gold luster. The veins on the tree surface twisted and twisted, like a ferocious dragon entrenched, very intimidating. The moment the dragon blood tree appeared, there was an invisible aura of oppression, which made Lu Yun beside him shudder suddenly, as if he was facing a terrifying beast. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng flicked his fingers to remove the pressure for his son and said, "This dragon blood tree was watered by the blood and flesh of a dragon, so it has a bit of dragon power. You just need to adapt to it more often. If you really can't bear it, bow in the direction of Bihayan Peak and call Senior Zumi, it will remove the power for you." Lu Changsheng said to his son. In his opinion, the power of the dragon blood tree is quite good. You can let your children come over to experience it. If you can adapt to this kind of pressure, even a key refining cultivator can face the momentum and pressure of a foundation building cultivator. Yes, father. Lu Yun looked at the dragon blood tree in front of him, feeling happy, secretly thinking that it was worthy of being a third-level spiritual plant. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng planted the dragon blood tree, asked Lu Maoyan and Chu Zhansun to stabilize the vitality of the spiritual tree, and then handed the array plate of the small inverted 5 elements array to his son Lu Yun, asking him to come here to offer sacrifices to the spiritual plant on weekdays. After solving Lu Yun's problem, Lu Changsheng merged a group of spiritual vein origin and earthly evil fire veins into Zuanfu Peak and Balian Peak respectively. After finishing, he took Lu Maoyan and Chu Zhansun back to the mansion to relax and continue his own baby-making business. Qingyun Mountain, a mountain range dozens of miles away. A caravan is stationed here. If it weren't for the array arranged by the Sima family in advance, I would have a little trouble to arrange a high-level array at this time. Ling Zixiao held an array plate and took Lu Lingxiao and several Lu family children to arrange the array. Because it was detected that Sima Shu had arranged the array here in advance, an ambush was set. So she made modifications directly on the basis of the other party's formation, so that the formation took shape quickly. Sister Ruai, what is this? In the carriage, Lu Ling and Lu Ruai were cleaning the storage bags of Sima Siji. From time to time, she took out an item from it and asked her sister. If Lu Ruai didn't know it, she would ask her mother Ling Zixiao. This is half of the ghost spirit vine, the value should be around 700 spirit stones. Lu Ruai looked at it for a few times and said aloud. Because her family arranged for her to manage the affairs of the Chamber of Commerce, she spent a lot of time identifying natural treasures in recent years. Ghost spirit vine, 700 spirit stones. Lu Ling nodded her little head, then took out her own booklet, drew this ghost spirit vine on it, and recorded the price. Ghost spirit vine is of great help to ghosts and ghost cultivators. Xiao should be able to use it. Xiao, you will give this ghost spirit vine to Big Brother later. Lu Ruai looked at the little ghost slave beside her big brother and continued. Yes. Lu Ling nodded and put the half of the ghost vine in his hand into his storage bag. After a long time, the two sisters cleaned up the storage bags of Sima Siji. The total value of spiritual stones, spiritual tools, elixirs, spiritual medicines and other natural treasures is about 300,000 spiritual stones. After Lu Ruai finished the calculation, she was a little dazed. After all, she had never seen so many spiritual stones in decades of cultivation. For an ordinary foundation building family, it is considered good to make a profit of 10,000 spiritual stones a year after deducting various expenses. Even if a caravan is established, a business trip will only earn more than 10,000 spiritual stones. Lu Ruai sighed in her heart. Suddenly I understand why there are robbery repairs at each level of key refining, foundation building, and den formation. Because making money by hard work, no matter how hard you work, it is not as fast as robbing. This caravan has been on the road for 4 months, and it has only earned more than 2,000 spiritual stones. My eldest brother has dealt with these people on the way, and the spiritual stones he has earned are almost 400,000. Is this the real purpose of my father's establishment of a caravan? Lu Ruai suddenly had an idea. But she immediately shook her head and rejected it. Her father was a decent man with a gentle personality, like a modest gentleman. How could he make money in this way? Moreover, those people who were beaten and killed by her eldest brother on the way all took the initiative to cause trouble for her family and killed them as soon as they met. Like the Z family in Lingxi, as long as they were not aggressive, her eldest brother would not use heavy hands. Sometimes Lu Ruai felt that her eldest brother inherited this aspect of his father, which made him too upright. Auntie. Lu Ruai got off the car and told Ling Zixiao about the harvest after cleaning. It's still quite financial. Ling Zixiao heard this and chuckled. He didn't feel much about 300,000 spirit stones. After all, his family has been spending money like water in recent years. 300,000 spirit stones are really not much. It can only be said that the Sima 4 heroes are considered wealthy among the family cultivators. But among the independent cultivators, it is a bit unworthy of their reputation. Ruai, thank you for your hard work. I will let your elder brother choose later, and the remaining will be converted into family contribution points. Ling Zixiao said. At present, Qingzhu Mountain has a family contribution system. However, this system is a bit useless. The main reason is that Changsheng has given too many benefits. Like other forces, family members who want to obtain the breakthrough pill and the foundation building pill must rely on contributions to compete. However, as long as they practice to the peak of key refining in Qingzhu Mountain, they can directly obtain rare pills such as the foundation building pill and the 3-yang pill. And some children who perform well or are favored by Changsheng will get a lot of good things without spending contribution points. It is for this reason that the current family contribution system is simply a family benefit for the children of the Lu family. Through the contribution points obtained through family tasks, you can enjoy discounts at home to buy some rare pills, magic tools, talismans, etc. Okay. Lu Ruyi nodded in response, and then asked you if he could help in setting up the formation. A few days later. Near Qingyun Mountain. What's going on? Why is the Lu family caravan not moving forward? Did they give up? That shouldn't be the case. It seems that the Lu family caravan didn't suffer any losses. I saw people from the Sima family looking for trouble with the Lu family caravan before, but why is there no movement after a while? Not only the Sima family, I heard that the Zi family of Lingxi, the Yuan family of Daoan Mountain, and the Feng family of Shenfang Valley have all sent people to take action, but there is no follow-up news. Did they all fail to intercept? They lost face, so they kept silent. How is it possible? This caravan is not led by Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj personally. Due to the incident in the Red Leaf Valley market, many foundation building forces gave up intercepting the Lu family caravan, but they still sent people to pay attention to the situation of the Lu family caravan. Seeing that the Lu family caravan suddenly stopped moving these days, they were all confused. But they were afraid of getting into trouble, so they didn't dare to get too close, and they didn't know what was going on. What's going on? Aren't the Sima 4 heroes from the Sima family the ones who took action? Why haven't these 4 people taken action personally, so there's still no movement? A cultivator in a gray robe was puzzled. He came from Jinlongling, so he knew that the Sima family would take action. Some time ago, he heard that the Sima 4 heroes of the Sima family would set up an ambush in Qingyun Mountain. But seeing that there has been no movement for so long, he couldn't help but wonder. Just when these forces were full of doubts and were thinking about whether to get closer to explore the situation. Cry. In the distant sky, a black shadow flew towards the direction of Qingyun Mountain, accompanied by a loud cry. The black shadow became larger and larger, making the sky hurricane roar and the clouds gloomy. Looking carefully, it was a majestic eagle with jet black feathers. On the back of the eagle, 2 figures could be vaguely seen standing. Which force is this? Is it also here for the Lu family caravan? This eagle, why does it look a bit like the Sima family's black-scaled eagle? A cultivator looked at this black divine eagle and recognized it as the spiritual beast of the Sima family. But thinking that the Sima 4 heroes had taken action some time ago, he was not sure whether this black-scaled eagle was the Sima family's black-scaled eagle. At the same time, at the station of the Lu family caravan. Here they are. Is it Patriarch Sima? Ling Zixiao and Lu Pingyan both felt something and looked towards the sky. They saw a black goshawk flying towards them, with a fierce momentum. Lu Ruyi, Lu Lingxiao, Zhou Datung and other Lu family members also looked up at the sky, watching the goshawk getting bigger and bigger. Is it the fake Danxianrun? This goshawk looks very extraordinary. I'm afraid it's a second-level top-level monster. Except for Ling Zixiao, everyone in the field was a little nervous, as if facing a great enemy. Even Lu Pingyan was a little nervous and uneasy, not knowing whether he could handle it. But in addition to being nervous and uneasy, Lu Pingyan also had some expectations and excitement in his heart. He wanted to see the difference in strength between himself and the fake Danxianrun. Huh? On the black-scaled eagle, Patriarch Sima searched the surroundings with his spiritual sense, looking for the whereabouts of the Lu family caravan. After a moment, he saw the Lu family caravan stationed in the distance, and his hair stood on end. According to the information he had obtained before, the Lu family caravan should have gone far away now. Still staying here means that they have not moved for a long time. Doesn't this mean that the Lu family caravan is waiting for their arrival? Well, what a great Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain. The face of the Sima ancestor was gloomy, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. As if he felt provoked, he ordered the black-scaled eagle to fall towards the Lu family caravan. Zhuangwu Ridge, the fake Dan ancestor Sima Tong, and the third elder Sima Tai. After a moment, Lu Ruyi saw the two people on the eagle's back, and his pupils shrank suddenly. He immediately sent a message to his eldest brother to tell him about the two people, and briefly introduced this fake Dan ancestor Sima Tong. The Sima family has two fake Dan masters. This Sima Tong broke through 80 years ago, and it is very likely that he has cultivated magical powers. With magic weapons, his combat power is extraordinary. Hu 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 hu, when the black-scaled eagle landed, its wings with flowing black light stretched out, causing a hurricane to sweep and dust to fill the air. Buzz buzz buzz. Seeing this, Ling Xiao immediately turned the array plate and activated the array that had been arranged in advance. Otherwise, this strong wind alone would be enough to knock out many key refining cultivators, and ordinary warriors would have their blood boiling and fly backwards. Why is Sima Patriarch so aggressive and disturbing the peace of our caravan? What's the matter? Ling Xiao, wearing a lake blue dress and with her hair tied up high, looked at Sima Patriarch on the black-scaled eagle elegantly and calmly, and said lightly. Chapter 433 Lu Ping fights against Sima Laozu. Lu Changsheng, get out. Sima Laozu was dressed in a black robe, with a stern face. He didn't even look at Ling Xiao. He raised his hand directly, and the magic power of the fake pill level was diffused, and he slapped the caravan with one palm. Boom. The fake pill real person casually struck, and the magic power poured out like a mountain torrent, forming a palm outline that was as big as a foot. HMPH. Not far away, the tall and upright Lu Pingyan snorted coldly, leaving a residual image on the spot, and punched out with a golden luster, breaking the attack of Sima Laozu. Lu Pingyan knew that there was no need to talk nonsense at this time. After breaking the attack, the whole person shot out and killed Sima Laozu. The golden fist was full of violent wind and thunder, and continued to blast. Huh? Not good. Sima Laozu and the three elders of the Sima family who were traveling with him were all shocked. They didn't expect Lu Pingyan to be so fierce. However, this Sima Laozu was a fake pill real person after all, and he was very extraordinary. He opened his mouth and spit the moment Lu Pingyan came to kill. A black light flew out and turned into a black ancient ruler, filled with the breath of magic weapons. Bang! Lu Pingyan's golden fist hit the black ruler directly, causing a violent sound, and the magic power swept in all directions like a tidal wave. Cry. The black-scaled eagle under Sima Laozu's feet suddenly cried and spread its wings. If it weren't for Sima Laozu's suppression, it would have been scared and flew away at this moment. Ling Xiao, who was not far away, pinched his hands and made the formation form a blue light curtain in front to block the aftermath. Is this the fake Dan Xianren? Brother actually fought with a fake Dan Xianren. Lu Ruyi, Lu Ling Xiao, Zhou Datung and others were all shocked and a little dazed when they saw this scene. Even though they knew that Lu Pingyan's combat power was extraordinary, they were still shocked to see Lu Pingyan and Sima Laozu face to face at this time. Come on, Big Pot. Lu Ling, who was not far away, was not affected by this atmosphere at all. He had no idea about the fake Dan Xianren, and shouted at Lu Pingyan with his fists. Who are you? The ruler in front of Sima Laozu was shining with black light, and there was a heavy and vast aura. After a simple confrontation, he could see that Lu Pingyan in front of him was not simple. With his physique, he was probably a quasi-third-level body refinement. If he didn't have a magic weapon, he would be seriously injured by such a punch. Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Pingyan. Lu Pingyan's face was firm and angular, and he said in a deep voice. While speaking, his fists were shining with brilliant golden light, and he continued to blast out. Each punch was amazing, like a tsunami, with layers of wind and thunder. Lu Pingyan. Sima Laozu rarely paid attention to things, and had never heard of Lu Pingyan's name. He didn't know when such a person would appear in Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Pingyan, you are Lu Pingyan, the eldest son of Lu Chang. How can you have such strength? Sima Tai, who was standing next to him, knew Lu Pingyan and exclaimed loudly when he heard this. It was rumored in the early years that this eldest son of the Lu family was only in the early stage of foundation building, but because of the mid-second stage of body refining, his combat power was extraordinary. But now, he actually used his physical strength to fight against his own ancestor's magic weapon. This kind of body refining, even if it is not at the quasi-third level, it is at the peak of the second level, right? Question mark. Li, the black-scaled eagle under the two people cried again under such power. This kind of battle completely regarded its body as a battlefield. Although it is extraordinary and is a late second-level demon beast, it is difficult to withstand the aftermath of the battle at such a close distance. Chi. Seeing this, Sima Laozu pinched his fingers with one hand, and the black ruler in front of him kept spinning, with black light flowing on it, bursting out a terrifying breath like a deep abyss in a prison, and then hit Lu Pingyan in front of him. Bang! Although this ruler looks small and exquisite, 1 foot down is enough to split mountains and overturn seas. Bang! Lu Pingyan's body was fully revived at this time. His erect body was a little taller, and his blood and qi were surging like a river, roaring endlessly, and a blood and qi smoke billowing straight into the sky was raised above his head. The muscles of his right arm were like dragons and snakes rising from the land, accompanied by endless, surging and violent power. Boom boom boom. The golden treasure light like a landslide and tsunami collided and exploded with a black divine light like a deep abyss, making the whole world seem to explode. Is this a fake pill-level battle? Even though they were separated by the formation, Lu Ruai, Lu Lingxiao and others were shocked. This eldest son of the Lu family actually has the combat power of a fake pill. If this battle is over, I'm afraid that the 6 fake pill families in the Qingyun territory will have one more family, the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain. Zhou Datung, who was standing next to him, felt dry in his throat. Fortunately, this eldest son had a kind character, otherwise the other party would kill him, and he would be dead with 1 punch at that time. Is this Pingyan's fighting power? No wonder you said that nothing will happen if Qingyan is here. Ling Zixiao looked at the 2 people fighting, and a smile appeared on her elegant face. She was worried that Lu Pingyan would be too far away from the old fake pills of the Sima family. However, Sima Patriarch has a magic weapon, so even if Lu Pingyan seizes the opportunity, he is still not Sima Patriarch's opponent. Under the endless, terrifying black light, like the vast sea, Lu Pingyan retreated several steps. You retreat. Sima Patriarch also looked solemn, and said to Sima Tai next to him, asking him to take the black-scaled eagle to the side. Otherwise, when the 2 fought, he would have to distract himself to protect 1 person and 1 beast. You killed my Sima family's pride. Sima Patriarch looked at Lu Pingyan with deep and terrifying eyes. With such a movement, Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj had not appeared yet, and he also realized that Sima Bo and the other 4 would most likely die in the hands of Lu Pingyan and in front of him. Lu Pingyan was silent. The blood in his body roared, his internal organs clanged, and his heart rang like a drum of gods and demons. He mobilized the pseudo-magic ability condensed by the Balian Baodiju to bring his body to the extreme. Otherwise, in his current state, he knew that he would never be able to defeat Sima Laozu. Why, your Sima family sent people to kill my Lu family's caravan, and I, Qingzhu Mountain, have not yet asked your Sima family for an explanation. Do you still want to ask for punishment? Ling Zixiao, who was beside him, spoke. His calm and indifferent voice carried an indescribable majesty. He was not inferior to this fake Danzhenren in momentum. While speaking, he held the glowing array plate in one hand and pinched the seal with the other. Swish, 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 on the ground of the array, talismans broke through the ground, arranged in all directions, and the key blended to form a formation. In her early years, she spent a lot of time and energy studying the art of talisman arrays, and combined the talismans with her own arrays. Guessing that the Sima family would have a fake Dan Patriarch coming, she hid some of the talismans in the underground formation in advance when she set up the formation, so as to avoid the other party being on guard when she used the talismans. Talisman formation. Lu Changsheng's talisman formation technique. Sima Patriarch and Sima Tai were both shocked when they saw the talismans all over the sky. After all, the talisman formation technique has a great reputation in the world of immortal cultivation. And Qingzhu Mountain also became famous for its talisman formation technique. Now seeing Ling Zixiao use such means, they were naturally a little surprised. Talisman formation. Lu Lingxiao had heard his mother talk about the knowledge of talisman formation before, so he guessed that his mother knew this aspect. And also knows talisman formation. Lu Ruai was a little surprised, not knowing that this aunt actually knew her father's talisman formation technique. Wind and fire curtain sky ray. Ling Zixiao's mind moved, and 365 talismans formed a formation, with wind and fire surging, covering the 4 sides of the sky, covering Lu Pingyan, Sima Laozu, Sima Tai, and Black Scale Eagle. It seems that you rely on this method to kill my pride. In this case, then die for this ancestor. Old 3, do it. Sima Liuzu saw this situation and was not afraid at all. The talisman array technique is indeed amazing. But Sima Tong has come to this day, and he is not a vegetarian. Besides him, there is Sima Tai, who is at the 8th level of foundation building, and Black Scale Eagle, a 2nd level late stage spirit beast. Shaking Mountain Fist, Thunderbolt. Lu Pingyan saw that the talisman array was completed. Without any hesitation, the silver armor around his body emerged on his body, and his fists burst out with golden light, like thunder and lightning, and killed Sima Liuzu. Ling Zixiao had discussed this battle with him long ago. Now that the talisman array is completed, the world is blocked, and the two of them fight, which is an advantage for him. Old Third, you and the Black Shadow break the formation. Sima Patriarch said, pinching his hands, and a black ruler glowed in front of him, and complex runes appeared on it, emitting a huge power, and hit Lu Pingyan. At the same time, a green bowl appeared in his storage ring, hovering above his head, flowing with wisps of breath, like a turtle and snake, protecting him all over. Yes, second uncle. Sima Tai patted his lower abdomen, and a diamond-pierced spiritual weapon appeared, and he also offered a purple mirror. His mirror has the effect of breaking through illusions, and he is ready to use this method to find the weak point of the talisman formation and break the talisman. Still want to break the formation. Ling Zixiao's beautiful eyes were clear and bright, and his dignified and elegant figure was now more majestic. In an instant, a series of talismans trembled, causing the wind and fire to surge, like a wind and fire dragon, killing Sima Tai and the black-scaled eagle, bearing its fangs and claws, very terrifying. Cry. The black-scaled eagle cried sadly. It was huge and had no magic weapon. It was trapped in the talisman formation like a living target. It stretched its wings and tried to break the formation, but its feathers were burned black by the wind and fire. Damn it, how come everyone in Qingzhu Mountain has so many second-level talismans? Sima Tai kept shining through the purple mirror and found that Ling Zixiao's talismans were of very high quality, with nearly 100 second-level talismans. This kind of ore blended and made it impeccable, and he couldn't break it at all. Old Third, you hold on first, her talismans can't hold for long. Seeing this, Sima Patriarch took the black-scaled eagle back to the pet bag with his big hand and said to Sima Tai. He also realized that the power of this talisman formation was not simple. But relying on external objects, I want to see how many talismans you have. Sima Patriarch glanced at Ling Zixiao and snorted coldly. Then he continued to look at Lu Pingyan and said, if you have a magic weapon, it would be difficult for me to kill you today. But if you want to fight this ancestor's magic weapon with your bare hands and only your flesh, you are simply courting death. As he spoke, the Pingshan ruler flashed with a flash of light, and the mighty force surged, and continued to smash towards Lu Pingyan. At the same time, his hands kept pinching the seals, and a series of soul-stirring black lights rushed towards Lu Pingyan. Open the mountain, turn the river, wind and thunder, thunder. Lu Pingyan's expression remained unchanged, his spine was like a blue dragon, his body was shining, and every cell burst out with violent breath, making his veins bulge. This was the first time he fought so hard, and he was also verifying his strength through this battle. Boom boom boom. Lu Pingyan waved his fists and feet, and every simple move was like 1,000 troops attacking together. But no matter how fierce his attack was, Sima Liuzu's Pingshan ruler was still like an ancient sacred mountain, lying in front of him, making it difficult for him to cross. However, facing Lu Pingyan's offensive, Sima Liuzu was also shocked. He couldn't figure out what kind of bodybuilding technique the other party practiced, which was so domineering. Every move seemed to have some magic power. This movement is amazing. The black-scaled eagle just now seemed to be heading towards the Lu family caravan. Could this black-scaled eagle really be the Sima family's black-scaled eagle, and is going to intercept the Lu family caravan? Did the Sima 4 heroes prepare to attack Qingzhu Mountain some time ago? Did the Sima 4 heroes fail to intercept? This kind of movement feels like it has exceeded the general foundation building battle. At the same time, near Qingyun Mountain, many people from various forces noticed that Sima Liuzu had landed, looking at the violent movement coming from afar, and guessing what was going on. As the battle continued for a long time, some cultivators couldn't resist their curiosity and approached cautiously, wanting to see what was going on. Talisman formation. Ling Zixiao, the mistress of the Lu family, actually knows the art of talisman formation. Who is fighting in this talisman formation? So amazing. Well, this is the third elder of the Sima family, Sima Tai, who are these two people? The one wearing silver armor is Lu Pingyan of Qingzhu Mountain. Isn't he in the second stage mid-stage body refining? Why is there something wrong with this situation? Who is the old man fighting with him? A cultivator came to the Lu family caravan several miles away and watched the battle from afar, very frightened. Seeing this, Lu Ruai and Zhou Dutung immediately soared into the sky and guarded both sides to prevent any cultivators from sneaking up. Lu Lingxiao guarded next to his mother. Ling Zixiao was casting a talisman formation. If someone approached to attack and kill, it would also be dangerous. However, only Ling Zixiao knew that there was a charming woman sitting in his carriage. As long as Lu Pingyan was in danger, the Thousand Faces fox puppet would immediately take action. Boom boom boom, in the talisman formation, the roar continued. Lu Pingyan and Sima Patriarch kept bombarding each other. When Lu Pingyan was at a disadvantage, Ling Zixiao would use the talisman formation to relieve Lu Pingyan's pressure. Damn the talisman formation. Sima Liaozu was very frustrated. If he fought Lu Pingyan alone, he was confident that he could kill Lu Pingyan. But as he was fighting, a ball of strong wind, thunder and fire bombarded him, which was extremely frustrating. He glanced at Sima Tai. Seeing that the other party used a bronze bell to cover himself and avoid the attack of the talisman formation, he felt a little disappointed. Old Third, do it. He shouted loudly, signaling Sima Tai to help him share some of the pressure. As long as Sima Tai could withstand most of the attack of the talisman formation and consume the talisman formation, he would be sure to kill Lu Pingyan. Yes, second uncle. Sima Tai wanted to refuse and said not to embarrass himself. But since his own ancestor had spoken, he dared not respond. He immediately pinched his hands, his magic power surged, and he hung the bronze bell above his head, driving his own life spirit weapon to kill Lu Pingyan. You dare to show up, you're looking for death? Seeing this, Ling Zixiao snorted coldly and made a gesture with his hands. In an instant, in the talisman formation, wind and fire swept, vines grew wildly, and frost fell from the sky, killing Sima Tai. Ah, second uncle, save me. Sima Tai hurriedly urged the bronze bell to its extreme, and wisps of gray air wrapped himself. But even so, he still felt hot and cold all over his body, and there were vines binding his legs. Damn it. Seeing this, Sima Liaozu could only distract himself and cast a spell to help Sima Tai resolve the attack of the talisman formation. However, at this moment, Lu Pingyan seized the opportunity, and his golden fists, filled with wind and thunder, suddenly pulled out countless after images and bombarded the Pingshan ruler. Boom boom boom, it seemed that the fist force that destroyed the world made the magic weapon tremble again and again, making Sima Liaozu, the fake Danzhanren, suddenly pale and hurriedly drove his life magic weapon with all his strength. How many talismans does this woman have? Seeing the talismans that Ling Zixiao replenished from time to time, Sima Patriarch also realized that it would be difficult for him to hold on until the talismans were used up. If Ling Zixiao had a large number of talismans, he would probably be exhausted to death here today. Break the formation, let's go. He immediately made up his mind and prepared to break the formation with Sima Tai and escape. Pingyan. Ling Zixiao instantly saw his intention and reminded Lu Pingyan. Lu Pingyan's figure was like a dragon, and his silver armor had many damages. But his body was still brilliant, as if it was cast from gold, and there was a black dragon phantom looming around him. At this moment, his black dragon codex was running to the extreme with 100 refining treasure body art, causing the Black Dragon Dao Foundation and the Foundation building magic power to surge, and he sensed the opportunity to break through the middle stage of the Foundation building stage. Please stop, my two Taoist friends. I came here to discuss something important. Sima Patriarch looked at Lu Pingyan, who is like a god of war and unstoppable, and decided to follow his heart. Otherwise, if he continued to fight like this, even if he could break the talisman formation and escape, he would be seriously injured and pay the price. This fake Dan Patriarch, is he giving in? Lu Ruai, Zhou Dutung and others heard this and looked at Sima Patriarch in the talisman formation with a dazed look, thinking that they had heard it wrong. After all, this is a fake Dan Patriarch. Even though he knew that his eldest brother was amazing in combat power and saw his aunt setting up the formation, he still found it a little unbelievable. Is there something important to discuss? Ling Zixiao heard this, his eyes were cold, and he sneered. His hands did not stop, and the talismans merged into the talisman formation and continued to bombard Sima Patriarch. Bitch, you are going too far. Sima Patriarch was furious. He, the dignified false pale ancestor, was willing to bow his head and give him a way out, but Ling Xixiao, a small foundation-building cultivator, actually humiliated him like this. He looked at Ling Xixiao with murderous intent in his eyes and took out 2 talismans from his stored ring. The 2 talismans were activated, and one of them formed a layer of brilliant golden light, protecting his entire body. The other talisman turned into a fireball as big as a foot and blasted towards the talisman formation. This was a 3rd-level talisman that he had bought at a high price for self-defense. He wanted to use the talisman to break the talisman formation and kill Ling Xixiao. As long as Ling Xixiao died, he would be sure to deal with the Lu Pingyun. 3rd-level talisman. Ling Xixiao had long expected that the false pale ancestor Sima Tong had many means, and immediately threw a talisman towards the talisman formation. This talisman was very extraordinary, and it exuded the aura of a 3rd-level talisman. Boom boom boom, after the wind and fire curtain sky ray was integrated into this 3rd-level talisman, one of them suddenly turned into rolling thunder and annihilated the fireball, and the other one killed Sima Patriarch. Sima Patriarch was shocked when he saw this kind of power, and exclaimed, "3rd-level talisman. You know, there are only a handful of 3rd-level talisman masters in the entire Jing Kingdom's cultivation world." He spent a lot of money to get the few 3rd-level talismans in his hand. Ling Xixiao in front of him actually also has a 3rd-level talisman. Boom! The Shengxiao Thunder Talisman broke through the fireball and bombarded Sima Patriarch. He hurriedly urged his bold body spirit to the extreme, but the bright gold of his body was still much dimmer. Boom boom boom, seeing this, Lu Pingyun continued to kill forward with a fierce and domineering power. Swoosh, Ling Xixiao pinched his hands, and another 3rd-level talisman was integrated into the talisman array, which made Sima Patriarch's soul tremble and shudder. Ling Xixiao, do you guys at Qingzhu Mountain really want to do something that will exterminate us? Sima Patriarch shouted immediately. At this moment, he was already afraid. If Ling Xixiao still had more 3rd-level talismans in his hand, he might have to die here today. The matter of extermination? Your Sima family has repeatedly provoked my Qingzhu Mountain and intercepted my Lu family's caravan. If I don't kill you today, where's the dignity of my Qingzhu Mountain? Ling Xixiao's hair was tied up high, his eyebrows were majestic, and the whole person revealed an arrogant temperament that could not be desecrated. If you kill me, it will be a fight to the death with my Sima family. Sima Patriarch continued to shout, trying to threaten through his own family. His Sima family not only has 2 fake dans sitting in, but also has a lot of connections in Qingyun Sect. Fight to the death? You bullied the weak today. Afterwards, I will go to your Xuanwu Ridge with my husband to ask for an explanation. I want to see if your Xuanwu Ridge can withstand my palace's shaking mountain formation and my husband's 10,000 talisman formation. I'm not afraid to tell you that my husband has been promoted to 3rd-level talisman master. I don't know how many 3rd-level talismans your turtle shell can withstand from my husband. Ling Xixiao's posture is dignified, and his voice is calm and indifferent, but it gives people a sense of majesty and domineering that looks down on the world and decides life and death. 3rd-level talisman master. What? Lu Changsheng has been promoted to 3rd-level talisman master. Sima Liaozu and Sima Tai, who was hiding in the bronze bell, heard this and their faces changed drastically, and they were shocked. Although the 3rd-level talisman master is not as good as the Qingzhu Henren, but the Qingzhu Henren will give some face to the 3rd-level talisman master. After all, the Qingzhu Henren also needs the 3rd-level talismans on weekdays. Even if he doesn't use it himself, he might ask for a few talismans for his younger generation. Moreover, Lu Changsheng is not an ordinary talisman master. He has the inheritance of the talisman path and is proficient in the art of talisman array. If a large number of 3rd-level talismans are used to set up the talisman array, the fake Danzhenren is no match for him. No wonder this woman has so many talismans in her hand, and there are 3rd-level talismans. It turns out that Lu Changsheng has been promoted to 3rd-level talisman master. Sima Patriarch felt regretful. If he had known this news earlier, he would never have come so rashly. At this time, he was also a little bit in a dilemma. After all, if Lu Changsheng was really a 3rd-level talisman master, the outcome of the fight between the 2 families was really uncertain. This matter is my fault in Xuanwu Ridge. Please show mercy to Madame Lu. For today's matter, my Sima family is willing to make compensation. Sima Patriarch drove the Pingshan ruler to resist Lu Pingyun's offensive. looking at the two third-level talismans on the talisman array, and said in a hoarse voice. He knew that he had lost. If they continued to fight, they would have to self-destruct the fake pill and fight to the death. It would be better to admit defeat and pay compensation before he was seriously injured. He also realized that Ling Xiao did not activate the third-level talisman immediately, which meant that he did not intend to kill him. Bihoshin was also unwilling to completely tear its face with its own family and fight. Once the two families fought, it would only make other families sit back and watch, and both sides would suffer in the end. Chapter 434, Self-Destruction of Magic Weapon, Chase for 3,000 miles. If your Sima family is willing to give enough compensation, my Lu family can accept peace talks and stop here. Ling Xiao looked cold and majestic, looking at the Sima ancestor in the talisman array, and said lightly. She didn't kill directly, not because she was afraid of a fight to the death, and both sides would suffer. It is more in line with her own interests to simply suppress the Sima ancestor in front of her through Lu Pingan, establish their authority, and then punish the Sima family. At present, the Lu family Chamber of Commerce still faces many problems in opening up the market. With Lu Pingan's fake Dan combat power as a deterrent, it will be much smoother. Moreover, it is very troublesome to purchase shops in Dafeng City. Because shops in good locations are all cash cows, no one is willing to take action. If you start with the Sima family, it will be much simpler. Moreover, among the 6 major families in Qingyun, except for the Jin family, a Hao Jin family, which has a shallow foundation in Qingyun Sect, the other 5 have been operating for hundreds of years. If the killing process is too shocking, it may attract the attention of Qingyun Sect. I am willing to offer 300,000 spiritual stones as compensation. Sima Patriarch said in a deep voice. 300,000 spiritual stones is not a small amount for any family. However, he offered this price because he thought Ling Xiao was unwilling to fight with his family, so giving him a way out would be enough. However, when Ling Xiao heard this, he directly made a gesture with both hands, activated the third-level talisman on the talisman array, and killed Sima Patriarch. Boom! Sima Patriarch hurriedly pushed his body spiritual weapon to the extreme to resist the attack. But the body's protective spiritual shield and bowl body were all broken by this Xingxiao Thunder Talisman. Ling Xiao, don't push me too much, I am already willing to make compensation. If you push me too hard, at worst I will explode my own Dan. Sima Patriarch shouted sternly. His own Dan seed was killed, and he apologized, which made him extremely upset. In this situation, Ling Xiao still took ruthless action without a word. Did he really think that he, the fake Dan Patriarch, didn't want to save face? So he made a harsh statement to fight for the bargaining power. Self-detonation of the Jinden. Lu Rui, Zhou Datung, Lu Lingxiao and others beside him were all shocked when they heard this, and were frightened by Sima Patriarch. The power of a Jinden cultivator self-detonating his real elixir is extremely terrifying. Although the Sima Patriarch in front of him is a fake elixir real person, the power of his inner elixir self-detonating is also extraordinary. However, Ling Xiao's face was cold and he was not frightened by Sima Patriarch's words at all. Too much pressure? Your Sima family is so provocative, just wanting to resolve the grievances with a mere 300,000 spirit stones. If this matter is spread out, won't everyone know that my Qingzhu Mountain is easy to bully? So Sima Patriarch should keep these 300,000 spirit stones for himself. As for the self-detonation of the Jinden, I want to see how powerful your fake elixir is and whether it can break my talisman formation. Ling Xiao's beautiful eyes were bright, clear and cold, and his dignified and elegant face gave people a sense of inviolable sacred majesty. The self-detonation of a Jinden cultivator is indeed extraordinary. But how many people can do this? Even ants cherish their lives. Unless they are in a desperate situation, how many people would choose to self-destruct their Dan? Moreover, there is another saying in the world of immortal cultivation. After the death of a Dan cultivator, he will be reincarnated with a wisp of soul, and will be reborn in the future to cultivate and awaken his wisdom. Once the Dan is self-destructed, the body and soul will be annihilated along with the Dan, and there will be no trace of it in the world from then on, and there will be no possibility of reincarnation. Although reincarnation is illusory for cultivators, it is uncertain whether it exists. But few cultivators who have cultivated to this point can give up the idea of reincarnation. Moreover, the Sima ancestor in front of him admitted his cowardice before he was seriously injured. Obviously, He is not a strong person who can self-destruct you if he says so. However, Ling Xiao dared to threaten like this, and he also had the thousand-faced fox puppet given by Lu Changsheng. Otherwise, if the Sima ancestor really broke the jar and self-destructed the fake Dan, they would also be in great danger. As Ling Xiao spoke, 3 more third-level talismans flew out from her sleeves. These 3 talismans were not integrated into the talisman formation, but just hovered in front of her. The third-level talismans consumed a lot of mana and spiritual consciousness. She was only at the 4th level of foundation building. If her spiritual consciousness was not comparable to the peak of foundation building, it would be difficult for her to control the talisman formation and activate the third-level talismans at the same time. Sima Liaozu looked at the 3 talismans, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he said in a deep voice, "I wonder what compensation Madame Lu wants before she is willing to stop. Yuzuan Wu Ridge will compensate me with 1 million spiritual stones, 3 spiritual lands, and I can choose any 30 shops in the market under your name, open all trading points, and you are not allowed to retaliate against my Qingzhu Mountain for 100 years. Ling Xiao's skirt fluttered, and her pleasant and moving voice carried an unquestionable majesty. Hiss. Lu Rui, who was standing next to her, heard this, looked at her and took a deep breath. She remembered that the Sima family only had 6 spiritual lands, including Zuanwu Ridge, but her aunt asked for 3. Moreover, there were also 1 million spiritual stones, 30 shops in the market, and an open trading point. Even she felt that her aunt was asking for too much. This is impossible. Sima Patriarch roared immediately, and his whole body was boiling with fake pale-level spiritual pressure. If Lu Pingyan hadn't stopped him and prevented him from breaking the formation, he would have wanted to beat Ling Xiao to death with a ruler. Such a condition was really unexpected. Even though the Sima family was a fake pale family, with a heritage of thousands of years and a strong foundation, it could not come up with 1 million spiritual stones at once. Not to mention the humiliating treaty of 3 spiritual lands and 30 shops. Since it is impossible, there is no need to talk. Ling Xiao didn't think that the other party would agree directly. Negotiations are a game between the 2 sides. After suppressing the other party, the conditions can be negotiated slowly. As he spoke, a 3rd-level fusion talisman array killed Sima Patriarch. Boom! The attack of the talisman caused the bull on Sima Liaozu's head to break, his body to be burnt black, and his robe to be damaged. Clang! Lu Pingyan took this opportunity to punch out with a golden fist, which made the Pingshan ruler in front of him tremble, causing Sima Liaozu's mana and blood to stir, and a wisp of blood spilled from his mouth. Buzz buzz buzz! At this time, a strong frost surged in the talisman array, and vines spread towards Sima Liaozu, trying to suppress him. My Sima family is willing to give 300,000 spirit stones and a spiritual land. Sima Liaozu pinched his hands and offered a tortoise-shell magic weapon to form a spiritual shield. The Pingshan ruler in front of him was flowing with black light, and he shouted loudly. Ling Xiao was tall and her skirt was flying. She was not moved at all. She continued to pinch her hands with a majestic momentum. Add 3 more high-quality shops. Although Sima Liaozu admitted his weakness, his momentum was not weak at all, revealing the majesty of a superior. Not enough. Ling Xiao's expression was calm, his momentum was arrogant, and he looked down upon others. Lu Rui, Lu Ling Xiao and others beside him were terrified. This was the arrogant fake Dan Xianren. The other party had already surrendered, but his aunt, his mother, was still so majestic and domineering, and did not retreat at all. However, Lu Ling Xiao looked at his mother's domineering and arrogant appearance. For some reason, an indescribable throbbing surged in his heart, as if a seed had sprouted in his heart. He felt that a real man should be like this. Fake Dan Xianren, nothing more than that. Lu Ling Xiao's pupils were shining with a light golden luster. Looking at Sima Liaozu in the talisman formation, he suddenly felt that fake Dan Xianren was nothing great. Even Jinden Zhenren and Yuan Yingzhenjin were only a few levels higher than him in cultivation. He would be able to surpass him sooner or later. Why should he feel that the other party was high and mighty, and be afraid and in awe of him just because of his cultivation level? It's easy to defeat the thieves in the mountains, but it's hard to defeat the thieves in the heart. Lu Ling Xiao murmured in his heart, thinking of what his master had said before. Cultivation is to cultivate the mind. The strength of the mind is sometimes more important than cultivation. You can be an of high-level cultivators, but you can't be afraid. As his thoughts surged, Lu Lingxiao actually felt that his dragon body surged with some inexplicable throbbing, which made the Suzaku burning heaven artwork. You Qingzhu Mountain are greedy and really think you can eat this ancestor. Today, this ancestor will self-destruct and form a pill, and no one will have a good time. Sima Patriarch knew that the initiative was in Lingxiao's hands, and he had no bargaining power at all. Immediately, his face was ferocious and he roared, and a terrifying aura suddenly rose from his body, like a red sun. Ping'an, be careful. Lingxiao's calm and indifferent face changed slightly, and he didn't dare to bet whether the other party really wanted to self-destruct and form a pill. Immediately, he pinched his hands and made the talisman formation present a curtain sky defense formation. At this moment, Lu Ping'an also activated a third-level defense talisman in his arms. Level 3 talisman. When Sima Liaozu saw Lu Ping'an's behavior, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he felt a little regretful. Then, his eyes were filled with fierceness, and the ruler in front of him, which was shining with black light, exploded like a dark sun. He did not self-destruct the fake pill. Instead, he self-destructed the magic weapon Pingshan ruler. How could he, a fake pill real person and an old ancestor, really self-destruct his pill with a few foundation-building cultivators and perish together? Question mark. Boom boom boom, the dazzling black light flooded the talisman formation. Faced with such a situation, even if Lu Ping'an had a level 3 talisman to protect himself, he kept retreating and sacrificed a defensive magic weapon. Lingxiao hurriedly moved the formation plate to block and suppress this terrifying power. Lu Lingxiao, Lu Rui, and Zhou Datung beside him also took action, trying their best to resist the residual waves of monolith from the formation. Woo woo woo, cough cough cough, even though the aftermath was suppressed by Lu Ping'an, Lingxiao, Lu Lingxiao and others, the movement still made the pack animals of the caravan and the children of the Lu family churn with blood and their faces turned pale. Such a mighty force is simply so terrifying. The person who fought with Lu Ping'an is indeed the Sima family's fake Dan ancestor. The dignified fake Dan ancestor was forced to this point by the Lu family. The Lu family set up the formation in advance, and there are means such as the talisman formation. This is to calculate that the Sima family will have a fake Dan real person coming. It seems that the Sima 4 heroes died in the hands of the Lu family before, otherwise, the Sima family's fake Dan real person would not have acted so easily. I didn't expect that this Lingxiao knew the art of the talisman formation in addition to the formation. The main reason is that Lu Ping'an hid too deeply, and his body refining could actually fight against a fake Dan real person. The cultivators watching here from a distance were all shocked and sighed in their hearts. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they couldn't believe that Lu Ping'an, who was rumored to have only the combat power of the middle stage of foundation building, could actually fight against a fake Dan real person. Boom boom boom, at this moment, the talisman formation was shattered by the might of this magic weapon. Go. Sima Liaozu's face was pale, his breath was weak, he grabbed Simite in the bronze bell, looked at the broken talisman formation, and the whole person turned into a divine rainbow and shot out. Although the power of the magic weapon self-explosion was amazing, it successfully broke the talisman formation. But this Pingshan ruler was his lifelong magic weapon. Now that it exploded, it also caused him to suffer a great loss of vitality and hurt his foundation. Want to leave? Lingxiao was in charge of the formation at this time, and immediately signaled the Thousand Faces Fox puppet to take action. Buzz! In an instant, Sima Liaozu, who had just rushed out of the talisman formation, felt a blunt knife slashing at his head, his mind trembled violently, and he was dizzy in trance. What kind of means is this? He didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly practiced the skills to relieve the dizziness and trance, and continued to escape. Swish! However, at this moment, Lu Ping'an, whose body was shining with golden light and wearing a silver tattered armor, rushed towards them like a cannonball. Boom! The already weak Sima patriarch suddenly rushed into the collision, staggered, and spit out a mouthful of blood. Second uncle, hurry up! Seeing this, the weak and wounded Sima gritted his teeth and stood in front of Lu Ping'an despite his injuries. He saw that his ancestor was at the end of his strength. In this situation, it would be impossible for the two of them to escape together. If the ancestor was really captured by Qingzhu Mountain or died in the hands of the Lu family, it would be bad news for his family. So for the sake of the family, he decided to sacrifice himself and buy time for the ancestor. Okay. Sima Patriarch knew that he could not be indecisive at this time. He patted the spirit pet bag, and the black-scaled eagle appeared. The whole person knelt on it and wanted to escape. However, at this moment, swish! Not far away, the talisman in Lulang Xiao's hand emitted a strong fluctuation of mana, and a jade knife emerged. Puff! The jade knife shot out like an invisible streak, piercing through the void and slashing on the wings of Sima Liuzu's black-scaled eagle, blood splattering in the sky. The black-scaled eagle screamed and almost fell from the air. It frantically flapped its wings and continued to soar, but its speed was obviously much slower. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Sima Liuzu suddenly turned around, his eyes red, and looked at Ling Xiao with murderous intent. I didn't expect that the other party had so many methods besides formations, talisman formations, and third-level talismans. It hurt my consciousness and had such a top-level talisman treasure. It's a pity that my husband's thousand faces fox puppet is not convenient to attack head-on, otherwise why would it be so troublesome? Ling Xiao looked at Sima Liuzu calmly with her beautiful eyes. Now the thousand faces fox puppet is in the carriage, and can only attack simply through the secret technique of consciousness. And it has to disguise itself as a strange treasure, which greatly reduces its power. Otherwise, a head-on attack can completely make Sima Liuzu sink into the illusion. Kill! Lu Pinggan rushed to Sima Tai who was blocking his way. He was a little tired at this time, and his breath was disordered. But the condition of Sima Tai in front of him was many times worse than his. With a punch, Sima Tai's bronze bell suddenly trembled, his pale face suddenly turned pale, and blood flowed from his 7 orifices. But he still drove the bronze bell and intercepted in front of Lu Pinggan. And he used some secret technique to suppress the injury and buy time for his ancestor. Swoosh! Lu Xiao, holding the jade knife talisman, suddenly soared into the sky and rushed towards Sima Tai, shouting loudly, "Brother, leave this to us. You go chase Sima the old thief." Seeing this, Lu Ruiyi and Zhou Dutun also surrounded Sima Tai in front of them. Okay. Lu Pinggan looked in the direction of the Sima family's ancestor, and his figure burst out, like a golden light, rushing like lightning, tearing through layers of air. Pinggan, make a bigger noise, so that as many people as possible can see it. Ling Xiao sent a voice message to Lu Pinggan. After that, he groaned for a moment, and then sent a voice message to the thousand-faced fox puppet, Qianmian, be careful, follow Pinggan and have a look. After the words fell, the thousand-faced fox puppet in the carriage followed Lu Pinggan silently. Damn it! Sima Liuzu knelt on the back of the black-scaled eagle, and saw Lu Pinggan chasing him with an ugly face. He surged with mana in his palm, inputting it into the body of the black-scaled eagle, causing the spiritual bird to suddenly shoot out. Seeing this, Lu Pinggan took out a divine wind talisman from his storage bag. The golden body was suddenly surrounded by a whirlwind of Qingming, sweeping across the roaring air like lightning, and a long hurricane was set off behind it, chasing after Sima Liuzu. This. The onlookers from other forces were all shocked when they saw this scene. I didn't expect that the Sima family's fake Dan ancestor would be beaten so miserably. Now he is being chased by Lu Pinggan. You know, this fake Dan ancestor has been famous for a long time. He is not a new fake Dan like Qingzhu. However, no matter they were on good terms with the Sima family or had grievances with Qingzhu Mountain, they had no intention of intervening. This kind of battle was not something they could intervene in. Boom! When Lu Pinggan saw that it was almost over, the black dragon halberd appeared in his hand and he threw it towards Sima Patriarch. Swoosh! The black dragon halberd was like a dragon entrenched, baring its fangs and claws, bursting out with a terrifying momentum, causing the black scale eagle to scream and roar, and blood splashed from another wing. Damn it! Seeing this, Sima Patriarch pinched his hands and slapped his chest, as if suppressing his physical injuries, and put away the black scale eagle. The whole person turned into a black divine rainbow and shot out. Lu Pinggan chased after him. After a few minutes, Sima Patriarch knew that he could not maintain his state for too long. Flying in the sky like this, he was like a living target, and it was difficult to get rid of Lu Pinggan, so he immediately dived into the mountains below. Seeing this, Lu Pinggan chased after him. Huh? Lu Pinggan had just landed and looked at the lush jungle around him, but he did not see the figure of Sima Patriarch. He realized that the other party was performing some secret technique to conceal his body shape and breath. He scanned with his spiritual sense, but found no clues. Fake Dan Zhenren, indeed, has many tricks. Lu Pinggan knew that the other party was nearby. After a little thought, he patted the spirit pet bag, and saw a huge golden mouse appear. It was the treasure-hunting mouse given to him by his father Lu Changsheng. Do you smell this smell? Lu Pingyan took out a fragment of Pingshan ruler and asked the other party to find the breath of Simalaozu. Chijiji, the spirit-seeking mouse sniffed, and then smelled the breath that Lu Pingyan had been exposed to when fighting with Simalaozu, and immediately pointed carefully at a big tree in front. Bang! Lu Pingyan's fist was shining with golden light, and he suddenly blasted towards the big tree in front. Bang! The big tree exploded and turned into sawdust all over the sky. A black afterimage suddenly flew up and fled in other directions. Seeing this, Lu Pingyan continued to chase. In this way, the two chased each other. 3,000 miles away from the southern part of Qingyun Mountain, among the vast mountains, there is a medium-sized market called Yan'an Market, which is a base for two casual cultivators to build their foundation. Although it is only a smaller medium-sized market, the two owners are casual cultivators and attach great importance to rules and management. In addition, there are many monsters to hunt in the vast mountains, so it is quite favored by casual cultivators. Third uncle, I heard that this Yanfang owner has the hope of achieving false pills in the future. Is this true? On a spirit boat, there stood an old man and several young men, boys and girls. One of the girls asked the old man, "This Yanfang owner is indeed amazing. Now at the age of 100, he has cultivated to the 6th level of foundation building, but it is very difficult to break through the false pill. Even if this Yanfang owner can cultivate to the peak of foundation building before the age of 150, breaking through the false pill requires the help of a 3rd-level demon pill. How can such a demon pill be so easy to obtain?" The old man shook his head when he heard this. Master Yanfang runs such a big market, making a fortune every day, but he still can't afford a 3rd-level demon pill. The young man said in surprise. The 3rd-level demon pill is in short supply, and it will cost at least hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. The old man touched the young man's head and chuckled, saying, "If it was so easy to obtain, how could there be only 6 fake pill families in our Qingyun area?" Third uncle, then does the Lu ancestor of Qingzhu Mountain have any hope of obtaining the 3rd-level demon pill and breaking through the fake pill? I heard that this Lu ancestor not only practiced a joint cultivation method with his Taoist partner, comparable to the fake pill real person, but also a 2nd-level talisman master and alchemist. The girl continued to ask. Nowadays, the name of Qingzhu Mountain is basically known to everyone in Qingyun. This Lushan master should have a good hope. The old man stroked his beard and said slowly, "But the tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. This Qingzhu Mountain has risen too fast and has too strong momentum. Now that a chamber of commerce has been established, I am afraid that it will be targeted by many family forces. So, it is not easy for this Lushan master to break through the fake pill. And it is rumored that this Lushan master has used all his resources to cultivate the foundation of his family, resulting in no spiritual stone resources at home, so there are so many big moves recently. At his age, he likes to tell the younger generation in his family about his early experiences and his insights into the world of immortal cultivation. Okay, we'll be at the NIU market soon. Don't talk nonsense when you attend the auction. Ask me in private if you have anything to say." The old man looked ahead at the market with spiritual light flowing among the mountains, and said. However, just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a surge of terrifying pressure coming towards him. He tilted his head and saw a black rainbow light flying in the air. Then a golden light filled with wind and thunder followed closely behind. Boom! The black rainbow light saw the spirit boat and suddenly raised his hand and waved. Even a simple wave of his hand set off a powerful force like a tidal wave, making the spirit boat unstable and flipping over directly. Ah, third uncle! The monks on the spirit boat screamed. At this moment, a tall and burly young man wearing a silver-torn armor appeared in the golden light surging with wind and thunder. He raised his hand to stabilize the spirit boat, and after stabilizing the spirit boat, he suddenly shot out again, chasing after the black rainbow light. Gurgle! Gurgle! The boys and girls on the spirit boat, including the old man, all had dry throats at this time, and were confused and scared. Third uncle, what happened just now? A moment later, the young man looked at the almost disappeared black rainbow light and wind and thunder golden light, and said in confusion. The old man did not speak, and he was still in shock. The person who just held up our spirit boat, I seem to have seen it somewhere before. A girl on the spirit boat swallowed her saliva and said aloud. After a long time, she suddenly exclaimed, I remember, he seems to be the eldest son of Lu Liaozu of Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Pinggan. The two escape lights are naturally Sima Liaozu and Lu Pinggan. In terms of escape skills, Sima Liaozu is usually far better than Lu Pinggan. But now, Sima Liaozu self-destructed his magic weapon, and his vitality was seriously injured, causing serious impact on flying. Although Sima Liaozu used various means to get rid of Lu Pinggan on the way. But Lu Pinggan can always find him through other means. In addition to the spirit-seeking rat, there is also a second-level flying bird silver-winged golden light falcon, and several talismans. In this case, Sima Liaozu's injuries became more and more serious, and he could no longer suppress his injuries by relying on secret methods. Even if he escaped back to the family now, he didn't know how much natural materials and treasures he would have to consume before he could recover. The most serious thing was that after his inner elixir exploded his own life magic weapon, he forced his magic power and performed secret techniques, which caused slight cracks. Boom boom boom. Lu Pinggan chased and hit Sima Liaozu relentlessly, and from time to time he shot a second-level inferior talisman at Sima Liaozu. Although the second-level inferior talisman could not cause any harm to Sima Liaozu, a fake elixir real person. But this is a different time. Damn it. Feeling the pain from his body, meridians, damtion, and fake elixir, Sima Liaozu's pale face showed anxiety. He knew that if he continued like this, his inner elixir would break. Once the inner elixir broke, the chaotic and violent demonic power inside would rush out, and even if he didn't die, he would be disabled. Dao Ialu, you are also seriously injured now. It will be useless to continue chasing. It's better to give up. As long as you let this ancestor go, I am still willing to swear a Taoist oath. Sima Liaozu had put down his face at this time and begged for mercy, hoping that Lu Pinggan would stop. Lu Pinggan turned a deaf ear to this. If it weren't for the aunt's instructions, he could have suppressed Sima Liaozu with the talisman and the silver-winged golden falcon. Why did he chase for so long? It's almost done. At this time, Lu Pinggan saw a market covered with spiritual light in the distance, like a small town, and thought to himself, there is a saying that delay will lead to changes. If it is delayed too long, it will be very troublesome if Sima family comes again or Sima family's allies appear. Boom. Lu Pinggan's golden light soared into the sky, and the wind and thunder filled his body. He suddenly approached Sima Liaozu, and his golden fist smashed down like a god and demon beating a drum, raising a lot of energy. Puff. Sima Liaozu, who was wrapped in black light, immediately spit blood from his mouth and fell from the air. This is the fake Dan Xianren. Fake Dan fighting, quickly activate the formation. At this moment, this kind of battle and the movement of magic power also made many people in Yan'an Fangshi look up at the sky. The owner of the Yanfang in the Fangshi noticed the two auras and hurriedly operated the formation with all his strength, covering the Fangshi. He was afraid that this kind of battle would affect his own Fangshi. After all, when gods fight, mortals suffer. If two fake Dan monks fight in their own Fangshi, this Fangshi is equivalent to half-wasted, and it will take decades to recover. I am from the Sima family of Xuanwu Ridge, Sima Tong. If the Taoist friends in the market activate the formation and help me solve the crisis, my Sima family will definitely reward me handsomely afterwards. Now facing a life and death crisis, Sima Patriarch did not care about his face and shouted for help directly to the Yan'an market. Even if this market could not stop Lu Pinggan, he could take the opportunity to get rid of the other party. Xuanwu Ridge Sima family. Sima Tong, this person is the fake Dan ancestor of the Sima family. Who is this person, who actually chased the fake Dan ancestor of the Sima family to this extent? 80% of the people in Yan'an market are casual cultivators. Even if they don't have much experience, they have heard of the great name of the Sima family of Xuanwu Ridge. When they heard this, they all exclaimed and talked about it. This is the grudge between my Qingzhu Mountain and the Sima family. Please don't interfere. Although Lu Pinggan's breath was disordered, the whole person was still surging, his voice was powerful, and his breath was full. The Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain. What? This person is actually from the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain. When did the Lu family have such a great cultivator who actually beat the fake Dan ancestor of the Sima family like this? The cultivators in the market heard Lu Pinggan's words and exclaimed again. Although the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain is not as famous as the Sima family of Xuanwu Mountain, but the names of the mountain masters Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj are also well known in the Qingyun area. Many casual cultivators regard Lu Changsheng as their goal. Xuanwu Mountain, Qingzhu Mountain on the Yan'an Peak, The owner of the Yanfeng looked at the situation outside and murmured in her heart. She originally thought that if the evil cultivator had a grudge with the Sima family, she would help them and maybe get a chance. But after hearing this, she immediately chose to give up. After all, if a small market like them intervened in such a grudge between the two families, it would be completely courting death. This Sima ancestor must not die in my Yan'an market, otherwise the Sima family will come and blame us for not saving him. The owner of the Yufeng looked at the movement outside, with a bit of tension on his face. Fortunately, both of them were in poor condition. The old man who claimed to be the ancestor of the Sima family was attacked by the tall young man with the golden skin. After a while, he was completely unable to fight back and was then tied up by a rope. The young man did not stay for long. After using several methods on the old man, he took him away on a flying bird. Chapter 435, The Lu family has produced a dragon. Misty Rain Market. Countless cultivators looked at the sky, and Lu Pingyan, who rode away on a spiritual bird, trembled in his heart. Although Sima Patriarch was seriously injured, his aura was weak, and his strength was less than 60% of his peak. But in the simple confrontation just now, the surging and amazing fake Dan level spiritual pressure would not be fake. But such a high-ranking fake Dan Patriarch was hunted down so miserably, suppressed and captured. Moreover, this cultivator who claimed to be from Qingzhu Mountain dragged such a fake Dan Zhenren behind the spiritual bird like escorting a prisoner, without avoiding others. What is he doing? Demonstration? Question mark. Isn't this too overbearing? The Sima family of Qingzhu Mountain is an old fake pill family. Aren't you afraid of the Sima family's revenge for taking action like this at Qingzhu Mountain? Yes, this kind of behavior is simply a slap in the face, a naked slap in the face. With this kind of fighting power, what are you afraid of from the Sima family? When did such a fake pale ancestor appear in Qingzhu Mountain? This person doesn't look like Lu Changsheng, the ancestor of the Lu family. Just now I saw him fighting. He didn't look like a magic cultivator, but a body cultivator. Fake pill master, I don't know if I can reach this level in my lifetime. Many cultivators whispered, their hearts trembling. Looking at the direction where Lu Pingyan disappeared, his eyes were full of respect, or fear, envy, yearning, etc. I heard that a few months ago, there was a robbery in the Red Leaf Valley market under the name of Qingzhu Mountain. The Lu family had a daughter who inherited the Lu family's ancestors' talisman inheritance. She killed 5 foundation building cultivators alone, and now there is such a figure. Yan Lan, the owner of Yan'an market, looked at Lu Pingyan who was leaving, and was also full of emotion. As a foundation building cultivator and the owner of a market, she pays attention to many things in the world of immortal cultivation. I think the man just now looks a bit like Lu Pingyan, the eldest son of the Lu Patriarch of Qingzhu Mountain. The Yu Fengzhu, who is wearing a light blue dress, had a beautiful face and a beautiful temperament, said. Lu Pingyan. Yan Lan was surprised and said, isn't this Lu Pingyan in the middle stage of foundation building? I don't know, I just think they look a bit similar. Yu Fei shook her head gently and said softly, if this person is really Lu Pingyan of Qingzhu Mountain, then Qingzhu Mountain will really rise. I remember that the Lu Patriarch of Qingzhu Mountain is only 100 years old now. If this person is really Lu Pingyan of Qingzhu Mountain, at this age and with this level of cultivation, isn't it possible for him to form a pill? Yan Lan's eyes showed envy and yearning. The two sisters have gone from being casual cultivators to where they are now, which is better than 90% of the cultivators. But to go further is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Seeing that Lu Pingyan has such a level of cultivation at such a young age, she felt very emotional. Sister, the Sima family is very domineering. Today, the fake Dan ancestor of the Sima family asked for help from our market, but we did not help him. If he vents his anger on us later, we might get into trouble. At this time, Yu Fei next to her showed some worry in her eyes. Although their Yan'an market is good and well known, it is not worth mentioning in front of a behemoth like the Sima family. If the Sima family really vents their anger on them, they really can't bear this anger. It's possible. Yan Lan's face condensed slightly, and she said, fair. Do you have any suggestions? The reason why Yan'an City has been able to develop to this day is not only because of the strength of the two sisters, but also because they have made many friends and never participated in disputes between other forces. If this person is really Lu Pingyan from Qingzhu Mountain, I think we can go to Qingzhu Mountain to visit him. Yu Fei pondered for a moment and said, once the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain is promoted to fake pill family, it will surely expand its power. If we go to join them at this time, I think Qingzhu Mountain will gladly accept them and pay a huge sum of money for their bones. Sister, you are now in the 6th level of foundation building. If you have a 2nd level advanced level breaking pill, you can break through to the late stage of foundation building soon. Qingzhu Mountain has top alchemists who can refine foundation building pills, and they can certainly refine 2nd level advanced level breaking pills. And compared to the Sima family, Qingzhu Mountain currently has a good reputation. Not long ago, the mistress of the Lu family, Lu Miaoj, also expressed her invitation to other forces to form an alliance. Yu Fei said, then paused, looked at her sister and smiled. What's more, the reputation of Patriarch Lu of Qingzhu Mountain is well known. If sister is willing. But before she finished speaking, Yanlan beside her patted her sister unhappily and said, you are still teasing me. If you have this idea, I won't stop you. After that, she said seriously, in this case, fair, you should prepare a gift and go to Qingzhu Mountain now to see what attitude Qingzhu Mountain has. Sister, you have to be careful. If the Sima family is aggressive, you should give up the market. Yu Fei knew that her sister was in charge of the market. If the Sima family came to ask for punishment, it might be dangerous, so she reminded her. Don't worry, unless the fake Dan Patriarch comes, otherwise with a market formation, even if they are in the late stage of foundation building, they are not my opponent. Yan Lan smiled. Lu Pingyan was not aware of the chain reaction caused by the commotion he caused in Yunnaifang City. He just followed his aunt's instructions and tried to make things bigger. Lu Pingyan rode on the spirit bird, escorted Sima Liuzu, and flew quickly towards the caravan station. On the way, some cultivators had seen Lu Pingyan and Sima Liuzu chasing them relentlessly. When they saw this scene, they didn't know what was going on, and just avoided it respectfully. When Lu Pingyan rode on the spirit bird and escorted Sima Liuzu back to the Qingyun Mountain area, all the spies who were paying attention to the Lu family caravan saw this scene, and they were all stunned and horrified. This. Sima Liuzu has been captured. All the cultivators were horrified and couldn't believe it. They were very far away at the time, and they only saw that the Sima ancestor was trapped by the formation and the talisman formation, and then escaped tragically through some means. But they didn't expect that the dignified fake Dan ancestor didn't escape, but was captured alive by Lu Pingyan. This is amazing. You know, between cultivators of the same level, it is much more difficult to capture and suppress each other than to kill. The Lu family. A dragon has appeared. A cultivator looked at Lu Pingyan, who was tall and burly, wearing tattered armor on the spiritual bird, and his throat was dry and trembling. They all came from various forces and knew about the situation of Lu Pingyan and Qingzhu Mountain. At this age and with this kind of strength, it's like a dragon has appeared in shallow water. I thought Lu Wangshu is the hope of this generation of the Lu family, but I didn't expect that this Lu Pingyan was hiding so deeply. Lu Changsheng has risen from a son-in-law to this point, and he has become a man of great luck. As a result, his son is even better than his father. Damn, the Lu family's ancestral tomb is shining with gold. Lu Changsheng, Lu Pingyan, Lu Wangshu, even if the ancestral tomb is prosperous, you have to take a rest. And Ling Zixio, the mistress of the Lu family, has not made a move for so many years since she laid the foundation of Qingzhu Mountain in the early years. I didn't expect that once she made a move, she would ambush the fake Dan Xianrun. Hurry up and send a message back, prepare gifts and visit Qingzhu Mountain. At this moment, everyone sent a message to their own family. Some people had already sent a message to their families before. But at this time, they disliked the news too late, and they all crushed the emergency communication talisman, or rushed back to the clan directly. Brother. Big Pot. At the Lu family caravan station, Lu Rui, Lu Lingxiao, Lu Ling and others saw Lu Pingyan return and immediately shouted. They all saw that Lu Pingyan's breath was disordered and his face was tired, and they knew that this pursuit of Sima Patriarch was not simple. I'm fine. Lu Pingyan grinned, and the magic power flowed in his palm, causing the dried blood on it to dissipate, and rubbed his sister Lu Ling's head. Then she looked at Ling Zixio and said, Auntie, I'm glad you did your job. Pingyan, thank you for your hard work. Ling Zixio looked at Lu Pingyan like this, pursed her red lips, and said softly. Even though she usually had no feelings for most of the Lu family's children, she felt that Lu Pingyan was very good at this time. Auntie, you are too polite. This is what I should do. Lu Pingyan simply recounted the process of his pursuit of Sima Patriarch. You should have a good rest. I have sent a message to your father and he will be here later. Ling Zixiao continued. Although the Lu family caravan did not die in this battle, they were all in poor condition. So she planned to return to Qingzhu Mountain to rest first, so as to avoid the Sima family or other forces coming to intercept and kill again. And at this time, the matter between Lu Ping'an and the Sima family could be spread and fermented. Father is coming. Lu Ping'an was slightly stunned, then nodded, pointed at the unconscious Sima patriarch, and said, "And he is in a bad condition now. If he is not treated, he may die directly or become disabled." At the last moment of Sima patriarch, he really wanted to self-destruct and burn himself to death. But fortunately, at the critical moment, the interference of the thousand-faced fox puppet allowed Lu Ping'an to suppress his Qi Hai Danshan with a punch. This also caused Sima patriarch's condition to be as bad as it could be, and he was almost at the end of his rope. Okay. Ling Zixiao called a Lu family member to check the situation for Sima patriarch. This Lu family member was a doctor. After seeing Sima patriarch's physical condition, he couldn't help but smack his lips. Is this the vitality of the fake Danxianren? He sighed in his heart. If it were an ordinary cultivator, he would have died many times with such injuries. Faced with this situation, he was completely powerless. Seeing this, Ling Zixiao gave Sima patriarch a few pills to maintain his vitality and life. The other party couldn't die yet. Once they die, they are worthless. After a simple settlement, the caravan rested on the spot. At the same time, Zuanwu Ridge, Sima family. How could it be? Didn't the third elder go with the ancestor? How come the soul tablet is broken? The head of the Sima family looked at a broken soul tablet on the ancestral hall. His face was extremely ugly. Although his Sima family has a deep foundation, but it can't withstand the death of 5 foundation building cultivators at once. What's more, these 5 foundation building cultivators are not ordinary foundation building cultivators. Sima Bo and the other 4, each of them has the combat power of the late foundation building period. If the 4 of them attack at the same time, even the peak of the foundation building period is not a match. The third elder Sima Tai, with the 8th level of foundation building cultivation, is also one of the top combat powers of the Sima family. But now, they are all dead. For the Sima family, this kind of damage can be described as extremely tragic and seriously hurt. Did the ancestor encounter any danger? The head of the Sima family looked at the soul tablet of the Sima ancestor, frowned, and murmured in his heart. His own third elder went out with the ancestor. If the enemy was not strong, they would never have been able to kill the third elder in front of the ancestor. Go check quickly, contact the ancestor, and see what happened to the third elder. The head of the Sima family did not dare to think too much, and immediately sent someone to contact the ancestor, wanting to know what happened to his family. Half a day later, 9 Heavens Gangfeng lair. A figure with a rough face and a burly figure broke through the Gangfeng lair, fell silently, and came to the Qingyun Mountain area. Huh? This figure was Lu Changsheng, who received the information and rushed over. Seeing that Ling Zixiao and others were fine, many cultivators around were paying attention to this place. Lu Changsheng found a deserted place, his face and figure blurred for a while, and restored his true appearance, handsome and unparalleled, like a banished immortal. A moment later, Lu Changsheng, wearing a green robe, with a tall and slender figure, stood on a purple shuttle with his hands behind his back, and came to the caravan camp. Father. Hello, Father. Daddy. Greetings to Ancestor Lu. Everyone who was resting at the garrison saw Lu Changsheng, and immediately shouted in surprise, bowing. Yet, Lu Changsheng smiled and replied. Then he looked at Ling Zixiao, who had a dignified and beautiful appearance, and asked, Zixiao, what's going on here? Although he received the message. But the distance was too far, and the communication talisman could not convey accurate information, so he didn't know what was going on here. My dear. Ling Zixiao's breath was also a little disordered, and he whispered the general situation. Ancestor Sima. Lu Changsheng heard his wife's words, his eyes narrowed slightly, and looked at Ancestor Sima, who was unconscious not far away. He knew that there would be many obstacles in this business trip, and he made several preparations in advance. But he didn't expect that the fake Dan ancestor would come out. Ping'an, you have worked hard. Lu Changsheng exhaled lightly, looked at his son Lu Ping'an, stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder and said. He knew his son Lu Ping'an's combat power very well. The 100 refining treasure body art had just broken through the 8th level. There is no problem in beating fake pills like Jin Chisel. But facing the fake pill real person with magical powers like Sima Lao Zhu, he is no match. Ruai, Xiao, you have worked hard too. Lu Changsheng looked at the other children and said in a gentle voice. Then he looked at Zhou Datung and said, as long as you do your job well, my Lu family will not treat our own people badly. Please rest assured, Lao Zulu, I will definitely not dare to have second thoughts. Zhou Datung hurriedly said respectfully. He was very reluctant at first. But after seeing Lu Pinggan's fighting power and Ling Zixiao's methods, he no longer had second thoughts. Let's do it according to what you said, Zixiao, let's go back first. Lu Changsheng didn't say much, and went back with Ling Zixiao, Lu Pinggan, Lu Lingxiao and others. As for the goods, let Lu Ruai and Zhou Datung transport them to the nearest market first. Like these storage boxes, most of them are for material transportation, and one box can carry tens of thousands of pounds. Unless Lu Changsheng uses the power of Dan, there is no way to move them all back at once. However, there are prohibition signs on the storage boxes, so there is no fear of being intercepted. Seeing Lu Changsheng coming and taking Lu Pinggan, Ling Zixiao and others back, other spies who were paying attention to the Lu family caravan, and the monks also dispersed and rushed back to their homes to pass on the news here. A few days later, a piece of news spread, and the entire Qingyun territory was shaken, and countless family forces and monks were shocked. The Sima family of Xuanwu Ridge sent the famous Sima 4 heroes in the family to intercept and kill the Lu family caravan, but they were all killed by the Lu family. Afterwards, Sima Tong, the fake Dan ancestor of the Sima family, went to seek revenge. Ling Zixiao, the mistress of the Lu family, directly set up a large formation, set up an ambush, and joined forces with Lu Pinggan, the eldest son of the Lu family, to force the Sima family ancestor to self-destruct the magic weapon before escaping the formation. But in the end, he was suppressed and captured by Lu Pinggan, the eldest son of the Lu family. This news was like a huge stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up thousands of waves. Countless people were stunned, unbelievable, talking about it, and found it incredible. The 4 Sima heroes, it is rumored that the 4 brothers have killed several late foundation building cultivators and repelled the peak foundation building cultivators. Even if they are not as good as the core of the Immortal Gate, they are also extraordinary. They were killed by the Lu family. It is unbelievable that the Sima family's fake pale ancestor was suppressed by the Lu family. Even if there is an ambush with formations, it can't be done to this extent. Most people only heard about this battle and did not witness it. But it still caused an uproar and was widely spread. Many small families and scattered cultivators had cultivators talking about it. Because this news was too shocking. They are about to witness the birth of a new fake pill family. At this moment, the Z family of Lingxi, the Yuan family of Daoan Mountain, the Sima family of Xuanwu Mountain, the Jin family of Jinglong Mountain, and other fake pill families, as well as some other foundation building families, heard the reports of their own spies, and they were also dumbfounded and confused. Quasi 3rd level body refining. 3rd level talisman. Talisman formation technique. They listened to the battle between Ling Zixiao, Lu Pinggan and the Sima ancestor and were all shocked. Although this battle can be said to be a battle of good timing, good location and good people, and the Lu family has done everything they can. But no matter what, Lu Pinggan's age and combat power make all of them unable to remain calm. Even if they don't care about Lu Pinggan's current combat power, they can't ignore Lu Pinggan's future potential. They often say that their Xianjiao has the talent to form a pill and is expected to form a pill. But they all know in their hearts that only 1 in 10 people can eventually form a pill. And the potential shown by Lu Pinggan at this time is the real talent to form a pill. It is no worse than the true teachings of the Immortal Gate. Even if the Lu family does not have the conditions of the Immortal Gate, as long as they are given enough time to grow, there may be a 30% to 40% probability of achieving a pill. Once the pill is achieved, the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain will be a family of forming a pill. Although the fake pill family is high above, it can be called a big family. But compared with the family of forming a pill, it is as different as the difference between heaven and earth. Lingxi Lake, Z family. I didn't expect that Lu Pinggan's strength was hidden that day. Could it be that the Lu family deliberately fished? Ziying was shocked when he heard the news. He could not help but feel lucky that his family had not made enemies with the Lu family, and he did not use heavy hands on the Lu family caravan at that time. Otherwise, the 3 of them might have become a pile of dry bones. He immediately looked at his own family head and said, "Family head, prepare generous gifts. I will go to Bihu Mountain to congratulate now." Before this, although his Lingxizi family was willing to establish cooperation with Bihu Mountain, they still held a certain attitude and waited for Bihu Mountain to come to the door to ask for an interview. Now that they heard the news from the spies, they put down their attitude and regarded the Lu family of Bihu Mountain as equals, and took the initiative to congratulate. Dayan Mountain, Yuan family. What? Sima Tong was suppressed and captured by Lu Pinggan of Bihu Mountain. The head of the Yuan family heard the words of his own spies, and his expression was suspicious, surprised, and unbelievable. You know, their Yuan family not only sent people to intercept and kill the Lu family caravan, but also participated in the previous Red Leaf Valley incident. He immediately convened the family meeting to discuss this matter. Just as they were discussing, a majestic voice sounded. Since Bihu Mountain has such power, this ancestor will personally go to Bihu Mountain to apologize for what happened before. A middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and beard, calm face, and wearing a purple brocade robe walked into the meeting hall and said, "Greetings, ancestor. Greetings, ancestor." Everyone in the hall saw that this middle-aged man was the fake elixir ancestor of the Yuan family, Yuan Changsheng. The head of the Yuan family, the elders and others looked at each other when they heard this. Although the Lu family of Bihu Mountain has the fake elixir fighting force, it is not necessary for their own ancestor to personally come to apologize, right? Now that Bihu Mountain and the Sima family have completely fallen out, there is no need for us to get involved in these things. The ancestor of the Yuan family said lightly. As a fake elixir family, his Yuan family is naturally not afraid of Bihu Mountain. But the two families are just a little friction, and he is not willing to make a big deal about it and cause a fight. Wouldn't it be better to just wait for Bihu Mountain and the Sima family and the Jin family to fight to the death? Of course, it was also because the Lu family had a real fake pale-level combat power that suppressed the Sima patriarch that he was willing to put down his attitude and come to apologize. Otherwise, how could he, the fake pale ancestor, come forward to apologize to a mere foundation-building family? Ancestor is wise. Everyone in the hall bowed to their ancestor. Chapter 436, Clouds Move in All Directions, by Yan's Bloodline. Zhuangwu Ridge, Sima family. The Sima family also received the news about their ancestor as soon as possible. When they first heard the news, they all didn't believe it. Their ancestor was a fake Danzhenren. How could he be suppressed by a Lu family junior? But after multiple checks and confirmations, they immediately notified another fake Dan ancestor who was sitting outside, Sima Yu. Little Bihu Mountain, how dare you bully your Sima family like this? After Sima Yu rushed back to the family, he was furious. The damn seeds were beaten to death. The fake Dan ancestor was suppressed and captured. This was an extremely loud slap in the face. It simply made his Zhuangwu Ridge Sima family lose face and become a laughingstock in the entire Jin Kingdom's cultivation world. In the future, everyone who mentions their Sima family will say that your Sima family's fake Dan ancestor was suppressed by a junior from Bihu Mountain. This old ancestor will go to Bihu Mountain to see who gives them the courage. Sima Yu's face was old, full of wrinkles, and his body was a little hunched, but the whole person was like a wolf king, revealing a terrifying aura of choosing people to devour. Although he didn't have much life left, only a few decades. But after condensing the fake pill, the accumulation of hundreds of years made him have magical powers and magic weapons, and his combat power was far superior to Sima Tong. Ancestor, calm down. Ancestor, calm down. Ancestor, I have sent someone to Qingyun Sect to inform the 13th sister about this matter. After hearing this, the head of the Sima family and several other senior officials hurriedly persuaded their own ancestors. Such a thing just happened in their family, and people's hearts were floating, and they must not allow any losses. If Sima Yu in front of them had another accident, their Sima family would be completely finished. Ancestor, you still need to stay in the family. I believe that the 13th sister can solve the second master's affairs. The head of the Sima family persuaded earnestly. Although the fake pale ancestor of the family was captured and 5 foundation-building people died. But as long as Sima Yu, the fake Danzhenren, is still in charge, the family will be stable, and other forces will not dare to go too far and tear their faces. After all, tearing their faces and fighting, a few foundation-building masters can make a big force restless, let alone a fake Danzhenren. But if this fake Dan ancestor has an accident and loses the deterrent, Other forces will rush up like wolves, bite and swallow their Sima family. Even if their Sima family has a strong foundation and can cultivate another fake Danzhenren in the first time, the industrial forces will suffer heavy losses. Tell Xiao Shizhen that no matter what the cost, Xiaor must be rescued. Sima Yu also understood that he must stay at home now as a deterrent. Besides, this was originally a harsh word. Not to mention that Bihu Mountain has two fake dam fighting forces, Lu Changsheng, Lu Miaoj, and Lu Pingan. Ling Xiao and the Bihu Mountain formation alone are enough to make him return empty-handed. If he really kills into Bihu Mountain, he will only seek his own death. Please rest assured, Ancestor, since the 13th sister has come forward, I think Bihu Mountain will not dare to not give face. The head of the Sima family said in a deep voice. Their Sima family has been passed down for thousands of years. In addition to being intertwined with many forces, they also have a considerable foundation in the Qingyun Sect. Especially in this generation, their Sima family has a legitimate daughter who is a disciple of Yuzhu Zhenren of the Qingyun Sect. This Yuzhu Zhenren is just a fake Danzhenren. But his Taoist partner is the peak master of Qingyun Peak of the Qingyun Sect, Qingyun Zhenren. As long as the elder sister of his family can invite this Qingyun Zhenren, even if it is just an out of handwritten order, Bihu Mountain will obediently hand him over. Well, Sima Yu nodded, then looked at the head of the Sima family, and said with a serious face, I heard that Lu Pingan of Bihu Mountain is only in his 60s now. At this age, he has a fake Dan-level body refining. He must have a great opportunity and a big secret. Send someone to investigate the relevant information of this person immediately, the more detailed the better. Sima Yu's eyes under his thick eyebrows were cold and sharp. Even though he was the ancestor of the fake pill, he was shocked when he heard about Lu Pingan's situation and had murderous intentions. You know, physical cultivation is very time-consuming, energy-intensive, and financially intensive. At Lu Pingan's age, this level of physical training is simply shocking. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that as long as the other party does not die young, there is a high probability that he will break through the third-level physical training. Thinking of such a day, Sima Yu shuddered. Don't worry, Ancestor, I have sent people to investigate the situation of this Lu Pingan. The head of the Sima family bowed. Jin Longling, Jin family. After the senior management of the Jin family heard about the Bihu Mountain and the Sima family, everyone was stunned and confused. Earlier, they were very happy to hear that the Sima family had made a big move. Thinking that the Sima family would take action this time to solve Lu Pingan and Ling Xiao. Unexpectedly, now the spy reported that the Sima four heroes were dead. Even the fake pale ancestor of the Sima family was suppressed by Lu Pingan. What the hell is this? Question mark. If it weren't for the fact that the news was true after multiple verifications, they would not dare to believe it. Back then, we sent someone to test Bihu Mountain, but one person was shot dead by an arrow. I think it was this Lu Pingan who did it. An elder of the Jin family recalled an incident and said aloud. This Lu Pingan is really well hidden. No, it should be said that Bihu Mountain is well hidden. Lu Pingan, Lu Wangshu, and Lu Qingzhu are all hiding. Patriarch, what should we do? The senior members of the Jin family all looked grim. Their Jinlong Ridge and Bihu Mountain have long been enemies. For example, Zuanwu Ridge is far away from Bihu Mountain. But their Jin family is not only close to Bihu Mountain, but also adjacent to Bihu Mountain. If Lu Pingan stays in Bihu Mountain for a long time, won't their Jinlong Ridge have to maintain full security at all times? For this matter, let's ask the ancestor. The head of the Jin family said with a wry smile. Their Jin family was already seriously injured, and they could only maintain the status quo and try to stabilize the family situation. But now Bihu Mountain has a top combat force like Lu Pingan, and the situation of the two families is probably going to be reversed. A quarter of an hour later, the head of the Jin family and several elders came to Jinlong Peak to meet Jin Zun. What? Sima Tong was suppressed by Lu Pingan, how is this possible? In the hall, Jin Zun heard the words of the head of the Jin family and expressed his disbelief at the first time. You know, Sima Tong broke through the fake pill for decades, and he has his own magic weapon, and his combat power is far better than him. But such an old fake pill was suppressed by Lu Pingan, a junior of the Lu family. If he didn't know that the head of the Jin family and others didn't dare to joke with him, he would have thought that the other party was fooling him. Why is the heaven so kind to this Lu Changsheng? Seeing that everyone's face was solemn, Jin Zun sighed to the sky, with envy and powerlessness in his eyes. He also knew about Lu Wangshu and Lu Qingzhu's affairs not long ago. So when he heard the news, he was not afraid of the combat power of Qingzhu Mountain at the first time. He was also afraid of the future potential of Qingzhu Mountain. Afraid that Qingzhu Mountain still had hidden shortcomings. Because it was really amazing. Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayaoju practiced a combined cultivation method. Lu Wangshu, who inherited the legacy of Lu Changsheng's talisman. Not long after breaking through the foundation building, he killed 2 of his own foundation building Lu Qingzhuan. Lu Pingyan, who was young, had the combat power of a fake pill. There was also Lu Qingshan who worshipped the Yu Kingdom Immortal Sect. Thinking of these Lu family members, Qinzhuan felt a strong sense of powerlessness in his heart. Although his Jin family had several seeds with good talents, they were not good enough compared with Lu Pingyan, Lu Qingshan, and Lu Wangshu. Moreover, the family's foundation had been exhausted in order to provide him with a breakthrough in the fake pill. Now the family has no resources to cultivate new seeds of the formation of the pill, and can only barely maintain the number of foundation building. The family will further shrink its power, stabilize the current situation, and wait and see. Sima family will never take such a thing lightly, so let's see Sima family's attitude first. Qinzhuan sighed a little helplessly. In his early years, he was full of vigor. But since the last generation of Jin family ancestors were killed by evil cultivators, the survival of the family was all on him, and the whole person lived up to his original intention and became cautious. Although the Wang family is on the decline, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. I heard in my early years that the Wang family has been marrying other forces. Xiaojiu, go and contact the Wang family to see what their attitude is. Qinzhuan thought for a moment and continued. 5 elements Wang family. The head of the Jin family paused when he heard this. He had considered this matter before. But the 5 elements Wang family is under the jurisdiction of the Qingzhu Sect. Moreover, the 5 elements Wang family and the beast-taming Su family have a bad relationship. If he goes to please the Wang family, he may cause displeasure to the Su family. As if seeing the worries of the head of the Jin family, Qinzhuan continued, you can contact the Su family and the Shangguan family. Yes, ancestor. The head of the Jin family and others nodded in response with a heavy heart. Knowing that the ancestor is ready to give up some of his interests and take advantage of the situation. Qingzhu Mountain. The news that Lu Pingyan and Ling Xixiao suppressed the fake Dan ancestor spread widely in the outside world, and the children of the Lu family naturally heard about it. Many of them saw their fathers picking up their aunts and their elder brother coming back, and realized that this was not a rumor, and it was probably true. I thought Wangshu was already invincible, but I didn't expect that my elder brother would. Fake Dan Xianren, my elder brother actually suppressed a fake Dan Xianren. Doesn't it mean that my elder brother has become a fake Dan Xianren? Our family has become a fake Dan family. Many Lu family members were excited. At the same time, many cultivators and family forces came to Qingzhu Mountain to pay their respects, wanting to confirm the truth of this matter. This is true. Lu Changsheng, Lu Pingyan, and Ling Xixiao did not show up. Lu Xingyang and Lu Mayaoj responded positively to this matter. During the process, Lu Mayaoj told a shocking news to the family with whom she had a good relationship. Her husband Lu Changsheng had been promoted to 3rd-level talisman master. 3rd-level talisman master. Hiss. 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 When these people heard this heavy news, they were all shocked and took a deep breath. Although the status of a 3rd-level talisman master is not as good as that of a giant Danzhenren, it is also equal to that of a fake Danzhenren. Especially Lu Changsheng, the talisman master, is also proficient in the inheritance of the talisman path. He once worked together with Lu Mayaoj to defeat the fake pill master Qinzhu. Now that the Lu family has a stable 3rd-level talisman, I am afraid that ordinary fake pill masters are not Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayaoj's opponents. Congratulations to Mrs. Lu. Congratulations to Master Lu. Congratulations to Patriarch Lu for being promoted to the 3rd-level talisman master, and he can be expected to form a pill in the future. These family ancestors were shocked and congratulated one after another. This news is too shocking. It is no less than the information that Lu Pingyan suppressed Patriarch Sima. Now that Lu Changsheng has revealed his identity as a 3rd-level talisman master, and Lu Pingyan has the combat power of the fake pill level, the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain can be said to have completely established the name of the fake pill family. 2 months later, at my daughter Wangshu's foundation building ceremony, my husband will take out a few 3rd-level talismans as prizes and auction them. You can help promote it later. If there are natural treasures that my Lu family needs, you can also exchange them for third-level talismans. Lu Mioj was dressed in a plain white palace dress, with soft black hair like dark clouds tied into a flying fairy bun, dotted with a few azure jade beads, which made her elegant face more elegant and luxurious. For professions like array masters, alchemists, weapon masters, and talisman masters, the easiest way to prove their rank is to take out the corresponding elixir, magic weapon, and talisman for sale. Of course, in addition to this method, you can also go to some corresponding organizations and forces for assessment and indirectly make a name for yourself. Lu Changsheng naturally used the simplest method and took out a few talismans to sell in auction. Although this kind of thing can be faked, but few people are willing to take out the third-level talisman to deceive and make a name for themselves. Moreover, if such things are faked, people will question them after a long time. Master Lu is generous. Don't worry, Madam Lu, I will definitely promote it well for the nobles after I go back. Madam Lu, I wonder what kind of natural treasures the nobles need now. The cultivators present were all excited when they heard this. In Lu Changsheng's eyes, the third-level talisman is nothing. But for these cultivators, it is extremely rare. If you have a third-level talisman, it is equivalent to having an extra life-saving talisman. When you encounter danger, just show this third-level talisman. It will be enough to shock most foundation-building cultivators. It's the same material I bought when I made the foundation-building pill. Lu Mioj said with an elegant smile. One after another, cultivators came to visit Qingzhu Mountain. In addition to congratulations and inquiring about the situation, many families came to discuss cooperation, and even took the initiative to surrender to the vassal Lu family. The world of cultivation is unpredictable. Maybe one day you will get into trouble, or encounter evil cultivators or robbers. Although these families are under the rule of Qingyun Sect. But Qingyun Sect rarely asks about the affairs of the families under its jurisdiction on weekdays. It will only send people to investigate and deal with the affairs of evil cultivators and demon cultivators. If two families fight, as long as they are not too extreme and make too much noise, Qingyun Sect will basically turn a blind eye. If Qingyun Sect is asked to come out to administer justice, both families will bleed heavily. Therefore, these family forces tend to find their own backers. However, these family forces seeking shelter from Qingzhu Mountain are not stupid. Most of them are in a bad situation at present, and want to use the name of Qingzhu Mountain to survive the crisis. Or seeing that Qingzhu Mountain has become a fake damn family, it will definitely expand its power. If they now surrender to the vassal, they may get benefits from the Lu family and share some cakes. Regarding the vassal, fellow Daoists, you can talk to me in detail later. Lu Xingyang said to the family ancestor who was interested in vassal surrender. Regarding this aspect, the family has long had instructions, and indeed intends to accept a few vassal families to do things. But their Lu family does not want every family force. In addition to other family forces visiting, the Lu family took the initiative to reveal some information. Lu Changsheng also let the family openly and secretly publicize the fact that he is a third-level talisman master. The specific process of Lu Pinggan and Ling Zixiao fighting against Simileo Zhu, trying to emphasize the importance of the third-level talisman. After all, it is still a bit amazing that Lu Pinggan suppressed the fake elixir ancestor at this age. It needs to be slowed down by other news. And the third-level talisman master, the third-level talisman, set up the formation and ambush in advance, which explains why Lu Pinggan was able to suppress and capture Simileo Zhu. At this moment, in a secret room, Lu Changsheng brought Binger and was performing the 6 Desires Heart Demon art on Simileo Zhu. It's not a soul search. Simply by interfering with his soul, some information about the Sima family can be learned from the other party, such as financial resources, inheritance of skills and other secrets. With his Tai soul comparable to the peak of the Jindan, it is naturally not difficult to use means against Simileo Zhu's fake elixir. It's just that his 6 Desires Heart Demon art does not have the 7 emotions and 6 desires to practice, resulting in mediocre results. Only some superficial things can be obtained. If it is deep, it will subconsciously resist and easily wake up the other party. The Sima family has been able to stand for so many years, there is still something. Lu Changsheng chuckled. Although the Sima family only has 2 fake Danzhenren, the family heritage is extraordinary. If necessary, they can train a fake Danzhenren as soon as possible. But for the Sima family, having 2 fake Danzhenren is enough. It is a waste to continue to train fake Danzhenren. After the fake Dan in the family passes away, they will consider training new fake Dan to maintain the continuation of the family. In addition, Lu Changsheng knows that the Sima family has another heritage, which is the ancestral black tortoise. This black tortoise is currently a quasi third-level existence and has been in a dormant state for a long time. Maybe in a few hundred years, it can be promoted to the third level. This kind of turtle-type spirit beast is really suitable to be a clan spirit beast. Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart. The Su family of Yushu has a black tortoise spirit beast, and the Sima family also has one. He remembers that Yuling sect seems to have one too. This reminded Lu Changsheng of his own cold green black turtle. However, this kind of turtle-type spiritual beast grows really slowly. 40 years have passed, and this cold green black turtle has just been promoted to the middle stage of the first stage. Not only Lu Changsheng was speechless. Even Lu Wangshu was speechless about this growth rate. You know, this cold green black turtle is not raised freely. Instead, it has always been well-fed, and is often placed in the ancient beast-controlling talisman to accelerate its cultivation. Do you want it when the time comes? Lu Changsheng looked at the Sima ancestor in front of him, thinking in his heart. Thinking that after Sima Tong was redeemed, he would find an opportunity to deal with Sima Yu, another fake Dan of the Sima family. In this way, the Sima family would be similar to the Jin family, without too many threats. After all, Sima Tong's life magic weapon exploded and his foundation was damaged. At that time, his combat power would probably be worse than that of a white fake Dan like Jin Zi Yui. Master. At this moment, Zumi's voice sounded in Lu Changsheng's mind, indicating that Bailing's light cocoon had moved. Okay. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng immediately made Sima Tong in front of him continue to be unconscious, and went to the Changsheng palace with Inger. But on the bed in the cave, the white and golden light cocoon that Bailing turned into was surrounded by a faint holy light, and there were subtle cracking sounds coming from it. Crack, crack, crack. As the cracking sounds continued, tiny cracks appeared on the light cocoon. When the cracks were dense, the entire light cocoon suddenly split open, bursting out endless sacred and gorgeous white rays of light, illuminating the entire cave. Brother, a joyful voice sounded in the holy and gorgeous rays of light. Bailing stood in the rays of light. Her graceful body was as white as jade, her long black and smooth hair was scattered to her waist and hips, and her black and white face was shining against each other. The exquisite and pure face and the enchanting figure with protruding front and back seemed to be more mature than before, and her posture was charming and beautiful beyond words. But the most obvious thing was that the platinum scales on her skin disappeared. Just like ordinary skin, it was soft and delicate, as if it was coated with a layer of pearl powder, and the crystal pink revealed an unparalleled charm. Brother, I'm pregnant. Bailing's graceful and soft jade body hugged Lu Changsheng, a pair of misty, peach-like eyes full of joy. Pregnant. Lu Changsheng was also a little surprised when he heard this. At the beginning, when the two of them had almost consumed the power of the yin-yang Rongling Dan, Bailing suddenly fell asleep and formed a light cocoon, causing him to worry that she was not pregnant. If she was not pregnant, the yin-yang Rongling Dan would be a waste. Hearing Bailing's words at this time, his heart was relieved and he looked forward to the birth of this child. Come, let brother see. Lu Changsheng smiled and touched Bailing's flat and smooth belly. He only felt that the other party's skin was so delicate and tender, and the touch was incredibly wonderful. After a moment, he felt a weak little life from Bailing's belly. It was just a short time since she got pregnant, so she couldn't feel any difference from this life form. Moreover, the yin-yang Rongling pill in Bailing's body had not been completely digested. Some of the medicinal effects would be consumed as the fetus was conceived, nourishing the fetus. Linger, did you awaken your bloodline before? Lu Changsheng looked at Bailing, whose face was delicate and pure, and said in a gentle voice. Yes. Bailing nodded with joy. It means that under the stimulation of the yin-yang Rongling pill, the bloodline power in her body was stimulated, thus obtaining part of the bloodline inheritance. In the inheritance, there is a method. And it made her naturally master the demonization of her body. That is, the snake scales on the body. Bloodline inheritance? Demonization. Lu Changsheng was a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that Bailing's bloodline awakening this time actually obtained bloodline inheritance. You know, generally, monsters can only awaken bloodline inheritance or innate magical powers when they are promoted to the third-level Monster King. Bai Ling only has a rare monster bloodline. In this case, it should be difficult to obtain bloodline inheritance. However, this also indirectly shows that Bai Ling's bloodline is not simple. It is very likely, as Honglian said, that it is some kind of true spirit bloodline. Xiaolinger, do you know why you have blood in your body? Lu Changsheng asked curiously. It seems to be called Bai Yan. Bai Ling said with some uncertainty. Her bloodline inheritance is very incomplete, so there is not much content. Bai Yan. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows, not knowing what kind of monster this is. He planned to ask Honglian later. Then, he asked about the practice inherited by Bai Ling's bloodline. He wanted to see what race this practice belongs to. Brother, this practice is called Xian's secret book. Bai Ling, facing Lu Changsheng, naturally would not hide her shortcomings at all, and directly told him about this practice inheritance. Xian's secret book. Lu Changsheng was a little surprised, feeling that the name did not sound like a monster clan practice. Through Bai Ling's detailed explanation, he knew that this was a rare sound practice, specializing in sound wave spells. In terms of grade, it should be between the side door level and the authentic level. However, this technique can only be cultivated to the 4th level, which is a bit like the precondition of a certain technique. Maybe when Bai Ling cultivates to a certain level and her bloodline awakens again, she can obtain subsequent techniques or upgrade techniques. Tisk, this kind of demon bloodline inheritance is really considerate. Just by awakening part of the bloodline, you can get such a top-level technique. Lu Changsheng sighed. Although he has many side door level, authentic level, and even true immortal level techniques. But for most cultivators, side door level techniques are already considered top level techniques. Bai Ling is only in the foundation building stage now. Just by awakening part of the bloodline, he can get such a top level technique. If the bloodline continues to awaken and revert to the ancestral level in the future, maybe he can get the mysterious level or even the true immortal level technique. Just from this inherited technique, Lu Changsheng realized that Bai Ling's Bai Yan bloodline is not simple. It is definitely a true spirit level bloodline. Brother, when I was sleeping, the technique was automatically converted into the Xian's secret code, and I won't be able to help you raise little snakes and fish in the future. At this time, Bai Ling pursed her red lips and said with some sadness. She always wanted to help Lu Changsheng and do something for him. So Lu Changsheng gave her the task of cultivating Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldiers and raising monsters. She has always been very serious and felt needed. But now the technique is automatically converted into the Xian's secret code, and she can no longer cultivate Taoist soldiers through the Black Dragon's magic power. It's okay, I'll hand it over to others later. Xiaolinger, you are pregnant now, you need to rest more. Lu Changsheng didn't care about it, and said with a chuckle, picked up Bai Ling's warm and soft body, and sat down beside him. Now in addition to Lu Pingyan, there are several children in the family who have practiced a Black Dragon Code. As long as they break through the foundation, they can all cultivate Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldiers through magic power. Bai Ling happily nestled in Lu Changsheng's arms, reaching out to touch her flat belly, still immersed in the joy of pregnancy. She finally had her own baby. Looking at her delicate and pink skin, Bai Ling said timidly and softly, if brother likes Linger's original appearance, Linger can change back. Although Lu Changsheng didn't mind the scales on her body. But her childhood experience still made her a little concerned about these scales. She was worried that Lu Changsheng's words were just to comfort her. So at this time, she could transform into a demon at will and control the scales on her body, and she was very happy. Brother likes Linger no matter what she looks like. Lu Changsheng looked at the little girl like this, pinched her smooth face, and said with a smile. I have to say that Bai Ling's skin feels really wonderful. Daddy, Sister Linger, do you want to play games? At this time, Binger, who was acting as a light bulb next to them, saw the two hugging each other and saying affectionately, blinking her clear and flawless big eyes. Bai Ling heard this, and her beautiful cheeks suddenly blushed. Since Binger said so, Xiaolinger, let's play with her for a while. Seeing Bai Ling like this, Lu Changsheng's hands wandered over her smooth and graceful body, and he said softly with a smile on his lips. During the game, Lu Changsheng thought of Bai Ling's words about demonization, which could turn into her original appearance, so he asked Bai Ling to demonize for him to see. It's not for other reasons, but simply because he had always praised Bai Ling for her beautiful appearance, he couldn't dislike her now, right? Bai Ling's graceful and charming flawless jade body was immediately covered with a thin layer of crystal scales. This scale was similar to the original one, but it was a little more delicate and smooth. However, when he heard Bai Ling say that these scales could appear at any position according to his heart, Lu Changsheng immediately spoke up and asked Bai Ling to change according to his requirements. After a while, Bai Ling, who was originally charming and seductive, was wrapped in the crystal scales, and her whole person was full of temptation index. When Bai Ling's demonization ability was pushed to the extreme, the scales on her body formed a crystal-like scale armor. This scale armor was extraordinary. The defensive effect was almost comparable to the peak of foundation building. Lu Changsheng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This is not an awakening ability. This is clearly the awakening of a natural magical power. However, Bai Ling's character, even if she awakened such a magical power, she would not fight with others. Afterwards, after the game was over, Lu Changsheng hugged the tired Bai Ling and Binger and fell asleep. Chapter 437 Nanguang Mili was shocked. Someone came from Qingyun Peak. Zhang family of Qingzhu Mountain. This is a foundation building family, located near the Loyan Mountains, and has no presence in the entire Jiang Kingdom's immortal cultivation world. At this moment, in the Zhang family's forbidden area, in a small courtyard. Mr. Envoy, according to the information from Qianxi Tower, the 4 major immortal sects are about to open the Qingyun secret realm, allowing some of the core sects to enter and comprehend the heavenly steel. In addition to the disciples of the immortal sects, the 4 major immortal sects will also release some quotas to the family forces under their rule. An old man in his 50s crawled on the ground and said respectfully, "Are you going to let it go?" In the attic of the small courtyard, a beautiful woman in her 30s, with a beautiful face, extraordinary beauty, and enchanting figure, sat in an exquisite armchair. Hearing this, the narrow and long Danfeng beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Is there an approximate time? She was wearing a purple mist gauze long skirt, with a graceful and beautiful figure. The plump, round, slender jade-like legs overlapped, and a pair of stiletto high-heeled shoes with flowing purple star sand were lifted up. She looked at the teacup in her hand nonchalantly, and gently moved the crystal tea leaves floating on the teacup with her white jade hands, and said in a low voice. Even though her voice was calm and indifferent, as if she was keeping people away from her, she still gave people a sense of tenderness and made people want to see her. Reply to the envoy, Qianxi Tower only has news from this aspect, but the 4 major immortal gates have not yet confirmed the time information. The old man crawled on the ground and said respectfully, not daring to look up, for fear of blaspheming the beauty in the attic. It seems that the Qingyun Sect has laid a net of heaven and earth, and now the secret realm is released, just waiting for people to take the bait. This woman is Nanguang Mili, who came to Jiang Kingdom. For more than half a year, she has been observing the situation of Qingyun's secret realm in Loyan Mountains. It has long been known that Qingyun's secret realm has been almost swept by the 4 major immortal gates of Jiang Kingdom. Now that she heard the news that the 4 major immortal gates are preparing to open the secret realm, she immediately realized that this is a trap to wait for people to come in. But this is how the world of immortal cultivation is. As long as there is an opportunity to tempt, even if many people know that this is a trap set by the 4 major immortal sects, they will still rush in. The core disciple of the sect, the family power under his rule Nanguang Mili, took a sip of tea, and her delicate and beautiful red lips left a blush on the teacup, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her lips. You continue to pay attention to the news in this regard. Is there any movement in Qingzhu Immortal City recently? Nanguang Mili continued to ask. A year ago, the new city lord of Qingzhu Immortal City, Bai Fengzhenren, was killed by the demon monks. Although this matter has not been fully spread, it is not a secret. She has been paying attention to this matter. I want to guess which force is responsible through the subsequent movements of Qingzhu Immortal City. Judge whether this matter will have an impact on Qingyun's secret realm. Reply to the envoy, there is no major change in Qingzhu Immortal City. The old man said respectfully. As he spoke, he took out a jade slip from his storage bag, held it in both hands, and said, Sir, there is a piece of news about the Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain that you asked me to pay attention to recently. The Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain. Nanguang Mili's phoenix eyes were narrow and long, with light eyeshadows at the corners of her eyes, cold and beautiful, and she raised her slender hands lightly, causing the jade slip held by the old man to fall into her hands. Third-level talisman master, Lu Pinggan, the eldest son of the Lu family. Nanguang Mili looked at the information on the jade slip, frowned slightly, and was a little surprised. She was not surprised that Lu Changsheng was promoted to 3rd level Talisman Master. She was surprised at Lu Pinggan's age and combat power. Some time ago, she learned about the Red Leaf Valley Market and Lu Wangshu from the old man. So now seeing Lu Pinggan's situation again, she deeply realized that Lu Changsheng was not right. The children born were all too outstanding. Lu Pinggan, Lu Wangshu, Lu Qingshan, and her own daughter Nanguangyao Iao. In addition to her extraordinary talent, she also realized the problem of combat power. As a Jinan's Henren, she clearly knows that if a cultivator wants to tap into his talent potential and combat power and surpass his peers, wealth, companions, magic and land are very important. It can even be said that the importance of wealth, companions, magic and land is better than spiritual root talent. Many independent cultivators and family forces, even if they give birth to children with extraordinary talents, do not have the conditions to cultivate them into talents, so they can only send them to the Immortal Gate. Like the Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain. Except for a land, it has nothing to do with wealth, companions and magic. After all, as the Sky Spider envoy of the 5 Poison Sect, there are many markets and family forces under his rule. Nanguang Li knows very well that these family forces make profits every year, and it is basically impossible to have too much surplus money. Companions, in addition to Taoist companions and like-minded friends, there are also teachers and so on. But what kind of talents can a small foundation-building family have? Surrounded by a group of mudlegs, what can they become by listening and seeing? As for the last magic, it is also the most important point. Even if there is a natural spiritual root, without a good matching method, the cultivation speed and combat power may not be as good as the upper-grade spiritual root. And the foundation-building family simply cannot have any top-level skills inheritance. Even the Jinan family can only have 1 or 2 advanced skills inheritance at most, which may not be suitable for their own children. Therefore, whether it is Lu Pinggan or Lu Wangshu, they are not like a small foundation-building family to cultivate. Moreover, through the combat power of the two, it can be seen that the skills inheritance is extraordinary, and there are people to teach, not just practicing by oneself. Based on these points, Nanguang Li realized that there is a problem with Qingzhu Mountain, a big problem. Lu Changsheng Nanguang Li Danfeng's beautiful eyes are shining with a dark luster, knowing that all these are related to Lu Changsheng. Through the past 6 months, the more she knows about Lu Changsheng, the more she feels that he is not simple, and the whole person seems to be covered with a mysterious veil. But so too, the more she wants to unveil the mysterious veil of Lu Changsheng. When I go to Qingzhu Mountain, I have to be more careful. Nanguang Li muttered in his heart, and his vigilance against Lu Changsheng was raised to another level. After all, the other party is not only bold and can nourish the golden elixir Daoan for people, but also can take out the strange treasure of the Mi Shiansu. Now there are all kinds of signs that the other party is not simple, so she has to be more careful. Otherwise, if she fails and falls into the other party's ambush, wouldn't it be humph? No matter what, he is just a foundation-building cultivator. Even if he has the combat power of a fake pill, and even his methods are comparable to those of a pill-forming cultivator, as long as I am careful, it doesn't matter. Nanguang Li stood up suddenly, with a graceful figure, and her purple mist gauze skirt danced lightly in the wind, revealing half of her fair legs under the skirt. She was wearing purple stiletto high heels, and she exuded an elegant and noble charm. Zumi Cave Heaven. Lu Changsheng looked at Bai Ling, who was sitting cross-legged in front of him to practice. After obtaining the inherited skills, Bai Ling's practice speed almost doubled. This is amazing. It is equivalent to the speed of the original upper-grade spiritual root to the earth spiritual root level, and even comparable to the heavenly spiritual root. At this speed, Linger is probably the fastest in the family to practice to the peak of foundation building. Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart. He knew that the reason why Bai Ling's cultivation speed could be improved was not only because of the compatibility of the technique, but also because of the awakening of her bloodline. This bloodline awakening was equivalent to raising Bai Ling's talent to a higher level. But the more complicated Linger's bloodline is, the more complicated the child she will give birth to will be. I wonder if this child will be a human or a half-demon. Lu Changsheng looked at Bai Ling's flat belly under her white dress and thought to himself. Brother, after a simple test of the cultivation speed, Bai Ling opened her eyes and shouted to Lu Changsheng with joy. Very good, but Linger is pregnant now, so she doesn't have to practice so diligently every day. Lu Changsheng said softly to Bai Ling. Women can still practice in the early stages of pregnancy, but if they practice after a few months, there will be some risks in the process. Yeah, Bai Ling's face was filled with a happy smile, and she nodded vigorously. Although it was her first pregnancy, she had already known the relevant taboos. The two walked out of the Changsheng hall and came to Zumi Cave Heaven, next to the Peachwood Spirit Fetus. Honglian. Lu Changsheng asked Honglian if she knew the true spirit named Bai Yan. Bai Yan. Honglian thought for a moment and said that she had never heard of this true spirit. It's not that there is no such true spirit, but the information about the true spirit is very rare. Except for some true spirit families, or forces that have worshipped true spirits, it is difficult for others to access this information. They can only learn a little bit through the words in ancient books. Okay. Lu Changsheng didn't care too much when he heard this. The less information and the more mysterious it is, the more complicated this true spirit is. Linger, you can rest assured and take care of the baby. Don't worry about these. If you feel uncomfortable, tell your brother as soon as possible. Lu Changsheng said softly to Bai Ling, who was a little worried next to him. Soon, the two came to the Lu family mansion. Bai Ling immediately told Ling Zixiao, Lu Maioyan, Chu Hansun and others about her pregnancy with joy on her face. Linger, congratulations. Linger, congratulations. Upon hearing this, the girls immediately congratulated Bai Ling. After so many years of getting along, they all liked this timid girl. They knew that she had always wanted to give birth to several children for her husband. But she had not been able to get pregnant for so many years. Now that she heard that Bai Ling was pregnant, she was sincerely happy for her. Just when Lu Changsheng was chatting with his wives and concubines, Lu Xingyan came to report a piece of news, saying that someone from the Sima family had come. Is someone from the Sima family finally here? Ling Zixiao was wearing a lake blue dress, and her appearance was dignified and elegant. The news of the two families spread like wildfire. Although the Lu family did not take the initiative to contact the Sima family, it was impossible for the Sima family to ignore Sima Tong. Father, the people from the Sima family came with the people from the Qingyun Sect. Lu Xingyan continued. Qingyun Sect. Lu Maioyan, Chu Hansun and others were a little surprised when they heard this. Although the Sima family has a strong foundation in the Qingyun Sect. But in this matter, no matter how you look at it, the fault lies with the Sima family. They shouldn't have provoked Qingyun Sect to come to their door, right? It should be Ping'an's display of fake pill combat power, and the matter of Langjin's third-level talisman master. Ling Zixiao said softly. Ordinary families generally do not enter the field of vision of Qingyun Sect. But when a family grows to a certain extent, such as multiple top-level foundation building, or fake pill-level combat power, Qingyun Sect will begin to pay attention. There's even a saying that when the family power grows to a certain extent, it must find a backer in Qingyun Sect and a mountain to rely on. As for the appearance of a third-level talisman master in the family under its rule, even Qingyun Sect is willing to extend an olive branch and invite Qingyun Sect to serve as a guest official. But the people of Qingyun Sect came with the people of the Sima family, and I think they are also lobbyists. Ling Zixiao smiled elegantly and continued. Since you are here, let's go and meet them. Lu Changsheng said with a smile, and went to meet the guests with Ling Zixiao. After a while, the two came to the reception room. There was a man and a woman sitting inside. The man was 30 years old, with a heroic face, and a 9th-level foundation building cultivation. The woman was 27 or 28 years old, with a beautiful and calm appearance, and a 6th-level foundation building cultivation. Hello, Master Lu, Madam Lu, I am Song Chang, a disciple of Qiyang Peak of Qingyun Sect. After the man looked at Lu Changsheng and Ling Zixiao, he immediately stood up and clasped his fists, very politely. Sima Kiuhu. The woman said, but her face was expressionless, even a little indifferent. Hello, fellow Taoist Song, I wonder what fellow Taoist Song and fellow Taoist Sima have to do in my Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Changsheng and Ling Zixiao sat down on the side and asked with a smile. It's like this, my master heard that Master Lu was promoted to the 3rd-level talisman master, so he sent me to congratulate him and ask if Master Lu is willing to come to Qiyang Peak as a guest worshipper. Song Cheng took out a beautiful gift box from his storage bag, handed it to Lu Changsheng, and said politely. Fellow Taoist Song is too polite, Qiyang Peak? Your master is. Lu Changsheng did not immediately accept the gift, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he asked out loud. My master is true man Qiyang. Song Cheng spoke with a bit of arrogance on his face. As a disciple of true man Jinden, this is something to be proud of. So you are true man Chiang's disciple. I am sorry for your disrespect. Lu Changsheng bowed slightly. Although he knew the names of several true man Jinden of Qingyun Sect. But apart from knowing that true man Qin has 2 disciples, he really doesn't know anything else. My dear, if I remember correctly, this Sima Qiuhua is also a disciple of Qiyang Peak. This person came here, most likely not on behalf of Qingyun Sect, but Qiyang Peak, to be a lobbyist. At this time, Ling Zixio, who was dignified and elegant, sipping tea, sent a voice message to Lu Changsheng's consciousness. I have just been promoted to the 3rd level of Fudao not long ago, and I am not yet proficient, so I am afraid that this guest service will not be in the eyes of true man. Lu Changsheng declined politely. He also saw that the other party was not just recruiting as simple as that, but should also want to be a lobbyist, as Ling Zixio said. If he accepted this recruitment, the next thing would be difficult to refuse. Moreover, he had heard Xiao Ziyao mention it in his early years, that his own Qian's Henren seemed to have a grudge with Chiang's Henren's Taoist partner. When he and Xiao Ziyao were attacked and killed, it was possible that the other party was responsible. Song has heard about the talent of Lu Shansu in the way of talismans. And the master personally asked about this matter, and promised that as long as Lu Shansu is willing to come to my Qiyang Peak as a guest worshipper, he can not only obtain the 3rd level talisman inheritance of my sect. In the future, if Lu Shansu wants to break through the fake pill, my Qiyang lineage can provide a suitable 3rd level demon pill. Song Cheng heard the refusal in Lu Changsheng's words and continued to speak sincerely. As for the resources for forming pills, he did not mention the crystal pills. After all, in Qingyun Sect, even the true disciples need to fight for the crystal pills. How can they be given to outsiders? Let me consider this introduction first. Lu Changsheng continued to decline. Even if he really wanted to serve as a guest worshipper in Qingyun Sect, he would definitely choose Qiyang Peak, not Qiyang Peak. Okay, in that case, Master Lu, please consider it carefully. Seeing Lu Changsheng reject him like this, Song Cheng's face was no longer so polite, but a little cold. After all, in his opinion, no matter how great Bihu Mountain is, it is just a dog under the rule of his Qingyun Sect. Under the words of his master's wife, his master personally asked about this matter, and was willing to extend an olive branch and promise benefits, but the other party actually refused. It's really ungrateful. In addition to the guest offerings, Song came here for my junior sister's family affairs, intending to resolve the grievances between Master Lu and the Sima family of Zuanwu Ridge. Song Cheng spoke and continued. Resolve grievances. Lu Changsheng and Ling Zixio heard this, looked at each other, and thought to themselves that it was true. I didn't expect that this Sima Taoist was from Zuanwu Ridge. Lu Changsheng looked at Sima Qiuhua and said with a smile. Then he looked at Song Cheng and continued. The grudge between the 2 families originated from the Sima family. Since fellow Taoist Song has spoken, I, Bihu Mountain, am not willing to do too much. As long as the Sima family is willing to make corresponding compensation to my Bihu Mountain, the matter will naturally end. Sima Qiuhua, who was standing next to him, heard Lu Changsheng's words and immediately clenched her hands in her sleeves. Not only was her ancestor captured, but 4 Jinden seeds and 1 foundation building elder also died. Especially this elder, he was her uncle. But at this time, in Lu Changsheng's understated tone, it became light and unwilling to go too far. I don't know what kind of compensation Lu Shan wants. Sima Qiuhua suppressed her anger and said aloud. Although she asked her master to come forward. But for such a matter, her master could not come in person. That's why there was this recruitment. On the one hand, Lu Changsheng is indeed a talent, and Bihu Mountain is now strong enough to be recruited by Qingyun Sect. On the other hand, after recruiting Qiyang Peak, it can better resolve the grudge between the 2 families. Of course, the compensation for resolving the grudge still has to be paid by her Sima family. As for compensation, Lu Changsheng glanced at Ling Zixio, and said in a deep voice, 500,000 spirit stones, a spiritual land, 30 shops under your name can be selected from Bihu Mountain, and all trading points will be opened. You swear not to retaliate against Bihu Mountain for 100 years. He had talked about this with Ling Zixio before, and also got some information from Sima Liuzu through the 6 Desires Heart Demon Sutra. So although this compensation is a lot, it is within the range that the Sima family can bear. But for the Sima family, It is like cutting flesh and bleeding, and the vitality will be greatly damaged afterwards. This is impossible. Sima Qiuhu said immediately. Her voice was a little sharp. Even though she had been in Qingyun Sect for a long time, she knew that her family would never agree to such compensation. This compensation is enough to train a fake Danzhenren, and even for someone to break through the Jinden. And she asked the master to come forward in order to minimize the compensation. What's more, the family will give benefits to the master afterwards. Master Lu, are you kidding? The matter of junior sister Sima is personally handled by my master, and I don't want to make a big fuss. Song Cheng said with a slightly gloomy face. Although his master didn't tell him much, just asked him to go. But his master's wife told him to handle this matter well. Does fellow Taoist Song represent Qingyun Sect or Qiyang Peak? Lu Changsheng heard a threat from the other party's words, and his handsome face was a little cold, and he said calmly. Lu never likes to be threatened. At this time, a small foundation building cultivator actually put on airs in front of him. If it weren't for his own home, he would have slapped him to death because he was a disciple of Qingyun Sect. Song represents Qiyang Peak, but also represents Qingyun Sect. Song Cheng looked at Lu Changshen. His eyes were a little cold, and there was no previous politeness. If you represent Qingyun Sect, then take out the handwritten order. If there is no handwritten order, send the guests away. Since he knew the purpose of the two people's visit, Lu Changsheng was too lazy to be polite. After all, it would be impossible to talk about anything in this situation. It is better to wait for someone from the Sima family who can speak to come. As for Qingyun Sect in Qiyang Peak, just ask for help. I am now at the Jinden level, so I can't ask this Qiyang Henren to do anything. It's better to ask him for a little help. It just happens that through this matter, the relationship between my family and Qingyun Sect is exposed to the outside world, so as to have an extra layer of deterrence. Your family has a backer in Qingyun Sect, right? I, Lu, mainly promote the idea of making friends with people. Before I established my family, I was already building relationships in Qingyun Sect. Chapter 438 is Sima family is arrogant and unreasonable. Lu Changshen, don't be so shameless. Song Chang's face suddenly changed when he heard Lu Changsheng's words, and it was as gloomy as water. If it weren't for Lu Changsheng's reputation, this place was Qingzhu Mountain, he would have attacked directly. The two of them came here with the oral order of Qiyang's Henren. Lu Changsheng didn't give them face like this, and he didn't take Qiyang Peak and his master Qiyang's Henren seriously. A newly promoted fake pill family, even with Lu Changshen, a third-level talisman master, is still just a dog in the eyes of Qingyun Sect. Get out. Lu Changsheng held the tea, his expression calm and indifferent, and he didn't mean to be polite to the other party at all. After these words came out, Song Cheng slapped the table and broke it, and suddenly stood up. He wanted to fight, but Sima Qiuhu next to him hurriedly pulled his senior brother. Although she was happy to see her senior brother and Lu Changsheng fighting, but the main purpose today was to save her own ancestor. If the matter was too big, it would not end well. Besides, her master was not a domineering person. If they knew that they took the initiative and were aggressive, they would be in the wrong. Okay, don't say I didn't warn you. Song Chang's face was gloomy, and he said sternly, since Master Lu doesn't give me face in Qiyang Peak, I will report this to Master after I go back. As a disciple of Jinden's Henren, he holds an important position in Qingyun Sect. On weekdays, which family ancestor is not respectful to him? Now that Lu Changshen, a foundation-building cultivator, treats him like this, he is really furious. After saying that, he and Sima Qiuhu walked out of the hall and left quickly. The two of them have some brains. Lu Changsheng looked at the two people who left and took a sip of tea. Lu, has been practicing for so long, and he is not so angry because of the attitude of the two. This response, on the one hand, there is really nothing to talk about, and he is too lazy to be polite. On the other hand, he also wants to get people, so he doesn't mind making things bigger. The Sima family invited the Qiyang lineage, and the real person came forward, and they were able to calm down and resolve the matter. Doesn't it mean that their backers are very strong? Does my husband want to send a message to Xiao? Ling Zixiao was a little surprised by Lu Changsheng's behavior. But she didn't care too much. She knew that Lu Changsheng must have his own ideas and reasons for doing this. Well, I'm going to Qingyun Sect, and now I also need a backer in Qingyun Sect. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Becker. Ling Zixiao was slightly surprised when she heard this. In addition to Xiao Ziyu and Zhao Qingqing's relationship with her husband in Qingyun, does he have other connections? But if you want to be called a Becker and not afraid of the real person Xiang, I'm afraid there are only other giant and real people. Could it be that Ling Zixiao thought of her husband's luck and love, and her beautiful eyes showed a bit of thoughtfulness? Lu Changsheng didn't explain too much. The Yuanquang robe flowed, and the whole person suddenly disappeared into the void. Brother, I heard that Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu from Qingyan Peak are good friends. He dares to be so arrogant, probably because of Xiao Ziyu's relationship. Sima Qiuhu said after she and Song Cheng left Qingzhu Mountain. She had already investigated Lu Changsheng's connections in Qingyun Sect clearly. She knew that he had a Taoist partner, a brother-in-law, and the relationship with Xiao Ziyu. But Zhao Qingqing and Xia Chaoyuan were not taken seriously by them. The only one worthy of their attention was Xiao Ziyu. After all, Xiao Ziyu was not only a true disciple of Qingyun Sect and had the potential to form a Jiandan, but her master and senior sister were also Jiandan's Henren. This status and position was far beyond the comparison of the two of them. Fairy Qingyi is now in charge of Xianyun's secret realm, and Zhenren Qian has been in seclusion for a long time. Even if he asks junior sister Ziyu to come forward, what can he do? Will junior sister Ziyu offend her Qiyang Peak for this little friendship and ask Zhenren Qian to come out? Song Cheng said in a cold voice. As he spoke, he narrowed his eyes and continued, this Lu Changsheng has such an attitude, probably he wants to please Qiyang Peak, but he made a wrong calculation. Although he didn't know much about Lu Changsheng. But knowing that the other party has grown to this point in decades, he is definitely not stupid and does not have the courage to offend his own Qiyang Peak. This attitude today definitely has other intentions. And it is no secret that the early grievances between his master's wife and Qian's Henren have led to a bad relationship between the two bloodlines. So he guessed at the first time that Lu Changsheng's refusal with such an attitude was to take the opportunity to please Xiao Ziyu and Qiyang Peak. This Lu Changsheng is a playboy and promiscuous, maybe he has ideas about Xiao Ziyu, so he is trying to please the other party like this. Sima Qiuhu heard the words of her senior brother and said in a cold voice with disdain. Although Lu Changsheng's appearance was so handsome that she had never seen it before. But when they were drinking tea and talking just now, he didn't even look at her, and his behavior and attitude made her disgusted. I heard that the practice of junior sister Ziyu requires forgetting love, and he is just wasting his efforts. Besides, what kind of person is junior sister Ziyu? She is the nine heavens divine phoenix and will have the hope of forming a pill in the future. Although he, Lu Changsheng, has some opportunities, he is still just a frog in the well. How can he be qualified? Song Cheng sneered. He once wanted to pursue Xiao Ziyu. But he learned a secret from his master and knew that such behavior was useless. Junior sister, don't worry, I will report this matter to master and master's wife truthfully. Song Cheng looked at Sima Qiuhu and continued. I'm sorry to trouble you, senior brother. Junior sister will definitely reward you handsomely afterwards. Sima Qiuhu smiled brightly and said softly. Although Song Cheng in front of him had no hope of condensing a real pill. But as a disciple of true man Qiang, it should not be difficult for him to condense a fake pill in the future. And she was much worse. If she wanted to break through the fake pill, she had to rely on the support of her family. You're welcome, junior sister. Song Cheng also regained his gentle and elegant appearance and said with a smile. In addition to taking into account his master's wife, he helped Sima Qiuhu this time for the sake of the Sima family. If this matter is handled well, it would be equivalent to the Sima family owing him a big favor. Tisk. In the void, Lu Changsheng looked at the two people who were going away. He thought that the two were not stupid, and they knew that they dared to have such an attitude before, and they obviously had something to rely on. Unfortunately, my reliance is not Ziyu. Lu Changsheng chuckled. If it was only the relationship with Xiao Ziyu, he would not have done so. He might have pretended to be nice to the other party. In the Qingyun realm, or the Jiang Kingdom's immortal cultivation world, playing under the set of rules, unless you have absolute strength, it's really easy to be suffocated if you always abide by the rules. Lu Changsheng's heart welled up with some emotion. If it weren't for the relationship with Master Qian, if he didn't reveal his strength, he would really suffer a loss if he encountered such a thing. Although he can disguise himself and solve many external dangers. But when it comes to the suppression of the immortal sects, rule systems such as Qingyun Sect and Qingyun Sect, there is no way, and he can only act within the rules. You still have to make friends with eels. If I have made friends with Master Jidan in Luoxia Sect, Yuling Sect, and Xianjian Sect, I won't have to worry about such things. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and exhaled longly, feeling that he still had a long way to go. He had to find an opportunity as soon as possible to consolidate his relationship with Master Qingyun. Only in this way could he rest assured in the Qingyun territory. Lu Changsheng did not think any more, his Yuanquang robe flowed with an invisible luster, and he fled towards the Qingyun Sect. When he arrived 100 miles away from the Qingyun Sect, Lu Changsheng stopped, tidied his clothes a little, and took out a jade pendant. Although he had a special relationship with Master Qingyun, but it was not convenient for him to directly enter the Qingyun Sect to pay a visit, he could not say to Xiao, I have something to do with your master, right? So he passed the jade pendant that Yun Wanchang gave him in his early years. Buzz! Lu Changsheng injected magic power into the jade pendant in his hand, and immediately a cloud of light flowed on it. Qingyun Sect. Qingyun Peak, in a magnificent palace. Yun Wanchang sat cross-legged with her beautiful eyes closed, and strands of brilliant light flowed around her body, filled with a mysterious aura. At this moment, she seemed to have a feeling in her heart, her eyes suddenly opened, her palm was lightly raised, and a jade pendant with flowing clouds appeared in her hand. Yun Wanchang looked at the jade pendant with some surprise. Although she gave another jade pendant to Lu Changsheng, saying that he could activate the jade pendant to ask for help when he encountered a life and death crisis, Lu Changsheng had never activated it. This was the first time the jade pendant was activated. But in addition to this jade pendant, she also gave Lu Changsheng a token that sealed her magical powers. Now that Lu Changsheng activated this jade pendant, it was obviously not like he was in a life and death crisis. She poured her magic power into the jade pendant in her hand, and suddenly the two jade pendants formed an invisible aura. Realizing that Lu Changsheng was not very far away from her and was within the contact range. What's the matter? Yun Wanchang spoke immediately. Her voice was cold and pleasant, mixed with a bit of the majesty of a superior. Hey, this jade pendant can also transmit sound. On the other side, Lu Changsheng was a little surprised to hear Yun Wanchang's voice coming from the jade pendant. He had studied this jade pendant before and knew that it was a rare treasure with the effect of concealing breath and mutual induction. But he had not studied it in depth and did not know that it could be used for direct communication. Senior, I have something I want to ask you for help. Lu Changsheng knew that Yun Wanchang was a man of swift and decisive character, so he didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly. Speak. Yun Wanchang's clear voice, like pearls and jade, came from the jade pendant. Damn, this woman is so cold. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. But he knew that the other party's personality was like this. Cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Immediately, his voice was low and a little aggrieved. He said, Senior, my family has been developing for so many years, so we set up a caravan some time ago, preparing to earn spirit stones through business. Who knew that the Sima family of Xuanwu Ridge was so arrogant and unreasonable? Not only did they bully my family, they also didn't allow my family to trade, and sent people to intercept and kill them. Speak to the point. Yun Wanchang's voice sounded. My son captured and suppressed Sima Tong, the ancestor of the Sima family, but the Sima family asked True Man Chiang to come forward and asked the disciples to come to my house. Lu Changsheng said immediately. To suppress Sima Tong, True Man Chiang came forward? Yun Wanchang was shocked and astonished when she heard this. She naturally knew that Sima Tong of Xuanwu Ridge was a fake Danzhenren. If this fake Danzhenren was suppressed by Lu Changsheng, she could still understand. But now Lu Changsheng said that he was suppressed by his son? However, she did not ask much, and said lightly, how do you want to deal with it? Well, it depends on how convenient it is for you, senior. If possible, as long as the Sima family gives enough compensation, I am willing to let things go. Lu Changsheng said so. Okay, I got it. As soon as the voice fell, Lu Changsheng felt that the invisible aura of the jade pendant was cut off. So cold? Lu Changsheng was speechless. He hadn't mentioned the compensation yet. But since this Qingyun Henren said so, he thought he would not treat him badly. Looking in the direction of Qingyun Sect, Lu Changsheng thought that he hadn't spent enough time with Xiao Ziyu and Zhao Qingqing for a while. Now that he was here, he would naturally come to see them, and also visit his children, brother-in-law, and Han Lin. At the same time, after Yun Wanchang put away the jade pendant, she opened her Danjing consciousness and sent a message to the woman in a courtyard outside the palace. Jingxiu, go to Luoyang Palace and get me the information about what happened in Bihu Mountain recently. Yes, Peak Master. The woman responded immediately after hearing this. After a while, the woman named Jingxiu returned to Qingyun Peak and presented a jade slip. Boom! The palace gate opened with a bang, and the jade slip fell into Yun Wanchang's palm. Refine the foundation building Pil Lu Wangshu. The eldest son of the Lu family, Lu Pingyan, is only 61 years old and is a quasi third-level body refiner. Yun Wanchang looked at the news and was a little surprised that Lu Changsheng had caused so much trouble in the past few years. No wonder he was targeted by other family forces. However, when she saw Lu Pingyan's information, her peerless beauty was slightly moved. This news was shocking. Even from her perspective as a Jindan's Henren, Lu Pingyan's situation was extraordinary and could be called amazing. As for Lu Changsheng's promotion to third-rank talisman master, she didn't care too much. When she had physical contact with Lu Changsheng before, she noticed that Lu Changsheng had been hiding his abilities. It's just that she didn't pry further and didn't point it out. Lu Qingshan, Lu Pingyan, Lu Wangshu, could it be that Lu Changsheng's spirit is for fertility? Yun Wanchang looked at the jade slip in her hand, with a thoughtful look in her eyes. She was very unhappy with Lu Changsheng's behavior as a breeding pig. On the one hand, it was because of the woman's emotions. On the other hand, the world's strong men were all devoted to cultivation and indifferent to the 7 emotions and 6 desires. If Lu Changsheng was so unrestrained and did not control his lust at all, how could he achieve success in the future? But now looking at the information in her hand, she suddenly realized that Lu Changsheng might be taking another path, a path that suits her. Is there any spirit body that can help in giving birth to offspring, and it does not delay cultivation? Yun Wanchang thought in her heart. She had long suspected that Lu Changsheng had a mutated spiritual root, or some kind of rare spiritual body. Because she tested Lu Changsheng's spiritual root as the 8th grade in her early years. But later, when she saw Lu Changsheng's information, she found that the other party had tested his talent in Qingyun Sect in his early years and found that he was a 9th grade spiritual root. The improvement of spiritual roots is extremely rare in the world of immortal cultivation. But this kind of thing does exist. Some mutant spiritual roots may not even be detected in the early stages, or may only be of low quality, and will only begin to awaken and show their effects after slowly practicing. Some spiritual bodies may also have such effects, and may even cover up the situation that affects the spiritual roots. Jingxiu, go and settle the grievances between Bihu Mountain and the Sima family of Xuanwu Ridge. Ask Bihu Mountain what compensation they want, and then take Sima Tong to the law enforcement hall and notify the Sima family to come and pick them up. After thinking for a moment, Yun Wanchang spoke to the woman outside and threw out a token. Yes, Peak Master. Jingxiu responded respectfully. After Jingxiu left, Yun Wanchang thought for a moment, took out the jade pendant, and when the 2 auras were connected, she said, I have sent someone to deal with the matter. You come to Qingyun Sect, and when you see Xiao, you can explain it this way. For some reason, after saying this, Yun Wanchang actually had a feeling that the 2 were having an affair behind Xiao's back. Obviously, she was the first to do it, but she always felt sorry for her disciple Xiao. Huh? Yun Wanchang exhaled a fragrance lightly, looking at the jade slip in her hand, her thoughts slightly vague. She couldn't help but think of the son she gave birth to with Lu Changsheng in the previous soul dream. This soul dream and reality seemed to be somewhat reflected. If Lu Changsheng was really some kind of peerless spirit, he could give birth to such a proud child with an ordinary woman. If she gave birth to a child with him, it might be just like in the soul dream. Huh? Yun Wanchang's face turned cold, and she put aside all the distracting thoughts in her mind, and continued to sit cross-legged to practice and nourish her golden elixir. At the same time, in a magnificent palace on Qingyun Peak. Well, did Lu Changsheng just tell you to get out? A beautiful woman in her 30s, wearing a green Taoist robe, with long black hair tied up into clouds, and a graceful and noble appearance, looked at the 2 people in front of her and asked, Master, how dare we deceive you about such things? Sima Qiuhu looked respectful, with helplessness and bitterness in his eyes. Master's wife, Lu Changsheng of Bihu Mountain is a good friend of Xiao. He rejected our Qingyun Peak this time. He probably wanted to please Qingyun Peak and thus rely on Qingyun Peak. Song Cheng said with a bow. Qingyun Peak. When Song Qingzi heard the name, her face suddenly became gloomy and ugly. Who in Qingyun Sect didn't know that he had a grudge with Yun Wansheng? Yun Wansheng was fine. A mere foundation-building cultivator, a newly promoted fake pill family, actually insulted him like this. A little foundation-building cultivator, how can he be given the choice and room to refuse? Song Qingzi scolded coldly. She cared about this matter, not just for her disciple Sima Qiuhu. She still noticed that Qingzhu Mountain was not simple, and both Lu Changsheng and Lu Pinggan had great opportunities. If she were to seek such an opportunity head-on, it would be unreasonable and too ugly. But if Qingzhu Mountain was attached to her Qingyun lineage, then the other party would have to offer such an opportunity obediently. Who knew that the other party not only rejected her invitation, but also had a relationship with Qingyun Peak? Huh? I want to see where this Lu Changsheng got the courage from. Song Qingzi stood up and prepared to go to Qingzhu Mountain in person to see where the other party got the courage from. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 439 Xiao Xiao. How did Master get together with Changsheng? Song Qingzi led Song Cheng and Sima Qiuhu out of the palace, ready to go to Qingzhu Mountain to ask for punishment. Lu Changsheng. Just when the three of them arrived at the mountain gate, Song Cheng and Sima Qiuhu saw a handsome and elegant man in a green robe standing not far away, and their expressions paused. They didn't expect that Lu Changsheng would come to Qingyun Sect not long after they returned. This means that as their guest, Lu Changsheng came to Qingyun Sect to ask to see Xiao Xiao. Master's wife? Song Cheng immediately said respectfully to the master's wife Song Qingzi next to him. Well, he is Lu Changsheng. Song Qingzi's green hair was tied up and tied into a bun. She was wearing a loose green Taoist robe, but it did not hide her plump and full figure at all. Hearing Song Cheng's words, her eyes like autumn lake water looked not far away, wearing a green shirt and robe, handsome, tall and straight like a hill and jade tree, suave and elegant, quiet and indifferent Lu Changsheng, her eyes were a little rippled. Although she had heard of Lu Changsheng's name and knew such a person, she had never seen him. Seeing Lu Changsheng like a banished immortal, as if he had walked out of a painting, she couldn't help but feel a little surprised and throbbing in her heart. It's not that she hasn't seen handsome people before. In the world of immortal cultivation, there are countless handsome people. But Lu Changsheng not only has a handsome appearance, but also an indescribable temperament. It makes people intoxicated and fascinated, like a spring breeze, and even a little close to them arises in their hearts. Even Song Qingzi looked at Lu Changsheng's green pines and cypresses, and his handsome and elegant appearance, and the anger in her heart that she wanted to blame was mostly dissipated. She felt that Lu Changsheng's character should not be bad. Her apprentice's words with Song Cheng might have exaggerated and deliberately fueled the fire. After all, she knew their personalities. Although she didn't dare to deceive herself. But when the two of them went to a small family under their rule, their attitude would definitely be a bit arrogant, which would easily mess things up. Sima Qiuhu looked at Lu Changsheng, her expression slightly dazed. Not long ago, she had seen Lu Changsheng in Qingzhu Mountain. She had to admit that he was indeed a rare handsome man. But no matter what, he was far less handsome and outstanding than he is now, which made people feel impressed and liked him. Even her disgust and dislike for Lu Changsheng disappeared after seeing his appearance and temperament. What's going on? Is it a charm? Sima Qiuhu's heart suddenly palpitated, and she even suspected that she was bewitched by Lu Changsheng. But she was able to realize that there was no charm. Instead, Lu Changsheng did have a more gentle temperament than before. Although Song Cheng saw that Lu Changsheng was more gentle and elegant, he didn't feel much. He just thought that he came to Qingyun Sect to ask to see Xiao Xiao and deliberately dressed up. Humph, what's the use of being good-looking? Junior sister Xiao is not such a vulgar person. Song Cheng said disdainfully in his heart. You are Lu Changsheng from Qingzhu Mountain. Song Qingzi stepped forward and asked Lu Changsheng. She has a beautiful and dignified appearance, and her eyebrows are like willows, gently raised, revealing a bit of faint majesty. Sima Qiuhu and Song Cheng next to them were a little surprised when they saw this scene. What's going on? Others don't know, but they know what kind of temper their master and master's wife have. Since the failure of the pill formation and the formation of a fake pill, their personalities have been moody. Why was she so aggressive and wanted to go to Qingzhu Mountain to ask for punishment the moment before? Now seeing Lu Changsheng, her expression and tone are like gentle breeze and drizzle. Is this the calm before the storm, and the master's wife is already extremely angry at this time? Song Chang thought so in his heart. Sima Qiuhu felt a little strange in her heart. She secretly thought that her master would not take this matter lightly just because Lu Changsheng was handsome and had an extraordinary temperament. She knew that her master was the ultimate face dog. He always pays great attention to his appearance. Even when he recruits disciples and menial disciples, he has requirements for their appearance. Well, I am Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng looked at Song Qingzi in front of him and bowed slightly. Although he didn't know Song Qingzi, he saw Song Cheng and Sima Qiuhu not far away, and roughly guessed that the other party was from Qingyun Peak. At this time, they might go to his house to cause trouble. However, the other party's attitude made Lu Changsheng feel a little weird. He usually suppresses the effects of his immortal appearance, peach blossom goo, an immaculate heavenly fragrance body. This time, he wanted to come to see Yun Wanshang. It was not easy to melt the other party's cold heart, so he put some effort in other aspects. But to be honest, he hasn't used it for so many years. Especially after breaking through the Jinden, the peach blossom goo was promoted to the 3rd level, and the effect of the immaculate heavenly fragrance body was further explored. Lu Changsheng himself didn't know how his charm effect was now. Now it seems that his charm effect seems to be quite good. Can it affect the fake Dan's Henren? Buzz, at this moment, a faint message came from the peach blossom goo on his forehead. It meant that as long as he grasped it well, there was a chance that he would have a peach blossom fate with a woman in front of him. Damn, are you really hungry? Lu Changsheng cursed at the peach blossom goo. The other party relied on Binger's peach blossom luck to advance to the 3rd level. But to advance to the 4th level, the peach blossom luck required would be an inestimable amount. But the problem is that this woman has a graceful, majestic and mature woman's charm between her eyebrows, and she is obviously a married woman. How could he, Lu, do such a thief? Moreover, the relationship between Zhao Ziao and Yun Wanshang has already given him a headache, and he doesn't know how to deal with it. If he does this kind of thing in Qingyun Sect again, I'm afraid something will happen. This seat ordered his disciples to go to Qingzhu Mountain and invite Master Lu to come to my Qingyun lineage as a guest worshipper. I don't know why Master Lu refused. Song Qingzi continued to speak, his voice revealing an elegant and noble temperament. My disciple. Lu Changsheng paused when he heard this. He immediately guessed the identity of the woman in front of him. The Taoist partner of Qingyun's Henren, Yazhi's Henren Song Qingzi. However, the other party, a fake Dan's Henren, asked him in such a friendly manner why he refused the invitation, which made Lu Changsheng a little surprised. He thought that the wife of the peak master had a good temper? Or, as long as you're handsome, people will be more tolerant? Lu is not very familiar with the situation of Qingyun Sect, so this trip is also to ask friends and understand the situation of the various peaks of the upper sect. And your disciple is involved in the grievances between the Sima family of Xuanwu Ridge and my Qingzhu Mountain. You want to resolve the grievances, but you are unwilling to give enough compensation, so I am sorry that Lu cannot accept it. Lu Changsheng has a slender and upright figure, deep eyes, and a piercing tone. He has always been soft and not hard. If others talk to him nicely, he will naturally talk to them nicely. Song Qingzi listened to Lu Changsheng's words and thought that the problem was indeed the grievances between Qingzhu Mountain and the Sima family. It must be his apprentice and Song Cheng who were aggressive, which caused the matter to go wrong. Otherwise, Lu Changsheng in front of him was not a fool. How could a foundation-building family that had just produced fake pills dare to offend Qingyun Peak? Even if he had a relationship with Zhao Ziao, he would not do such an irrational thing. Song Qingzi looked at Sima Qiuhu and Song Cheng coldly, which made the two of them shudder. Then he looked at Lu Changsheng with a smile and said, if Master Lu wants to know about the situation of Qingyun Sect, I can introduce you to one or two. As for the grievances between the Sima family and your Qingzhu Mountain, there is a saying that enemies should be resolved rather than made. Master Lu can put forward any demands. This real person is willing to be the middleman and mediate for you. Otherwise, both of your families are big families under the jurisdiction of my Qingyun Sect. If you continue to make trouble, it will not benefit anyone, and my Qingyun Sect does not want to see this. Song Qingzi said so. She did not lie. Qingyun Sect would pay attention to the foundation-building clans and fake pill clans. If such clans fought and caused trouble, Qingyun Sect would intervene to mediate. As for how to mediate, in general, both families would be severely punished. The Sima family is an old fake pill clan that has been operating in Qingyun Sect for many years. In addition to her Qingyun peak, they also have relationships with some other peaks and veins, and disciples. So in the end, if the quarrel continues, Qingzhu Mountain will suffer. At this moment, Changsheng and Sima Qiuhua, who were not far away, were stunned and looked confused. What the hell? Question mark. How did his master become like this? Especially Song Cheng. He felt that his master's tone to his master was not so good on weekdays. Could it be that the master's wife did this on purpose to deceive Lu Changsheng, and as long as he agreed, she would let Qingyun Peak control her? And could she embarrass Qingyun Peak? Song Cheng guessed in his heart. Sima Qiuhua next to him looked more and more weird. He thought to himself, his master, wouldn't he really like Lu Changsheng, this pretty boy? Although Lu Changsheng in front of him was indeed handsome, this was too outrageous. Question mark. Thank you for your kindness, master, but Lu Changsheng thought that the lady of the peak master was too enthusiastic. He wanted to speak and politely refused. At this moment, a woman wearing a colorful palace dress, with a beautiful face, her hair tied up, and a colorful phoenix hairpin inserted diagonally, appeared. What are you waiting for here? Yun Wancheng saw Lu Changsheng and Song Qingzi chatting enthusiastically, and said with a cold and majestic look, how come you can chat with others in just a blink of an eye? Didn't you say that Qingyun Peak was too bullying? How come you are still chatting with the lady of the peak master? Seeing Lu Changsheng like a male succubus, Yun Wancheng was unhappy. After speaking, she raised her palm lightly, and a magical power swept Lu Changsheng to Qingyun Peak. Only a sentence full of majesty was left in the air. This person is wanted by Qingyun Peak. Yun Wancheng. Song Qingzi saw Yun Wancheng leaving with Lu Changsheng, and her dignified and beautiful face suddenly became gloomy. It was not that Yun Wancheng took Lu Changsheng away that made her angry. As a fake pill real person, she was not so angry that she fell in love with Lu Changsheng at first sight. But she remembered that she could have exchanged for the crystal condensing pill and prepared to attack the condensing pill. But Yun Wancheng rose strongly in exchange for this crystal condensing pill, causing her to have to wait for the next round of crystal condensing pills. However, Yun Wancheng succeeded in condensing the pill, but she failed to condense the pill, so she had to retreat and choose to condense the fake pill. Now, the apprentice she taught is not as good as Yun Wancheng, and even recruited a small family force, the Talisman Master, and Yun Wancheng went out to snatch it from her, which made her angry. Why did the real person Qingyun appear? Song Cheng and Sima Qiuhua next to him were both confused and trembling. What happened today? Did I see a ghost? First, it was his mistress, and the master had a different attitude towards this Lu Changsheng. Now, Master Qingyun actually came out in person to take Lu Changsheng away? Isn't this Master Qingyun in seclusion? The two were very confused, and even a little panicked. Why are you still embarrassing yourself here? Go back. Song Qingzi saw Song Cheng and his disciples, and his face was extremely cold. The two of them shuddered suddenly, and dared not say much. They followed Song Qingzi obediently and returned to Qingyun Peak. Qingyun Peak. Hello, Master. Xiao Zai looked at her master and Lu Changsheng in front of her, with a confused face. What's going on? Why is Master with Changsheng? From now on, he will be a guest worshipper of Qingyun Peak. Xiao, take him to the recorder hall to register. Yun Wancheng did not explain too much to the disciples, threw out a handwritten order, and said aloud. After that, she put Lu Changsheng down and went directly back to her palace. Changsheng, why are you with Master? Xiao Zai looked at Lu Changsheng with some confusion in her beautiful eyes, wanting to know why Lu Changsheng was brought into Qingyun Sect by Master. Although his master knew Lu Changsheng, the two of them should not have had any contact. Besides, hasn't the master been in seclusion all these years? Xiao, this is a long story. Lu Changsheng knew that he would have to face this scene a long time ago, and immediately pretended to be awakened from a dream and explained to Xiao Zai his acquaintance with Yun Wancheng. He said that 56 years ago, on his way back and forth from Qingzhu Mountain in Jiulongfang City, he suddenly saw a big battle in the distance and hid quickly. When the battle subsided for a long time, he wanted to leave this place of trouble quickly, but he met a seriously injured Jinlin Zhenren. He didn't know Zhenren Qian at the time, but he still helped the other party. Afterwards, Zhenren Qian gave him a token, saying that if he encountered danger, he could activate the token, or come to Qingyun Sect to ask her for help. But I haven't encountered any big troubles in these years, so this token has never been used. Some time ago, the matter between Ping and the Sima family caused the Sima family to invite disciples of True Man Qiyang to come to Qingzhu Mountain with True Man Qiyang's oral instructions, so I thought of this token. I thought that through the favors of the past, I could have a backer in Qingyun Sect. I just didn't expect that the person I saved back then was your master, True Man Qian. Lu Changsheng said with emotion, 9 true and 1 false. 56 years ago Xiao Ziyu suddenly remembered that the master did go out for a trip to refine the red dust pill for himself, and his breath was a little disordered after he came back, as if he was injured. However, when Xiao Ziyu heard that Lu Changsheng saved his master, he felt a little strange. He was saved by Lu Changsheng in his early years. His senior sister was in danger before, and it was Lu Changsheng who saved her life. How come his master was also saved by Lu Changsheng? Doesn't it mean that the three of them, his master and his disciples, have all been saved by Lu Changsheng? Moreover, Xiao Ziyu always felt that the relationship between her master and Lu Changsheng was not that simple. She recalled the attitude of her master when she and Lu Changsheng asked for his help in the early years, as well as the things that happened between Lu Changsheng and Meng Xianggu when he came to Qingyun Sect in the early years. In fact, a few years ago, I vaguely guessed that the person I saved was Qian's Henren, but I was not sure. Lu Changsheng knew that Xiao Ziyu was very smart and might be able to detect the things between them. He reached out and held Xiao Ziyu's hand, and took the initiative to say, I remember Ziyu, you said in your early years that the real person had some small grievances with Qiyang Peak. And I don't really need this token of Qian real person now, so I want to take this opportunity to confirm it. If it is possible, it will not only solve the troubles of Qiyang Peak, but also find a backer for the family in Qingyun Sect. You can also take this opportunity to register a name in Qiyang Peak, so that it will be convenient to come to Qingyun Sect and solve the problem of cultivation for you, Ziyu. And with this favor, as long as I perform well, it will be much easier for us to ask the real person to help us in the future. Lu Changsheng said in a gentle and affectionate voice. Although there are still some loopholes in these words when you think about it carefully. But let Xiao Ziyu notice it in advance, just make some psychological preparations in advance. Changsheng. Xiao Ziyu practiced the supreme forgetting love art. If it was normal time, she would probably realize that many things were wrong at the first time. But when she was with Lu Changsheng, the supreme forgetting love art would fail. Especially now that Lu Changsheng was using the succubus special effects, even Xiao Ziyu couldn't help but be affected a little. She didn't think about it carefully, and she trusted Lu Changsheng very much, and was only moved. After the two talked for a while, Xiao Ziyu took Lu Changsheng to register the identity information of the guest worshipper. If he was a guest elder, the head of Qingyun Sect would need to nod his head to make the final decision. But if he was just a guest worshipper, the head of each peak would have to nod his head to make the decision. This little thief is really shameless and lies all the time. In the palace on the top of the peak, Yun Wanchang listened to the conversation between Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu through her spiritual sense with a somewhat nervous look. Seeing Lu Changsheng deceive his apprentice with a loving face, she was furious. However, when she heard Lu Changsheng say that he would help Xiao Ziyu solve the problem of the practice, she was a little surprised and surprised. She was very familiar with the practice of Tai Shuang Wen Qingzhu. It was complicated and mysterious. Once practiced, it was equivalent to embarking on a road without retreat, unless the practice was dispersed. But now, Lu Changsheng actually said that he would solve Xiao Ziyu's problem with the cultivation method? Where did he get the confidence from? Was he trying to deceive Ziyu again? But Yun Wanchang felt that Lu Changsheng's words were not empty words. Besides, Xiao Ziyu was simple-minded and blinded by emotions, so she would not be fooled by such foolishness. Could this little thief really have a way? Yun Wanchang thought in her heart, thinking of Lu Changsheng's various situations. She had always known that Lu Changsheng had a chance secret. But as she got to know him better, she felt that he was not simple, and his chance secret was different, unlike an ordinary foundation-building cultivator. If this little thief can really solve Ziyu's problem, Yun Wancheng suddenly thought of the 50-year agreement that Lu Changsheng made with her in the early years. If he and Xiao Ziyu both broke through the Jinden stage within 50 years, she would let her help them. At that time, she directly said that if the two could break through the Jinden stage, she would even personally hold the Taoist couple ceremony for them. Now looking back, Lu Changsheng really has a good chance of forming a Jinden. As long as Xiao Ziyu can get through the emotional catastrophe and cut off the emotional ties, it will be no problem for her to form a pill. At this moment, Yun Wancheng vaguely felt that Lu Changsheng had deliberately set a trap for her. Damn little thief. Yun Wancheng thought of this scene, and she felt a little angry in her heart, and clenched her white hands. Junior sister Qingyun. At this moment, Yun Wancheng heard a deep voice, which was the voice of the head of Qingyun. After a moment, Yun Wancheng turned into rainbow light and flew from Qingyun Peak to the main hall of Qingyun Peak. Chapter 440, Reclamation Order, Place in Xianyun's Secret Realm. With the handwritten instructions from Qingyun's Henren and Xiao Ziyu, the Qingyun's henchman, accompanying him, Lu Changsheng's guest offering procedures went very smoothly. Master Lu, since you have become a guest offering of my Qingyun sect, half of the nobles' offerings can be exempted in the future. The elder who recorded the affairs said very politely after completing the procedures for Lu Changsheng. Now that the Qingyun Peak has 2 dans in one lineage, its status is extraordinary. Lu Changsheng was able to obtain the handwritten instructions from Qingyun's Henren and become a guest offering, so he would naturally give him some face. Moreover, Lu Changsheng was promoted to the 3rd-level talisman master at this age, which shows that his talent in talismans is indeed extraordinary and worthy of their friendship. Thank you, Elder Lin. Lu Changsheng said very politely. His family now occupies 3 spiritual places, namely Behu Mountain, and Huaguo Mountain, and the spiritual stones they have to pay every year are 35,000. This is not a small amount, and being able to reduce it by half is very good. However, apart from this benefit, the other benefits are just average. Apart from being able to exchange some natural treasures, techniques and spells through Qingyun Sect, there is basically nothing else. With this guest offering token, it will be much more convenient to come to Qingyun Sect in the future. Lu Changsheng said with a chuckle, playing with the identity token of Qingyun Sect in his hand. Although he has a relationship with Xiao Ziyu and Zhao Qingqing. But every time he comes to Qingyun Sect, he still has to send a message and wait for the 2 women to pick him up. Or he can wait in the reception room through his identity as the master of Behu Mountain, and cannot enter Qingyun Sect alone. Now with this guest offering token, it is much more convenient to go to Qingyun Peak and Lingai Ao Peak. After a simple busy day, Lu Changsheng returned to Qingyun Peak with Xiao Ziyu to help her practice. Qingyun Peak. After Song Qingzi scolded Sima Qiuhu and Song Chang, she also realized that Lu Changsheng might have been with Yun Wancheng a long time ago. This made her heart surge with an unknown anger. But at this time, she realized a problem. Why was Lu Changsheng able to be with Yun Wancheng? She knew Yun Wancheng very well. Normally, she is arrogant and conceited, and she doesn't show any color to any man. How could she be related to Lu Changsheng, a little cultivator who builds his foundation? As for the other party deliberately disgusting her, Song Qingzi didn't really think so. Even though she didn't like Yun Wancheng very much, she hated her in her bones, thinking that she had robbed her of her luck in forming a pill. But she had to admit in her heart that Yun Wancheng had never taken her seriously. Many times, it was just her wishful thinking. It was precisely because of this that she felt jealous of Yun Wancheng and even inferiority. There is a problem, there is definitely a problem. Song Qingzi's beautiful eyes condensed slightly, and she thought to herself, suspecting that there must be some unknown secret between the two. Otherwise, Yun Wancheng would never have been involved with Lu Changsheng, a little cultivator, and what happened today? Could it be that Yun Wancheng has taken a fancy to this Lu Changsheng? Song Qingzi had an idea in her mind. But as soon as this idea came up, she shook her head and rejected it. Lu Changsheng's temperament and appearance were indeed peerless, which made her feel a long-lost heartbeat. But what kind of person is Yun Wancheng? How could she be attracted to a man just because of his appearance? If the other party is gifted and a peerless genius, with talent and strength that are better than Yun Wancheng, there is still some possibility. But it is absolutely impossible for a mere foundation-building cultivator. No matter what, there is definitely a secret between the two of them. Song Qingzi has a beautiful face, and a firm look in her eyes. This is not only from her understanding of Yun Wansheng, but also from her intuition as a woman. At this moment, Song Qingzi's heart surged with a strong interest. She wanted to find out the relationship between the two and see if Yun Wansheng had any secrets that could not be told. At this moment, a loud and powerful voice came from outside. Qingzi, junior sister Qingyun just told me that Lu Changsheng of Qingzhu Mountain has an old relationship with Xiaoyu and has saved Xiaoyu's life. So let's not interfere in the affairs of Qingzhu Mountain and Zuanwu Ridge. She will handle it. True man Qingyun walked into the hall and said to Song Qingzi, "Saved Xiaoyu's life?" Song Qingzi paused when she heard this. She had just speculated about this, but she always felt that things were not that simple. "Qingzi, since junior sister Qingyun has spoken, this is it." True man Qingyun was worried that his Taoist partner didn't listen, so he continued, "And junior sister Qingyun is very measured in doing things, and she won't be too partial to anyone." "Okay, I get it." Song Qingzi heard this and felt an inexplicable irritation in her heart. As a giant and true man and a top-level refiner, the other party has an extraordinary status in the Qingyun Sect, but he is obsessed with refining all day and doesn't care about affairs. In such matters, even if Yun Wansheng spoke, true man Qingyun's status and position cannot give face. But he never argues for it. Just like when Yun Wansheng competed with him for the Ningjing pill, if true man Qingyun was willing to give up everything and fight for her with all his strength, she might have hoped to win over Yun Wansheng. "Well, Qingzi, if you feel that Qiyuhe is treated unfairly in this matter, you can give her some compensation at that time." True man Qingyun knew that his Taoist partner was very particular about face. He promised his apprentice Sima Qiyuhe this matter, but in the end, he would definitely feel uncomfortable if he didn't get it done. "I know. I won't bother with this matter." How could Song Qingzi not know what her Taoist partner meant? Isn't it just that he is worried that he will give Yun Wansheng or the pigtails at the foot of Qingzhu Mountain again? By the way, the head brother just discussed with us to determine the time when the Xianyun secret realm will be open. You can let Chang'er and Qiyuhe go there at that time. If you need a place, just give me the list at that time. True man Qingyun looked majestic and generous, and continued in a calm voice. "Has the time of opening the Xianyun secret realm been determined?" Song Qingzi was a little surprised and astonished when he heard this, and continued to ask, "Will there be any danger?" "The Qingyun Sect has sent a message that True Lord Zuanjian will be in charge in person, so there will be no danger." True Lord Qingyun laughed out loud. True Lord Zuanjian. Song Qingzi was startled when he heard this name. He didn't expect that this True Lord would come forward. It seems that the matter of the Xianyun secret realm may lead to a big move by the Zhang Kingdom next. "Madam, I also need to make some preparations during these days and cast a few small objects." After chatting for a while, true man Qingyun got up and left. "Go ahead." Seeing her Taoist partner like this, Song Qingzi said unhappily. Then she thought about the relationship between Yun Wansheng and Lu Changsheng. Yun Wansheng had just returned to Qingyun Peak from Qingyun Hall when she felt a faint throbbing in her Tuangaifang marrow. This throbbing immediately made her face cold, and she guessed what Lu Changsheng and Xiao Zai were doing. "Humph, this little thief is just solving Xiaoyu's problem with the cultivation method." Yun Wansheng was a little annoyed, thinking that Lu Changsheng would die without a woman, right? He came to Qingyun Sect to see Xiao Zai to do this kind of thing. As a result, she couldn't even calm down during her retreat. If it weren't for taking care of her disciple's face, she would have called Lu Changsheng to scold him. Not long after Yun Wansheng returned to her palace, a figure came outside the hall and reported, "Peakmaster, I have brought Sima Tong to the law enforcement hall. But the compensation demanded by Qingzhu Mountain is a bit high, and Sima Tong is already half disabled. If we force the Sima family to execute it, I am afraid that the Sima family will be dissatisfied, and other family forces will have complaints." Jinxiu reported respectfully to Yun Wansheng in the palace. "What requirements did Qingzhu Mountain make? What's the situation with Sima Tong?" After a moment, Yun Wansheng's voice sounded in Jinxiu's mind. Qingzhu Mountain said that Lu Changsheng asked for 500,000 spirit stones, a spiritual land, and Qingzhu Mountain could choose any 30 shops in the market under the name of Zuanwu Ridge, and open all trading points, and swear not to retaliate for 100 years. And Sima Tong's life magic weapon has now exploded, his meridians and Danshan are damaged, his inner elixir is dim, and there is a crack. I am afraid it will be difficult to recover, Jinxiu reported. Yun Wanchang heard this condition and immediately understood why the people of Qingyun Peak and Sima family could not talk to Lu Changsheng. With such conditions, Sima family can train 1 or even 2 fake Dan monks. How could they pay such a price for a half-wasted fake Dan monk and apologize to Qingzhu Mountain? 200,000 spiritual stones, 1 spiritual land, and 10 shops under the name, change it to this condition and ask Sima family to come and pick up the people. Yun Wanchang said. Although she nodded and even offered more stringent conditions, Sima family could only accept it. But as the head of the law enforcement hall, she could not completely favor Lu Changsheng. In this case, what would Sima family, other family forces, and disciples of Qingyun Sect think? Moreover, the Sima family's affairs also involved Qingyun Zhenren. If she did too much, it would be equivalent to not giving face to Qingyun Zhenren and slapping him in the face. These days, the affairs of Qingzhu Mountain Lu family and Zhuangwu Mountain Sima family are still fermenting. Spread to the entire Qingyun territory and even the Jiang Kingdom cultivation world. At first, many people heard the news and regarded it as a rumor, half believing and half doubting. But as the matter continued to ferment, more and more people heard about it and gradually believed it, making Qingzhu Mountain famous. At this moment, the Beastmaster Su family, Qingzhu Mountain Lu family, Lu Pinggan, Quasi 3rd level body refining, Lu Changsheng promoted to 3rd level talisman master. A senior member of the Su family heard the news, his expression was slightly condensed, and he was thoughtful. 10 years ago, Su Jet, the 3rd ancestor of his Su family, went to Qingzhu Mountain to ambush Qingzhu Mountain master Lu Changsheng, and eventually died outside. No one knew who did it. Afterwards, his Su family sent people to investigate the situation in Qingzhu Mountain. But no matter how they checked, there was no clue, information or related traces of battle. Qingzhu Mountain is not far from Qingyun Sect, and they are worried that this matter is related to Qingyun Sect, so they gave up and did not continue to investigate. At this time, Lu Pinggan's fake pill combat power and Lu Changsheng's 3rd level talisman master made him a little suspicious. After all, who in the world of cultivating immortals doesn't have some trump cards to hide their shortcomings? The Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain has only been established for a few decades, less than 100 years, and has risen to such a level, which shows that there are great opportunities and great secrets. Especially at Lu Pinggan's age, he has such combat power, and the opportunity secret is definitely not simple. He may have some one-time rare treasure in his hand that can ambush the fake pill master. And Lu Changsheng is now promoted to the 3rd level talisman master. Who knows if he has just been promoted now or has been promoted earlier. If Lu Changsheng was promoted to the 3rd level talisman master early, he would have a chance to kill Su Jia. After all, the battle between cultivators is unpredictable. Even if Su Jia is a fake pill master and has extraordinary combat power, he may be attacked by ambush if he underestimates the enemy and suddenly faces several 3rd level talismans. After thinking for a while, he reported this guess to the head of the Su family and continued to pay attention to Qingzhu Mountain to investigate this information. Lingxi Z family. Lu Xingchen had previously followed Lu Maoyan's arrangement. He went to visit the Z family of Lingxi Lake and sent an invitation letter. When he arrived at the Z family in Lingxi, he learned that the 5 elders of the Z family had taken the initiative to visit his family. Brother suppressed the Sima family's fake Dan ancestor. Lu Xingchen was confused when he heard the words of the Z family. He knew that his eldest brother was very fierce and his combat power was extraordinary. But he never expected that his eldest brother would be so fierce that he suppressed the fake Dan ancestor. And his family was promoted to the fake Dan family like this? He originally thought that it would take at least 30 to 50 years for his family to have the hope of being promoted to the fake Dan family, or the Jidan family. Little friend Lu has been traveling all the way, so he doesn't know about this. Otherwise, you can go to any market to ask about this news. The head of the Z family received Lu Xingchen very politely. After all, Lu Xingchen's visit represented the sincerity of Qingzhu Mountain and was willing to make friends with his Z family. In this case, he, the head of the family, was naturally willing to receive him in person. I have been rushing all the way here, but I don't know much, Lu Xingchen said with a smile. He looks a lot like his father Lu Changsheng, and because he practices the treasure tripod medicine King Sutra, his temperament is similar to his father Lu Changsheng, giving him a gentle and elegant look. I wonder if you can get married, little friend Lu? My Z family, said the head of the Z family with a smile. The most common way for families to make friends is through marriage. This time, The elders of the Zi family went to visit Qingzhu Mountain with this intention, and even thought about marrying their daughter to Lu Changsheng. But now, Patriarch Lu rarely shows up, and most of the time it is the mistress of the Lu family who shows up, which makes it difficult for these family forces to mention marriage. After all, how can you ask the other party's husband or Taoist couple in person whether they want to marry into your family? In addition, Patriarch Lu's status and position have reason. If an ordinary key refining woman is sent there, she can only be a maid, and may not even be a concubine. It is impossible for a foundation-building woman to be sent out for marriage. So they gradually set their sights on the children of the Lu family. Although he had never heard of Lu Xingchen in front of him, he saw that he was a foundation-building cultivator, so the idea of marriage emerged in his mind. Thank you for your kindness, Patriarch. Xingchen has no intention of getting married at the moment. Lu Xingchen said so. He did not reject marrying and starting a family, nor did he reject marriage. But he would not make the decision on such matters. Okay, Mr. Lu has come from afar, you can have some fun here, let the Zi family do their best to be a good host. The Zi family patriarch continued with a gentle expression, thinking of letting a few family women meet Lu Xingchen later. If both parties can see eye to eye, this would naturally be the best. Qingyun Peak. Mingyue residence. Lu Changsheng has been lingering with Xiao Ziyu these days, helping her practice. After all, Xiao Ziyu's cultivation has already reached the 7th level of foundation building. It won't take long to break through the 8th level. In this case, Lu Changsheng naturally has to solve Xiao Ziyu's situation as soon as possible. Otherwise, when Xiao Ziyu is ready to form a pill, he still can't completely solve her situation of the supreme forget-love art, which will be embarrassing. On the bed, Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu were in perfect harmony, yin and yang met, and an invisible furnace appeared above their heads, with the sun and the moon rotating. In the palace on the top of the peak, Yun Wansheng, who was sitting cross-legged, opened her eyes and wanted to say whether the two would ever stop. Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu had been practicing the sun and moon reincarnation art these days, causing her Tuangaifang marrow to feel a slight throbbing and resonance from time to time. As a result, Yun Wansheng had no intention of practicing these days. No, I have to see if there is any formation that can isolate this throbbing later. Yun Wansheng thought that Lu Changsheng was now a nominal guest worshipper at Qingyun Peak, and he might come more frequently in the future. She must quickly find someone to set up a few layers of formations to try to isolate this throbbing. Otherwise, she would not be able to practice. She really didn't want to have this inexplicable sense of participation. On this day, Yun Wansheng opened her beautiful eyes as if she had just woken up from a dream, thinking that there seemed to be no throbbing today. Did it stop, or did she get used to it? She recalled carefully, and she could not remember the last time she felt a throbbing. Immediately, Yun Wansheng sent a message to the housekeeper Jingxiu, asking her to go to Mingyue residence and call Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu. At Mingyue residence, Xiao Ziyu heard the maid of Lu saying that the peak manager was coming and called herself and Lu Changsheng to go over. A hint of shyness suddenly appeared on her white and jade-like holy face. Knowing what she had done these days, the master must have noticed it. In other words, the master might have asked her to take Lu Changsheng to complete the guest offering procedures, and then he would tell her other things. But after the two of them completed the guest offering procedures, they have been lingering until now, completely forgetting the time. It's all my fault. As long as I'm with Ziyu, I forget the time. Lu Changsheng was very calm, holding Xiao Ziyu's graceful and mature body, which seemed to be flowing with moonlight, and said in a gentle voice. Ever since he knew that Qingyun's Henren was the giant's sister with whom he had a one-night stand in his early years, and after the two had many in-depth exchanges, Lu Changsheng had no of her. He only wanted to make her the mother of his child. After a brief moment of tenderness, the two of them tidied their clothes and came to the palace on the top of the peak like a pair of immortal lovers, bowing and bowing. Really? Yun Wansheng looked at the two people outside, and some indescribable complex emotion surged in her heart. Boom! The palace gate opened. Yun Wansheng was wearing a colorful palace dress, and her skirt-like clouds poured down to the ground, making her figure more noble and gorgeous. Ziyu, your master made a 50-year agreement with you, and now half of it has passed. If you fail to break through the giant in the remaining time, don't blame your master for being ruthless. Yun Wansheng looked at Xiao Ziyu below and said in a cold and majestic voice. After that, she looked at Lu Changsheng, Her eyes like water, her aura imposing, her voice like 10,000 years of black ice, and said, "Lu Changsheng, you are the same. Even if I think of the previous favor, I will still not show mercy. Please rest assured, sir." Lu Changsheng had a handsome face, a faint smile on his lips, and responded confidently as if he was sure of victory. Then he pinched Xiao Ziyu's jade hand, indicating that she didn't have to worry. This scene made Yun Wanchang a little confused, wondering where Lu Changsheng's confidence came from. However, it must be said that Lu Changsheng's confident and high-spirited appearance was really different from his usual shameless appearance, full of charm. Master, disciple knows. Although Xiao Ziyu was not confident in her heart, she still responded with a cupped hand under Lu Changsheng's encouragement. Yes. Yun Wanchang nodded slightly, looked at Lu Changsheng again, and said, "I have sent someone to deal with the matter between you and the Sima family of Qingzhu Mountain. After the Sima family compensates, I will send someone to Qingzhu Mountain, so this matter ends here. With this handwritten order from my seat, the Sima family will never dare to retaliate against you in the future." Yun Wanchang said so. Although it was just a handwritten order. But she personally asked about this matter, which was equivalent to telling the outside world that Qingzhu Mountain was backed by Qingyun Sect and Qingyan Peak. In this case, unless Qingzhu Mountain took the initiative to cause trouble. Otherwise, the Beastmaster Su family would weigh it a little bit before moving Qingzhu Mountain. "Thank you, Immortal." Lu Changsheng bowed his hands in response. Knowing that with Yun Wanchang's relationship as a deterrent, his family will be able to develop steadily for a long time. Your family has come to this point, try to be low-key in the future. Being too high-profile is not a good thing. Yun Wanchang's voice was a little calm and gentle, cold and pleasant, mixed with a bit of the majesty of being in a high position for a long time. Yes. Lu Changsheng paused after hearing this, and heard that Yun Wanchang's words seemed to have other meanings. He immediately bowed and asked, "Please give me some advice, Immortal. Whenever the Immortal Gate develops to a certain extent, it will issue a land reclamation order and start a land reclamation war. Qingyun Sect has not issued a land reclamation order for hundreds of years. In recent years, there have been several disputes between Yu Kingdom and Liang Kingdom. If the disputes expand and form a war, Zheng Kingdom may also be affected and involved. Besides, Zheng Kingdom has not been peaceful in recent years. I believe you have also noticed it." Yun Wanchang glanced at Lu Changsheng and said calmly. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng paused in his heart. He vaguely heard the meaning of Yun Wanchang's words. In the future, Zheng Kingdom may see the Immortal Gate land reclamation, or a war in the world of immortal cultivation. Whether it is a land reclamation war or a war in the world of immortal cultivation, it represents blood and danger. Once such a war occurs, all Zheng Kingdom cultivators, whether they are independent cultivators or immortal cultivation families, must unconditionally obey the orders of the Immortal Gate. Back then, when other families were summoned to wipe out the Ziyao family and the demon cultivators, many families were ruined and declined. The danger of such a war in the world of immortal cultivation can be imagined. Countless families will rise and perish in this process. And at that time, the greater the family power and the higher the strength, the more effort will be needed. "Thank you for your advice, Master." Lu Changsheng understands. Lu Changsheng's eyes condensed slightly and nodded in response. When such a war breaks out, the disciples of the Immortal Sect will also go to the battlefield. So even with Yun Wanchang's relationship, his family cannot avoid it. Now Yun Wanchang reminded herself, obviously telling herself that there are such signs now, try not to show too much strength. Well. Yun Wanchang nodded slightly and continued, soon, the 4 major immortal sects will open the Qingyun secret realm. At that time, you will have a place in Qingzhu Mountain. You should prepare well. It will be good for you to go to the Qingyun secret realm to comprehend the heavenly monument at that time. As for the matter of the Qingyun secret realm, you can learn a thing or two from Ziyu. Yun Wanchang has a beautiful appearance, without makeup, and is graceful and gorgeous. Qingyun secret realm? Comprehend the heavenly steel. Lu Changsheng was slightly stunned, not knowing how he got to the topic of Qingyun secret realm again. He naturally knew about Qingyun secret realm. In the past, Xiao Ziyu followed Master Qin and senior sister Chu Chengyu to the Qingyun secret realm to open up Wasteland. Now there are many rumors in the outside world, saying that this secret realm has attracted many people from other countries to come here to form gan, wanting to seize the opportunity of the secret realm. Now Yun Wancheng said that the 4 major immortal sects are going to open up the Qingyun secret realm and let him enter to comprehend the heavenly steel. However, before he could continue to ask more questions, Master Qingyun waved his hand, asked them to leave, and closed the door of the temple. Xiao, what's the situation in this Qingyun secret realm? Seeing this, Lu Changsheng asked Xiao. Before, Xiao could not reveal too much information because of the sect rules and the Dao Heart Oath, so Lu Changsheng did not ask more. The Qingyun secret realm should be cleared out now. This heavenly steel is an opportunity for the secret realm. I don't know the specific reason, but I know that everyone can comprehend cultivation through the heavenly steel, and gain the understanding of the great Dao, cultivation experience, or the inheritance of the skills. Xiao explained, saying that his master and apprentices all gained a lot from the heavenly steel. However, everyone can only comprehend the heavenly steel once, and cannot comprehend it a second time. Now the news about the Qingyun secret realm is spreading like wildfire, and even many descendants from other countries are attracted. Lu Changsheng frowned and whispered, will there be any pitfalls if we let go of the Qingyun secret realm at this time? He had experienced the Zhuxiao Xiancheng incident in his early years. He knew that the Qingyun sect was not a good person. At the beginning, Zhuangjian's Henjin was invited to fight by Jinguo Modao's Henjin. Qingyun sect knew that the Modao cultivator had ill intentions and sneaked into Jinguo to plot, but still let the Modao cultivator enter Zhuxiao Xiancheng. As a result, they captured a Jinden cultivator without injury, killed 2 Jinden cultivators, and 7 or 8 fake Dan cultivators. If there hadn't been a Jinden cultivator who didn't care about his life and directly exploded his true elixir, the demons would have suffered even more casualties in this battle. The opening of the Qingyun secret realm reminded him of the events of Zhuxiao Immortal City in the early years. He suspected that the 4 major immortal gates opened the Qingyun secret realm at this point just to let the demon cultivators in, and then catch them all in one fell swoop to deter them. Otherwise, this timing is really too clever. Not stupid. In the palace, Yun Wancheng heard Lu Changsheng's words and the corners of her lips rose slightly. She asked Lu Changsheng to go to the Qingyun secret realm. On the one hand, the heavenly monument was indeed good for him. If he could gain insights from it and pass on the skills, he would have a higher chance of Jinden in the future. On the other hand, she felt that she couldn't see through Lu Changsheng. So she thought of testing his situation through this Qingyun secret realm. This. Xiao heard Lu Changsheng's words and felt that it was likely to be so. Even though she knew that Lu Changsheng had broken through the Jinden and was a Jinden's Henren, she was still a little worried. After all, it had only been 3 years since Lu Changsheng broke through the Jinden. Now that the magical power and magic weapon in hand are not yet complete, there may be danger. It's okay. Seeing Xiao's worried look, Lu Changsheng held her hand and said in a gentle voice. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely not go to such a secret realm. But Yun Wancheng said so. If he expressed fear and refused, it might disappoint the other party. In this case, let's go. Besides, the 4 major immortal gates dared to do this, they must be sure, and it is impossible to send people in to die. Of course, the most important reason is that they have strength and confidence now. As long as it is not the Yuanying's Henjin who appears, even if facing a great cultivator in the late Jinden period, Lu Changsheng is confident that he can escape. Well, senior sister has been in charge of the Qingyun secret realm. If there is any danger, Changsheng, you can ask senior sister for shelter. Xiao heard this and nodded slightly. Chapter 441 Breakthrough, 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 Promotion. Zuanwu Ridge, Sima family. Well, 13th sister is back. Upon hearing the announcement, the head of the Sima family immediately rushed to the hall with a look of surprise. These days, the affairs of his ancestor and Qingzhu Mountain have been very tormenting for him as the head of the family. He has been waiting for Sima Qiuhe to bring back good news. When he heard Sima Qiuhe was back, he immediately thought that his family's affairs had been resolved. When he came to the hall and saw that in addition to Sima Qiuhe, there were 2 men and women wearing Qingyun Sect's law enforcement robes, his face froze slightly, and he realized that something was wrong. 13th sister. The head of the Sima family shouted to Sima Qiuhe, who looked a little tired, and bowed slightly to the 2 Qingyun Sect disciples. Head of the Sima family, right? This is the decree of our hall master, regarding the settlement of the grievances between your Zuanwu Ridge Sima family and the Qingzhu Mountain Lu family. The two law enforcement hall disciples looked at each other, spoke out, and handed a decree to the head of the Sima family. Thank you, fellow Taoists. Even though the head of the Sima family realized that something was wrong, he was still very polite. He took out 10 medium-grade spirit stones from his storage bag and handed them to the two. The two accepted the spirit stones without hesitation. After all, they had come all the way here, and this was a little extra money. After accepting the spirit stones, the two walked out of the hall and waited outside, giving the Sima family head and Sima Qiuhu a chance to talk alone. When the Sima family head saw the content of the decree, he trembled violently, his face turned pale, as if struck by lightning. Then he looked at Sima Qiuhu next to him with disbelief and said, 13th sister, what's going on? Originally, the master has already asked about this matter, and asked true man Qiyang to nod. But Lu Changsheng saved Xiao Ziyu, a disciple of true man Qiyang in his early years, which caused this matter to alarm true man Qiyang, so true man Qiyang came out of retreat and asked about it personally. Sima Qiuhu said with a bitter face. She had received a message from her family before, and went to ask for an audience with her master Song Qingzhi. She thought that her master and her master's grandfather had nodded, and the matter had been resolved. Afterwards, she could rely on this merit to get some resources support from her family. Who would have thought that she would cause Qiyang's Henren to ask about it, which led to her being scolded by her master Song Qingzhi, and made her senior brother Song Cheng quite unhappy with her. Qiyang's Henren personally asked about it. When the head of the Sima family heard this, his pale face was extremely ugly. The fact that the Lord of Law Enforcement Hall personally asked about it showed that the matter had been determined and could not be changed. No matter what the punishment was, their Sima family had to accept it. Moreover, if this matter really had to be counted, it was his Sima family who took action first and was not on the right. And after this incident, Lu Changsheng relied on the third-level talisman master to become a guest worshipper of Qiyang Peak. So, Sima Qiuhu sighed and continued. Even though their Sima family suffered a great loss in this matter and was extremely aggrieved, they could only admit it now. If they dared to continue to cause trouble for Qingzhu Mountain, they would be slapping Qiyang's Henren in the face. The head of the Sima family turned pale, and the whole person seemed to be exhausted and sat on the chair next to him. After a long time, he came back to his senses and said weakly, 13th sister, I understand. This compensation not only seriously hurt their Sima family, it also means that the face lost by their Sima family cannot be restored. In the future, whoever talks about Qingzhu Mountain and Zhuangwu Ridge will think of this matter, which has a great impact on the family reputation of their Sima family. Reputation is invisible and intangible. But the indirect impact brought about should not be underestimated. Moreover, as the head of the Sima family, he also realized a very important problem. That is, it took only a few decades for Qingzhu Mountain to grow to its current level. Originally, in addition to his Sima family, family forces such as the Yuan family of Daoan Mountain, the Jin family of Jinglong Ridge, the Luo family of Fujian Mountain, and even the Su family of Yashao would secretly trip up Qingzhu Mountain and suppress its rise. But now, Lu Changsheng has been with a real person Qiyang of Qingyun Sect. Then other families have to weigh it before they move the Lu family, at least they dare not do it openly. If no one suppresses Yang, with a growth rate of Qingzhu Mountain, it is afraid that in a few decades, it will be the head of the Linjian family and will be promoted to Jinden family. At that time, who knows whether Qingzhu Mountain will settle accounts with their Sima family. The head of the Sima family felt extremely heavy in his heart. I will go with you to see the ancestors and the elders of the family. Sima Qiuhu looked at the appearance of this younger brother and sighed. Although the Sima family cannot refuse this result, they still have to inform the ancestors and elders of the family and discuss it together. Apart from anything else, using such a large amount of property requires many arrangements. Thank you, 13th sister. The head of the Sima family bowed and said. If he went to report alone, he might not be able to bear the anger of the ancestors. With Sima Qiuhu's explanation, it will be much better. Qingyun Sect. After Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu were almost done with dual cultivation, they did not continue to practice. On the one hand, the sun and moon reincarnation art is a skill that requires moderation and should not be rushed. On the other hand, after awakening the Tai spirit, his 5 senses and 6 senses became much sharper. In the dark, he always felt that someone was always watching him, and he suspected that it was the real person Qiyang. So he felt that he had been wandering under the other person's nose, and he might make this real person unhappy. After all, the two of them had been communicating in a simple and easy way for so long, and Lu Changsheng didn't believe that this real person could watch him and Zhao Ziyu practice double cultivation every day with a calm heart. However, Lu Changsheng did not leave Qingyun Sect directly. Instead, he came to Lingai Peak to find Zhao Qingqing to warm up their relationship and see if they could get pregnant with a second child. In the Beikao garden, on the bed, Lu Changsheng galloped with a beauty in his arms. Zhao Qingqing's plant body was very consistent with the Baotingyao Wang Sutra. After practicing this technique, he practiced with spiritual flowers and herbs for a long time. Not only did he make rapid progress, but his body also had a refreshing spiritual medicine fragrance. At this moment, the room was full of spring and filled with intoxicating fragrance. Hum. Zhao Qingqing let out a soft hum from the wing of her nose. Two wide and smooth jade feet like bamboo shoots kept swinging around the corners of Lu Changsheng's eyes, and the 10 wide and tender jade toes curled up and spread out, making people feel excited. I don't know how long it took. Zhao Qingqing was dazzled by the charm, and her jade body trembled. Lu Lang. Her beautiful eyes were half closed, and her clear eyes and eyebrows were full of tenderness and charm. Her limp body hugged Lu Changsheng, and her red lips murmured softly, exhaling like orchids. The round and crystal clear calves were soft and smooth, trembling constantly, and the 10 white jade toes curled up tightly, and the white and tender soles of the feet turned red. Qingqing. Lu Changsheng looked at the beauty in this state, gently stroking the other's warm and soft jade, and unconsciously bouncing the jade body. After working hard in Beikao Garden for half a month, Lu Changsheng looked at his sons Lu Yunlao and Lu Xingyu, and then returned to Qingzhu Mountain. Although the two had foundation building pills, things like foundation building still needed to be well prepared. Boom! Just when Lu Changsheng returned to Qingzhu Mountain, he felt a pure mana surge into his body out of thin air. Based on this mana level, he immediately guessed that his son Lu Pingyan had broken through. In the previous battle with Sima Tong, Lu Pingyan somehow felt the opportunity to break through. So after returning home, he began to retreat to break through the 4th level of foundation building. Name: Lu Pingyan. Lifespan: 61/253. Talent: 5th grade spiritual root. Cultivation: 3rd grade foundation building. Talent: body refinement fit, 61%. Well, it's not Pingyan. Lu Changsheng was a little surprised. He didn't expect that it wasn't his son Lu Pingyan who broke through. Now there are only a few children in the family who have a cultivation level of about the middle stage of foundation building, and he took a look at them. Name: Lu Quanzhen. Lifespan: 58/193. Talent: 4th grade spiritual root. Cultivation: 5th grade foundation building. Talent: fighting fit, 67%. Quanzhen has broken through the 5th level of foundation building. Lu Changsheng was a little surprised. He remembered that his son Lu Quanzhen had just broken through the 4th level of foundation building 4 years ago. At this rate, it will take at least 2 to 3 years, or even 4 to 5 years, to break through. It seems that Quanzhen must have some opportunity. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. For someone like Lu Quanzhen who has been away from home for a long time, it can be said that his cultivation level has been improved mostly by chance, rather than by hard work. Apart from other things, looking at his son's lifespan and talent, it can be seen that he has fought a lot outside, and even used many means to burn his life. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. Lu Changsheng did not worry too much about his son Lu Quanzhen, and returned to Qingzhu Mountain. Mountain Master. Greetings, Ancestor Lu. Even after so long, there are still cultivators coming to Qingzhu Mountain to pay homage. When these people saw Lu Changsheng, they immediately looked respectful and saluted, and many women showed admiration. Yet, Lu Changsheng smiled and nodded, and turned into a beam of light and returned to Qingyun Peak. After seeing Lu Changsheng, Lu Maoyan and Ling Xiao talked about Sima Tong's matter. Lu Changsheng and the two women roughly talked about the solution of this matter, and said that he had registered as a guest worshipper in Qingyun Sect. The matters of the Chamber of Commerce and the caravan at home can be continued after someone from the Law Enforcement Hall of Qingyun Sect comes later to confirm and deal with this matter. The fact that he became a guest worshipper of Qingyun Sect can also be disclosed to the public and the news can be released. Qingzhen. Ling Xiao heard this and looked at Lu Changsheng meaningfully. She had thought about it before. Who could Lu Changsheng find a backer in Qingyun Sect? When she saw the law enforcement hall coming and heard that the master of the law enforcement hall of Qingyun Sect was Xiao Ziyu's master, Qingyun Henren, she guessed in her heart. Now hearing this, she didn't know what to say for a while. Ahem, my husband encountered the seriously injured Qingyun Henren in his early years and rescued him, so the other party just returned my favor. But this matter can be implicitly stated to the public that I saved Ziyu's life. Lu Changsheng explained a little. However, when Ling Zixiao heard Lu Changsheng say that he had saved Qingyun Henren, his expression became even weirder. After all, she knew Lu Changsheng's ability to save people. She didn't believe that Qingyun Henren had been saved by her husband, and the two of them could still be innocent. But Ling Zixiao didn't say much. He knew that even if the two of them had something, it was not convenient to spread it now. Immediately, Ling Zixiao told about the family's affairs. These days, many families have come to visit him to express goodwill and cooperate. Not only the foundation-building family, but also the fake dam families like the Lingxi family, the Shenying Valley Feng family, and the Fuiandong Luo family. Even the ancestor of the Yuan family in Qingzhu Mountain, who had secretly attacked his family before, came in person. Since this ancestor of the Yuan family is willing to take the initiative to come and apologize, the grievances between the two families can be put aside for the time being. Lu Changsheng thought slightly after hearing this. With the Sima family's affairs, Qingzhu Mountain has already made a name for itself, and there is no need to entangle with the Yuan family and have any more ties. Now that the ancestor of the Yuan family has come to apologize in person, if his family continues to be unreasonable, it will be regarded as his own tyranny. Moreover, Yun Wanshang had previously warned that there might be wars in the world of immortal cultivation in the future, so there was no need for them to fight for the heavens and the earth, and they could just develop in peace. I think so too. Ling Zixiao smiled elegantly and continued to take out a booklet, indicating that many families had hoped to form an alliance with their family these days. In addition to those who took the initiative to be concubines for Lu Changsheng, most of them wanted to form an alliance with Lu Pinggan, Lu Qingzhu and other Lu family members. If there are independent cultivators with good character and background, and it is beneficial to our family, we can consider it. As for Pinggan, Qingzhu and others, let them make their own decisions. Lu Changsheng looked at the booklet in front of him and said aloud. Although he didn't mind taking in dozens of concubines, most of the women sent by these family forces were at the level of key refining, and their spiritual roots were only at the 4th or 5th level at most. For this kind of people, Patriarch Lu really looked down on them. It would be better to take in a few independent cultivators, or go to the White Jade building when he had time. Although most independent cultivators' spiritual roots are not very good. But independent cultivators who can make it, in fact, have good spiritual roots. If the other party has good spiritual roots, has a foundation building cultivation, a clean background, and good character, Patriarch Lu does not mind sacrificing his appearance to win over the other party. After roughly leaving the family affairs aside, Lu Changsheng came to Balian Peak to investigate the situation. Check how long it will take for the earth fire vein here to be formed, and prepare to refine the life magic weapon of Beifeng's Henren. In this way, when going to the Qingyun secret realm, there will be more means in hand. But if the fire vein of Balian Peak wants to be promoted, lay the earth fire array, and form the earth evil fire, it will take at least a year and a half. Oh, forget it, give birth to baby. Lu Changsheng sighed, gave up the idea of casting magic weapons, and made babies at home. It must be said that it is really difficult to have a baby after forming a pill. He worked so hard at home for so long some time ago, and only one concubine got pregnant. This time in Qingyun Sect, Lingyao Peak has been working hard for half a month, and it is unknown whether Zhao Qingqing is pregnant. Faced with this situation, Lu Changsheng was not discouraged. He believed that God rewards hard work. As long as he works hard, there will definitely be results. After Lu Xingchen stayed at the Z family in Lingxi for 3 days, he said goodbye and left. Lingxi Lake is far away from Qingzhu Mountain. Even if he travels day and night, it will take more than half a month. However, it is rare for him to go far away, so he is not in a hurry to go back now, so he will play along the way and gain some experience. That day, night fell. Lu Xingchen asked the iron-feathered eagle to find a hilltop to rest. Then he skillfully sprinkled a layer of medicine powder around to avoid attracting a group of monsters. Not long after he sat down, he suddenly heard fighting sounds coming from the front of the forest, the roar of monsters, mixed with explosions and the dazzling brilliance of spells. Hearing this movement, Lu Xingqian immediately thought of getting away. However, considering that if he used his magic power at this time, it might attract the attention of monsters, he immediately pinched his hands, and his body ki flowed, blending into a big tree next to him, and the whole person seemed to be integrated with a tree. Although Baoting Yao Wang Sutra is not good at fighting, it still has many ways to save his life. By blending his body and aura with a tree, ordinary foundation building cultivators or monsters would find it difficult to detect. A moment later, Lu Xingqian saw a young man in white being surrounded and killed by more than 10 evil wolves with green fur. Green Winged Wolf, a low-level bloodline monster, is there a mutant wolf king? Lu Xingqian recognized that this group of wolf monsters belonged to the lowest level of group monsters, most of which were in the early and middle stages of the first stage. The fur of the leading green winged wolf was a bit purple, and it should have mutated due to the opportunity, so it was promoted to the second-level monster. However, what surprised Lu Xingqian the most was that this young man in white was only at the 7th level of ki refining, but he was able to escape from this group of wolf monsters for so long. After careful observation for a while, this young man in white was not only skilled in magic, but also agile. He avoided the killing intent of the Green Wind Wolf King several times as if by coincidence, and survived. Lu Xingqian felt that if the young man in white faced this Green Wind Wolf King alone, he might have escaped, but he encountered a wolf pack. A blue wind wolf grabbed the young man in white when he was dodging the Wolf King's wind blade, biting his shoulder with its sharp teeth, and blood was dripping. The young man in white, who was already a little weak and wounded, immediately groaned in pain, and then blasted out a spell to blow the blue wind wolf away. But at this time, other blue wind wolves rushed up one after another, making it difficult for the young man in white to struggle, and there was despair and pain in his eyes. Alice. Lu Xingqian sighed when he saw this scene. Even if the family taught that when you go out, try not to meddle in other people's business and cause trouble. When you encounter unfair things, you should do what you can and not get carried away. But if you really encounter it, seeing the situation in front of you, it is really difficult for him to watch him die without helping. Greenwood entanglement. Lu Xingqian pinched his hands, and blue and gold vines suddenly appeared on the ground, entangled the blue wind wolf. Then a vine entangled the young man in white and dragged him over. Roar. Seeing this, the Green Wind Wolf King immediately looked at Lu Xingqian, roared suddenly, and formed wind blades around his body, rushing towards him. Bang! Lu Xingqian quickly offered a shield, and the glow flowed, blocking the attacks. Looking at the Green Wind Wolf that was coming towards him, Lu Xingqian did not dare to hesitate, and hurriedly ran away with a weak, almost unconscious young man in white. Unless he used the talisman, he was really no match for this group of Green Wind Wolves. What's more, he was carrying a burden. After running for a long time, Lu Xingqian looked at the Green Wind Wolf King who was chasing him, and knew that the other party should be able to track him by smell. No, this may attract other monsters. Lu Xingqian thought in his heart, and with some pain, he took out a second-level middle-grade fire talisman from his arms and rushed towards the Green Wind Wolf King. Faced with this attack, the Green Wind Wolf King's fur was burned, and fear and dread appeared in his eyes, and he gave up chasing. Huh? Seeing this, Lu Xingqian breathed a sigh of relief, and took the young man in white to find a place to stay and treat his injuries. Although he was not good at fighting, he was quite good at treatment. Thank you. The young man in white said to Lu Xingqian gratefully with a weak and disordered breath. But after he finished speaking, his tense mind finally relaxed, and the whole person fainted. Alice, what's the matter? Lu Xingqian looked at the young man in white in his arms and sighed helplessly. On this day, Lu Changsheng was playing in the Bishu Lake with Bailing and Chu Zhenzhen. Suddenly, he felt a surge of pure magic power. After a simple look, Lu Changsheng knew that it was his son Lu Pingyan who broke through this time. Although this cultivation magic power was not much, it finally made his cultivation reach the current critical point. Soon, after the lake tour, Lu Changsheng came to Zumi Cave Heaven, Changsheng Hall, sat cross-legged, practiced the skills, and began to break through. This kind of breakthrough is naturally a natural outcome for Lu Changsheng. Boom! A few days later, Lu Changsheng's sea of life and action were boiling, yin and yang magic was surging, the golden elixir was shining brightly, and the yin and yang energy in his body was surging. 3 years after breaking through the Jiandan stage, Lu Changsheng finally took a small step in the early stage of Jiandan and promoted to the second level of Jiandan. This speed was thanks to the yin-yang wrangling pill. Otherwise, in the past 3 years, apart from dual cultivation, he had not practiced at all, and the bonus brought by his children was limited because of the huge difference in cultivation. It's not bad to break through before the Qingyun secret realm. Lu Changsheng walked out of the Changsheng hall with a happy face. He took a look at the situation of the Dongshan spiritual vein as usual. It is estimated that it will take another year and a half to be promoted to the 3rd level spiritual vein. However, compared with the promotion of the spiritual vein, he is more looking forward to the birth of Honglian. Walking out of Zumi Dongshan and standing on the top of Beiyan Peak, you can see people coming and going in Beiyan Villa. The grand gathering held in the name of Lu Wangshu's foundation building ceremony is about to begin, so many family forces will come to Qingzhu Mountain. Some family forces that are farther away will try to come as early as possible. For this kind of people, Qingzhu Mountain will naturally arrange accommodation. After arriving at the Lu family mansion, Lu Miaoyan told Lu Changsheng that Lu Chensha came to him the day before yesterday. He said that the Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldier was successful, and the first second-level Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldier was promoted. Chapter 442 The Power of the Taoist Soldiers, the Formless Treasure Wheel. Oh, the Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldiers have been promoted. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and was somewhat delighted. In his early years, he spent a lot of time on this batch of Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldiers. It's just that the Taoist soldiers grew too slowly. Even if he kept pouring resources and had the beast-taming talisman, the speed was still not fast enough, so he gradually stopped paying attention. Now that a Taoist soldier has finally been promoted to the 2nd level, he is still happy in his heart. Chensha, come and see me. Lu Changsheng's spiritual sense covered the entire Beiyan Peak, and he shouted to his son Lu Chensha, who was training the Iron Fire Ants, ready to see the 2nd level Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldiers. Not long after, Lu Chensha came to the Lu family mansion. Seeing Lu Changsheng and others, he immediately bowed and said, "Chensha greets father," and "Yes." Lu Changsheng nodded slightly, and came to the top of Beiyan Peak with Lu Chensha, and said, "Let me see the 2nd level Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldiers." "Yes, father." Lu Chensha responded respectfully, then took out a beast-taming talisman and operated the beast secret. Buzz! The ancient symbol glowed, and a dark light shot out, transforming into a dragon snake with a pitch-black body, covered with fine dark scales, and a body about 3 meters long and as thick as a bucket. This Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldier had a pair of short legs under its belly, with a black and cold luster, and only a small black horn on its head. After the Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldier appeared, a stream of water vapor suddenly rose and filled the surrounding area, making it soar into the clouds. 2nd level Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldier, awakening innate magic arts, Blackwater Divine Light, Cloud Soaring Magic, and Illusionary Fog Magic. Lu Changsheng looked at the Taoist soldier in front of him. The Blackwater Dragon spell refines the monster into a Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldier. At the 1st level, the appearance is still very different. When it is promoted to the 2nd level, except for some characteristics, most of it will transform into the appearance of a Blackwater dragon. When the Taoist soldier is promoted to the 3rd level, unless the monster originally has extraordinary blood and extraordinary talent, it will retain some characteristics, otherwise it will be assimilated into the appearance of a Blackwater dragon. Although it is only the 2nd level, its combat power is not high, but it is quite impressive if used as a means of transportation. Lu Changsheng looked at the Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldiers in front of him and chuckled. This Taoist soldier is a water-based Taoist soldier. Only in the water can it exert its true combat power. If it is taken out, its combat power can only be considered average. However, it looks very good, majestic and ferocious, with a bit of dragon momentum. Is there only one 2nd level Blackwater dragon now? Lu Changsheng looked at Lu Chensha. Replying to father, at present, only this Taoist soldier has been promoted to the 2nd level, and there are 5 Taoist soldiers who are being promoted. 3 are on the verge of promotion and can be promoted in a year at most. Lu Chensha said so. Lu Changsheng raised a total of 81 Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldiers. Like the Taoist soldiers made from the Green Blood Carp King and some low-level and mid-level bloodline monsters in the early days, the roots are relatively poor, so they are simply cultivated without the intention of quickly cultivating them to the 2nd level. After all, even if this kind of Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldier is smashed to the 2nd level, Its potential is exhausted and it is difficult to cultivate it to the 3rd level. However, the bloodline of the Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldiers that these 9 heads mainly cultivate is not of high grade, only high grade bloodline. Yes. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly, took a step, and stepped on the top of the Blackwater Dragon. Although his Blackwater Dragon soldier talisman was given to Lu Chensha. But these Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldiers were all refined by him through the Blackwater Dragon spell, and they have an instinctive respect for him and are controlled by him. Come here. Lu Changsheng raised his palm lightly and lifted his son Lu Chensha to the top of the Blackwater Dragon, ready to try the power of the Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldiers. Roar, roar. The Blackwater Dragon roared suddenly, its scales sparkling, and the water mist around it rolled and surged, and it flew towards the green water lake. What is this? Dragon? This is a 2nd level dragon. When did our family have a 2nd level dragon? Its father and Chensha. Many people in Bihan Peak heard the noise and saw a majestic black dragon flying towards the Bishu Lake. 2 figures stood on its ferocious head. They were very surprised. In addition to the Jiu Iao Mastiff guarding Bihu Mountain, there is actually a 2nd level spirit beast in Bihu Mountain. Is this 2nd level dragon the mount of Ancestor Lu? What is Ancestor Lu going to do? The monks who came to Bihu Mountain to visit and participate in the ceremony were all surprised, shocked, and envious when they saw this scene. Although this 2nd level Taoist soldier was not taken seriously by Lu Changsheng at all, he was just raising it for fun. But for other family monks, it was a 2nd level monster, a clan spirit beast. Especially the Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldier, it looks very good. At this time, flying in the sky, if you don't look carefully, you really think it is a dragon monster with Earth-level bloodline. Roar, roar, roar. After the Blackwater Dragon came to the sky above the Blue Water Lake, it was suddenly much more excited, and the water mist around it was thick, causing the lake below to be swept by waves. Be more obedient. Lu Changsheng stepped on the dragon's head with an unhappy look. This Blue Water Lake is their own asset, and there are many spiritual fish in it. What if they are killed? The Blackwater Dragon roared and restrained its momentum. Then, the Blue Lake Mountain token appeared in Lu Changsheng's hand. This token has some formation restrictions and can activate the Blue Lake Mountain formation. Lu Changsheng used the token to activate the 2nd level of the Blue Lake Mountain formation, Blue Water Laminar Flow. I saw columns of water rising into the sky from the Blue Water Lake, and layers of water mist filled the air, covering the surroundings with a layer of azure water and hazy water mist, isolating this side of the world. Then, Lu Changsheng said to his son Lu Chensha, Chensha, release all the Dao soldiers except the ones that are being promoted. As he spoke, in the Danshan of the Qi Sea, the yin-yang Dao giant uncoiled around the Xianum Bao Wang lotus and circulated, blooming with brilliant rays of light. Boom boom boom, as the Danshan rumbled, Lu Changsheng's body revealed a breath of mana from the Black Dragon Code. This is the rule of all laws of the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra. As long as he thoroughly comprehends the skills, he can use the characteristics of mana, Xianum Bao Wang lotus, to transform the yin-yang mana into this mana. At the same time, Lu Chensha released the remaining 75 Blackwater Dragon Dao soldiers. Suddenly, huge black dragon snakes and dragonfish were entrenched around them. These Dao soldiers are all 1st level, and there are obvious differences between their appearances. But the colors of their bodies are similar, all black, and they are arranged in a row, which still has an amazing power. Dao Bingfu. Lu Changsheng looked at his son and continued. Lu Chensha did not ask any more questions and quickly took out a palm-sized black jade-colored military talisman. On it was a Blackwater dragon that seemed to soar into the sky. Unlike Lu Changsheng, he had not practiced a Black Dragon Code. If he did not have the Taoist soldier talisman, the Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldiers would not listen to his orders at all. Blackwater Dragon Mantra, Blackwater Dragon Battle Formation. Lu Changsheng took the token, looked at the Taoist soldiers, and made hand gestures. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 75 Taoist soldiers immediately began to line up in an orderly manner, and the Blackwater Dragon mantra in their bodies automatically operated. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, these 1st-level Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldiers merged with a 2nd-level Blackwater Dragon under Lu Changsheng's feet, causing the demonic power of all the Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldiers to gather and gradually form a huge dragon phantom. This dragon phantom was 5 or 6 feet tall, very solid, and filled with a terrifying aura of the 2nd-level mid-stage. This Lu Chensha saw this scene and looked surprised and horrified. He had always known that his father was very extraordinary, and definitely not an ordinary foundation-building cultivator. But seeing his father's methods with his own eyes, he was still extremely shocked. Especially this huge dragon phantom, which made him feel small and weak, and he felt a kind of trembling in his heart. It is said that some profound and exquisite techniques can raise Dao soldiers to form a large formation, and can also make the formation bless itself and increase its strength. Could this be my father's lifelong Dao soldier? Lu Chensha guessed in his heart. There is also a method of raising Dao soldiers in his cultivation technique Beast Secret, but he can't touch it now. Not bad. Lu Changsheng looked at the dragon phantom and nodded slightly. No wonder Qingyun Henren could face the late stage of the early stage of the Jinden. With this little Dao soldier, he can make the early stage of the foundation building fight the late stage of the foundation building. If there are 500 Blackwater Dragon Dao soldiers, I am afraid that the early stage of the foundation building can directly kill the peak of the foundation building, and even hit the fake den. Considering that his own formation could only be a simple cover, Lu Changsheng did not try too much to resist the attack of the Phantom of the Dragon. He continued to pinch his hands and perform another method. Roar. The Phantom of the Dragon roared, dissipated into faint light, and coiled towards Lu Changsheng. In an instant, a ferocious black dragon armor slowly condensed on Lu Changsheng's green robe. Various runes were painted on it, and there was a terrifying shoulder guard on each side of his shoulders that looked like a black dragon head. The two black dragon heads seemed to be alive, with dark gold pupils and dragon breath spewing from their mouths and noses, making Lu Changsheng seem like a black dragon was circling around him. The whole person looked cold and majestic, like an emperor high above. Lu Chensha, who was next to him, looked at his father's appearance and felt suffocated. Even though Lu Changsheng was just experiencing it simply, he did not reveal any of his magic power to him. But the black dragon code, like the effect of dragon power, made Lu Chensha tense up, his heart beating boom boom boom, as if he wanted to kneel down and worship. This was not from the pressure of cultivation momentum. It was from the pressure of the mind and will. Just like the natural suppression of blood level between monsters. Go to Xuanfu Peak later and get used to the breath of the dragon blood tree. Lu Changsheng said when he saw his son like this. The plain voice also had a bit of irresistible majesty at this time. Yes, father. When Lu Chensha heard this, he immediately realized that his performance made his father a little dissatisfied, and hurriedly practiced a beast art and straightened his body. Now that Qingyun has broken through the middle stage of foundation building, if there is this Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldier, even if he does not use the 100 refining treasure body art, he can fight with the late stage of foundation building. When the 9 Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldiers are all promoted to the 2nd level, and then rely on the quasi 3rd level body refining, facing the fake pill cultivators like Sima Tong, they should be able to fight head-on, or even suppress them. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. Through simple attempts, he had a detailed understanding of the effect of his own Dao soldiers. For him, it was definitely of no help. But for his children who practiced a black dragon code at home, it was a great force. Even if his children had just broken through the foundation building, as long as they led this Dao soldier, they could face the late foundation building head-on. If they encountered a strawbag foundation building, they might be killed directly. Okay, take these Dao soldiers back. These Dao soldiers who have been promoted to the 2nd level can be trained normally in the future, and there is no need to spend too many resources to train them. The black dragon armor on Lu Changsheng's body slowly dissipated, and he said to his son Lu Chensha, training Dao soldiers is very resource-consuming. In the past few decades, he has spent hundreds of thousands of resources on the Blackwater Dragon Dao soldiers. If you want to continue to train to the 3rd level of the Blackwater Dragon Dao soldiers, the resources you need to spend are simply incalculable. And Dao soldiers are a thing that takes a lot of time, even if you spend money. Moreover, the foundation of these Blackwater Dragon Dao soldiers is indeed average. Now that they have been promoted to the 2nd level, it is very difficult to promote to the 3rd level. It would be easier to find some dragon cubs with Earth level or Heaven level bloodlines and then train them into Dao soldiers. Yes, father. Lu Chensha responded respectfully. As a beast master, he naturally knew how much resources were consumed in training spirit beasts and Dao soldiers. These resources were enough to train many foundation-building monks. I wonder how much stronger my Blackwater Dragon Dao soldiers are than the Water Snake Dao soldiers of the Beastmaster Su family. At this time, Lu Changsheng thought of the two Dao soldiers of the Beastmaster Su family that were famous in Jiang State. Water Snake Dao soldiers. Fire Crow Dao soldiers. In Lu Changsheng's opinion, he might not be able to avoid a fight with the Su family in the future. One is the small grudge between the two families. In addition, the Qingyun territory might not be able to accommodate two Jiandan families. After Honglian is born, you can let her train another Fire Dao soldier. If we really have to fight in the future, it would be interesting to have a Dao soldier confrontation. Lu Changsheng chuckled and thought to himself. Honglian has several methods of raising Fire Dao soldiers. However, training Taoist soldiers is really troublesome and complicated, and it costs money and time, so Lu Changsheng only trained the Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldiers. Now that his family is much richer, if he doesn't have to spend time and energy, Lu Changsheng is still willing to spend money to let Honglian train 1 or 2 Taoist soldiers to increase the family's foundation. Activate the Mountain Master token to turn off the effect of the large formation blue or water laminar flow. Lu Changsheng rode the Blackwater Dragon and took Lu Chensha back to Bayan Peak. What happened just now? Did Mountain Master Lu just demonstrate and show his strength? Many people looked at Lu Changsheng on the dragon head with respect and awe. Although there was a formation to cover and block the aura just now. But some cultivators near the lake villa still felt a terrifying aura. Daddy, Daddy. Lu Changsheng just returned to Bayan Peak and got off the Blackwater Dragon. His daughter Lu Ling, Lu Kinky and other little guys came up and looked at him with a flattering face. Chensha, take your younger brothers and sisters to play and walk around. Lu Changsheng smiled. Although many of his children have ridden spirit boats and iron-feathered eagles, riding a dragon is indeed a different experience. After all, many handwritten notes, ancient books, and storybooks all have stories of riding dragons and phoenixes. If the remaining Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldiers are promoted to the 2nd level, and a 9-dragon carriage is used, it will be much more impressive than the Wind and Thunder horse of the 2nd ancestor of the Su family. At this time, Lu Changsheng remembered that in the early years of the Xiao secret realm, the fake Dan ancestor of the beast-controlling Su family ordered the 9-headed Wind and Thunder horse to pull the spirit ship, which was really grand. Although the combat power and speed of his own Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldiers are far inferior to the other party's Wind and Thunder horse, but in terms of grandeur and momentum, they are really not bad, and even better than many. Yuner, Zenzun, if you want to play, your husband will take you to experience it later. Lu Changsheng saw Lu Maiyan and others looking at the Blackwater Dragon and laughed out loud. At dinner in the evening, Lu Changsheng saw his son Lu Pingan and said, Pingan, you have time to study the Taoist secrets and battle formations in the Black Dragon Code. Although this Taoist army can be passed down. But at present, in the Lu family, apart from Lu Changsheng, only Lu Pingan can use it and exert its effect. Yes, father. Lu Pingan nodded in response. 6 days later, Lu Wangshu's foundation building ceremony is about to begin. Lu Wangshu, the main person, finally returned to Qingzhu Mountain from Qingzhu Mountain. Because Lu Changsheng was going to let his son Lu Pingan appear at the ceremony, Xiao's Hiayu had not returned yet and was still stationed in Qingzhu Mountain. Great, Lu Chensha, you didn't take me with you when you have such a good thing. Lu Wangshu said immediately when he saw that there was an extra dragon in his house while he was sitting outside. Sister Wangshu, this is the Blackwater Dragon snake from before. It was promoted to the 2nd level a few days ago and can fly. Lu Chensha explained. Play with me. Lu Wangshu looked at the Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldier in front of him with a curious look and said. Immediately, Lu Chensha gave Lu Wangshu the Blackwater Dragon soldier talisman and told her to roughly control it. A moment later, at the Green Water Lake, Lu Wangshu rode on the top of the 2nd level Blackwater Dragon. Next to him, Lu Chensha, Lu Qingxun, Lu Kinky, Lu Ling, Lu Qingli and others rode Blackwater Dragonfish and had a lot of fun. Hiss, the colors of these spirit beasts are somewhat similar. Could it be that the Lu family is training Taoist soldiers? A foundation-building ancestor saw this scene and guessed in his heart, extremely surprised. Although the name of Taoist soldiers is known to many people. But except for the 4 major immortal gates and the Su family of the beast control, no force has trained them. It's not that they don't want to train them. On the one hand, there is no inheritance of raising soldiers. On the other hand, there is no ability and financial resources. Everyone knows that the resources needed to train a Taoist soldier are an astronomical figure. Not to mention the foundation-building family. Even for a Qingyun family, it is a big burden. Although Bihu Mountain cannot train Dao soldiers, it is very likely to have some kind of Dao soldier inheritance. Now that Patriarch Lu has the support of Qingyun Sect and Qingyun Peak, and his family has Lu Pinggan and Lu Wangshu, they may really become a Qingyun family in the future. The Lu family of Bihu Mountain is so terrifying. Many foundation-building ancestors who came to congratulate were moved and marveled at the strength, heritage, and potential of Bihu Mountain. Lu Wangshu. After hearing that Lu Wangshu is back, Lu Lingxiao immediately found this sister and wanted to compete with her. He knew Lu Wangshu's record in the Red Leaf Valley market, and he was not her opponent, but he still wanted to see the gap between the two. After a long time, Lu Lingxiao, work hard and respect your sister more on weekdays, okay? Lu Wangshu was wearing a pink and white dress, with a bright and charming face, and patted her brother's shoulder with a smile. Fortunately, he had the Zuinit pearl given by his father. Otherwise, she would have to use talismans and talisman soldiers when facing Lu Lingxiao. Got it, Sister Wangshu. Lu Lingxiao's mouth twitched, and he shouted with a stern face. He didn't expect that the gap between him and Lu Wangshu was so big that he couldn't force the other party to use the talisman array. But he was not discouraged. He wanted to see the gap between the two of them. He planned to find Lu Wangshu to learn from him after he had his own spiritual weapon and refined the foundation-building technique. 5 days later, Lu Wangshu's foundation-building ceremony officially began. However, for all the guests, this ceremony was not only Lu Wangshu's foundation-building ceremony, but also the fake pill ceremony of Lu Pinggan, the eldest son of the Lu family, and the talisman master ceremony of Lu Changsheng, the ancestor of the Lu family. So this ceremony was very grand. Every representative of the forces who came to the ceremony to congratulate, or an individual cultivator, would present a gift. Even many small key refining families and small forces that were not invited took the initiative to prepare a gift and came to Bihu Mountain to congratulate. After all, for these small families and forces, this is an opportunity. If you can get familiar with a Lu family by giving gifts, then it is worth it no matter how much you spend. Lingxi Lake, the fifth elder of the Z family, came to congratulate, and sent 3 foundation-building precious medicines and a top-level spiritual weapon. Yunayafang City, the owner of Yanfan, came to congratulate, and sent a second-level monster core. Qingzhu Mountain, ancestor Lu, came to congratulate, and sent 10 jade treasure bamboos. Generally, the higher the cultivation level, the greater the power behind, and the richer the gift. However, this kind of thing is a favor. In the future, when these forces hold ceremonies, the Lu family will also send gifts back. This ceremony is really grand. It seems to be 39 years ago, when the Lu family of Bihu Mountain was established, I came with the ancestor to attend the ceremony. I didn't expect that Bihu Mountain would be promoted to fake pill family now. I knew that the Lu family of Bihu Mountain would rise, but I didn't expect it to rise so quickly. Alice, at the beginning, a legitimate daughter of the Luo family, was favored by the Lu ancestor and was taken as a concubine, which made the Luo family rise rapidly in recent years. There are 2 key refining great perfection monks sitting in charge. Unfortunately, ordinary women are no longer in the eyes of the Lu ancestor. Many guests heard such congratulatory gifts, looked at the foundation-building monks coming and going, whispered inside. These forces that often interact with Bihu Mountain are particularly emotional. They can be said to have watched the establishment and rise of the Lu family of Bihu Mountain. But no one expected that in a blink of an eye, Bihu Mountain would grow to this extent and become a behemoth. Like Bai Yunang, the ancestor of the Bai family of Bainao Lake, looking at the scenes in front of him, the whole person was a little dazed. When Lu Changsheng attacked Bihu Mountain, he also helped. Now, more than 30 years have passed, and he is still the only foundation-building cultivator in Bainao Lake. However, Bihu Mountain has 9 foundation-building cultivators on the surface. The difference between the two is huge. It's not that his Bai family has developed poorly. In 39 years, following Bihu Mountain and relying on the Red Leaf Valley market, his Bai family's strength has almost doubled compared to before. But there is no family that has developed like Bihu Mountain. Hongyu also came to Bihu Mountain to give gifts. Looking at the scene in front of him, he was filled with emotion. 60 years ago, someone told him that Lu Changsheng would be able to grow to this point in the future, and he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. He was extremely glad that he knew Lu Changsheng and could make friends with him. If I can see Xuanji building a foundation, I, Hong Yi, will have no regrets in my life. Hong Yi thought of his son Hong Xuanji telling him some time ago that he was ready to attack the foundation. The reason is very simple. His wife Lu Keizhan asked for a foundation building pill for him. When Hong Yi heard this, he felt like he was dreaming and thought he was hallucinating. After all, the foundation building pill is precious. Even though he and Lu Changsheng have been friends for many years, he dared not ask for this foundation building pill. Now the other party actually took the initiative to give his son a chance. Although he felt that his son's chance of building a foundation was not high, he still took out all the savings in the family and asked him to buy spiritual objects for foundation building and make good preparations. Lu Changsheng was just going through the motions at this ceremony. It was mainly Lu Pinggan, Lu Wangshu, and Lu Xingyang who showed up. Because Lu Miaoj had said before that he would take out a few third-level talismans as a prize at this ceremony. So Lu Changsheng also took out the 5 third-level low-grade talismans he had prepared for a simple auction. The enthusiasm of these foundation-building cultivators present exceeded Lu Changsheng's expectations, and each third-level talisman was sold at a high price of 10,000 spirit stones. However, of the 5 third-level talismans, except for 2 that were purely spirit stones, the highest bidder won, and the other 3 were all spirit stones plus barter. This made Lu Changsheng realize that this thing was sometimes better than the foundation establishment pill. In other words, the foundation establishment pill was only needed by most family forces. The third-level talisman was needed by both family forces and independent cultivators. Especially those independent cultivators who put their heads on the belt, adventured everywhere, and explored secret realms. Don't worry, everyone. My Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain still adheres to the development path of harmony and common prosperity, and will not take the initiative to make enemies with any family forces. Lu Changsheng said after the ceremony was almost over. Although no one would take such words seriously and believe them completely. But Qingzhu Mountain is now in strength and reputation, and what the ancestor Lu Changsheng said still has a certain weight. That's why the Lu Family Chamber of Commerce was established, and before it was even built, a bunch of forces were willing to take the initiative to join and form a business alliance. However, Lu Changsheng did not say anything about this. He cared about it and asked Lu Xingyang and others to take care of the arrangements. After all, he only gave the family the general direction, and the specific details were still up to his children, and he didn't have the leisure to worry about it. However, in the face of the enthusiasm of many family forces, Lu Changsheng thought about it and still accepted 5 maids to show his goodwill. After the ceremony, Lu Changsheng continued to accompany his wives, concubines and children at home, occasionally making talismans, teaching Li Xingguo to refine pills, and making babies. Half a month later. Congratulations to the host's first offspring for becoming a second-level spiritual plant master, and get a chance to draw a lottery. Second-level spiritual plant master. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows slightly, and for a moment he really didn't know which of his children was promoted to second-level spiritual plant master. Because the spiritual plant is the simplest among the 100 arts of cultivating immortals, many children in the family take the spiritual plant path. It should be Xingyu, right? Lu Changsheng thought about it and felt that his daughter Lu Xingyu was more likely. Although there are several children in the family who are top spiritual plant masters. But either their cultivation is a bit low, or they have just been promoted not long ago, so only his daughter Lu Xingyu meets the requirements. Moreover, some time ago, Lu Xingyu cultivated her spiritual consciousness before preparing to build her foundation, and then impacted her foundation. With spiritual consciousness, it will be of great help to this kind of skill. Lu Changsheng didn't care too much, and silently said in his heart, "System, draw a lottery." A large light red turntable emerged, and golden light began to rotate. After a while, the golden light stopped at the magic weapon column. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the magic weapon, the formless treasure wheel. The reward has been distributed in the system space, and the host can check it at any time. A treasure wheel that is as transparent as crystal, with a light golden luster and engraved with ancient patterns emerged from the large turntable, accompanied by a system prompt sound. Chapter 443 If I can't cure Qingzhu Mountain, can I cure you? Magic weapon. Lu Changsheng looked at the reward and raised his eyebrows. In his early years, he had no interest in magic weapons. Now that he has broken through to the Qingzhu stage, He has no magic weapon in his hand, so he is still looking forward to magic weapons. He wants to draw a few magic weapons through the system. After all, it takes a lot of time to forge magic weapons by yourself. Lu Changsheng's mind moved slightly and he looked at the system space. Magic weapon, Wuxiang Baolin, grade, top grade magic weapon, description, Wuxiang gives birth to all things. This treasure wheel can bless all kinds of magic skills, giant and Dharma domain, form Wuxiang realm, derive all things, and change unpredictably. Wuxiang realm, this magic weapon seems to have something. Lu Changsheng looked at the introduction of Wuxiang Baolin in front of him and narrowed his eyes. He heard Honglian talk about realms. When the giant breaks through the Yuanying's engine, the Dharma domain goes one step further, and the vacuum can be shattered, and the Dharma domain can be condensed into an independent space. This space can not only be used for fighting, but also for storage and even living. And this space is called a realm. Extract. Lu Changsheng immediately extracted the Wuxiang Baolin from the system space, wanting to see the effect of this magic weapon and the situation of the realm. Suddenly, a 3-foot-long round wheel appeared, as transparent as crystal, with a light golden luster and complex patterns. At the same time, Lu Changsheng had a detailed understanding of the effect of this Wuxiang Baolin. This treasure wheel tends to be a functional magic weapon and has no active means of attack. But it can bless any magic power, so that the magic power increases by about 30%, and forms a false offensive, which is hard to defend. This effect can also bless the giant and domain, so that the effect of the domain is improved, prohibiting its magic power and disturbing its mind. This is the attack method of the Wuxiang Baolin. In addition to attack, in terms of defense, the Wuxiang Baolin can form a field and a protective spirit shield. The effect is not bad, comparable to the lower grade, or even some middle-grade defensive magic weapons. If you encounter an attack that you cannot resist, you can also open the Wuxiang realm and use the realm space to withstand this attack for yourself. However, once the boundary is broken, this magic weapon is almost scrapped. The Wuxiang boundary opens an independent space through the boundary gate of the Wuxiang treasure wheel. This space can be used to store items, suppress enemies, isolate poisonous gas, poisonous miasma and other means. As for living, it is okay. But it is very small inside, without spiritual energy, as if it is nothingness, boring and monotonous, and it is easy to drive people crazy. This Wuxiang boundary is a perfect match for my yin-yang yi-qi great capture. Lu Changsheng looked at the effect of the magic weapon in front of him with a happy face. The attack and defense means of this Wuxiang treasure wheel can only be considered good for him, not a big surprise. Only the effect of the Wuxiang boundary made Lu Changsheng very happy. When the Wuxiang boundary suppresses the enemy in it, it can deprive the opponent of the 5 senses and imprison his magic power, which is equivalent to a portable cage. And his yin-yang yi-qi great capture has the effects of capture, suppression, and detention. If he used the yin-yang qi great capture to imprison and suppress the opponent, and then suppressed him in the realm of the Wuxiang treasure wheel, I am afraid that even a giant's Henren would not be able to resist and struggle to escape. Unlike before, although his yin-yang capture was overbearing and domineering, it could not imprison people for a long time and could only suppress them for a moment. But if you encounter a tough opponent and the opponent breaks through the realm, this magic weapon will be scrapped. Lu Changsheng also realized the shortcomings of doing so. After all, it is not easy to become a giant's Henren, and there are many trump cards. Maybe under the suppression of the yin-yang great capture and the Wuxiang treasure wheel, he can break free from the restraints and break through the Wuxiang realm by some means. As long as the battle is quick and decisive, it is not a big problem. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. If the opponent can easily break through the Wuxiang realm, he will not be easily suppressed by himself and the Wuxiang treasure wheel. Besides, why would he lock people in if he has nothing to do? After suppressing them in the Wuxiang realm, just kill them as soon as possible. Sister Mayaoj Lu Changsheng thought that the Qiangyun secret realm would be opened in a few months. After saying something to Lu Mayaoj, he began to retreat and refine this magic weapon. He planned to refine this magic weapon before going to the Qiangyun secret realm. In this way, even if he encountered unexpected situations, he would have more means. In a cave. Dao, you are awake. Lu Xingchen said to the young man in white in front of him. There is a saying that good people should do it to the end. He saved the other party before, and seeing that the other party was unconscious, Lu Xingchen has been taking care of the other party and healing his wounds these days. However, the other party's injuries were beyond Lu Xingchen's expectations. Not only were his body covered with scars, but his meridians, Qi and Danshan were all in a mess. In this case, he could still deal with the Qingfang Wolfpack for so long, which was a miracle in Lu Xingchen's eyes. If he hadn't practiced the Baoding Medicine King Sutra and had a lot of elixirs in his hands, he might not have been able to save the other party. However, in addition to his own abilities, Lu Xingchen also saw that the other party's body was extraordinary. It was estimated that he had taken some rare elixir, or his body was comparable to the second level. Otherwise, without such a physique to maintain life, he would not be able to hold on. In addition to these, Lu Xingchen also saw that the other party was disguised and should be a woman. "Thank you for saving me, fellow Taoist," Wang Yanjing said softly with a pale and weak face. She knew very well how serious her injuries were, and she was almost at the gate of hell. During these days of coma, she could often feel a green warmth flowing in her body, taking herself out of the gate of hell. "Since we have met, it is not good to watch him die without saving him." Lu Xingchen shook his head and said that he had spent a lot of time to save him. After speaking, he looked at the turkey roasted next to him, sprinkled some powder on it, tore off a chicken leg, and handed it to the other party. "You are seriously injured and have been in a coma for so long, you should be hungry, right? Here." Wang Yanjing looked at the chicken leg covered with the golden oil in front of her and was slightly startled. Immediately, the pale face with ordinary appearance showed a touching smile and said, "Thank you. Dao, I see that you are seriously injured. You should have used some secret technique before this, right?" Lu Xingchen tore another chicken leg for himself and asked casually. Although he is not young, he has never been far away and is curious about many things in the world of immortal cultivation. During the healing process, he saw that the other party was not ordinary. So he wanted to ask to verify his judgment. Of course, it is also through this kind of indirect approach to understand the other party's situation, whether it is good or bad. When Wang Yanjing heard this, her heart paused, knowing that the other party was testing her situation. Thinking of these days, it is estimated that the other party has already seen most of her situation. She said in a weak voice, "Well, I was originally a foundation building cultivator, but soon after the breakthrough, I used a secret technique, which caused my cultivation to fall here." Foundation building. Lu Xingchen was a little surprised, and immediately understood why the other party's body was not like that of a key refining cultivator. He did not ask too much at once. Then the two of them got along and became more familiar with each other. Lu Xingchen also knew the other party's identity and situation information. Her name is Li Jinggai. She comes from a foundation building family and is the seed of the family's foundation building. Half a year ago, she had just broken through the foundation building stage when she encountered an old enemy who invited two great foundation building monks to help her. Her family was no match for them at all. With the desperate support of her elders, she survived by performing secret techniques and fled all the way here. Her cultivation level also fell from the original foundation building stage to the 7th level of key refining, and her meridians and danshan were disordered. Later, she came here to look for spiritual medicines with the treasure hunting and medicine collecting techniques she had practiced in her early years. As a result, she encountered the Qingfang wolf pack and a mutant wolf king, which caused her injuries to break out. As a family monk and the seed of the family's foundation building, Lu Xingchen was quite moved when he heard about the other party's experience. A few days later, "Miss Li, if you don't have a place to go for the time being, I can send you to my home market to settle down temporarily." After spending these days together, Lu Xingchen felt that the other party was quite good and was willing to help. With the other party's talent, if he could return to the foundation building stage in the future, it would be a good relationship. As for the grudges of the other family, Lu Xingchen was not afraid. One is that the other family is not on the Qingyun territory, but in the Luoxia territory, which is far away. The second is that both families are foundation building families, with only 2 foundation building cultivators in charge, so they are not afraid of trouble. In this case, thank you, fellow Taoist Lu. Wang Yanjing is no longer a teenager, but a 20-year-old woman. Although her appearance is ordinary, she is round and smooth, and has a great temperament. During these days of getting along, she knew that although Lu Xingchen in front of her had foundation building cultivation, she had not experienced much, and her character was relatively straightforward, simple, generous and kind. And her own injuries, I am afraid it will be difficult to recover for a while. It is better to find a market to settle down first, and then consider the follow-up. Okay. Lu Xingchen smiled, his face warm and elegant. He invited the other party to go to his own market, and he was also anxious to go home. This trip has been delayed for too long by the other party. If it is delayed any further, I am afraid that my family will worry about my situation. Qingyun Sect. On this day, Sima Qiuhu and the elder of the Sima family came to the Qingyun Sect, the law enforcement hall. The reason why they came to the law enforcement hall to redeem Sima Tong after such a long time was not intentional delay. 200,000 spirit stones is not a small amount. Even if the Sima family is a fake pill family, they need to turn over so many spirit stones at once. Besides, there is a spiritual land and 10 shops. Although Qingyun Sect has spoken, they dare not do anything. But they certainly can't keep the crops in the spiritual lands and the assets of the shops. It takes time to deal with them. It is very efficient to be able to deal with them so quickly. The two came to the law enforcement hall and stated their purpose. The elders of the law enforcement hall did not make things difficult for the two. After counting the spirit stones in the storage bag, and looking at the property deeds of the spiritual lands and the shop deeds, they took the two to see Sima Tong. Second uncle. Ancestor. The elder of the Sima family and Sima Qiuhu saw Sima Tong, who was pale and weak, and shouted in a trembling voice. Although Sima Tong has not been treated or abused in these days, but the injuries from the self-detonation of the magic weapon and the fight with Lu Pinggan that day were only contained by simple treatment, so he was extremely weak at this time. Winun, Qiuhu. Sima Tong was not only weak, but also looked much older, and his voice was hoarse. These days, although he didn't know the specific situation, he also knew a thing or two, and his heart was full of frustration and anger. Second uncle, you have suffered, we will take you back now. Sima Winun stepped forward to support Sima Tong and walked out of the law enforcement hall. Seeing this, the law enforcement elder just said a few polite words, saying that the Sima family of Qingzhu Mountain and the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain were both families under the rule of Qingyun, and what should be done. After all, the characterization of this matter was that the Sima family of Qingzhu Mountain took the initiative to provoke, blatantly intercepted the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain, and provoked a dispute between the two families. Elder Su, we understand. Sima Winun hurriedly bowed and handed out a top-grade spirit stone from the storage bag. Well. Seeing this, the law enforcement elder nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. After that, he gave a few instructions to the disciples of the law enforcement hall, and then went to Qingzhu Mountain in person to deliver the spirit stones and the land deeds. Lu Changsheng was a third-level talisman master, and was favored by the true man Qingyun, who was honored as a guest official. Even though he was a fake and true man and a law enforcement elder, he was willing to give some face and make friends with Qingzhu Mountain. Winun, how much spirit stones did your family spend on compensation this time? Sima Tong and Sima Winun left Qingyun Sect, sat cross-legged on the spirit boat, and asked in a weak voice. Second uncle. Sima Winun saw that his ancestor was not in good condition now. If he heard about such compensation again, he would be furious and his blood would attack his heart. Tell me, I'm fine. Sima Tong sighed and said. 200,000 spirit stones, the spiritual land of Hemming Mountain at home, and 10 shops. Sima Winun whispered. What? Puff. When Sima Tong heard this, his eyes suddenly widened, his fists clenched, his pale face suddenly turned red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This time, not only did his Sima family lose 4 proud sons, but also lost a late foundation building master, and he himself was also severely injured and half disabled. Even if he recovered, he would still be a fake pill. But in this case, in order to save himself, his family actually compensated so many spiritual stones. Frustrated, Sima Tong felt unprecedentedly aggrieved and angry. You know, he was suppressed by Lu Pinggan before, and after waking up, his storage bag was also searched away. So this time, their Sima family lost more than 1 million spiritual stones. Second uncle Sima Winun saw this and hurriedly supported Sima Tong, using his magic power to dredge the meridians and blood for him. Then he said with a bitter look on his face, Lu Changsheng has been with Master Qingyun and has become a guest worshipper of Qingyun Sect. Master Qingyun has personally asked about this matter, so our Sima family has no right to bargain at all. Before, Qiuhu also went to ask to see Master Yuzi, and was scolded for this matter. So this matter, even if you want to retaliate, you can only wait until the limelight is over and do it secretly. Sima Wenun said so. After suffering such a big loss, the Sima family naturally didn't want to let it go. Moreover, the growth rate of Bihu Mountain made the Sima family panic, and they didn't want to see the Lu family rise like this. Qingyun Sect. Sima Tong heard Qingyun Sect's question, sighed deeply, and a sense of powerlessness surged in his heart. Qingyun Sect is the mountain above their family forces. And the Qingyun Sect of Qingyun Sect is the one who controls the mountain and has the power to kill and give life to them. Bihu Mountain, Lu family. Sima Tong's heart was filled with endless anger, hatred, and murderous intent. But when he thought of his current situation, he felt powerless and sad again. With this injury, it is impossible for him to recover without 3 to 5 years and fight with others. Even if he fights with others again, it is estimated that he is not Lu Pinggan's opponent. But the next moment, he thought of the day when he fled to Yan'an market. This market actually operated a large formation and watched him die without saving him. If this market had helped at that time, he might have escaped, and his family would not have suffered such serious losses. HMPH. Sima Tong snorted coldly and told Sima Wenun about the Yan'an market. If I can't touch the Lu family of Bihu Mountain, can't I touch your small market? It's just right to get some blood back through this market, establish my prestige, and tell others that no matter what, my family is still a fake damn family. Bihu Mountain. A hall in Bian Villa. Thank you, Elder Su, you can just send someone to notify me about this kind of thing. Lu Miaoyan heard that the fake Dan Zhenren of Qingyun Sect was coming, and immediately came to entertain him. Haha, I just have nothing to do, and Bihu Mountain is not far from our Qingyun Sect, so I went to lie down. The law enforcement elder was a little disappointed when he didn't see Lu Changsheng. He also wanted to take this opportunity to get acquainted with Lu Changsheng and Lu Pinggan. Lu Miaoyan has been handling affairs for so many years, and she has long been thoughtful. She said that her husband had realized something some time ago and was in seclusion, and her eldest son Lu Pinggan was currently in Bihu Mountain. If the other party had anything to do, she would notify her husband. Haha, I don't have anything to do, but I have long heard of Master Lu's name. The law enforcement elder was in seclusion when he heard this, so he didn't disturb him. After chatting for a while, he got up and left. Elder Su, thank you for your hard work on this trip. This is a little gift. Lu Miaoyan handed a jade box to Elder Su. The other party looked at the jade box through his spiritual sense and saw that it was a third-level talisman. He paused in his heart and thought that Bihu Mountain was really generous. It seems that the talisman skills of this Bihu Mountain master are probably already at the 3rd level. He immediately smiled and said, MRS. Lu is so polite. If the nobles take over the spiritual land and encounter any obstacles in the process of the store, they can come directly to the law enforcement hall to find me. If you encounter any problems on weekdays, you can also come to me. I still have some faith in the sect. Elder Su was immediately much more enthusiastic. Bihu Mountain was so generous when they met for the first time, so he was naturally willing to deal with Bihu Mountain more. Besides, the Lord of Bihu Mountain not only has Lu Changsheng, a 3rd-level talisman master, but also has a top-level alchemist who can refine foundation-building pills. He might have something to trouble Bihu Mountain in the future. Okay, maybe I'll trouble Elder Su in the future. Lu Miaoyan said with a smile. She thought her husband was really foresighted and had guessed that she could build a network for the family through the 3rd-level talisman. After sending Elder Su away, she handed the spiritual contract to Lu Xinggang and asked him to arrange and take people to receive the spiritual land and shops. With the compensation given by the Sima family, the feud between the Lu family of Bihu Mountain and the Sima family of Xuanwu Mountain also came to an end temporarily. This incident did not cause any waves. However, families like the Jin family of Jinglongling, the Zi family of Lingxi Lake, and the Yuan family of Daoan Mountain were all paying attention to this matter. After all, the rumors outside that Lu Changsheng was with a real person Qingyun were too shocking, and they still needed to confirm it. Now seeing the result of this handling, they knew that the rumors outside were true. The grudge between Bihu Mountain and Xuanwu Mountain did indeed cause Qingyun's Henren to ask about it. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, Qingyun Sect would not deal with it this way, but would give each of them 50 slaps. At this moment, these family forces were a little more afraid of Bihu Mountain. These days, There has been no movement in Qingzhu Mountain, the family is operating normally, and the caravan continues to set off. However, with Lu Pinggan's reputation after the battle with Sima Tong, the caravan is now directly in charge of Lu Rui, and there is no need for Lu Pinggan to accompany him. After all, under normal caravan conditions, 1 or 2 foundation builders are enough. Half a month later, Xiao Ziyu came to Qingzhu Mountain to inform about the SYNOPSIS secret realm. Seeing that Lu Changsheng was in seclusion, he gave the secret realm token to Lu Miaoj. It means that after a month, if Lu Changsheng has not come out of seclusion, he will notify him to go to Loan Mountain Range, SYNOPSIS secret realm. In addition to this token, Xiao Ziyu also left a token for Lu Changsheng. When needed, he can contact his senior sister Chu Chengyu through this token. Chapter 444 SYNOPSIS secret realm. The news that the 4 major sects had opened up the SYNOPSIS secret realm did not cause any waves in the Jiang Kingdom's cultivation world. After all, this secret realm had nothing to do with most cultivators. 90% of the cultivators in Jiang Kingdom had not even heard of the SYNOPSIS secret realm. Instead, the 4 major sects released some of the secret realm quotas to the family forces under their rule, which made these forces excited and happy. However, while they were happy, some people were also worried. They knew only a little about the SYNOPSIS secret realm and had only heard about the general situation. Knowing that the opportunity of this secret realm attracted many cultivators from other countries to covet it, and even some demons who had formed pills lurked in the Jiang Kingdom's cultivation world to seize the opportunity of the secret realm. They were worried that they would encounter danger after entering the secret realm. At this moment, the Zhang family in Qingyun Mountain. Mr. Envoy, this is the family force under the rule of Qinggyun Sect that has obtained the SYNOPSIS secret realm quota. The ancestor of the Zhang family came to the outside of his own forbidden courtyard, prostrated on the ground, handed over a jade slip, and said respectfully, "Is the SYNOPSIS secret realm finally going to be opened?" A calm and indifferent voice with a bit of joy and charm sounded in the attic. She stretched out a slender jade hand, grasped the jade slip, and checked the situation inside. After a moment, the whole person turned into a burst of purple star sand and disappeared. Like the situation of the Zhang family in Qingzhu Mountain, it appeared in many places. Next, we just have to wait for the fish to take the bait. This battle cannot be lost. At the same time, the top leaders of the 4 major immortal gates of Jiang Kingdom also moved. For a time, the Jiang Kingdom's cultivation world was undercurrent. Qingzhu Mountain. Zumi Cave Heaven. Finally it's done. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes and looked at the Wuxian Baolin in front of him, which looked like a transparent crystal and glowed with a light golden luster. His mind moved slightly, and the Baolin hovered behind his head, emitting 9-color mysterious light, making his whole person look sacred and extraordinary, and his treasure appearance solemn. The treasure wheel rotated, the rays of light were brilliant, and Lu Changsheng seemed to be surrounded by raging fire and endless thunder roared. In a moment, flying swords condensed and formed a terrifying offensive. However, these offensives did not cause any damage to the cave. These were all illusions formed by the Wuxiang treasure wheel. The effect was both real and fake, and even a Jinden's Henren needed to carefully distinguish. And in a battle, even if such illusions could be recognized, they would distract others. If I also mastered some magical skills that could make the fake look real, supplemented by the effect of the Wuxiang treasure wheel, I could catch people off guard. It's a pity that I have never had the time to practice the 6 Desires Heart Demon art, otherwise, it would be a perfect match with this Wuxiang treasure wheel. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. The 6 Desires Heart Demon art is a very exquisite spiritual practice. If you practice it to a high level, you can make the fake look real and deceive and interfere with other people's eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. However, practicing this technique is very dangerous and troublesome, and one must sharpen oneself with the help of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Domain. Lu Changsheng made a hand gesture, and the Wuxian Baolin behind his head trembled violently. The original 3-foot-long and wide treasure wheel grew to 7 or 8 feet, and the complex and brilliant crystal patterns on it flowed, forming an invisible field that enveloped Lu Changsheng. This field gradually condensed, forming a protective aura that flowed around Lu Changsheng. Wuxiang realm. Lu Changsheng made a hand gesture, his expression slightly condensed. In an instant, the circling Wuxian Baolin seemed to be a small sun burning, flowing with a heavy breath that suppressed the mountains, rivers and the universe. Lu Changsheng's consciousness and thoughts suddenly entered the Wuxiang realm. It seemed like an endless world of nothingness. There were no rules and boundaries. Vision, hearing, taste, smell, and touch seemed to have all disappeared, and it was difficult to judge where he was. If you open your eyes and appear in such a place out of thin air, even a cultivator will be terrified. Light. Lu Changsheng's mind moved slightly, and his magic power operated the Wuxiang Baolin. In an instant, the empty space became more shiny. But Lu Changsheng knew very well that this was just an appearance. The real Wuxiang realm is just a small empty space. Not bad. After simply experiencing the effect of the Wuxian Baolin, Lu Changsheng nodded with satisfaction. Then his mind moved slightly, and he took the magic weapon back to the Qihai Danshan and walked out of the cave. Changsheng. Lu Miaoj, who was teaching his son, felt something in his heart. When he saw Lu Changsheng, he told him about the Qingyun secret realm. So fast. After hearing this, Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows, and then smiled and said, "Okay. By the way, Changsheng Lu Miaoj told Lu Changsheng another thing. Some time ago, a foundation building force called Yan'ifeng City came to Bihu Mountain for help, expressing its willingness to become a vassal of Bihu Mountain. Yan'ai Market. I remember that they had a shop owner who came before, but was unwilling to accept the conditions of vassalage. Why are they coming to be vassals again?" Lu Changsheng frowned slightly, and he had some impression of this market. The other party had come to Bihu Mountain to pay a visit before, showing their intention to surrender. But the benefits they were willing to give up were too little, so they did not reach an agreement, but only established a simple cooperative relationship, and the Lu family chamber of commerce settled in Yan'ai Market. Yet, Lu Miaoj had a beautiful face and said softly, "This matter is also related to the Sima family. When Pingyan was chasing Sima Tong before, Sima Tong was finally captured in this Yan'ai Market. It may be that after Sima Tong returned to the family some time ago, he was unwilling to give up, so he sent people to Yan'ai Market to ask for punishment, so this range shop owner came to our family for help and was willing to be a vassal." Lu Miaoj said so. This Sima family is really overbearing. Lu Changsheng chuckled and said, "Since they are willing to be vassals and provide enough benefits, then it's okay to accept it." Lu Changsheng was quite happy for a force like Yan'ifeng City to become a vassal. After all, there is no vassal force that can be put on the table under the name of Bihu Mountain. Yan'ifeng City not only has 2 foundation building cultivators sitting in, but also does not have too many complicated interest relationships. It can also provide considerable benefits every year, which can be regarded as a high-quality force. This Yufeng master is willing to accept all the vassal conditions, but she also has a condition. Lu Miaoj paused and said softly, "Oh, what condition?" Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows slightly. "She hopes that you, Changsheng, will take her as a concubine." Lu Miaoj said softly. Lu Changsheng was stunned. He didn't expect the other party to make such a request. Has his charm reached this point? But Lu Changsheng instantly understood that the other party was thinking of using this method to further the relationship and exchange for more benefits. Haha, this girl is quite courageous. Lu Changsheng chuckled and said, "If this girl has a good character, it's okay to accept it. As a foundation building cultivator, if the other party is willing to take the initiative to be a concubine, as long as the character is good, Lu Patriarch is willing to give it a chance. Moreover, if Yan'ifeng City surrenders to his family, it will bring a lot of help to the development of the family. As the master of Bihu Mountain, he is also willing to make some sacrifices for the family. Sister Ling has already investigated it before, so just accept it directly. Changsheng, if you are free, you can go to Yan'ifeng City at that time." Lu Miaoj said softly. Lu Changsheng was a little embarrassed when he heard this. He held Lu Miaoj's hand and called softly, "Sister Miaoj, it's okay, Changsheng." Lu Miaoj shook her head gently. She and Lu Changsheng have been married for so many years, and she knows that her husband has no other hobbies, just wanting to have many children and grandchildren, and to establish a big family. They even knew that Lu Changsheng had made up his mind in his early years to marry hundreds of wives and have hundreds of children in his lifetime. Now that a female cultivator with good character and good looks has come forward to recommend herself, she is naturally willing to help her husband. After the two chatted for a while, Lu Changsheng showed concern for his son Lu Qingzhu's cultivation. Then he went to visit other wives, concubines, and children at home, and favored the maid he had just taken in. 5 days later, as the time was approaching for the Qingyun secret realm, Changsheng was not in a hurry to go to Yunifang City to take a concubine, but went directly to the Qingyun secret realm. Changsheng, husband, be careful on the road. Lu Mayaoj, Lu Mayahan, Lu Mayawan and others said with concern. They all heard about the news of the Qingyun secret realm. It was just that Xiao Ziyu came before and revealed some news, saying that it was very safe. In addition, they all knew the strength of their husband's cultivation, so they were not too worried. Haha, don't worry. Lu Changsheng smiled and said goodbye to the woman, then drove the purple shuttle to the Loyan Mountains. Not every family has a quota for the Qingyun secret realm. Family forces like Qingzhu Mountain and Banyo Lake did not get it. So this time, Lu Changsheng went alone and did not travel with anyone. I wonder if I will encounter monks who will kill me. Lu Changsheng, wearing a Qingxuan robe, stood on the purple shuttle and thought to himself. When chatting with Xiao Ziyu before, the other party also suspected that the Qingyun secret realm was opened up because the 4 major immortal sects were fishing. Even their family monks were bait for the 4 major immortal sects. Because the secret realm was opened up, in addition to the disciples of the immortal sects, some family forces were also given quotas. The disciples of the immortal sects were escorted by the elders of their own sects, so there would be no accidents on the way. These family monks who went alone might be intercepted by other monks, so they could replace their identities and sneak into the secret realm. It would be great if I could meet a few magic elixir. Lu Changsheng was not afraid in his heart, and even looked forward to meeting a few magic elixir. He also had a practice method Brahma Demon True Saint Art in his hand. This practice method is very demanding. It requires the origin of the devil, the blood of the heavenly demon, and the Buddha's bone relics to cleanse the marrow and refine the body before it can be cultivated. Lu Changsheng barely managed to gather the blood of the heavenly demon. But Lu Changsheng has no clue about the origin of the devil and the Buddha's relics. So if he can meet 1 or 2 devil's golden elixir cultivators and suppress them, he thinks that the origin of the devil will also be gathered. However, Lu Changsheng just thought about this matter. Golden elixir cultivators are so rare. Moreover, it is much more difficult for the devil's practice to condense the upper-grade golden elixir than the righteous practice. So if you want to obtain this kind of devil's origin, it is probably much more difficult than the blood of the heavenly demon. There is still a long way to go from Bihu Mountain to Loyan Mountain Range. Considering that the 4 major immortal gates may go fishing and there may be devil's elixir to intercept and kill on the way, Lu Changsheng also tried fishing, showing the cultivation of the middle stage of foundation building, driving the purple shuttle. A month later, Lu Changsheng came to Loyan Mountain Range. The journey was very smooth. Not to mention the demons who intercepted and killed the cultivators, even the robber cultivators did not appear, which made Lu Changsheng a little regretful. But it was normal to think about it. The Jiang Kingdom's cultivation world is so large, and there are only about 10 or 20 giant cultivators who come here to seek opportunities. How could it be such a coincidence that I met them? However, after arriving at the Loyan Mountains, it gradually became lively. Every now and then, there were cultivators flying here quickly. I think these, like Lu Changsheng, are cultivators who have obtained the qualifications for the Qingyun secret realm. At this time, the Loyan Mountains were still blocked, and there were many immortal disciples patrolling on the way, so Lu Changsheng and others needed to show their identity tokens. Under the guidance of these immortal disciples, Lu Changsheng came to the location of the Qingyun secret realm not long after. A temporary stronghold was stationed here, shrouded in rich spiritual light, which should be a 3rd-level formation. There is no 3rd-level spiritual vein here. This formation is operated entirely by burning spiritual stones. As expected of the 4 major immortal sects, they are indeed wealthy. Lu Changsheng thought to himself, and stepped forward to show his identity token and the secret realm token given to him by Xiao Ziyu, and entered the station. Please. After verifying his identity, the disciple of the immortal sect immediately made a gesture of invitation. After entering the gate of the formation, the first thing is a narrow passage with no end in sight. The entire passage is about 10 feet long and wide, but all sides are cast with black stones, which are airtight, making people feel depressed and uncomfortable. This should be built with black iron essence, Xiangang black iron and some mineral materials, which has the effect of isolating spiritual consciousness. Lu Changsheng has a 3rd-level refining weapon, so he can see some of the tricks. Trying to touch the surrounding walls with spiritual consciousness, he immediately felt a layer of power isolation, making it difficult for him to penetrate. However, if he tries with all his strength, he should be able to penetrate this layer of wall. However, there is still a certain array pattern engraved on the wall. Once this is done, it is likely to trigger the ban and make people realize that something is wrong. It seems that the four major sects have been preparing since the beginning, laying a net of heaven and earth. Changsheng strode forward, thinking in his heart, a little worried whether his cultivation level would be seen. Although the sealing divine light of the 9 treasures Ruai Bone can conceal the cultivation power and make it undetectable. But this trip to the 4 major sects seems to have used a lot of means. Maybe there are some means to see the disguise and cultivation level. If it doesn't work, use the transfer talisman to run away for the life talisman, and then explain that you are in danger on the way. Changsheng's expression was calm and he kept moving forward. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, a portal with ripples appeared in front of him. After passing through the portal, the world in front of him suddenly changed. He appeared in a square underground palace. This underground palace is filled with rich and incomparable spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which makes people feel relaxed and comfortable. This spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Changsheng was a little surprised. He has the dragon hunting technique, and he didn't see the 3rd level spiritual vein outside before. But the spiritual energy here is so rich and pure that it is almost comparable to the level of the upper 3rd level. Does the spiritual energy here come from the Qingyun secret realm? Changsheng saw a crack on the side that people could pass through. In the crack, dense spiritual energy like fog continued to flow out. Dao, please wait patiently for a while. A disciple of the Immortal Sect said to Changsheng. He indicated that he could find a place to rest and practice here. The spiritual energy here is enough to supply the practice of hundreds of foundation-building cultivators. Thank you. Changsheng nodded slightly and found a place to rest. There were already quite a few people here, and Changsheng even saw an acquaintance. The ancestor of the Jin family in Jinlongling, Qingzhu. However, due to the relationship between the two families, they naturally did not say hello when they met. Qingzhu just glanced at Changsheng lightly and closed his eyes. Changsheng did not care and sat quietly with his eyes closed. These days, people come from time to time. On this day, a handsome young man entered the palace. Changsheng's heart skipped a beat, and he felt an inexplicable excitement. The young man also looked at Changsheng at the first moment. Chapter 445 Nangguang Mi Li. I really can't find it even after searching everywhere. Changsheng paused. Cultivators have extraordinary spiritual perception and rarely act on impulse. He has broken through the Jinden stage and awakened the Tai spirit. His spiritual perception is sharp, so it is impossible for such inexplicable throbbing to occur for no reason. Through this throbbing, Changsheng vaguely felt a strange sense of familiarity from the other party. Familiar. Changsheng can confirm that he has never seen the other party and does not know the other party. So the other party is very likely to be a disguise. Peach Blossom Goo, activate. Changsheng thought of the similar throbbing he had when he met Meng Xiaochen in Jixiao Xiancheng. He retracted his gaze and asked the Peach Blossom Goo. But in an instant, the Peach Blossom Goo sent a thought message, indicating that there was a strong peach blossom fortune between the two. Nangguang Mi Li. Through this peach blossom fortune, Changsheng immediately knew who the other party was. It was the woman whose soul was shot by him and whose buttocks were like millstones. And he also knew where this sense of familiarity came from. It was the beat of heaven that he had given to her, and the little bit of the golden elixir Dao Yun that he had nurtured for her. Why does this woman do such adventurous things all day long? Changsheng was a little unhappy. She already has a daughter, but she doesn't stay at home to take care of her and accompany her. Why does she come to Jianghuo's cultivation world all day long? You were in the Jixiao Immortal City incident before, and now you are in the Qingyun secret realm? You go wherever there is danger, right? But it's good to meet her. The entanglement between her and me should be resolved. It will be much more convenient to go to Jingguo to visit Yaoiao with her at that time. Changsheng looked calm and indifferent, thinking in his heart. He planned to go to Jingguo's cultivation world after Honglian was born. But he didn't know much about Jingguo. It might not be easy to recognize his daughter. If Nangguang Mi Li went with him, it would be much more convenient. As for whether the other party was willing or not, Changsheng believed in his charm. Changsheng. Lu Changsheng's perception was not wrong. This handsome young man was Nangguang Mili disguised by the beat of heaven. She was also a little surprised when she saw Lu Changsheng. I really looked for him everywhere, but I didn't expect him to be here. In this case, I don't have to go there again. Nangguang Mili didn't look at Lu Changsheng for long, and found a place to sit cross-legged with a calm and natural look. She had planned to go to Qingzhu Mountain to check on Lu Changsheng after the secret realm ended. Now that she saw Lu Changsheng, she planned to take the opportunity to abduct him later. Time passed little by little. People came to the hall one after another. The forces such as the Beastmaster Su family, the Five Elements Wang family, the Shengwen family, Qingzhu Mountain, and the Qingyun Sect were all present. Seeing the 5 people from the Beastmaster Su family, Lu Changsheng was slightly surprised. Because Su Ruian was among them. She is here too. Lu Changsheng was surprised. But then he thought about it. The Beastmaster Su family had a place in this secret realm, and Su Ruian was a genius of the Su family, so it was normal for her to get a place. He nodded to Su Ruian, but didn't go up to chat. Apart from Su Ruian, he didn't know much about the others. He only had some impression of a woman in Qingyun Sect who was beautiful and had a white gauze covering her face. She seemed to be called Qin Fairy and was a disciple of a master of Qingyun Sect. Qin Fairy. Lu Changsheng thought of this name and laughed a little. He remembered that a few months ago, his daughter Lu Wangshu became famous in a battle in Hongai Valley Market and was respectfully called Fu Fairy by some people. Afterwards, they complained to him that this name was simply too common. There were at least 80 people called Fu Fairy, Qin Fairy, Sword Fairy, Flower Fairy, etc. in the Jiang Kingdom's immortal world. When the Beast Control Su family, Qingzhu Mountain, Qingyun Sect and other forces were all present, a team of 30 people entered the palace. They all wore the uniforms of Luoxia Sect disciples, had foundation building cultivation, and had extraordinary momentum. It seems that this secret realm should not have any major problems, otherwise if there is a problem, the 4 major immortal sects will be seriously injured. Lu Changsheng thought to himself when he saw this scene. Although the 4 major immortal sects are not short of foundation building cultivators. But foundation building is not a cabbage, it is the backbone of the sect. Moreover, these foundation building are not ordinary foundation building, they are all elite disciples of the sect. After Luoxia Sect came, it didn't take long for Qingyun Sect, Yuling Sect, and Xianjian Sect to arrive. This is the first time that Lu Changsheng has seen such a large battle. There are nearly 300 foundation building cultivators in the whole hall. If a demon master comes and wipes out this group, I'm afraid the entire Jiang Kingdom's cultivation world will be half-wasted and seriously injured. Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart, looking at the cultivators in the hall, and was a little curious about how many demon masters were mixed in. He didn't believe that among so many people, there was only Nangguang Mili, a demon master. At this moment, a ripple surged in the cracks in the distance. An old man with white hair and beard, immortal style, and fluttering clothes walked out. Then, another woman with sword-like eyebrows like distant mountains, delicate features like blooming snow lotus, high ponytail, cold and aloof expression, and a sword with a hint of coldness on her back came out. Meet Master Ling Fin. Meet Master Qing Yi. Someone immediately recognized the 2 figures, showed a respectful look on their faces, and bowed to them. Even if the family power cultivators present did not know the 2, they knew that they were giant masters from the 4 major immortal sects, and they all bowed to them. Haha, since everyone is here, I will not say any more small talk. Everyone, line up in order and enter the secret realm in turn. The immortal master Ling Fang looked at everyone in the field and spoke in an extremely kind tone. After speaking, he cast a spell at the crack in the secret realm in front of him. I saw the rosy clouds in front of the crack, and the ground shook gently, forming a formation of 10 feet in size, interweaving a layer of white spiritual light. What kind of formation is this? Lu Changsheng had some understanding of formations, but he did not study them much, so he could not tell what kind of formation it was. There were a few people who looked at the formation calmly, their expressions slightly solemn. Then, one after another, figures passed through the formation and entered the secret realm of the crack. Buzz! At this moment, a thin old man walked onto the formation pattern, and suddenly a demonic energy surged. Demon cultivator. Bold demon cultivator. Seeing this demonic energy, someone exclaimed instantly. Buzz! In an instant, the old man with a kind face and a fury-like appearance suddenly widened his eyes, and the whole person was like a lion awakening, causing the palace formation pattern restrictions to flow, forming a powerful and terrifying spiritual pressure, suppressing the thin old man. At the same time, Chu Qingyi next to him drew his azure long sword directly from his sheath, bursting with brilliant sword light. Puff! The thin old man was directly annihilated by the sword light. This the giant's Zhenren. So scary. There was a commotion in the field, and everyone looked at Zhenren Lingfeng and Chu Qingyi with respect and awe. Especially when many male cultivators looked at Chu Qingyi, their eyes showed surprise, admiration, and obsession. Tisk, tisk, a fake pill cultivator also came to fish in troubled waters. Lu Changsheng saw the scene with a calm expression. He thought that the fake pale ancestor was not worthy of being here, but he had to get involved in such things. However, he could barely understand this behavior. It is estimated that as a fake pill real person, his lifespan is not long. This Qingyun secret realm is so mysterious, maybe there is a supreme opportunity to transform the fake pill and condense the real pill, so he came to try his luck. But it's a pity that I didn't even get in. Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart, and looked at the handsome young man disguised as Nanguang Mili. He thought that the other party had the mystic bead, so it shouldn't be detected, right? If it is detected, it will be a big trouble, and he will not be able to take action even if he wants to. Humph, as expected, there are evil thieves mixed in. Lingfeng's Zhenren snorted coldly. Then the majestic face returned to its original kind face, and said to the others in front of him, "Everyone, don't worry, just continue." The figures in the field continued to line up and enter the secret realm one after another. Lu Changsheng saw Nanguang Mili enter and breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that this formation had something, but not much. Just when it was about to be his turn, the green-clothed woman who had just stepped forward had a faint and vague demonic energy surging out of her body. Huh? Seeing that the situation was not good, Lu Changsheng immediately retreated behind the crowd. Boom! In an instant, the palace restrictions surged, forming a terrifying spiritual pressure to suppress the green-clothed woman. Chu Qingyi next to him suddenly took action, and the sword light was cold, like snow in June. The green-clothed woman's face changed slightly, and the demonic energy around her body suddenly rolled and surged, forming a black and red demonic armor. But in a flash, Chu Qingyi's blue sword light that penetrated the sky and the earth had already slashed, breaking through her body's demonic armor as if it were nothing, and splitting her whole person in two. However, the blue-clothed woman's body split into two in an instant, and the whole person turned into a black and red blood cloud, sweeping towards the people next to her. "Dare you to act rashly, you evil thief!" Lingfeng shouted coldly, and a chessboard like a chessboard appeared in his hand, causing erase spirit patterns to emerge in all directions of the palace, covering the blood cloud. Buzz! The blood cloud was instantly imprisoned, and a middle-aged man with a pale and sinister face appeared. The middle-aged man's face was slightly pale, and his left arm was shriveled, leaving his sleeves empty. Is this the art of using a substitute to turn disaster into disaster? Seeing this scene, Lu Changsheng's pupils shrank slightly, and he recognized this method. The principle is somewhat similar to the substitute talisman. When facing an attack method that cannot be resisted, use other things to replace oneself to suffer the disaster. And most of the secret techniques of the magic way use one's own limbs, or internal organs. Go. The sinister man knew that he wanted to take action in the palace, but he was afraid that he could not do it. He immediately took out an ancient jade talisman from his sleeve, and a layer of invisible spiritual light formed around his body, trying to rush out of the palace. However, this palace was made of special materials and was engraved with array patterns. Even if this sinister man was a giant's Zhenren, he could not rush out directly. At the same time, swish, 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 Chu Qingyi's sword light flashed in his hand, and he rushed towards the sinister man, causing the entire palace to be filled with a cold sword intent, as cold as the cold winter. Puff, 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 the sword light shattered the spiritual light around the sinister man, and bloodstains appeared on his body. His face was pale and weak, and he could only rush out through the door he entered. This door also had restrictions. But the talisman he used just now had the effect of breaking the law and breaking the restriction, and it suddenly broke the door and disappeared. The tunnel outside is several miles long. It's not easy to get out, and there are probably ambushes outside. Seeing this scene, Lu Changsheng felt that the layout of the four major immortal gates was completely a closed door to fight the dog. Even if a giant and cultivator came in, there was only one way to die. Moreover, He saw that the old man in white robe and Chu Qingyu did not attack with all their strength just now. In other words, the two were also worried that the other party would be desperate and explode directly in desperation, so they gave him a glimmer of hope. After all, even if the other party's strength is average and the quality of the Jinden is not good, self-detonation in the face of so many people will still cause a lot of trouble. Just now, this person was a Jinden's Henren, but he didn't have the slightest power to fight back. Fairy Qingyi condensed to top-grade Jinden, how can ordinary people compare? What? This Fairy Qingyi actually condensed to top-grade Jinden, no wonder. Someone in the field looked at Chu Qingyi and whispered. Just now, killing the fake Dan with a sword was a matter of course in the eyes of everyone. But seeing a demon Jinden facing the two without fighting back at all at this time surprised many people in the field. After a moment of commotion, Zhenren Lingfang spoke up and lined up to continue. Lu Changsheng stepped through the formation and entered the cracked secret realm. In an instant, the world changed. Is this the Qingyun secret realm? Lu Changsheng stood in a fragrant meadow, surrounded by lush greenery, and many towering ancient trees could be seen in the distance. The cultivators who had come in before were all waiting not far away. In addition to these people, there were two Jinden's Henren sitting here. One of them Lu Changsheng knew. It was the Yuling Sect's Henren, Huxiao's Henren, whom he met when he went to the Qingzhu Mountain range. It seems that the four major immortal sects have transferred all the available manpower this time. Lu Changsheng thought to himself, and then looked at this secret realm. It is similar to the outside world, but there is no sun or moon in the sky. The spiritual energy is obviously rich, but there is no spiritual inspiration. This secret realm is somewhat similar to Zumi Cave Heaven, but the spiritual inspiration here is cut off, resulting in a lack of vitality. Lu Changsheng had heard Xiao Ziyu talk about the general situation of the Qingyun secret realm before. Knowing that this secret realm has been emptied by the four major immortal sects. So now the spiritual inspiration is cut off, lacking vitality, and it feels a bit desolate. Even though the spiritual energy is cut off, there is still such a rich spiritual energy. This Qingyun secret realm must have had a fourth-level spiritual vein before. Lu Changsheng looked at the spiritual energy of heaven and earth flowing in the secret realm and thought to himself. For a moment, it was hard to imagine how lush this Qingyun secret realm was before it was developed. Instead of continuing to wait and see, Lu Changsheng found a place to sit down and rest. After a long time, everyone entered the secret realm, and Lingfeng's Henren and Chu Qingyi also entered the secret realm. However, Lu Changsheng keenly observed that there were 3 fewer people than before. It should be that after he came in, he found 3 more demon cultivators. Everyone, follow me. Lingfeng's Henren said in a gentle voice, leading everyone to go deep into the secret realm. This secret realm is very large. Not only are there lush forests, but also vast grasslands, dark mountains, and long and dilapidated buildings. Is this just a secret realm? This is considered a small world, right? Lu Changsheng exclaimed in his heart. This was his first time entering a copy of the secret realm. Even though the secret realm had been fully developed and only an empty shell was left, it still brought him a lot of surprise. Half an hour later, Lu Changsheng saw a towering stone tablet standing in front of him, as tall as a hill. The stone tablet was tall and magnificent, like a stone body, and it seemed to be cast with gold and iron. It was majestic and engraved with the ancient atmosphere of time. When he came in front of the stone tablet, he not only felt insignificant, but also had a suffocating and oppressive feeling as heavy as a mountain. Everyone, this heavenly steel is the supreme opportunity of this Qingyun secret realm. As long as you comprehend it quietly, you can gain the understanding of the Great Way or the inheritance of the skills from the heavenly steel. At this time, Lingfeng's Henren said kindly, everyone who can come here is either the future hope of our Jiang country's cultivation world, or the pillars of our Jiang country's cultivation world. We 4 major immortal sects share this opportunity with everyone, and we also hope that everyone can work together to make our Jiang country's cultivation world more prosperous, so everyone cherish this opportunity. If you obtain the inheritance of skills in the process of comprehending the heavenly steel, you need to copy a copy for us. But our 4 major immortal sects will not take advantage of you. We will give corresponding resource contribution values according to the value of the inheritance of skills. Lingfeng's Henren, dressed in a white robe, with a gentle face and kind eyes, spoke softly to the cultivators present. However, everyone present has seen the angry side of this Henren. Thank you, Immortal. Please rest assured, Immortal. We will definitely work hand in hand with the upper sect. My family and I are what we are today, all thanks to the upper sect. I will definitely work hard to repay. If there is no upper sect, there will be no Wang family. My Wang family is willing to hand over everything to the upper sect. Immediately, many clan cultivators spoke out to express their loyalty. Disciples of the four major sects naturally knew these rules long ago, and just bowed in response. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 446, Changes in the Secret Realm, Ghost Cultivator. Okay, let's get started. After Ling Feng introduced a general situation, he ordered the 9 people to come forward to comprehend the inheritance of the heavenly steel. The first group of 9 people were a little nervous. They sat cross-legged in front of the stone tablet, placed their palms on it, and injected their magic power. Lu Changsheng watched this scene quietly, trying to see what the mystery of this stone tablet was. But without using the pupil technique and the fire eye, Lu Changsheng couldn't see anything. Instead, he felt that after the 9 people injected their magic power, the stone tablet seemed to have endless rolls of the avenue flowing, full of mysterious and profound aura. Could this stone tablet belong to some inherited treasure? Lu Changsheng thought in his heart, and after looking at it for a while, he stopped looking at it and sat cross-legged. Time passed little by little. After about an hour, one of the 9 people who were comprehending the heavenly steel opened his eyes, looking a little confused and unwilling. He looked at the stone tablet in front of him, put his hands on it again, and injected his magic power. But the stone tablet seemed to have an invisible force that repelled him and bounced him away. Everyone can only get one chance from it, next one. Seeing this, Ling Feng's Henren said calmly. Then he called the man over and asked what kind of opportunity inheritance he got from the stone tablet. Although Lu Changsheng couldn't hear what the two said, he saw that Ling Feng's Henren's expression was calm, so he thought that the inheritance of the skills didn't give any surprises. I heard from Ziyu that everyone gets the enlightenment of the Great Way from this heavenly tablet, and the inheritance of skills is different, but there is also the possibility of duplication. The 4 great immortal sects released such benefits, in addition to sharing some sweetness and winning people's hearts. I think it is also through this method to gather all the talented people in Jiang Kingdom to see if they can get more skills inheritance from it. And even if these family forces get the top skills inheritance, their skills and techniques are all in the hands of the 4 great immortal sects, and there are targeted and cracking methods. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. In this way, time continued to pass little by little. The cultivators present came forward in an orderly manner to comprehend the heavenly tablet. In this process, Lu Changsheng also discovered a pattern. The longer the comprehension, the more benefits should be obtained. As for what determines the time of this comprehension, Lu Changsheng is not sure. He guesses that it has something to do with talent, comprehension, cultivation, realm, etc. That day, Lu Changsheng saw a young man comprehend the heavenly steel and pass on the skills to Ling Feng's Henren. His palm retracted into his sleeves and seemed to move. This movement was subtle and secretive. If Lu Changsheng had not awakened the Taiyi soul, his consciousness was comparable to the peak of the Qingyun stage, and he happened to look at the other party, he might not have noticed it. Is this person a cultivator of the demonic path? Lu Changsheng guessed in his heart and felt that the other party's behavior was a bit suspicious. He even suspected that the other party was a demonic Qingyun. Now that he had comprehended the heavenly steel and confirmed the situation inside, he sent a message to the outside world. However, even if he noticed something, it was not convenient for him to speak now. After all, there were 4 Qingyun's Henren sitting here. It was obviously unreasonable for him, a middle-stage foundation-building cultivator, to suddenly speak up and say that this person had a problem. Moreover, the 4 major immortal sects had set up a net in the Qingyun secret realm. Maybe this behavior was intentional. If there is really someone making trouble, I hope they will wait until I have comprehended the heavenly steel before they start. Lu Changsheng looked calm. Although he was not very interested in this kind of heavenly steel inheritance. But since he was here, he naturally had to experience it. However, not long after. Boom. Suddenly, a sound of the sky collapsing and the earth splitting suddenly sounded, and the entire secret realm seemed to tremble and shake. What's going on? What's going on? Everyone in the field opened their eyes, looking surprised, and shocked. The cultivators who were still comprehending the heavenly steel also woke up suddenly, looking around with a look of doubt and uncertainty, looking at each other. Is there really a demon making trouble? Changsheng was surprised in his heart, and he was sure that he had just seen the situation and sent a message to the outside world. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? And this movement made him realize that the person who came was not simple. Huh? Chu Qingyi, Tiger Xiao Zhenren and others also frowned and looked towards the entrance of the secret realm. Calm down. Ling Feng Zhenren seemed to have expected this scene a long time ago, stepped forward, and shouted in a deep voice. As he spoke, the might of Jinden-level magic power spread, filling the world and stopping the commotion in the field. I think you have all heard that many evil thieves covet the opportunities in the secret realm. But such secret realm opportunities are not something that these sewer rats can get their hands on. As long as they dare to come, they will never return. Ling Feng Zhenren was dressed in a white robe, with white hair and beard, and looked like an immortal, but his voice was full of majesty. As he said that, he changed the subject and said with a stern look, many of you have not come into contact with the demon cultivators. But our Zheng country's immortal cultivation world and the demon path have always been incompatible, so I want to tell you that our generation of cultivators are fighting for their lives with the heavens. If you want to break through the Jinden and Yuanying stages, you will inevitably have to fight with the demon path in the future. Only by being fearless in your heart and killing all the demons, both the inner demons and the outer demons, can you overcome all obstacles, seek your true self, and seek immortality. Ling Feng Zhenren's robes fluttered, and he said with a stern look, and his voice was clearly heard by everyone. Thank you for your teachings, Zhenren, we understand. Please rest assured, Zhenren, when we meet the demon cultivators, we will definitely be fearless and merciless. We are incompatible with the demon path. When the cultivators in the field heard this, they immediately put down their hanging hearts, knowing that the 4 major immortal sects had been prepared, and bowed and said loudly. However, Changsheng noticed that most of the family cultivators looked enthusiastic, but it was obvious that they were just responding to the compliments. The disciples of the immortal sect were the ones who were truly excited and determined. This was normal. They were all the elites of the sect, and they had been instilled with the idea that they were incompatible with the devil since they began the practice. In the process of cultivation and growth, many people had experienced or seen the devil events. Just like the demon-killing order decades ago, many people had participated in it and heard about it, and they always believed that they were on the right path and that slaying demons was their mission. However, when Changsheng saw the young man in Nangguang Mili's disguise shouting excitedly, he felt a little weird in his heart. Yet, as a Jinden Zhenren, Ling Feng Zhenren had extraordinary spiritual perception, so he naturally knew that most of the clan cultivators who came here were old hands. So he didn't care too much about these people. If the righteous and the devil really went to war, would these clan cultivators still have room to refuse? Moreover, once the war started, it would also be a ladder for the clan cultivators to rise. If you don't fight, there are plenty of people who will. But the next moment, boom boom boom, another series of sounds like the collapse of the sky and the crack of the earth sounded, causing the entire secret realm to shake violently like an earthquake. Ling Feng Zhenren's face suddenly changed. Not only him, but also Chu Qingyi, Hu Xiao Zhenren, and a Jinden Zhenren beside him, all changed their faces suddenly and looked at each other. Immediately, Ling Feng Zhenren looked at everyone in the field and said, now that the demon cultivators are coming, the matter of comprehending the heavenly tablet will be postponed for the time being. You will hide with me first. Has the situation changed? Changsheng looked at the situation in front of him and the faces of Ling Feng Zhenren and the other 4, and realized that something was wrong. If the 4 major immortal sects had set up a net to trap the dog behind the door, how could this happen? Although the 4 major immortal sects can trap the dog behind the door and trick people into kill. But if the demons come, they can also block them outside the secret realm and catch them directly. Moreover, there are many Jinden from other countries mixed in this group of cultivators. If this group of people cooperate with the outsiders, it will be a big trouble. In an instant, Changsheng became more alert. Many cultivators in the field also realized that something was wrong. However, they did not dare to neglect it at this moment. They all raised their doubts and followed the command of Ling Feng Zhenren. After a while, Ling Feng Zhenren offered a formation plate and formation flags, and ordered everyone to settle down. He immediately ordered the 4 major sects to line up neatly, and through tokens and secret techniques, formed 4 magnificent formations. Battle formation. Lu Changsheng saw the key of the 4 sects blending together, gradually forming a mighty force that swallowed the mountains and rivers, and saw that this was some kind of battle formation. The 4 sects formed battle formations separately to build foundations. I'm afraid they would go all out and would be able to deal with Jiandan's Henren if they met 1 or 2. Damn, this Lingfeng's Henren obviously knows that there are also magic Jiandans mixed in here. Lu Changsheng looked at this position and thought to himself. The other party ordered all of their clan cultivators to line up aside. The disciples of the 4 major sects formed a formation and lined up in all directions. This means that Lingfeng's Henren knew that there were Jiandan's Henren from his country in the field, but he was not sure of the details. If I really encounter an unexpected situation, I can only transform into another country to form a pill. Lu Changsheng muttered in his heart, paying attention to the suspicious cultivator who seemed to be doing something wrong before. He is now almost certain that the situation in the secret realm is related to the other party. Boom boom boom, the secret realm continued to shake, becoming more and more violent, and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was somewhat disordered. Excuse me, Master, we have been here all the time, is it dangerous? If there is an attack from the devil, we are willing to help. After a while, a clan cultivator could not hold back, gritted his teeth, and asked Master Lingfeng. There is Master Xuanjian in charge outside the secret realm. It won't take long to deal with these devil thieves. Master Lingfeng replied calmly. Master Xuanjian. What? Master Xuanjian actually came to the secret realm to take charge. Could this movement be Master Xuanjian fighting with someone? Everyone exclaimed when they heard this name, with respect and awe in their eyes. Master Xuanjian, the master of the Jiang Kingdom's cultivation world, the Dinghe Shenzhen. No one would question the strength of this Yuanying's Henjin. Hearing that this Henjin was in charge outside the secret realm, the people who were originally a little worried and uneasy instantly put their minds at ease. Lu Changsheng was also a little surprised when he heard this name. But he was even more worried. This Xuanjian's Henjin came to the Xianyun secret realm to take charge, and made such a big commotion, which means that the demonic path or other forces also have Yuanying's Henjin coming. And this demonic path's Henjin dared to come to the Jiang Kingdom's cultivation world, so he must have come prepared. The Xianyun secret realm has attracted so many Jiandan's Henren to come. There must be a force behind it to add fuel to the flames. Could it be this force? Lu Changsheng really didn't expect that he would encounter such a thing when he entered the secret realm for the first time. Damn it, and I haven't obtained the great understanding of the heavenly monument yet. Lu Changsheng thought about the purpose of this trip and felt that it was a huge loss. But in this situation, he could only wait and see. Boom, 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 the shaking of the secret realm became more and more violent, and the whole earth seemed to collapse and crack. At this moment, boom, a sound like the collapse of the sky and the earth sounded. Suddenly, the sky and the earth changed color, and thunder roared. Oh no, the sky monument has collapsed. Someone looked in the direction of the sky monument and shouted loudly. I saw that the sky monument that had just stood like a mountain was shaking and broke directly and collapsed. Whoosh whoosh, after the collapse of the sky monument, a simple and vast gray-black haze breath rushed into the sky, like a huge mouth of the abyss, sweeping up the endless spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Thunder roared between heaven and earth, as if there were demons roaring and ghosts howling. Kill kill kill. I hate hate hate. The wind howled, and a vague and eerie voice sounded between heaven and earth, sobbing. There were old and young, men and women, with hoarse, shrill, low, roaring, sharp and piercing, and thrilling. At the same time, countless ghosts floated out from the dark breath, with hideous faces and surging resentment. Not good. What's going on? How come there are so many ghosts suppressed under the Xianyun secret realm? No, these are no longer ghosts, they are ghost cultivators. When Lingfeng and Chu Chengyi saw this scene, their faces suddenly changed. They had long realized that a wordless heavenly monument was not simple and was the core of the secret realm. So they thought that after exhausting all the opportunities and inheritance, they would try to break the heavenly monument. But they didn't expect that the battle outside the secret realm would directly affect the secret realm, causing the heavenly monument to shatter and collapse. And under this heavenly monument, there was such a great horror sealed. Ghosts? Why are there so many ghosts? The faces of the others present changed when they saw this scene. Now that the good and the evil are fighting outside the secret realm, It would be difficult for them to get out, and it would be very dangerous. But if they don't go out, they would be afraid that they would not be able to resist so many ghosts. Kill, kill, kill. A ghost came to kill everyone. Seeing this, Hu Xiao's Henren slapped his spirit pet bag, and suddenly a huge and ferocious white tiger with wings on its back appeared beside him. Roar! The white tiger roared at the ghosts. The sound was like thunder, forming an infinite arc of lightning, and the ghosts were instantly destroyed, turning into gray mist floating in the wind. It seems that this white tiger has improved a lot compared to before. Lu Changsheng had seen the strength of tiger roar in this third-level white tiger. At this time, he noticed that there were more purple flowing lines on the wings of this white tiger. Knowing that this white tiger has obtained a lot of improvement through the wind and thunder crystal of the wind and thunder beast. Immediately, Lu Changsheng paid close attention to the situation of Nanguang Mili and the suspicious cultivator before. He thought that most of the people from other countries who came to Qingyun's secret realm to form Dan were for opportunities. But now seeing Nanguang Mili, this suspicious cultivator, and the attack of the Yuanying's engine from the outside world, he suspected that this matter was not so simple. He believed that a certain country or force wanted to invade Jiang State, and through this way, weaken Jiang State's strength and morale. I'll go check out the situation. Tiger Roaring Master's voice was deep, and he rode his white tiger towards the collapsed place of the heavenly steel, wanting to see what was going on there. Kill, 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 roar. During the process, ghosts continued to appear and rush towards Tiger Roaring Master. However, these ghosts were at most at the foundation building level, and were no match for Tiger Roaring Master. Hey! At this moment, a cold and strange laugh came from the void. A black shadow suddenly appeared behind Tiger Roaring Master, and a green ghost claw reached out to his head. Roar! Tiger Roaring Master suddenly turned around, and the whole person roared at the ghost like a tiger king. A white and gold chain appeared in his hand, and he swung it towards the ghost. Boom! A large net that seemed to be burning with green flames appeared in front of the ghost, resisting the attack of the chain, and a sound like boiling water was heard. Ghost cultivator at the Jinden level. Seeing this scene, Ling Feng Master, Chu Chengyi and others all had a solemn look on their faces. Now that a Jinden ghost cultivator has appeared, it means that there may be a second one, or even a third one. If this is the case, the Qingyun secret realm will be out of their control. Is this a ghost cultivator? Lu Changsheng looked at the ghost figure fighting with Hu Xiao's Henren, his eyes slightly condensed. This was the first time he saw a so-called ghost cultivator. As far as he knew, ghost cultivators were generally divided into two types. One is that after the death of a cultivator, the soul of the cultivator survived in the world by chance, thus giving birth to an undead spirit. The other is that the cultivator transformed himself into a ghost cultivator through the practice. But no matter which one, they are almost two different people from before their death, and can be regarded as a new life. The situation is a bit bad now. Lu Changsheng saw countless gray hazes sweeping, filling the world, and the secret realm seemed to be a ghost den. The main situation now is that no one knows how many giant ghost cultivators there are under the Xianbei. Even in this situation, Lu Changsheng was not surprised that a Yuanying ghost cultivator appeared below. At this moment, everyone in the field realized that something was wrong, and they looked nervous and anxious, looking at Zhenren Lingfeng. Everyone, follow me and suppress these ghosts. Seeing this, Lingfeng's Zhenren shouted. With so many ghosts appearing in Qingyun's secret realm, they must stop them. Otherwise, if some bad situation is caused and affects the outside world, it will ruin everything. Chapter 447 Lu, confused, haven't seen you for many years, I miss you so much? Starry chessboard. After saying this, the chessboard in Lingfeng's hand soared into the sky, circling in the sky, like a sky curtain, with black and white chess pieces falling from it. Buzz buzz buzz, the black and white pieces fell, forming a mysterious formation, and even prying some of the power of heaven and earth in the secret realm. Lu Changsheng saw that this Lingfeng was a formation cultivator, who could easily form a formation with magic weapons. Chu Chengyi, who was standing next to him, had a cold and delicate appearance. He held a magic sword in his hand, and his sword intent was overwhelming. He killed a giant ghost cultivator who was fighting with Hu Xiao's Henren. Originally, this ghost cultivator was not a match for Hu Xiao's Henren. At this time, facing Chu Chengyi's joining, he was defeated and screamed. The last Jinden's Henren of Luoxia sect led the disciples of the four major immortal sects to form a battle formation, condensing a terrifying magic attack to bombard the ghosts. As long as any ghost rushed out from under the stone tablet, it would be blown to ashes by this magic attack. Is this the battle strength of the Immortal Sect? Jidan's Henren, so terrifying. The cultivators of other forces and clans were all shocked when they saw the scene in front of them. Although they were all foundation-building cultivators. But except for Lu Changsheng and a few people, most of them had not seen the true battle strength of the Jidan's Henren. Today, through this battle, I got a glimpse of the strength of the Jidan's Henren. I clearly realized the gap between the foundation-building cultivators and the Jidan's Henren. No matter how outstanding you are, it is difficult to overcome the natural chasm between the great realms. It seems that this battle formation has great potential. Lu Changsheng looked at the methods of the four Immortal Sect's disciples and murmured in his heart. He could see that the battle formation of the four Immortal Sect's disciples was not proficient and not harmonious enough. It was just through some secret method and magic tools as a medium to simply form a battle formation. If his own children practiced a 5-element Yuan Sutra and formed a 5-element battle formation, the power would be far better than theirs. As the ghosts were suppressed, the creepy screaming and sharp sounds gradually became less and less. But there are still giant ghost cultivators appearing, killing Chu Chengyi and others. However, these ghost cultivators can't pose any threat to Chu Chengyi and others. Too scary, if there are not 4 real people in charge. Once these ghost cultivators appear, even the giant forces will be destroyed. Someone whispered, the voice full of fear. No one thought that such a good opportunity would encounter such an unexpected situation. Boom 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 boom. In addition to the rumbling of the battle, the entire secret realm was still rumbling and shaking violently, making the sky gradually filled with a layer of gray and black haze, as if it was filled with a dilapidated and decayed atmosphere. No, the secret realm is going to collapse. At this time, Lu Changsheng noticed that there were dark cracks in the sky, revealing a terrifying atmosphere, and immediately realized that something was wrong. Under normal circumstances, even if the secret realm is to collapse and shatter, it will take a long time. At least several years, decades, or even hundreds of years. And the secret realm in front of him began to decay and fall apart. Not only him, but also Ling Feng's Henren, Chu Chengyi and others noticed this situation. Let's go, everyone head to the exit. Ling Feng's Henren's face changed from gloomy to bright, and he made a prompt decision and shouted. The secret realm collapsed, and he might be teleported out of the secret realm. But he might also be sucked into the Great Void. Once an ordinary cultivator enters the Great Void, he will surely die. Even a giant's Henren will be in danger of death when facing the turbulent haze in the Great Void. Hey! At this moment, a deep laugh suddenly sounded, making all the cultivators in the field shudder, their scalps numb, and their blood surging. The temperature between heaven and earth seemed to drop suddenly at this moment, and it was freezing cold, as if falling into an ice cellar. Not good. Be careful. Ling Feng's Henren, Chu Chengyi and others all changed their faces suddenly, and they were alarmed and realized that something was wrong. Buzz, a vague figure suddenly walked out. He wore a white jade crown and a shabby and simple white Kirin flowing cloud robe. On his palms, cheeks, and neck, you can see tufts of creepy red hair. What is this? Why does it look a bit like a corpse? Everyone in the field was horrified when they saw this figure. They felt as if they were on the edge of an abyss, as if they were pierced by thorns, and as if they were walking on thin ice. They just felt that this figure was extremely terrifying. Even Lu Changsheng felt a chill at this moment, thinking that this figure was very terrifying and invincible. Hey, the figure looked at Chu Chengyi and Tiger Roar with empty eyes, shooting out 2 bloody lights and laughing in a low, sinister and strange voice. This voice was dull and sharp, which made people shudder, their blood boiling, and they almost fainted. However, before the laughter stopped, the figure appeared behind Tiger Roar without knowing when, and the red-haired palm slapped straight out. This. Tiger Roar's eyes widened, feeling that this palm seemed to contain the power of space. The whole person was trapped in a quagmire, unable to struggle. He could only use his magic power to form a magic shield to resist this move. Boom. The tall and burly Tiger Roar's face changed immediately after this attack. The magic shield was broken, and the whole person flew out and hit the ground, forming a large pit of several feet, and dust swept. At this moment, Chu Chengyi, who was next to him, flashed with a magic sword, and the sword intent was overwhelming. He suddenly slashed on the shoulder of this figure. Clang. A clanging sound of metal clashing sounded. Chu Chengyi's amazing sword fell on the red-haired figure, as if nothing happened. It just made his ancient and shabby Qiren Liuan robe appear a little damaged, revealing his body covered with red hair. This Chu Qingyi's cold and arrogant expression suddenly changed. She knew the power of her sword very well. Even a third-level body refining cultivator would not dare to shake it lightly. But the other party was not hurt at all. Leave the secret realm quickly. Ling Feng's Henren's face was very ugly. He continued to shout loudly and pinched his hands. On the chessboard of stars in the sky, black and white pieces fell one by one, as if to block and intercept the red-haired figure. The other clan cultivators and disciples of the four major sects did not dare to delay or hesitate at this moment. They knew that this level of battle was beyond their strength and could only run away quickly. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng ran away with a large army without any hesitation. Interesting, really interesting. At this time, a young man suddenly chuckled. I didn't expect that this Xianyun secret realm would have such a change. I think this situation is beyond the expectations of the four major sects of Zheng Kingdom. Plan to control it, right? In this case, I don't mind adding fuel to the fire for you. After speaking, the momentum of the young man suddenly soared, black light flowed through his body, and a surge of amazing mana aura surged out. A small black arrow in his hand suddenly shot towards Ling Feng, who was setting up the formation, with a sharp and piercing buzzing sound. Seeing this, the Luoxia sect master next to him suddenly used the small seal magic weapon in his hand to defend Ling Feng from this attack. Demon cultivator. Seeing this, the other cultivators next to him were horrified and their faces changed drastically. Many clan cultivators immediately took out talismans and magic tools and flew madly in other directions, toward the exit of the secret realm. The hunt has begun. At this time, another thin old man suddenly laughed grimly, his body momentum rose, and suddenly turned into a 2-meter-tall, terrifying-looking strong man. Hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo, the surging and amazing giant and magic power burst out, and a layer of dark light lingered around his body. In this layer of dark light, there seemed to be a hideous and terrifying demon entrenched, looming and covering all directions. This is the domain of the giant and cultivator. The cultivators who were enveloped by the domain of law suddenly did not struggle or resist, only a shrill scream was heard. It can be vaguely seen that there seemed to be a demon in the dark domain of law, tearing people in half, and blood splashed. The other cultivators nearby saw this scene, and the foundation building cultivator who had just been traveling together was killed in an instant, and their faces turned pale. But at this moment, no one thought of fighting with this giant and demon cultivator. They just quickly performed secret techniques and flew towards the entrance of the secret realm. The gap between foundation building and giant and cultivators is like a natural moat. Although there is a chance to work together at this time, no one took the lead and maintained order, and no one was willing to take the initiative to act first. Besides, if they run away now, they don't need to escape the pursuit of Giant's Henren, as long as they escape other cultivators. You evil thieves, you are looking for death. Zhenren Lingfang saw this scene and his face was extremely ugly. Originally, their four major immortal sects planned to use the Xianyun secret realm to set up a net to suppress and kill other enemy cultivators. In particular, they noticed that some forces were secretly fanning the flames, thinking of taking this opportunity to catch a big fish. Who knew that such a change would occur in the Xianyun secret realm, causing the situation to be out of their control? If these clan cultivators and sect disciples were seriously injured, their entire Zheng Kingdom's immortal cultivation world would be seriously injured, and it would be difficult to cope with the immortal cultivation world war. Boom! The red-haired figure struggled to break free from the formation restraints, and the red-haired big palm slapped the chessboard formation in front of him, causing Ling Feng's blood to boil and his face to turn pale. The devil is looking for death? Tiger God transformation. Tiger Xiao Zhenren, who had just been hit into a deep pit by the red-haired figure, soared into the sky. His face was pale, and blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth. It was obvious that the previous blow was not good. But in the current situation, he knew that he had to stabilize the situation. As he roared loudly, his burly and tall body rose a few centimeters, and a white tiger phantom was entrenched around him, causing the third-level white tiger in the sky to roar, and the man and the beast began to merge. Fuck, it seems that the four major sects are really out of control. As expected, if you walk by the river, you will get your feet wet. When Lu Changsheng saw this scene, he immediately knew that the four major sects were out of control. If it were just these two demon cultivators, he would naturally know that it would not be a big problem. But that red-haired figure, I'm afraid that even the combined efforts of Lingfeng's Henren, Huxiao's Henren, Chu Qingyi, and Luoxia Sect's giant and cultivators cannot deal with it. Moreover, there may be demon cultivators mixed in here. Lu Changsheng seriously suspected that among these cultivators, in addition to Nangguang Mili, there were other demon cultivators. However, these giant and cultivators may really come for the secret realm and are not on the same group as the two just now. Swish! At this moment, a handsome young man suddenly attacked Lu Changsheng. A surge of magic power coiled around him like a spirit snake. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly, and the purple shuttle under his feet suddenly soared up. He cast a talisman in his hand, breaking the magic power, and asked knowingly, "My fellow Taoist, I wonder how Lu offended you?" Humph! The young man just snorted coldly and continued to attack Lu Changsheng. He was just testing him just now, and now his momentum is rising, and a Giant-level magic power suddenly pours out. Fuck, it's another Giant's Henren. Damn, why are there so many Giant's Henren? Hurry up and run. Hey, isn't this the Lord of Qingzhu Mountain Lu Changsheng? Did he offend this Giant's Henren? When the other cultivators nearby saw this scene, their faces changed drastically, and they hurriedly avoided it, fearing that they would be affected. Among them, several cultivators in the Qingyun realm knew Lu Changsheng, and when they saw this scene, they looked surprised and astonished. When Jin Zuan saw this scene, he was excited and happy, hoping that Lu Changsheng would be killed by this Giant's Henren immediately. Since you want to play, then I will play with you. Lu Changsheng chuckled in his heart when he saw the young man disguised as Nangguang Mili. He took out a third-level escape talisman from the storage ring and activated it. The whole person turned into a rainbow light and shot in another direction. Humph, you want to escape? Nangguang Mili snorted lightly, and the whole person rushed towards Lu Changsheng like a rainbow light. She used the enchanting sky beads at this time, and did not want to reveal her true identity, so she did not use all her strength. She only had the cultivation power of the early stage of Jinden. But this strength is far enough to deal with Lu Changsheng. However, even so, Nangguang Mili is still very cautious. In the past year since she came to Jiangguo, she has been paying attention to Lu Changsheng's situation and information, and she knows that the other party is definitely not as simple as he seems. Hiss, is this a third-level talisman? Someone saw Lu Changsheng's behavior and exclaimed immediately. You know, the third-level talisman is rare and precious. Lu Changsheng's use of the third-level talisman at this time is extremely luxurious in their eyes. Even if this Lu Shansu is a third-level talisman master, it is not easy for him to escape the pursuit of a Giant's Henren. If a third-level talisman master encounters a fake Henren, he can still deal with it, but if he encounters a Giant's Henren, he will probably die. This Lu Shansu is quite something. He can actually offend the Giant's Henren. The others did not look at it for long, and rushed towards the entrance of the secret realm. After a while, Lu Changsheng came to the edge of the secret realm and stopped. He was wearing a long green robe and stood with his hands behind his back. Looking at Nangguang Mili who was coming, he said with a faint smile on his face, "Mili, I miss you so much after not seeing you for so many years." Huh? Nangguang Mili's figure suddenly paused, and she was horrified. She didn't expect Lu Changsheng to recognize her. You know, the effect of this Miss Xiansu is very amazing. An ordinary Jinden can't see through her disguise. She didn't say anything, but was very alert. She shot a purple magic hand in the air, accompanied by a breath like smoke and fog, and suppressed Lu Changsheng. At this time, the 9 treasures Ruai bone flowed in Lu Changsheng's chest, and the Jinden-level mana had been released. In the Kahei Danshan, the Jinden Dao foundation that was sunk in the Dan Lake slowly rose up, and an invisible aura formed around the body, making it impossible for the purple mana hand to fall. How is this possible? Nangguang Mili looked suspicious, and her heart seemed to be in turmoil, and it took a long time to calm down. She clearly remembered that Lu Changsheng was only in the early stage of foundation building, and relied on her Zuanin Jade liquid to break through the middle stage of foundation building. It has only been a few years, and the other party has broken through the Jinden stage. Mili, do you hate me so much? It is said that a husband and wife for a day will have 100 days of grace. After all, we have been husband and wife for many years. Why can't we sit down and talk about it? How have you been these years? After we separated, did you encounter any danger on the way back to Jin State? Lu Changsheng was handsome as Jade, and said in a gentle voice. Chapter 448 Suppress Nangong Mili. Nangong Mili met Lu Changsheng's gentle and soft eyes. Seeing his handsome face, like a banished immortal, wearing a green robe, handsome and graceful, and his voice full of concern, her heart couldn't help but tremble and a little soft. The scene of herself crossing the Qingzhu Mountains and returning to Jin State with her apprentice Meng Xiaojun, who was seriously injured and pregnant with her daughter Nangguang Yao, emerged in her mind. Even if she was a Jinden's Henren, this journey was extremely difficult. But it was all thanks to Lu Changsheng's Mi Xiansu. If it weren't for this Mi Xiansu, she and Meng Xiaojun might not be able to go back safely. Thinking of the fact that when she was about to leave, Lu Changsheng took the initiative to leave in order to let her heal her injuries, and gave her such a rare treasure as the Mi Xiansu, Nangguang Mili's heart surged with an inexplicable complex emotion. She felt that although the other party had humiliated and abused her in every way, he was really good to her. The next moment, Nangguang Mili's heart suddenly paused, and she realized that something was wrong. What's going on? This bastard not only put a curse on Xiaojun and himself, but also humiliated and abused himself in every way. How can this matter be easily let go? Besides, if he really cared about me, why would he wait until now? Xiaojun has been affected by the love lock poison for so many years. Has he ever cared about her at all? Die, bastard! Nangguang Mili's phoenix eyes were cold, and she shouted coldly. As she spoke, a purple jade flute appeared in her hand and was placed across her lips. Since she was recognized by Lu Changsheng and there was no one around, she did not hide her weakness and used her cultivation power in the middle stage of the Jinden directly to suppress Lu Changsheng. Woo woo woo. At this time, Nangguang Mili's disguise of the Mi Xiansu was automatically untied, and she turned into a 30-year-old woman with a beautiful and enchanting appearance, skin as white as frost and snow, and wearing a purple and luxurious gauze skirt. She has a graceful figure, a graceful body, and long legs. She can be said to have a devilish figure and is breathtakingly beautiful. As for her face, it was so beautiful that it was hard to describe. There was no flaw, like a work of art from heaven, so beautiful that it was hard to compare. Especially the charming hazy eyes, which seemed to contain a seductive charm that could make people lose their souls. Even though Lu Changsheng had been through a lot, he was still amazed when he saw Nangguang Mili's appearance. At present, except for Yun Wansheng, Bai Ling, and Binger, the other wives and concubines in the family were a little worse than Nangguang Mili. However, when a woman's appearance reaches this point, it mainly depends on her temperament and spirit. Like Nangguang Mili, when she raised her hands and feet, her frowns and smiles, she gave people a kind of enchanting charm, amorous and full of temptation. In a flash, a purple sky spider with a size of several feet appeared and rushed towards Lu Changsheng. Buzz! Lu Changsheng tapped the dantian of the key C, and the Wuxian Baolin suddenly appeared, hovering in his mind, with a light golden luster, which made him look extraordinary. Seeing that the Wuxian Baolin was just competing against the sky spider phantom, the 9 treasures Rui bone on Lu Changsheng's chest suddenly surged. Boom! In an instant, a brilliant and dazzling ray of light surged out, like the flow of immortal energy, surrounded by the sun, moon and stars, making Lu Changsheng more transcendent and out of the world, as if he was a real immortal in the mortal world. Mili, are you so cruel and hate me so much? If you kill me, how will you explain to the child when she asks about her biological father in the future? What will she think if she knows that her father was killed by her mother? Lu Changsheng said in a gentle voice, neither hurried nor slow. With the Wuxian Baolin and the protective divine light, Nangguang Mili's offensive could not affect him at all. It can only be said that although Nangguang Mili is in the middle stage of Jinden, his combat power is only average. What does it have to do with you? Nangguang Mili's heart trembled when she heard Lu Changsheng mention his daughter. She thought that this dog man really knew that she was pregnant. The sudden change of attitude towards me back then was because he knew that I was pregnant with his child. Humph, you abused me when we didn't have the child, but now that we have a child, you act so tender and affectionate. Nangguang Mili was unhappy. But at this moment, Lu Changsheng's strength surprised her even more. She didn't expect that the other party not only broke through the Jinden stage, but also cultivated such magical powers, and was not affected by her Sky Spider soul-guiding song at all. Although her natal Sky Spider died, the power of her magical powers was greatly reduced. But Lu Changsheng's calm look was simply, how can it have nothing to do with me? This is her child. Lu Changsheng was tall and slender, with divine light flowing in his body. He looked affectionate and continued, "How has Yao Yao been these years?" Nangguang Mili was shocked and a little panicked. "My daughter Yao Yao has always been well protected by me and brought with me. After she broke through the foundation building stage and strongly requested, I arranged for her to go to the market." How could Lu Changsheng know the existence of his daughter Nangguang Yao Yao? "How do you know Yao Yao?" Nangguang Mili looked cold and charming, like a poppy with thorns, and shouted coldly. She originally only wanted to capture Lu Changsheng and end their grievances. But now when she heard Lu Changsheng mention his daughter Nangguang Yao Yao, she felt a little colder in her heart. "I have a magical power. When Yao Yao was born, I felt something in my heart and so I named her." Lu Changsheng said with apology in his eyes, "This name is very nice, Millie, you have worked hard all these years." This apology is not false. When he saw Nangguang Millie pregnant, he had a strong purpose and hope that she would give birth to a child. But for so many years, he has never cared about the mother and daughter. "This is my daughter, it has nothing to do with you." Nangguang Millie's phoenix eyes were cold and fierce, and she scolded. In her early years, she had no worries. But since her daughter Nangguang Yao Yao was born, she understood what it meant to worry and blood ties. So she would never allow anyone to hurt her daughter. Originally, she was still hesitant about whether to use the love gu on Lu Changsheng. Now that she saw that Lu Changsheng wanted to compete with her for her daughter, she made a decision in her heart that she would never allow the other party to influence her and snatch her daughter. "This is our daughter. Do you want her to have no father?" Lu Changsheng's body was flowing with divine light, and he was transcendent and detached. He continued to speak. "Woo woo woo." Nangguang Mili was silent, his face was as cold as frost, and he played the sky spider song with all his strength, making the sky spider's phantom much larger and more solid. And he patted the spirit pet bag, and a purple sky spider appeared. However, this sky spider was only in the middle stage of the second stage, and its combat power was limited. It still couldn't break Lu Changsheng's Wuxian Baolin and the body-protecting divine light. "Mili, this secret realm has begun to collapse. If you continue to delay, you will be in danger when you go out. If there's anything, we can talk about it after we go out." Lu Changsheng saw that his daughter was a taboo for Nangguang Mili, and he comforted her. "It's normal to think about it." The other party was willing to give birth to Nangguang Yao Yao that year, and it was obvious that he loved this daughter very much. Now, after several decades, it was normal for the other party to be a little stressed when his child's father came. However, Nangguang Mili remained silent and continued to attack Lu Changsheng, shooting out spirit snakes and poisonous insects. But Lu Changsheng shook his head. He thought that the fighting power of Nangguang Mili, the real person of the magic path, was really average. He was obviously in the middle stage of the Qingyun stage, but the spirit beasts and poisonous insects in his hands were only second level. Swoosh! At this moment, Nangguang Mili suddenly sacrificed a hairpin that looked like a purple jade butterfly. This hairpin was like a dreamlike butterfly spreading its wings, beautiful and charming, and then it hit Lu Changsheng's body protection divine light and became a little damaged. Sizzle! Another red poisonous insect flew towards Lu Changsheng, glowing with a red luster, breaking the body protection divine light. Huh? Lu Changsheng's heart palpitated slightly, and the peach blossom poison in the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows suddenly roared excitedly. It seemed to be telling Lu Changsheng that if he let this insect come over, he could suppress it. "This is love goo." Lu Changsheng had been on guard against Nangguang Mili doing something to him, so he spent some time to understand it. But now that he has the strength to awaken the Tai spirit and has the Wuxiang treasure wheel, it is too difficult for this insect to get close to him. Swish! Yin and Yang Qi flowed through Lu Changsheng's palm, and he suddenly grabbed it and suppressed the insect directly, holding it in his hand. Then he looked at Nangguang Mili's beautiful and charming face with deep eyes and a calm expression, saying, "Millie, it's enough to stop making trouble. In the current situation, I don't have much time to accompany you to make trouble." Lu Changsheng held the love gu and said indifferently. He felt indebted to Nangguang Mili and her daughter, and was willing to tolerate her nonsense and vent her little emotions. But his tolerance was limited, and it was impossible for him to keep making trouble with her. Nonsense. Nangguang Mili was a little angry when she saw that her strength could not suppress Lu Changsheng. At this time, hearing Lu Changsheng's condescending and indifferent words, she suddenly felt a mixture of anger and humiliation in her heart. She fought him with all her strength, but in his eyes, it was just nonsense. But for some reason, seeing Lu Changsheng's majestic and strong appearance, she felt an indescribable emotion in her heart. Don't use this kind of love goo again in the future, otherwise it will hurt yourself easily. Lu Changsheng said coldly, and threw the love goo in his hand back to Nangguang. Now that the peach blossom goo has been promoted to the 3rd level, there is no need for the love goo to bite herself, and she can directly turn the tables. But Nangguang is already the mother of a child, and she disdains to use such means to make the other party submit to herself. Moreover, Nangguang with his temperament and charm is the real Nangguang. If the other party is made to submit to herself through the love goo, is this still Nangguang? You. Nangguang caught a love goo, her cold and charming face was annoyed and angry, and some complicated emotion surged. The love goo just sent a message, indicating that there was a strong goo worm breath in Lu Changsheng's body. If bitten, the goo worm may backfire. As a Qingyun Henren of the 5 Poison Sect, she naturally knew what was going on. She realized that her apprentice Meng Xiaochen might have suffered a backlash from the goo worm in her early years, so she was infected with a love laku. But Lu Changsheng obviously had the means to restrain himself, but he let herself go like this. Nangguang looked at the handsome and transcendent Lu Changsheng in front of him, and thought that the other party was just a little foundation-building cultivator who was not taken seriously by herself in his early years. In just a few decades, he has grown to this point. He can't help but feel upset and frustrated. Okay, let's go back. We'll talk about it after we get out. Lu Changsheng glanced at the crack in the sky, and spoke to Nangguang, his voice a little softer. Nangguang face changed a little, and suddenly turned into a divine rainbow and shot out. She knew that she was no match for Lu Changsheng and could not suppress him. But she was absolutely unwilling to submit to Lu Changsheng now. Huh? Lu Changsheng frowned slightly, with a bit of coldness in his eyes. This woman is really hard to listen to. In this case, yin-yang one key great capture. The formless treasure wheel behind Lu Changsheng's head was shining with golden light, spinning wildly, and the 9 treasures Rui bone on his chest surged, making his cultivation ore rise steadily, and his magic power roared like a river. Immediately, a mysterious yin and yang energy swept towards Nangguang like a mad dragon out of its nest. Not good. Nangguang looked back in his mind and was suddenly shocked. He didn't expect Lu Changsheng to have such magical powers. You know, it takes at least several years, or even decades, to cultivate a magical power. Even if Lu Changsheng is gifted, it is impossible for him to have 2 such magical powers. Question mark. Buzz. The yin and yang energy formed a yin and yang hand with distinct textures, and the 5 fingers were slightly bent, directly grasping Nangguang in his hand. Nangguang suddenly felt a mountain-like, powerful and incomparable magic power imprisoning her whole body, and her magic power was a little sluggish, and it was difficult to struggle. How is this possible? She looked horrified, and her heart was full of shocking waves. Lu Changsheng's breakthrough from the middle stage of foundation building to the stage of forming pills in just a few decades has already shocked her. Just now, she couldn't suppress Lu Changsheng, and she could still treat it as the other party's refined defense magical power and having a defensive treasure. But now this magical power, its magic power is so powerful and vast that it has surpassed her middle stage of forming pills. Even if she is not good at direct fighting, it is impossible for her to be easily suppressed and detained. What's wrong with him? Nangguang heart was extremely shocked. Lu Changsheng's current situation is beyond her cognition. Not only did he break through the Qingyun stage so quickly, he also has such powerful magic power and amazing supernatural powers. Even if he has a peerless Taoist body, it can't be so amazing, right? Swoosh. The yin-yang handprint suddenly returned to Lu Changsheng. Meili, why don't you listen to your husband's words? Lu Changsheng looked at the beautiful and enchanting Nangguang in front of him, with an uncertain expression, and said calmly. While speaking, he gently raised his hand and pinched the other's delicate jade-like chin, which felt smooth and delicate. Nangguang gorgeous and charming jade face froze slightly, and while he was shocked and absent-minded, he actually felt that Lu Changsheng's palm was very warm and comfortable, which made his body slightly soft, and he felt a little close to him. She quickly suppressed her emotions, her expression was angry, and her phoenix eyes were cold and icy as she whispered, Who is your wife? Don't call me by my name like that. Although she became a prisoner of Lu Changsheng, for some reason, she was not afraid and had no strong intention to escape. Otherwise, She still had 3 life-saving poisonous insects in her hands, and she was somewhat confident of breaking free and escaping. Lu Changsheng looked at Nangguang Milli's imposing and angry appearance, and found it a little funny. His thumb slid from the delicate chin to the 2 petals of the delicate and juicy red lips, gently stroking them, feeling their softness and smoothness, wanting to taste them. He did it as soon as he said it, moved closer, lowered his head and held the 2 petals of the delicate rose. After a moment, Nangguang Milli's cheeks flushed, his expression was cold, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Lu Changsheng, you bastard. You just found out." Lu Changsheng said lightly, noticing that the other party didn't seem to be as stubborn as before. Otherwise, she would not have given up struggling completely in the face of the yin-yang great capture. It seems that this woman is hard to deal with but not soft. But it is normal to think about it. The other party is born in the way of magic, and is not a kind-hearted person. She believes in the law of the jungle in her bones. In this case, if you want to conquer the other party, you can't just rely on the warmth card, you need to rely on strength and hard means. Since you don't want to listen to your husband obediently, then stay here. Under Nangguang Mili's cold eyes, Lu Changsheng stretched out his hand and pinched her charming and cold cheeks. It is not suitable to stay in the secret realm for a long time now. There is a high possibility of a confrontation between good and evil outside. With Yuan Yingzhenjin sitting in charge, Nangguang Mili is in a very dangerous situation. Instead of letting the other party act on her own, it is better to lock her up with the Wuxian Baolin first. In this way, it will be much safer. After speaking, seal the divine light. The 9 treasure Ruai bone on Lu Changsheng's chest shot out a 9-color divine light, which imprisoned Nangguang Mili's cultivation and magic power. Then the Wuxiang treasure wheel behind his head suddenly swirled up, bursting with brilliant light, like the sun burning, flowing with a heavy breath that suppressed the mountains, rivers and universe. Swoosh, the Wuxiang realm directly enveloped Nangguang Mili and took him in. Considering that there was nothingness inside, Lu Changsheng used his magic power to operate the treasure wheel, causing it to transform into a scene of birdsong and flowers. "When you get out, your husband will naturally let you out," Lu Changsheng said in a flat voice, and then put away the Wuxiang treasure wheel. Then the magic power of his whole body receded like a tide. After a moment, Lu Changsheng let out a long breath. Just now, he fought with Nangguang Mili, although the whole process was calm and natural. But pretending to be cool has a price, and the magic power is still consumed. Fortunately, there is the Xianetun Bao Wanglian, the second Jianshan, to support it, so it is not affected much. Otherwise, if it were normal magic power, Lu Changsheng would not dare to play like this in the current situation of Xianetun's secret realm. Swish. Immediately, Lu Changsheng used a shape-shifting talisman on himself and flew back towards the exit of the secret realm cautiously. Chapter 449 I am Xianetun's Henjin, come quickly. Xianetun Bao Wang Lotus, Sun and Moon Reincarnation Secret, the young are formidable. Just as Lu Changsheng was cautiously heading for the exit of the secret realm, a voice that sounded like the vicissitudes of ancient times sounded in his ears. Who? Lu Changsheng's heart suddenly paused, and he suddenly turned his head and looked around. He didn't know where the voice came from, but he was sure that someone had just sent a message to him. Young man, don't be nervous. I am Xianetun's Henjin who came to me to inherit the vicissitudes of ancient times continued to sound, as if it had crossed endless time and years, and was transmitted to Lu Changsheng's mind intermittently. What? Xianetun's Henjin? Lu Changsheng was stunned. He had heard Xiao Ziyu introduce the general situation of Xianetun's secret realm before. He knew that this secret realm was related to the legendary great monk Xianetun's Henjin 8,000 years ago. Even the name of Xianetun's secret realm was named by the 4 major immortal sects based on Xianetun's Henjin. Now this voice told him that he was Xianetun's Henjin, and he had inherited the opportunity in the past. There is a problem. Lu Changsheng was extremely alert and didn't believe it at all. In 8,000 years, not to mention Yuan Ying's Henjin, even Hu Shen's Henjin turned into a cup of yellow soil. Now you say you are Xianetun's Henjin? I am still Qin Shi Huang. Although the opportunity inheritance is attractive, the secret realm is full of weirdness now, and Lu Changsheng is not willing to take risks for this little thing. Especially not long ago, the secret realm changed and countless resentful ghosts appeared. Lu Changsheng suspected that the voice was a ghost cultivator fishing. He ignored the voice and continued to escape carefully towards the exit. You have Xianun Bao Wanglian, and you practice the Sun and Moon Reincarnation Sutra. It is also a fate talent that is rare in my life. You can inherit my inheritance. The voice of the ancient vicissitudes continued to sound, intermittently, erratic, and even gave people a feeling of weakness. This voice seems to come from the direction of the Xianbei. Lu Changsheng felt that the voice was clearer, and looked in the direction of the Xianbei, frowning slightly. If the voice really came from the Xianbei, it means that you can't go there. Because this place is extremely evil. If he encountered a red-haired figure like the one just now, he would have to rely on the life-saving talisman to escape. Boom boom boom, just as Lu Changsheng was about to return to the entrance of the secret realm, he saw Chu Qingyi, Tiger Roar, and Ling Feng working together to intercept the red-haired figure in the sky in the distance. It can be seen that the three of them were doing their best. Not only did Tiger Roar perform the art of fusion, which greatly increased his combat power, Chu Qingyi and Ling Feng also performed some secret arts, and their magic power surged, surging and amazing. But even so, the three were still no match for the red-haired figure. Under the attack of the red-haired figure, they retreated step by step and could only defend continuously. Boom boom boom. The Qilin Liu iron robe on the red-haired figure was tattered, revealing a body covered with red hair, which was terrifying and creepy. He seemed to have no magic power, only the physical strength of returning to nature. But the divine power filled with a deep and prison-like aura between his hands and feet, which made Ling Feng, who relied on the formation to suppress him, pale. The red-haired figure suddenly appeared beside the tiger roaring immortal, raised his hand and waved it, and the dark wind and ghostly aura swept through. Boom. The bones of the tiger roaring immortal, who is as big as a small mountain, crackled under the mighty gale. The white tiger phantom that covered the sky and the sun was squatting above his head, roaring and roaring, with amazing power. But after a moment, the white tiger phantom was torn apart, and the whole person flew out like a cannonball, smashing hard on the ground, forming a huge deep pit. Lu Changsheng's eyelids jumped when he saw it. If it weren't for the extraordinary physical body of the tiger roaring immortal, and the secret technique of human-animal fusion at this time, I'm afraid that an ordinary giant and immortal would not be able to withstand such a blow. He didn't meddle in other people's business, and carefully sneaked towards the exit of the secret realm. At the entrance of the secret realm, the giant and immortal of the Qingyun Sect and the disciples of the four major immortal sects were guarding, forming a terrifying formation. As for the two demon masters before, they disappeared. I think the two of them didn't dare to confront the four major sects head-on. However, just as Lu Changsheng had this thought, he saw a black arrow and a blood-red knife suddenly rushing towards Ling Feng's Henren in the distance. Clang. Chu Qingyi had a delicate and three-dimensional appearance. She was wearing a white sword robe and a majestic aura. She suddenly slashed with a sword, and endless sword light surged, intercepting the black arrow and the blood-red knife. Immediately, her beautiful eyes were full of murderous intent and looked towards the direction of the magic path to form a pill. She said in a cold voice, "You evil thieves, you deserve to die. Since you want to kill me so much, you have to pay the price." Chu Qingyi's voice was extremely cold, containing deep anger. They were already unable to resist this red-haired figure, and it was very reluctant. In this situation, the two evil cultivators not only took the opportunity to harm many Jiang Kingdom cultivators, but also constantly interfered with them, trying to kill them. Chu Qingyi had a strong murderous intent in his heart. These two bastards are really not afraid of messing up. Seeing this scene, Lu Changsheng also frowned slightly, and heard the strong murderous intent and anger in Chu Qingyi's voice. This is normal. This situation is really frustrating for the people of the four major immortal sects. If it weren't for the red-haired figure, these two magic Daodan would have been suppressed long ago. Huh? At this time, Lu Changsheng suddenly saw the azure magic sword in Chu Qingyi's hand shining brightly, and a golden light like the bright sun rose up from his body and rushed into the sky. Boom boom boom, in an instant, the sky filled with grey haze surged with thunder, and a violent and domineering force spread at a speed visible to the naked eye, covering this world. Then golden lightning pillars fell one after another, blocking all directions. Even Lu Changsheng felt a bit of danger at this moment. Realizing that this was some kind of life-threatening magical power, similar to his own yin-yang mixed hole grinding wheel. Haha, you're finally getting anxious. You want to kill us? That's wishful thinking. The two magicians who were hiding in the dark were not panicked, but sneered. They were very cautious, and they all had some hidden magic weapons or magical powers, which made it difficult to capture their specific range. The magnificent power of heaven, lead it with the sword. Chu Qingyi's clothes fluttered, her expression was indifferent, cold and arrogant, and the high ponytail behind her head fluttered, like an ice crystal phoenix, and she raised the azure magic sword in her hand high. Suddenly, the sky was swept away by the wind, and the endless thunder was led to the magic sword in her hand, bursting with brilliant divine light, slashing in one direction. Not good. A black shadow appeared in an instant, screaming miserably. This sword not only cuts the flesh, but also the soul. The moment he started, Chu Qingyi locked his aura. Boom boom boom, endless thunder sword light fell from the sky, forming a sea of thunder, surging, like a punishment from heaven. This demonic giant attacked with all his strength, black spiritual light surged, and he also offered a black banner magic weapon, which was entrenched around his body, resisting the thunder punishment that was like a raging sea. Yin Luo, save me. He screamed loudly and asked for help from another companion. But the other demonic giant saw that Chu Qingyi still had his sword in his hand ready to go, so he didn't dare to show his head and hide his aura. This demonic giant wailed in pain, and the magic weapon bombarded by the thunder sword light was damaged, his body was charred, and his skin was torn. Damn it! Chu Qingyi's face was pale, and his majestic aura surged, and he didn't catch the aura of the other person. But the sword power in his hand had to be released at this moment, and he immediately continued to cut towards the demonic giant in front of him, hoping to cut the opponent directly with his sword. At the same time, the giant's Henren of Qingyun Sect also took the 4 major Immortal Sect disciples, who formed a battle formation to start, and bombarded out with terrifying magic. Boom! The sword light surged, the wind swept, the thunder roared, the magic power exploded, and the power was terrible. Fairy Qingyi, be careful. At this moment, the pale-faced Ling Feng's Henren shouted to Chu Qingyi. The red-haired figure suddenly broke through a layer of array pattern light and instantly appeared behind Chu Qingyi, waving his palm full of creepy red hair. At this moment, Chu Qingyi, whose magic power was almost exhausted, had no time to react. Puff! The sound of bones breaking came from Chu Qingyi's tall and graceful body, and then blood spit out of her mouth. The whole person flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Kill! At this time, the previously hidden magic Daodan saw this and suddenly sacrificed his blood-colored flying knife and slashed at Chu Qingyi. He saw that Chu Qingyi was now half disabled and had no power to fight back. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Lu Changsheng pinched out a phantom talisman, and the Yuankong robe was fully running, and he gritted his teeth and rushed out. Originally, he didn't want to intervene in this situation. But the situation is urgent now. Chu Qingyi is Xiao Ziyao's senior sister and Yun Wanshang's apprentice after all. If Yun Wanshang and Xiao Ziya knew that Chu Qingyi died in front of them in the future, and they had the ability to save her but didn't, they would be upset, even if they didn't face the 2 women. Boom! The Wuxian Baolin appeared and hovered behind Lu Changsheng, making him look like he was covered with a layer of chaotic energy, making it difficult to see his face. Swoosh! Lu Changsheng supported Chu Qingyi with a fierce and domineering magic power, and a white and gold magic sword in his sleeve shot out, colliding with a blood-colored flying knife and shattering everything. What? Another giant's Henren. Zhenren Lingfeng, Zhenren Huxiao, and Zhenren Luoxizong who were about to rescue Chu Qingyi were all stunned. I didn't expect that there was another giant's Henren in the secret realm. However, this giant's Henren didn't seem to be a demon cultivator, but a righteous sword cultivator. Fairy Qingyi. Lu Changsheng's heart sank when he saw Chu Qingyi's situation. Her palace dress was in tatters, and her beautiful face was as pale as paper, without any blood color. This was not the key point. The key point was that Chu Qingyi's meridians and bones were almost broken, and there was a strange aura eroding her vitality. Although Chu Qingyi was seriously injured and in danger, her body's rejection of men made her subconsciously want to struggle, but she couldn't move. However, she felt a familiar breath of magic power from Lu Changsheng, her beautiful eyes slightly opened, and she said breathlessly, "Who are you?" Swish! At this moment, the blood-colored flying knife came towards Lu Changsheng again. Looking for death? Lu Changsheng's eyes were cold, and a flying sword appeared in his hand. These flying swords looked similar to the platinum flying sword just now, but the color was different. It seemed that there was a starlight luster flowing on them, sharp and brilliant. 7-star sword formation. Lu Changsheng made a hand gesture, and 7 flying swords burst out with 7 brilliant sword lights of gold, black, white, green, red, yellow and blue, circling around him. What he was using now was not the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra, but the 7 Stars Great Freedom Sword Sutra. As for these 7 flying swords, they were not the 7 Stars Star Swords. They were the 9 magic arrows obtained from the hands of Bai Feng's Henren. It was just that through the Wuxiang treasure wheel, these 9 small arrows were made to look like flying swords, and were used to temporarily fight against the enemy. Clang! The blood-colored flying knife bombarded the sword formation aura, causing a violent sound and ripples of magic power, but it could not advance an inch. Just when Lu Changsheng was about to counterattack and kill the demon monk, hey, the red-haired figure suddenly saw Lu Changsheng, and 2 bloodlights shot out of his empty eyes, and a low strange laugh came out of his mouth. Even though Lu Changsheng had the Tai spirit and was in the middle stage of the 3rd stage of physical training, he was terrified and his blood was surging. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Chu Qingyi, who was held in Lu Changsheng's arms, heard this strange laugh. Her 5 internal organs trembled, she coughed up blood crazily, and she almost fainted. Daoao, be careful. Although Ling Feng's Henren didn't know Lu Changsheng, he knew at this moment that Lu Changsheng was not a bad guy, and hoped to work together to stop the red-haired figure. Boom! The red-haired figure came in front of Lu Changsheng, and instantly made him feel that the world was imprisoned, and the surroundings were like a quagmire, unable to move. Could this person really be a Yuanying ghost cultivator? Lu Changsheng was horrified. As far as he knew, only Yuanying's engine had the ability to suppress the void and seal the world with a wave of his hand. 7 Stars Sword Formation. He didn't have time to think about it, and cast a series of magic formulas, causing the 7 Stars sword to tremble crazily, and immediately split into 64 similar magic swords. The sword light was shining, circling crazily, as if to lead those Haoshan stars. Boom! However, before Lu Changsheng's sword formation was fully formed, a red-haired hand came and directly broke his sword light and grabbed Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng held Chu Qingyi in one hand and clenched his fist with the other hand. The precious light flowed and blasted towards him. Bang! This punch was like hitting an ancient sacred mountain cast with immortal gold. It didn't shake at all, but it made his fist and arm ache and numb, and the whole person flew out. What kind of monster is this? Lu Changsheng was horrified, knowing that unless he turned on all the buffs, he would never be the opponent of this red-haired figure. Come here, come to me, otherwise it will kill you. I can't hold on for much longer at this time. The vicissitudes of life voice that Lu Changsheng had heard before rang again. Hey, this red-haired figure used to attack whoever he saw. When Hu Xiao's Henren was knocked away, he attacked Chu Qingyi. Chu Qingyi moved away, so he attacked Ling Feng's Henren. But now, he seemed to be interested in Lu Changsheng. Seeing Lu Changsheng flying out, he took advantage of the victory to pursue him. Huh? Seeing this scene in the distance, Ling Feng's Henren, Hu Xiao's Henren, and Luoxia Zhuang's Henren were all a little surprised. But at this time, they didn't think much and quickly took action to suppress the red-haired figure for Lu Changsheng and share the pressure. Boom boom boom, a series of magical attacks bombarded the red-haired figure, but they could only slightly block his steps, but could not cause any damage to the magic. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Lu Changsheng looked at Chu Qingyi, who was weak and lifeless, and his face changed. He himself is not in big trouble now, and he is still somewhat confident that he wants to leave. But Chu Qingyi's situation is estimated to be unable to hold on for long. Come to me, I can help you save her. The vicissitudes of life continued to sound in Lu Changsheng's mind. Compared with before, this voice seemed to be a little more urgent and anxious. When Lu Changsheng heard this voice, he looked at the red-haired figure in front of him, and all kinds of thoughts intertwined in his mind. Thinking that he still had the life-replacing talisman and many other means, he simply made up his mind and rushed towards the direction of the heavenly monument with Chu Qingyi in his arms. Daoao. When Ling Feng's Henren and others saw Lu Changsheng suddenly holding Chu Qingyi and running away, flying towards the depths of the secret realm, they were slightly stunned, with expressions of surprise and astonishment. Roar! The red-haired figure saw Lu Changsheng rushing towards him and immediately rushed towards him, causing the space of heaven and earth to suddenly sink. Boom! The 9 treasures Ruai bone on Lu Changsheng's chest surged, and a magnificent and vast aura burst out, struggling with this binding force a little, and then the whole person turned into a sword light and disappeared in an instant. Not long after, Changsheng came to the place where the heavenly monument collapsed before. There was a deep pit below, with the ray patterns intertwined and flowing with hazy aura. A blue lotus with a mysterious aura intertwined was looming. Is this Xianyun Bao Huang lotus? Changsheng frowned when he saw this familiar yet strange lotus, recognizing that this was the 4th level Xianyun Bao Huang lotus. There was actually a Xianyun Bao Huang lotus under this monument. Question mark. Senior. Changsheng did not put away the Xianyun Bao Huang lotus in front of him, but shouted out. He just sensed that the person who sent him a message came from here. The blue-green Xianyun Bao Huang lotus swayed gently, with flowing veins and diffused rosy clouds, as if Tao and reason were intertwined. Waves of spatial ripples surged, forming a small vortex, as if connected to another world. Changsheng's eyes shot out 2 brilliant golden lights, as if he wanted to see through the vortex and see what was going on inside. When the Xianyun Bao Huang lotus grows into the Xianyun Bao Huang lotus, will it be promoted from the treasure of the void to the treasure of the cave heaven? Changsheng's eyes condensed slightly, and he could vaguely see that there was a cave heaven world with a radius of several miles inside. Immediately, he released a puppet into the vortex. After making sure there was no danger inside, Changsheng rushed into the vortex of the Xianyun Bao Huang lotus with Chu Qingyi in his arms. Chapter 450 I fell in love with a fairy at first sight. The moment Changsheng entered the Xianyun Bao Huang lotus, a strong aura rushed towards him, almost liquefying, making him feel refreshed. However, apart from the strong aura, this cave world is nothing special. It is somewhat similar to the Zumi cave heaven, with a gray sky between heaven and earth. In front of him, a palace stands. The whole seems to be made of gold, iron and white jade, with a crystal clear and bright luster, simple and majestic. But there is silence here, giving people an extremely desolate feeling. Changsheng held Chu Qingyi and simply looked at the situation in the cave in front of him. He said calmly, "Since the senior has called me here, why don't you show up?" As the words fell, the thick aura in front of him, like fog, slowly surged, and an illusory and almost invisible figure gradually appeared. Huh? When Changsheng saw this figure, his heart suddenly paused, and his eyes were alert. Because this figure looked very similar to the red-haired figure in the outside world, wearing a jade crown and a white unicorn flowing cloud robe. But he has a calm aura and a handsome appearance, like a Confucian scholar swordsman who sympathizes with the hardships of people's lives, and there is no red hair on his body. Young people are formidable. I didn't expect that I could wait for a destined person like you in my lifetime. After the remnant soul appeared, he looked at Changsheng with slightly sad eyes and sighed. Even though he was just a remnant soul, he couldn't see through Changsheng completely. But through the mysterious aura between the Xianyun treasure lotus, he still had some insight into the depth of Changsheng's battle with Nangguang Li. I don't know why the senior called me here. Changsheng looked at the remnant soul in front of him and said in a deep voice. Although the other party talked about the opportunity of inheritance, he didn't believe in such a pie in the sky. He believed that the other party must have some purpose in calling him here. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions. Besides, after so many years, my soul has long decayed and consumed. Now I am just a wisp of obsession on the Xianyun Bao Huang lotus, and I have no ability to take over. The remnant soul saw that Changsheng was very wary of him and said lightly, "Senior, you are too serious." Changsheng did not let down his guard because of the other party's words. What the other party said may be true. But the other party is much weaker than the Red Lotus back then, but the pressure he gave him is no less than that of the Red Lotus back then, and even better. Facing such an existence, how could he not be careful? Seeing that Changsheng still did not let down his guard, the remnant soul did not care, and continued, "Calling you here is due to fate. Now that my soul has been exhausted, I can send a message to you because of the Xianyun Bao Huang lotus in your body, and you have practiced the sun and moon reincarnation technique, which means that we are destined to be together, so I hope you can inherit my legacy." The remnant soul said so. "Senior, I already have an inheritance, so I can't inherit your legacy. But I can find a few satisfactory successors for you, and I will definitely not let down your reputation." Changsheng looked at Chu Qingyi, who was pale and bloodless, with disordered breath and fainted in his arms, and said in a deep voice. As he spoke, the golden elixir and the dantian of the Qi burst into brilliant rays of light, and a surge of amazing yin and yang magic power came out of his body. Boom boom boom, This magic breath intertwined and flowed around Lu Changsheng, forming a yin and yang Dao diagram, as if interpreting the world, and there was a sound of the great Dao. This. The remnant soul looked at the yin and yang Dao diagram above Lu Changsheng's head, and his calm and indifferent face showed some shock. Even if he was just a remnant soul, he could sense the mysterious energy of the great Dao from it. The young are formidable, the young are formidable. I didn't expect that my friend actually had such a skill inheritance. I was presumptuous. The remnant soul said with emotion. Even though he was very proud of his inheritance of martial arts, he also knew that Lu Changsheng looked down on his legacy. In that case, as you said, please find a successor for me. The remnant soul said. As he spoke, he raised his hand lightly, and a crystal jade slip appeared out of thin air and landed in front of Lu Changsheng. This contains all the martial arts inheritance of this old man. If you are interested, you can also read and practice. In his opinion, Lu Changsheng practiced a top-level martial arts such as the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra, so there was no need to covet his own martial arts. Moreover, his own martial arts were mysterious and obscure, and ordinary people could not comprehend them at all, so he did not mind Lu Changsheng learning them. Don't worry, senior. Lu Changsheng's eyes were shining with golden light, and he carefully took the martial arts jade slip. He didn't expect that the other party would pass on the martial arts to him so directly. He looked at the martial arts jade slip cautiously. Qingyun Sutra, Qingyun Sword Art, Nirvana Golden Body. There are many martial arts in it, and the Qingyun Sutra should be the martial arts summarized by the other party. In addition to the core skills, there are many secret techniques and cultivation experience. Although the Qingyun sword skill is only one word different from the Qingyun Sutra, it is not a matching skill. It should be a sword skill created by Qingyun's engine. Without waiting for Lu Changsheng to look more, the remnant soul looked at him and continued, calling the little friend here. The second is to ask for something. His calm voice was a little trembling, with a deep and sad feeling of vicissitudes of life. Ask for something. Lu Changsheng frowned when he heard this. The other party's existence actually used the word ask for something, which means that the matter is not simple. But looking at Chu Qingyi, who looked sad and beautiful in his arms, Lu Changsheng still said seriously, Senior, please say, if it is within my ability, I will try my best to complete it, but I can't guarantee that I will do it. Your answer is enough. After all, I just have a little fantasy about this matter. The remnant soul looked sad inside. I hope you can find a sword in your lifetime. Find a sword. Lu Changsheng frowned slightly, thinking that this request was a bit inexplicable. The remnant soul did not explain, but asked, do you know about the innate sword spirit body? Never heard of it. Lu Changsheng shook his head. There are many kinds of spirit bodies in the world of cultivating immortals, and even the Yuaning's engine dare not say that he knows all of them. The innate sword spirit body is an extremely rare physique. It can not only cultivate the physical body, the soul as a sword, but also cultivate the world and all things as swords. Once the spirit body is fully developed, it can even be transformed into an innate sword spirit. The remnant soul said here, his voice was a little heavy, my daughter is an innate sword spirit body. When I was trying to transform into a god, the three disasters of heaven, earth and man came together. Not only did I fail to break through, my body disappeared, and it also brought disaster to my wife and daughter. Among them, some people came from my daughter's innate sword spirit body, and wanted to use her as a sword spirit to practice the Tongshan Lingbao. The remnant soul's voice was heavy and sad, with a strong murderous intent. He dominated the southern wilderness back then and was praised as a talent for transformation. Everyone thought that he had a high probability of breaking through to the transformation. As a result, when he was trying to transform into a god, not only did he disappear, but he also brought disaster to his wife and daughter. As a result, his wife died in battle, and his daughter might even be forged into a sword. Take her as a sword spirit and train her into Tongshan Lingbao. Lu Changsheng paused in his heart. Although the spirit body has many benefits for cultivation, it is also easy to cause trouble. Just like the blood talisman spirit body of his daughter Lu Wangshu. When she went out in her early years, she was seen by the demon cultivators who wanted to sacrifice her to the talisman. So as a father, he could understand the other party's anger. Lu Changsheng pondered for a moment and said, Senior, I am only in the Jinden stage now, and I don't even have the qualifications to contact this level. In the future. But before he finished speaking, the remnant soul said directly, I understand, This request is just a thought and obsession in my heart. I just hope that you will have the ability in the future and try to find it. If you find this sword, you will rescue my daughter. If you are not destined, you don't need to care." The remnant soul sighed faintly. He knew that thousands of years after his death, the outside world had already changed drastically, and it was a fantasy to want to find a sword. What's more, it was not certain whether his daughter had been refined into Tongshan Lingbao. "Okay, if there is such a day, I am willing to find the sword you mentioned for you, and rescue your daughter from it," Lu Changsheng responded solemnly. After that, he asked, "Does this sword have a name? If this sword exists in the world, it may be called Xianayu." The remnant soul saw that Lu Changsheng's words were sincere and asked proactively, and said with some relief, "I, Zhuang Xianin, never owe others, nor will I let you make this promise in vain. Do you want to save this woman?" Xianin's engine looked at Chu Qingyu and said aloud. He did not ask Lu Changsheng to make a Taoist oath or anything. In his opinion, Lu Changsheng was extremely talented and had a supreme inheritance. Such people have their own pride. Since they promised, they could not regret it. Moreover, for a top-level strong man who is expected to become a nascent soul in the future, it is also a state of mind defect if he perfunctorily speaks. "Yes, I wonder if you have any ideas," Lu Changsheng said immediately. "This woman's meridians and bones are broken, and her true elixir is damaged. It's not easy to save her. But my friend, you practice the sun and moon reincarnation art. I have a secret method that can allow you to prolong her life through the sun and moon reincarnation art." Xianin's engine looked at Chu Qingyu in Lu Changsheng's arms and said so. Sun and moon reincarnation art. Lu Changsheng was stunned when he heard this. "Damn, is this the method you said? If this method is used, why would he, Lu, need help from others? Relying on the yin-yang nirvana method, life-saving technique, and the healing divine light of the 9 treasures Ruai bone, as long as there is a breath, he, Lu, can save her." However, when he heard Xianin's engine's words, indicating that Chu Qingyu's true elixir was damaged, Lu Changsheng paused in his heart and hurriedly used his spiritual sense to check Chu Qingyu's condition. He immediately saw that on her Qi Hai Danshan, on the Dao Foundation, a true elixir with the rime of the golden elixir was dim and had several cracks on it, causing the origin to dissipate. The situation was urgent before, and he didn't notice that Chu Qingyu's condition was so serious. Doesn't it mean that even if Chu Qingyu is saved, she will still face the problem of damaged foundation and no progress in the future? No. At this time, Chu Qingyu in Lu Changsheng's arms suddenly had a violent emotional ups and downs, and said with a weak breath, "Absolutely not, I would rather die." Cough cough cough. But before she finished speaking, she suddenly coughed up blood. She almost fainted before. But when she came to the Xianin Bao her on lotus, under the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the nourishment of Lu Changsheng's magic power, she gradually regained some consciousness. As a result, as soon as she woke up, she heard the Sun and Moon Reincarnation Sutra healing. She naturally knew about this practice. It was she and her master Yun Wanshang who discovered it together, and knew that it was a dual cultivation practice. She couldn't accept letting a stranger save her in this way. But at this time, she was confused in her heart. Who was Lu Changsheng, and why did he save her like this? When Lu Changsheng saved her in the first time before, she was somewhat familiar with the breath of magic power, which was definitely not the magic power that was nourishing her body now. "Senior, is this the only way? Is there a way to restore her foundation?" Lu Changsheng ignored Chu Qingyu's attitude, patted her pink back gently, and asked Xianin's engine. If this was the only way, he didn't need to ask for help from the other party, he could save her directly. Although this process is not very good, the bad guy is innocent. But the other party is Zhao Ziyu's senior sister and Yun Wanshang's apprentice after all. I can't just watch her die, right? Huh? Why do I feel a little more excited when I think of these two relationships? Question mark. No, I am a doctor with a parental heart. Seeing that the patient is so serious, my heart is agitated. He is quite a gentleman. Chu Qingyi, who was lying in Lu Changsheng's arms, heard this, her eyes trembled slightly, and her thick and long eyelashes were like 2 small palm leaves, gently flicking. She is now in an extremely weak state, and she can't even move a finger. If Lu Changsheng really wants to save her in this way, she really can't refuse. If you want to restore her foundation, I also have a way, but it is very dangerous. Xianin's engine pondered slightly. Please speak, Senior. Lu Changsheng thought to himself that he was indeed a Yuanying Zhenjin, and his methods and knowledge were indeed broad. Your condensed should be a first-grade golden elixir, right? Xianyun Zhenjin looked at Lu Changsheng and asked. Yes. Lu Changsheng nodded in response, and did not explain what the Great Dao Jinden was. First-grade golden elixir. Chu Chengyi was surprised when she heard this conversation. The 9th grade of Jinden. More than 90% of the cultivators are not eligible for the upper-grade golden elixir. And the first-grade golden elixir is the highest achievement of Jinden. Even in the entire Jing Kingdom's cultivation world, and even in the Southern Wilderness's cultivation world, it is a rare existence. Lu Changsheng in front of him actually condensed a first-grade golden elixir. At this moment, Chu Chengyi became more and more curious about who Lu Changsheng was. Why did the other party care about him so much, want to save him, and also know the sun and moon reincarnation art? Since you are a first-grade golden elixir, this method is somewhat reliable. Xianyun Zhenjin nodded slightly and said, now I don't have much time. In addition to the inheritance of the skills, I have one last gift for you, which is this Xianyun Bao Huang lotus. This lotus originally housed my second Yuanying. When I was impacting the transformation of the spirit, I also received a baptism of the origin of the transformation of the spirit. I only need one step to be promoted to the Xianyun Dao lotus. It is for this reason that my remnant soul has survived to this day. Now the Yuanying has dissipated, but there is still some Yuanying origin left, which can be passed on to you. In this process, you can use the secret technique of transforming the elixir to transform this female's Xianden and use it to repair the meridians of the flesh. Then you can use the sun and moon reincarnation art to help her form the elixir again. If successful, it will not only repair the injuries to her meridians, but also make her elixir go further and form a golden elixir. Xianyun Zhenjin spoke, his voice neither hurried nor slow. The secret technique of transforming the elixir. Lu Changsheng naturally knew this secret technique. Some fake Dan real people, or low-grade miscellaneous Dan, have great opportunities, and are fully confident that they can transform the Dan and not die, and reform the Dan, so they can break and then stand up through this secret method. But in this process, the better the quality of the Dan, the greater the danger. For example, the mortality rate of the fake Dan real people is only 30% to 50%. But the mortality rate of low-grade Dan is likely to be 70% to 80% if they want to transform their own Dan. And Chu Chengyi is half a step away from the golden elixir, and it is not an exaggeration to say that she is in danger of dying if she wants to transform the Dan. Moreover, she is in a state where she only has one breath left. I am afraid that she will die before the Dan is completely dissolved. Xianyun Zhenjin saw Lu Changsheng being so indecisive, and shook his head slightly and said, no destruction, no establishment, destruction and then establishment. This woman's current situation is either as mentioned before, through the sun and moon reincarnation tactics to maintain her vitality, or she will break and then stand up. With the origin of my nascent soul, the spiritual medicine in the medicine garden, and the help of my friend's first-grade golden elixir to form the Dan, there should be a 30% probability. Xianyun Zhenjin said so. After that, he did not speak, giving Lu Changsheng time to think. Fairy Qingyi, you should have heard what this senior said, right? After Lu Changsheng thought for a moment, he looked at Chu Chengyi and his arms and let her make her own decision. Thank you, fellow Taoist. You don't have to save me. Chu Chengyi's pale and bloodless lips moved slightly, and she said with a faint breath. No, you have to choose one of the two. If you don't make a decision, I will make a decision directly. Lu Changsheng said directly, with an unquestionable voice. No, cough, cough, cough. Chu Chengyi still wanted to refuse, but she was too weak now and had no strength to speak. Her life was completely stable by Lu Changsheng's magic power. I know that even if the fairy dies, she doesn't want her body to be defiled, but I fell in love with a fairy at first sight, and I really can't bear to see the fairy die like this. Lu Changsheng sighed and said in a low voice. When Chu Chengyi heard Lu Changsheng's words, her pale face suddenly flushed. This person actually fell in love with me at first sight, so he saved me like this. In this case, Lu will choose the second method for the fairy and leave everything to God. If it fails, the fairy doesn't need to worry. If it succeeds, Lu will be responsible for the fairy. As long as the fairy is willing, I will go to Qingyun Sect and ask for marriage from Qingyun Zhenjin. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and continued. Xianyun Zhenjin said that there is only a 30% probability. but in his opinion, it should be higher. If it really doesn't work, the worst thing is to settle for the second best and rely on his superb medical skills to stabilize Chu Qingyi's life, and then think of a way. After saying that, he didn't wait for Chu Qingyi to speak, and looked at Xianyun's Henjin, and continued, "Senior, I will follow your method. By the way, Senior, will the red-haired figure chasing here just now have any impact? And the secret realm is collapsing. If the entire secret realm collapses, will we be affected?" At this time, Lu Changsheng thought of the situation outside and asked aloud. Chu Qingyi is in danger now. It would be best if she could be treated in this cave. But if the collapse of the secret realm has an impact, it will be a bit troublesome. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.